the Knight of the Nine Tails. In a desperate attempt to seal Uchiha-Obito, the Fourth Hokage resorted to the forbidden technique, Reaper Death Seal, extracting half of his soul. However, as a member of a minor organization, upon witnessing my companion Obito's plea for help, I chose not only to remain indifferent, but also coldly observe the chaos unfold. Casually checking the time, without a backward glance, I tore through the barrier before the bewildered eyes of the villagers, leaving behind a dazed Obito, whose soul was soon sealed within the belly of the Shinigami by Minato. All of this transpired due to my unexpected awakening of a deceptive ability after traversing into the Naruto world simply by joining any faction within this realm and clocking in. Daily, I could grow stronger. I mused that a 9-to-5 job would merely exploit others. So I decided to join the minor organization, as its ranks were filled with traitors who bore the blood of countless sins. Even if I were to lead them all to ruin, what would it matter? Soon, after a period of diligently clocking in and out, I attained a level of strength comparable to that of a Kage, which caught the attention of the organization's leader, Nagato. Consequently, I was assigned to accompany Obito, disguised as Uchiha Madara, for the plan of the Nine Tails assault. However, since this was my first mission, Obito held little hope for me, merely wishing I wouldn't perish. Little did he know that my subsequent actions would astonish the people of Konoha and nearly spell his doom that moment. Despite his warnings, I paid little heed, my gaze fixated on the enraged Nine Tails in the distance. Just then, the Nine Tails opened its mouth, unleashing a tailed beast bomb. Despair gripped everyone. A golden flash suddenly appeared before the tailed beast bomb, followed moments later by a resounding explosion echoing across the sea, far from the village. Upon witnessing the arrival of the Fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, Obito activated his Kamui, vanishing from the scene. Meanwhile, the furious Nine Tails began to gather another tailed beast bomb. Just as it was on the verge of completion, Gamabunta descended from above, crashing onto the Nine Tails and causing the partially formed bomb to dissipate instantly. "Leave this to me, and Jinta you and Faye go find the caster," Minato commanded. Hearing this, Gamma nodded and promptly led a team of A and BU to search. With Gamabunta, Jinta, and numerous elite Jonin distracting the Nine Tails, I anticipated that holding it off for a short while would pose no issue. Quickly, as Minato engaged in battle with Deidara, I found myself surrounded by the Third Hokage and a cadre of A and BU atop the Hokage's office roof. Faced with an enemy intent on annihilating the village, Genma would not linger. Thus, upon laying eyes on me, he had already formed hand seals, unleashing the fire style, Fire Dragon Jutsu. In the next instant, a torrent of flames surged forth before me, yet there was not a trace of tension upon my visage. Instead, I gently raised a hand, and a dense, inky darkness surged forth from my palm. The searing flames of the dark passage vanished instantaneously upon contact with the shadows. Une Hizen was taken aback, suspecting it to be an illusion, and hastily disrupted the chakra within himself. The members of the Umbu shared his sentiment, all believing the preceding spectacle was merely a trick of the enemy's illusion. For prior to Pain's arrival, no one had ever been capable of absorbing ninjutsu. My peculiar ability remained a mystery throughout the entire ninja world, as it did not stem from the Hokage system, but rather from the powers of the dark fruit from the realm of One Piece. Soon, as the Third Hokage and the Umbu continually probed with ninjutsu, they finally realized that what had transpired was not an illusion. This young man truly possessed the ability to absorb ninjutsu. However, the Third Hokage, being the most formidable Hokage and a sage of the ninja world, swiftly conceived a countermeasure, a combined assault utilizing taijutsu, leaving no room for respite. Upon hearing this, the Umbu members acknowledged and subsequently abandoned their signature ninjutsu, opting instead to engage me solely with physical strikes. Meanwhile, Sarutobi Hizen stood in the background, observing the unfolding events with a cold gaze, intent on discovering my weakness. Konoha ninjas are renowned for their comprehensive skill set, encompassing not only the Konoha-style taijutsu and kenjutsu, but also a multitude of bloodline limits, including the Sharingan and Byakugan, among other secret techniques. And no matter the type of adversary encountered, a method to counter them could invariably be found. Yet, against me, their efforts were futile. At that moment, I abruptly spread my arms, and a thick, dark smoke erupted from my being. With the invocation of the Dark Tide technique, a violent wave of energy radiated outward from me, instantly colliding with the surrounding ninjas who were violently thrust against the structures nearby. shattering them to pieces and resulting in their immediate demise. Sarutobi Hizen crossed his arms defensively across his chest, exerting all his might to withstand this force. However, his feet etched deep grooves into the ground as he was pushed backward. Witnessing my stillness, with arms spread wide, a flicker of dread ignited within him. This adversary was overwhelmingly powerful, perhaps only Minato could rival him. Yet, upon observing this, a hint of delight curled at the corners of my mouth. This was the capability I had developed through the perfect awakening of the dark fruit. Although it was my first time employing it, the results were remarkably effective. While it bore semblance to the Hyuga's Byakugan and Pain's Shinra Tensei, it was far beyond mere imitation. Suddenly, amidst the tumultuous winds, tendrils of black smoke emerged, slithering through the air like serpents, swiftly converging towards Sarutobi Hizen. The speed was so overwhelming that he could not evade them. 2 strands of dark mist penetrated his body in the blink of an EYAS. He sensed a chakra becoming increasingly difficult to maneuver. Sarutobi Hizen's expression shifted drastically. Yet, before he could fully comprehend the situation, I extended a single hand forth. A powerful suction suddenly erupted from the palm of his hand. The dark undercurrents of the Amaterasu surged fiercely. In the preceding moment, he had been resisting the overwhelming force, yet in the next instant, that power vanished into thin air. However, before he could stabilize himself, an immense attraction surged forth once more. It felt as though he were a lightweight plastic bag, helplessly propelled forward. This was the fateful clash between Obito and Minato, and they were on the brink of their final moment. Minato utilized the Flying Thunder God technique, appearing above his back, and then coalesced a blue chakra sphere. The Rasengan hurtled downward, aimed at the corporeal form of Obito. Meanwhile, the Amaterasu had already been drawn toward me by the dark undercurrents. Just as the situation reached a critical juncture, 2 spatial fluctuations materialized midair. A flash of golden light illuminated the scene. The third Hokage had been rescued by Minato and had leaped to a nearby building. Obito, with an injured arm, stood beside me and remarked that the golden light was formidable, suggesting we team up to eliminate it. However, before he could finish his thought, I interrupted him, stating, "The third Hokage is yours, the fourth is mine." I was acutely aware that this would be our final opportunity to confront the golden light, and I could not afford to let it slip away. To my surprise, Obito did not object. Soon, we had delineated our roles and charged toward the 2 Hokages with purpose. Minato swiftly blocked my path with a flash of golden light, while Obito engaged the third Hokage. In that moment, my hands transformed into a deep ebony hue, and I launched my kunai toward Minato. Yet, the instant my kunai made contact with the darkness, an intense suction erupted from my hand. As he witnessed his kunai being drawn into the thick darkness, Minato was taken aback, questioning the nature of this ability that could absorb ninja tools without harming the wielder. Before he could ponder further, a jet-black fist materialized at his chest. Realizing the imminent threat, Minato quickly used the Flying Thunder God to leap to the rooftop beside him. This individual's capability was too bizarre, it seemed he would have to employ that technique. With that thought, Minato closed his eyes momentarily, then opened them with renewed intensity, revealing the crimson patterns of Sage Mode. Instantly, I recognized this transformation with delight, eager to witness the true power of the golden light. As he activated Sage Mode, an overwhelming surge of natural energy enveloped him, amplifying his ninjutsu and taijutsu far beyond ordinary levels. Meanwhile, a sense of urgency gripped his heart. His son Naruto had just been born, and his wife Kushina had been severed from the tailed beast. She was barely holding on, sustained only by the formidable vitality of the Uzumaki clan, and he feared for her life. Thus, he yearned to defeat his adversary with utmost swiftness. With this resolve, a fierce determination ignited in Minato's eyes as he formed a Rasengan in his hands. In an instant, a radiant flash of golden light appeared before me. Following that, 2 spirals struck forcefully against my chest. Observing this scene, Yuan Fury swiftly called out a warning, cautioning against the use of ninjutsu, for this young lad possessed the ability to absorb it. Yet, in his haste to alert Bluffing Shuemin, he overlooked the presence of Obito, who, upon raising his gaze, was met with the sight of a blood-red Sharingan. Caught unawares, he swiftly fell into a genjutsu at that moment. Bluffing Shuemin, having heard the warning, felt a surge of alarm. However, the spirals in his hands had already embedded themselves deep into my chest. It was as if the spirals were consumed by the darkness enveloping me. vanishing in an instant. But that was not the end. Suddenly, I extended a pitch-black hand and grasped Wolfing Schumann's wrist tightly. An immense pulling force instantly drew us together, my intention being to prevent him from using the Flying Thunder God to escape. Even if he attempted to teleport, the suction would inevitably pull me along. With his Flying Thunder God rendered ineffective, Wolfing Schumann's combat prowess diminished significantly, but a smirk crept across my face as I delivered a powerful punch to his abdomen, enveloping my fist in swirling black mist that swiftly infiltrated his body, frantically occupying his chakra points and sealing away his chakra. The expression of disbelief on Wolfing Schumann's face transformed into one of agony, his pupils constricting as he suddenly realized the alarming situation. He was utterly unable to mobilize his chakra. Before he could ponder further, I struck again. Renowned for his speed rather than his defensive capabilities, Wolfing Schumann succumbed to my relentless assault, nearly losing consciousness after just a few blows. Just as he teetered on the brink of slumber, a distant voice called his name, jolting him awake. There, he saw Kushina, cradling the swaddled baby, struggling to reach him while leaning against the walls on either side of the path. In sage mode, he sensed that Kushina's chakra was alarmingly weak, on the verge of extinguishing. Witnessing this, Wolfing Schumann let out a desperate roar, summoning an unexpected surge of strength as his chakra erupted, forcibly breaking through the seals I had imposed. In a bid to hasten his speed, he even opened the first 3 gates of the 8 gates. In an instant, he broke free from my control and swiftly utilized the Flying Thunder God to appear beside Kushina, catching her frail body as it swayed precariously. At that moment, Kushina's pale face was drenched in sweat, each word she spoke requiring immense effort. Yet, upon meeting Wolfing Schumann's resolute gaze, she understood his intentions without hesitation. Soon, shimmering golden chains erupted from her lower back, intertwining to form a grand net. In an instant, I found myself enveloped along with Obito, subsequently forming a formidable barrier. Upon realizing it was the diamond lock, Obito's expression shifted dramatically. For once the sealing barrier of the Uzumaki clan is established, even as Kimui would be unable to escape. However, given that we were evidently in a position of advantage, he had no reason to fear, while I discreetly retreated a few steps, anticipating the impending consequences. Indeed, I soon witnessed Minato Namikaze's hands crafting seals in succession, invoking the corpse sealing technique. With a chilling laugh echoing through the air, a ghostly figure clad in white materialized behind him. Minato's brow glistened with beads of sweat, but shortly thereafter, 2 shadow clones emerged beside him, swiftly charging toward Obito and meet this sight. Obito's countenance transformed entirely, his voice trembling with fear as he rasped, "You dare to use the corpse sealing technique? This forbidden art of the Uzumaki clan remains unsolvable, binding the sealed party's soul alongside that of the practitioner within the belly of the Grim Reaper, rendering them utterly incapable of rebirth." In that moment, panic engulfed Obito's face beneath his mask, his kaleidoscopic eye spinning frantically as he attempted to escape this area with Kamui. Yet the diamond lock of the 9 stars swiftly enveloped him, and within moments he was entirely ensnared. The materialization of Kamui proved futile against it, while I too found myself ensnared by layers of chains, immobilized. So, this is the might of the Uzumaki clan's diamond lock indeed. It is formidable. Just as I finished speaking with a smile, a faint wisp of black smoke suddenly emerged from my hand, entwining the chains. At that moment, Minato's 2 shadow clones reached the front lines of Obito and me, and one clone, with a claw lined with wrinkles, pierced through Obito's abdomen, extracting his soul.As. The sensation of his entire strength abruptly departed from his body. Obito's pupils constricted in terror, his utmost dread compelling him to cast a glance in my direction. Yet in the next moment his eyes sparkled with hope, for the black mist enveloping me was rapidly dissolving the golden chains that bound me. Meanwhile, the shadow clone of Minato before me was being enveloped by a thick darkness, transforming into mist and vanishing in an instant. "This is bad, he can corrode my chains," exclaimed Obito in astonishment, as he channeled the last remnants of his chakra into conjuring more diamond chains to ensnare me. At that moment, my form had morphed into an inky silhouette, revealing only a human outline. The elemental transformation of the dark fruit occurred swiftly, as chains passed through my body, without imparting any harm. Witnessing this spectacle left everyone in a state of shock. Even the recently awakened Third Hokage was nearly thrown off balance. Yet, Only Obito bore an expression of elation, proclaiming, "Ye Qing, help me break free and shatter the seal." But scarcely had the words left his lips, upon observing my gesture of lifting my hand to check the time, a sudden shock coursed through Tu's heart. Reflecting on earlier moments, he recalled this lad's incessant chatter about a 9-to-5 routine and flexible work arrangements, that very instant. It seemed to coincide with the time he had previously grumbled about leaving work. Suddenly, a troubling thought surged into his mind. Indeed, my voice arrived as anticipated. 8 hours of work is sufficient. I never extend my hours. Beneath the mask, a twitch of the face betrayed a hidden turmoil. Meanwhile, my form began to gradually dissipate. I stretched lazily and ambled out of the barrier. Bewilderment enveloped everyone, with the most astonished being Kakashi. How could someone so effortlessly break free from the adamantine chains? Yet, this masked man's companion was preparing to depart, having fought side by side only moments before, now choosing to part ways. The most perplexed of all was Obito, whose soul had been forcibly extracted. Him on the brink of death. Could he not work overtime? Yet, in that moment I felt no concern. Wasn't it perfectly normal to clock out on time? I harbored no deep animosity towards the Uchiha naturally. I would leave once the workday concluded. Clock-in successful. First off-site clock-in. Reward multiplied by 10. Upon seeing such a bountiful reward, I felt invigorated. However, as I stepped beyond the barrier, retracting the dark fruit, my elemental form came to a halt, my expression marred by a hint of conflict. Seeing me frozen in place, Obito, with half of his soul already extracted, ignited with a flicker of hope. "Come back. Save me. Look at your closest companion. How could you bear to leave me?" Yet at that moment, I turned my back to Obito, clasped my hands together, and declared, "Relaxing in a hot spring after work is far more appealing." With that, I pivoted and departed, while the numerous Leaf Village ninjas dared not impede my path, instinctively parting to create a clear route. In despair, Obito sank into profound hopelessness. "You agonized over this just for hot spring? You extricated me. I could craft a water shield for you." With a desperate scream, Obito's soul was instantly sealed within Kakashi's body. Subsequently, as per the original tale, the 9 tails was divided by Kakashi into yin and yang halves, each sealed within himself and Naruto. Thus, the 4th Hokage of the Leaf Village, Kakashi Hitaki, met his demise on the following day. While I strolled leisurely, returning to my group, I discovered Obito glaring fiercely at me, his hand resting on a pale eyeball. It is said that in his last battle of life, the substitute driver sacrificed his life to seal the invincible enemy. The entire ninja world was deeply moved by his spirit of sacrificing everything for the village. However, Konoha village erupted into new conflicts. The Uchiha clan. Uchiha Fugaku sat on the main seat, his expression heavy and silent. Below him, the ninjas appeared restless. "Clan leader, say something." "Yeah, those people are getting more and more unreasonable, suspecting that the masked man is one of our dispatched ninjas. They've even pushed us to the edge of the village, claiming it's for the police force, but in reality, it's just surveillance. Why don't we revolt? I've had enough." "Yes, I've had enough too." Chapter 7 Akatsuki. Night. Konoha village. The death forest is pitch black and silent. A figure suddenly appears. Obito raises his hand to touch the mask on his face, the crimson Sharingan emitting an eerie red glow. He had originally been sealed within the body of the Grim Reaper by the 4th Hokage, destined for eternal damnation. However, fortunately, he had transplanted another Sharingan into his left eye and used forbidden techniques to reverse the reality of his death, allowing him to resurrect. Izanagi, when activated, records the caster's state with the Sharingan at that moment, allowing any damage inflicted on the caster, even death, to be physically restored to the state recorded by the Sharingan within the technique's effective time. The cost is that the eye used for Izanagi will permanently lose its light, which is why it is classified as a forbidden technique. The cost of this forbidden technique is indeed too great, even he feels pain from it. The Sharingan in his eye instantly transforms into a kaleidoscope pattern, absorbing him. He is going back to settle accounts with Qing. The next day, Zetsu and Obito are waiting for Qing's arrival in a hidden place in Amigakure. It is now 7:50 a.m., 5 minutes until Qing's work time. Obito and the others are anxiously waiting for Qing's arrival, much like a wife eagerly awaiting her husband's return home. At exactly 8 o'clock a.m., Qing arrives at the secret base of the Akatsuki. Upon seeing the two, he greets them. "Good morning." Zetsu internally screams, "Not good. Not good at all." He was pulled up by Obito in the middle of the night and conspired all night long. And now he's feeling drowsy. How is that good? Zetsu is a peculiar being, or rather a plant, composed of black Zetsu and white Zetsu. The left side of his body is entirely white, and the right side is entirely black. Currently, black Zetsu's eyes are closed, while white Zetsu stands there listlessly, looking as if he hasn't woken up, regardless of their expressions. Qing has clocked in for work on time. Clocking in. Ding. Clock in successful. Rewarded with fire attribute chakra. Huh. Is this the only reward? It seems quite a difference from yesterday's. Perhaps it's because I didn't encounter any main storyline events. Looks like I need to go out more often. If I run into main storyline events, the rewards could be 10 times better. As for Obito, whether he lives or dies has nothing to do with him. He's just here to work. Obito looks at Qingye's indifferent expression, and his face under the mask twists with anger. However, he must endure it, because Qingye's strength is simply too strong. Even shadow-level ninjas are no match for him. He has no confidence in defeating Qingye. Moreover, although he can be unreliable at times, strength is the ultimate truth. What others cannot do, he can. Those who dare not kill, he dares to kill. Such overwhelming power, without any other ninja village background. Where else can one find it? Though clocking in and out on time is indeed a bit frustrating, it is not unacceptable. A capable person should have a bit of a temper. Obito and Black Zetsu conspired all night and finally found a suitable task for Qingye to execute. Qingye, our Akatsuki organization is seriously lacking in manpower. There are only Conan, Pain, and the three of us, totaling 5 people, and Zetsu is still very weak. Shouldn't we recruit some strong companions? Black Zetsu opened his eyes, his voice hoarse and unpleasant, as if he had swallowed a handful of glass. White Zetsu is weak, but I am strong. Who are you looking down on? My identity could scare you to death. I just keep a low profile and don't say it. White Zetsu did not refute. He is indeed the weakest in the Akatsuki, a fact that cannot be disputed. Unless there is a ninja who can use what release for him to parasitize, otherwise, he is just a weak fighter. Qingye nodded upon hearing Obito's words. The current Akatsuki is truly not living up to its name, lacking the power to disrupt the entire ninja world. It has just been established, and those well-known names either haven't joined yet or are still too young. Itachi Uchiha is at most 7 years old this year. Deidara is still playing with mud under the guidance of Akatsuki. Orochimaru has only just recently defected from Konoha. Most importantly, the Akatsuki currently lacks fame. It is almost impossible to have people voluntarily join. They can only use forceful means to recruit, which makes it even more difficult. Qingye looks at Zetsu, who appears to have ill intentions, and then at Obito and instantly understands what it means. Sure enough, Obito hands over a paper filled with names to Qingye. This is a list of some experts I've gathered. If we can get these people to join, the organization as strength will undergo a qualitative leap. Obito pats Qingye on the shoulder and says, I have other matters to attend to. Conan and Pain can't leave either, and the newcomer, Zetsu, can't handle this tough task, so it can only be entrusted to you. Obito's heart is coldly laughing. I can't defeat you, but I'm looking for the best of the best in the ninja world, so let you take a beating. Of course, Obito also doesn't want Qingye to die. The Eye of the Moon plan is destined to be at odds with the entire ninja world, and at that time, Qingye's strength will be a great help. At most, it would just be to let Qingye be a bit embarrassed and get hurt, allowing him to feel better about himself. Qingye looks at Zetsu, who is standing nearby with a large blade, and has a vague impression of him. Not because he is strong, but because he is reckless. He is the only ninja in Naruto who used a blade to cut the tailed beast bomb, and of course, he died after that. His biggest contribution was letting Itachi Uchiha activate Amaterasu. Qingye looks down at the list from Obito. Orochimaru, the legendary Sannin, Konoha's rogue ninja. The immortal ninja Kakuzu, rogue ninja from Takigakure. Sasori of the Red Sand, rogue ninja from Sunigakure. These are all tough characters. Each one is not to be trifled with. However, since it's work time, one must work hard. Qingye points at the napping Zetsu. Let that Venus flytrap lead me. I'll take care of this. Black Zetsu's eyes instantly widen. Venus flytrap? You look down on people too much. My identity could scare you to death. I just keep a low profile and don't say it. Chapter 8. Overwhelming power against Orochimaru. The current Akatsuki is far from its peak strength. Many of the core members are still just children and have no real impact. Only about 3 or 4 people can stand on their own. After pondering for a moment, Yi Qing chose a rogue ninja from Konoha, Orochimaru. Orochimaru's strength has always been a mystery in the Naruto world. When he first appeared, His body was already on the verge of exhaustion. Later, during his self-designed would collapse plan, he had his hands sealed by the third Hokage, rendering him unable to use ninjutsu. Until the very end, he never showcased his true power. However, Qing chose him not for his strength, but for the intelligence he possessed. At this moment, even if he managed to recruit everyone available, the growth in strength would still be very limited. Qing's plan must far exceed Obito's expectations. In a secret base, a man with pale skin and long black hair was busy at a workbench covered in inscriptions. The man had a Magatama pendant hanging from his earlobe, and the purple eyeshadow extending to his nostrils indicated his identity. An S-rank rogue ninja from Konoha, a scientist of the ninja world, one of the legendary Sannin, Orochimaru. At this time, he was conducting the final improvements on the heavenly curse seal. Dozens of people had already died under his curse seal. The only one who had accepted the curse seal and survived was his abandoned student, Mitorashienko. Most of his subordinates were now experimental subjects with secondary curse seals, which left him very dissatisfied. How could such strength destroy Konoha? Buzz. A powerful chakra suddenly appeared within his perception range. Moreover, this chakra felt very strange. Unlike normal chakra, which is light blue, this one was completely black, like a black hole. Orochimaru frowned, his snake-like pupils filled with venom. Go kill him. An orange-haired, muscular man responded and led the way outside. This man was a senior from the Tenbin clan and had a natural ability to absorb natural energy. His strength was on par with that of Tenbin's peak moments. After giving the order, Orochimaru did not pay further attention. He remembered the words of Danzo from a few days ago. Konoha was attacked by two mysterious individuals, with the nine tails forcibly extracted. One was suspected to be Uchiha Madara, and the other, a young man in a red cloud cloak, was no match for Sarutobi Hiruzen and Namikaze Minato. This news instantly instilled a sense of urgency in Orochimaru. Konoha must be destroyed by my hands. Boom, boom, boom. A series of tight explosions suddenly erupted, causing Orochimaru to look up immediately. Could the attackers have broken through the defenses? Just as this thought crossed his mind, a crack suddenly appeared in the wall before him. The next second, the entire wall exploded. Boom! A figure was sent flying out, crashing hard against the wall behind him, creating spiderweb-like cracks. The muscular man with orange hair thudded to the ground, his chest deeply caved in, with fine cracks appearing on his skin. Blood continuously surged from beneath him, dyeing the ground crimson. Orochimaru's snake-like pupils shrank sharply, almost turning into two thin vertical lines. Such powerful taijutsu, he had only seen it in one person before. At that moment, two figures emerged from the smoke-filled passage. One was a monster resembling a Venus flytrap, and the other was a young man in a red cloud cloak. Red cloud cloak? Orochimaru instantly thought of the two mysterious individuals who had launched the surprise attack on Konoha. Could it be them? Qing boldly stepped into the room. The system's reward was a 200 boost in taijutsu, but it could only be used during work hours. However, as long as he opened the first gate of the 8 gates, the two effects combined made his taijutsu even more terrifying than Tsunade's monstrous strength. Behind him, Zhu followed effortlessly, almost as if strolling in a garden. He couldn't help but think, although this person has many strange quirks, his strength is truly formidable. He might become a core combat force of Akatsuki in the future, and even my own plans require such a powerful ninja. His impression of Qing changed significantly. Shadow Snake Hand. Orochimaru's sleeve suddenly burst forth with numerous venomous snakes, their tongues flicking out and fangs sharp. Qing's expression remained calm as he looked at the snakes before him without a hint of concern. Suddenly, a blade-like cold light flashed. All the snakes were cut in half, falling to the ground and writhing. The katana in his hand remained sharp and unstained by a single drop of blood. If the spirit of Ken knew that Qing used it to cut snakes, it would probably be furious enough to turn back and kill him. However, Qing's mastery of his Zanpakuto was still in a very rudimentary stage. He hadn't yet comprehended the more powerful techniques like the torch or the torchlight. For now, he was only using the blade's original sharpness to fight. Who are you? Orochimaru's snake-like pupils glimmered with a cold light, his voice thick with malice. We are members of Akatsuki, here to invite you to join us. A dangerous arc curled at the corners of Orochimaru's mouth. He had defected from Konoha to conduct his research freely. How could he join another organization and bind himself? His crimson tongue flicked a shuriken into his palm, and he coldly laughed. Then let's see if you have that kind of strength. Ye vink, sikit inyardly. It seems I still have to fight. The next second, a thick black mist suddenly spread from his body, swirling outward in a circular motion. Dark tide. A whirlwind instantly erupted in the laboratory. The scrolls on the shelves were instantly torn to shreds. Orochimaru's expression changed. In an instant, he bit his finger and quickly formed hand seals. He slammed his hand down on the ground. Summoning Rashomon. Boom! A massive metal gate suddenly rose from beneath him, causing the ground to tremble slightly. The gate was engraved with a fierce ghostly design with green skin and sharp fangs, blocking all the attacks. Before Orochimaru could catch his breath, he heard a light shout. Cutting slash. The Rashomon before him instantly split in half and collapsed with a loud crash. Bang! Yi Qing stood in place, holding Riken, unmoving. Orochimaru's snake-like pupils instantly contracted, disbelief written all over his face. The absolute defense of the first Hokage, Rashomon, was actually sliced in half by a single strike. Chapter 9 off work. Alright, let's settle this in a second. The laboratory was already in ruins. One wall had collapsed, and the scrolls were torn apart by a gust of wind. Orochimaru's tut, fajing giving. One was full of terror, the other had a calm expression. The Rashomon is a ninjutsu that summons the gates of hell to the world for defense. Even a nine-tailed beast ball could only collapse it, not shatter it. Yet, Yi Qing's blade could actually slice the Rashomon in half. Seeing this, Orochimaru was nearly scared out of his wits. How is this possible? The White Fang of Konoha didn't have such power, and Yi Qing was so young. There must be an extraordinary secret hidden within his body. Excitement flickered in Orochimaru's eyes. A sword covered in slime extended from his mouth. The Kusanagi sword, the sharpest weapon in the Naruto world. In truth, Orochimaru's swordsmanship was not that impressive. But facing such a young ninja with such powerful swordsmanship made him a bit curious. This was not a level of strength that a ninja of this age could typically achieve. If he could place Yi Qing on his experimental table for a detailed study, he might uncover this secret. Even if he could slice the Rashomon, so what? He was Orochimaru, and taijutsu had never been his strong suit. Using swordsmanship was merely to personally experience Yi Qing's techniques. In the next moment, the two clashed with their weapons. A dazzling array of sparks instantly erupted in the room. Clang, clang, clang. A fierce battle broke out between sword and blade. One was the most resilient weapon in the Naruto world, which even the indestructible King Kong would feel pain from. The other was an unprecedented Zanpakuto. Fortunately, Yi Qing had not yet mastered the flowing blade like fire. Otherwise, this battle would likely have ended before it even began. However, even without using the Zanpakuto's ability, Orochimaru could not hold out for long. Yi Qing's blade was like a tempest, faster than the last. All one could see were flashes of blade light before their eyes, without even being able to see the blade itself. Orochimaru's hands had been shattered, blood pouring from his palms. A 200 boost in taijutsu was no joke. As long as it was within work hours, Yi Qing's power, speed, and even reflexes were enhanced. A casual strike had the power to split mountains and shatter stones. Orochimaru's hands trembled violently. Now he realized that competing with Yi Qing in taijutsu was akin to seeking death. But now, he couldn't stop even if he wanted to. Boom! A loud noise erupted as the Kusanagi sword slipped from his grasp. It fell to the ground, the blade buzzing incessantly. Yi Qing glanced at the trembling Orochimaru, sheathing the flowing blade like fire on his back. At this level of combat, even the soul of the blade would feel ashamed. Now, use your best ninjutsu, and see if you have the strength to make me take you seriously. Yi Qing's words nearly drove Orochimaru to despair. He often said such things himself, and even found it particularly enjoyable. Now he finally understood the feelings of those who heard such statements. His snake-like eyes glimmered with a beastly light, devoid of any human emotions. His hands quickly formed several complex hand seals and slammed down onto the ground. Summoning technique, Serpent of 1,000. Boom! A cloud of white smoke suddenly rose. The massive purple four-cornered serpent, upon appearing, directly broke through the laboratory's roof. Such a small space could not contain its enormous body at all. The entire laboratory collapsed instantly, rubble and large timbers crashing to the ground, kicking up a thick cloud of dust. Orochimaru stood atop the serpent's head, coldly gazing down at the ruins. Yi Qing's strength had deeply etched itself into his mind. Such an attack couldn't even injure him. His hands were still forming hand seals. Wind release, great breakthrough. Fire release, fire lioli. Two ninjutsu shot down toward the ruins below. The wind aided the fire. Instantly, a fire tornado formed amidst the ruins. The fierce winds wrapped in flames swept the debris into the sky. Among them, there was no sign of Yi Qing. Wow, quite spectacular. Orochimaru quickly turned around. Yi Qing was standing on a giant tree behind the serpent, shielding his eyes and admiring the fire tornado he had created, looking quite impressed. This was much more beautiful than fireworks. The Serpent of 1,000 also sensed Yi Qing's difficulties and surprisingly did not demand a sacrifice. Its massive mouth suddenly opened, letting out a roar that could shake the eardrums. Just then, Yi Qing suddenly heard the system's notification sound. Ding! There are 3 minutes until the end of work hours. Please be mindful not to miss the time, host. Yi Qing scratched his head. Only 3 minutes until the end of work? What are we waiting for? Not being proactive at the end of work is a sign of a problem. No more pretending. Let's finish this in 3 minutes and go home to sleep. Yi Qing looked at the imposing Serpent of 1,000 and slowly drew his flowing blade like fire from behind. He swung forward with a single strike. Instantly, a raging flame enveloped the Serpent of 1,000, incinerating even Orochimaru, who was atop it, in a blazing fire. All things in the universe turned to ashes. Flowing blade like fire. Torch! The roaring flames twisted and coiled, instantly transforming into a surging fire tornado. Boom! The Serpent of 1,000 vanished in a puff of smoke. Only Orochimaru remained, trapped in the searing flames, letting out cries of despair. Thick clouds of dust rose from the ground, blocking out the sun. Yi Qing shouted into the dust. Be on time for work at 8 tomorrow morning. After saying this, Yi Qing let out a long breath, muttering softly to himself, I'm so tired. Finally resolve this before the end of work. He then vanished in an instant. After a while, as the dust settled, Orochimaru lay in a circular trench, his body emitting white smoke. The surrounding land had turned to scorched earth, with only a small patch of ground beneath him still relatively intact. Clearly, Yi Qing had held back. Crack! Suddenly, the corpse moved. Orochimaru, covered in slime, crawled out from his own mouth, disbelief etched on his face. This person was so strong? A single strike scorched the earth? This has already surpassed the realm of ninjas, right? The crucial thing was that the other party was clearly in a hurry to leave. Otherwise, with his abilities, he would never have survived. Moreover, the opponent had deliberately controlled the situation. Otherwise, even with the snake clone technique, he could not have withstood that blow. Many years later, whenever Orochimaru spoke of this incident, he couldn't help but exclaim, At that time, I was extremely scared. Chapter 10. Absolute. I would rather die than go on a mission with Yi Qing. 010. Absolute. I would rather die than go on a mission with Yi Qing. The orange-red sunset hung low in the sky, casting its last rays of light on the earth. Yet the surrounding environment was far from peaceful. The entire land had turned into scorched earth, and the surrounding forests had long been baked into withered trees by the heat waves. Explosions echoed from time to time. Even the air had a slight distortion that had yet to dissipate. The entire space seemed to have been ravaged by some kind of lava monster. Fiery hot, searing. If an elder ninja were to see the scene here, they might even think of the two strongest ninjas from the Warring States period. The Senju clan, Hashirama Senju, and the Uchiha clan, Madara Uchiha. Both of these individuals possessed abilities far beyond ordinary ninjas. During battle, they could easily alter the surrounding terrain. And now, a third legendary ninja had made his appearance. With a wave of his hand, he possessed the ability to incinerate all things. No need for hand signs. No need to build up power. Just a flash of a blade, swift as lightning. This was simply a challenge to everyone's understanding. Orochimaru was nearly out of chakra, collapsing to the ground, gasping for breath. Cold sweat dripped down, soaking the earth beneath him. The word fear had not appeared in his mind for a long time. So long that he had even forgotten what it felt like. The appearance of Yi Qing made him rediscover that feeling. Trembling, terrified, and a hint of excitement. Even his body was slightly shaking. With such strength, he must belong to some special clan. This was Orochimaru's theory. Ordinary people could not achieve extraordinary accomplishments. Bloodline determined everything. He, without any special bloodline, had been conducting relentless research to transfer the strengths of others onto himself, creating a perfect body that surpassed all ninjas. Orochimaru's tongue, slick with mucus, licked the blood at the corner of his mouth. His snake-like eyes were filled with madness. Akatsuki? Now, I find myself somewhat interested in this organization. Yi Qing is very likely the perfect body he has been seeking. Naturally, he would not miss this opportunity. He had already made up his mind to join Akatsuki. Even if no one invited him, he would go. Meanwhile, Absolute had been hiding underground, observing and recording the battle between the two. Information was being recorded, organized, and sent to Obito. Orochimaru's body modification gave him a high resistance to physical techniques. Yi Qing's physical technique was terrifying, cutting through the Rashomon gate. The Great Serpent was strong and could likely compete with tailed beasts for a short time. Yi Qing's ninjutsu was unique. It seemed to require no hand signs. This was what he had been doing for millennia. As the last child of Kaguya Akatsuki, he naturally bore the mission of rescuing his mother from her seal. For centuries, he had been like a shadow hidden in the sunlight, planning his schemes with the intelligence he collected. Madara, Uchiha, and Hashirama Senju were the best examples. All of this was because Absolute had tampered with the Uchiha clan's stone tablet, leading to an irreconcilable conflict between the two. Moreover, because he could merge with the earth and trees, he had never encountered any danger in his past observations. But this time was different. The flames from Yi Qing's torch directly engulfed the entire land. He had nowhere to hide. Even wrapped in layers of earth, he could not escape the searing flames. At that moment, Absolute's figure emerged from the ground, not far from Orochimaru. The flytrap on his shoulder hung limply, as if it had lost all moisture. Whether it was white Zetsu or black Zetsu, they were both completely black. It looked like a charred corn cob. His chakra had long been depleted, and he had barely managed to survive amidst the raging flames. Absolute felt so frustrated that he almost spat blood. Damn it, they said they were going to fight Orochimaru. But why am I getting burned too? As a result, Orochimaru was unscathed, while he was nearly finished. This time, no matter what, he would refuse to go on missions with Yi Qing again. Strength can be a liability for teammates. Just then, a cold laugh suddenly came from above his head. Absolute looked up to see Orochimaru standing behind him, sneering, with dangerous light flashing in his slit pupils. Hee. A creature like a flytrap seems to be an excellent specimen for experimentation. I've never researched a plant-human hybrid before. Naturally, I cannot let this opportunity slip by. Moreover, Absolute was wearing a black cloak with red clouds, clearly indicating he belonged to the same organization as Yi Qing. If I can't defeat him, can I not defeat a piece of grass? Today, let me take my frustrations out on you first. Orochimaru seemed to already envision Absolute being dissected and studied by him. Everything preserved in formaldehyde. The smile at the corners of his mouth became more pronounced. His gaze at Absolute resembled that of someone admiring a perfect work of art. Obsessed. Fortunately, Absolute had no gender. Otherwise, he would have been terrified by now. However, he was not in a much better situation. Collecting intelligence meant he had a good understanding of most people's information. Unfortunately, he also knew Orochimaru's data very well. A chilling fear instantly filled Absolute's heart. His mind was flooded with images of cold machines and inhumane human experiments. Absolute's own strength was not very strong. Now, he had been completely drained of energy by Yi Qing's attacks. Facing Orochimaru, he had no power to resist. White Zetsu quickly greeted him. Hey, I'm also with Akatsuki. Welcome to join us. We'll be comrades from now on. Hee. Black Zetsu was also sweating profusely. Although he said nothing, his eyes revealed a hint of tension. Orochimaru ignored Absolute's words, his tongue extending from the corner of his mouth, dripping disgusting mucus. His snake-like eyes suddenly constricted, and his neck elongated violently. His head transformed directly into the form of a white phosphorus serpent. He was weak now and needed to absorb chakra to restore his strength. Comrades? He had never cared about that. With a terrified scream, night fell. The earth returned to calm. In Absolute's heart, only one thought lingered. I would rather die, jump off the Valley of the End, than go on a mission with Yi Qing again. Chapter 11. The attack plan on the Hidden Mist Village. Hidden Rain Village. A light drizzle has been falling around the entire village, as if even the heavens are weeping for this village shrouded in the clouds of war. For many years, the village was caught in constant conflict under the leadership of Hanzo the Salamander. It was only after Nagato awakened the Rinnegan and took control that peace was restored, albeit temporarily. The Akatsuki's base was established here. Orochimaru officially joined the Akatsuki, receiving the iconic cloak and ring, and forcibly collected one of White Zetsu's arms. The cells of Hashirama have always been one of Orochimaru's pursuits for power, and he would never let this opportunity slip away. Besides, White Zetsu has countless clones to replace it. It was just one arm. No one else cared about this minor detail. Orochimaru happily began his research on Hashirama's cells. At this moment, Obito was troubled by one thing. The Akatsuki's strength was still too weak. They simply did not have the power to influence the entire ninja world. Even if they absorbed a few strong members, it was far from enough to compete with the foundations of the 5 great ninja villages. The Moon Eye plan must confront the entire ninja world, and relying solely on a few rogue ninjas was insufficient. Yi Qing was worried about another matter. The rewards from the system for check-ins these past few days had been too meager. Sometimes, it was merely a basic ninjutsu, which had no practical use at all. It seemed that only by personally participating in major events in the Naruto world and checking in would one receive satisfactory rewards. For example, on the night of the Nine-Tails attack, the system's rewards were quite generous. As for the major event about to occur in this period, it should be the blood mist of the hidden mist village. In the original story, the fourth Hokage, Yagura, implemented a policy of isolation, cutting off communication with the outside world. Later, Obito secretly controlled Yagura with the Sharingan and enforced the blood mist policy, where students at the ninja academy would kill each other, and only the survivors could become ninjas. This is the reason why the hidden mist is known as the blood mist. However, now Obito, who should have been controlling Yagura, was just daydreaming and had no plan in place. Could it be that his presence had caused a butterfly effect? Were there deviations in the plot of Naruto? Qing looked at Obito, who was lost in thought, feeling anxious. Why wasn't this guy doing something serious? Without participating in major events, how could he obtain tenfold rewards? It seemed he would have to push the plot development himself. What was he thinking? Obito was immersed in beautiful memories of Rin when he was suddenly interrupted by Qing, which made him feel extremely frustrated. His Crimson Tomo Sharingan instantly closed, not wanting to see Qing's face. He pondered how to strengthen the organization's power. What was there to think about? Recruit more people, establish a ninja village, and develop slowly. In 10 years, they could definitely become the strongest ninja village beneath the 5 great ninja villages. Qing said this on purpose, but it was also true. The rise of the Akatsuki was due to the joining of a group of exceptionally talented rogue ninjas. If things developed normally, it would be impossible to gain such a powerful force in a short time. Obito was feeling restless. He understood these things. But Rin's death had always been a thorn in his heart, tormenting him daily. The Moon Eye plan must be carried out as soon as possible. If not, he could directly find an existing village to join, gain the position of a Kage, which would also be a good path. Qing's words instantly opened up Obito's mind. Right, the Sharingan can control tailed beasts. Controlling a Kage shouldn't be impossible either. As long as he found a village and secretly controlled its Kage with the Sharingan, it would be equivalent to controlling the entire village without having to painstakingly build it up. They could use it directly. This was the best approach. So, which village do you think is better given the current situation? Obito's eyes narrowed, and various schemes quickly formed in his mind, but were immediately dismissed. He felt there were some loopholes. Perhaps Qing might have a good idea. Sure enough, without a second thought, Qing answered directly. That would definitely be the hidden mist village. They don't communicate with the outside world, and the villagers are very dissatisfied with the fourth Hokage. Coups happen frequently. Such a ninja village with significant changes offers more opportunities. Obito's eyes instantly lit up. He looked at Qing with admiration. In just a few sentences, he analyzed the current situation and identified the target. This guy was simply a qualified politician. As long as they controlled the fourth Hokage, it would be equivalent to taking the entire hidden mist village into their grasp. Moreover, the hidden mist had been closed off for many years, which minimized many troubles. Obito was originally a smart person. He just hadn't thought of this layer before. With a general direction established, he already had a complete plan in mind. After considering it for a moment, he reached a conclusion. This was a good idea. Although the risks were high, the corresponding rewards were also very tempting. In an instant, he had made up his mind. Let's do it. Qing, are you interested in going to the hidden mist with me? Only during work hours. All right, Obito said helplessly. It was just that the work hours were a bit annoying. If it weren't for Qing's overwhelming strength, he really wouldn't want to take him along for the mission. Moreover, the intelligence passed back from the Akatsuki made him pay more attention to Qing. His real strength far exceeded his expectations. Also, the fourth Hokage, Yagura, was the Jinchuriki of the three tails, capable of perfectly controlling tailed beasts. It might not be easy to control him with the Sharingan. Qing's powerful strength could be a great help. Thinking this way, his minor flaws didn't seem that unacceptable anymore. Obito immediately confirmed the plan. Attack the hidden mist, control the Hokage, and secretly accumulate power for the Akatsuki. Prepare for the future Moon Eye plan. Chapter 12. Infiltrating the Blood Mist. The Hidden Mist Village, part of the Land of Water among the 5 great countries, is a ninja village established by the first Hokage, by Lien. Surrounded by the sea on all sides, it can only be accessed by boat. Due to the turmoil of war, the fourth Hokage implemented a policy of national seclusion at the beginning of his reign. Anyone from outside wanting to enter the hidden mist must undergo strict checks. Moreover, unless there is a mission to carry out, the ninjas of the village cannot easily leave. BYJZ is a rogue ninja from the Hidden Mist. Originally one of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the Mist, he fought against Might Guy, who opened all 8 gates during the Third Great Ninja War. Only 3 of the 7 survived. Later, BYJZ defected and joined the Akatsuki. Currently, in the Hidden Mist, there are only 2 notable figures left. The wielder of the Great Sword, Samahata, Kisame Hoshigaki, and the wielder of the Thunderblade, Raiga Kurasuki. Their strength has significantly declined. A wooden boat is braving the waves on the sea, white foam rolling on both sides. Obito and Yi Qing are on this boat, heading towards the Hidden Mist. Previously, they had gathered detailed intelligence about the Hidden Mist from BYJZ. To enter the Hidden Mist village, one must either hold a mark from Feudal Lord or have documents issued by the Mizukage. Otherwise, entry is impossible. Unfortunately, they have neither of these. It seems they can only sneak in quietly. Yi Qing is sitting at the bow of the boat, enjoying the sea view. With the cries of seagulls ringing in his ears, he feels quite content. It must be said that the scenery in the Land of Fire is quite beautiful. The blue sea meets the sky, and the waves are plentiful. Most importantly, the entire journey is funded by the village. Yi Qing is enjoying the food and expenses, paid for by Obito. What delight! He casually tosses the remnants of the grilled squid into the sea and stands up to stretch lazily. If only every workday could be this easy. Obito, standing behind, is furious, his face turning pale. Since returning from Adara, he hasn't earned a single Rio. His remaining assets have been spent clean by Yi Qing over just a few days. If this continues, he might have to resort to using Kamui to steal money. Fortunately, the Hidden Mist village is just ahead. Otherwise, he might really become the only ninja who steals out of poverty. He stands at the bow, gazing at the Hidden Mist village not far away. I can use Kamui to get in. Do you have a way? Yi Qing seems to have never shown any similar abilities. Obito plans to directly pull him into his Kamui space, sneaking him in together. In his Kamui space, he is an invincible existence. This would also intimidate Yi Qing and establish his authority. However, Yi Qing is well aware of his intentions and will not fall for it. Don't worry, I have my own methods. By the way, do you want another serving of grilled squid? Obito's Sharingan spins wildly, instantly absorbing himself and disappearing from boat. Yi Qing claps his hands with a smile, and a thick layer of darkness envelopes his body. He looks like a black silhouette. Dark fruit, elementalization. In this state, he is immune to all physical attacks and can blend into any darkness, completely hiding his tracks. When it comes to stealth and disguise, Yi Qing with the dark fruit is absolutely on par with any ninja. It's just that he rarely has the chance to use it and doesn't care to. The Hidden Mist village has arrived. With the captain's loud shout, a massive city gate appears in view. There are 4 or 5 ninjas guarding either side of the gate, strictly checking the travel documents of everyone entering and exiting. After disembarking, Yi Qing casually finds someone with an entry permit and slips into their shadow, quietly infiltrating. Once inside, he finds a secluded alley and steps out, instantly restoring his original form. Obito has changed into a loose long robe, shrouding himself within it. He looks quite dark and brooding. The plan is as follows. First, they will hide and gather intelligence separately, then meet up to exchange the information collected and devise a plan. Attacking a country is not easy, especially since the Hidden Mist village still has several powerful clans that are active. The Hozuki clan, the Mizunoto clan, the Kagaya clan, and many bloodline ninjas. Explosive release, liquid release, boil release, ice release. Their strength is formidable. Moreover, this operation is only to secretly control the Fourth Mizukage, not to destroy a ninja village. The quieter it is, the better. Naturally, they cannot act too high profile. Yi Qing has also changed into a white kimono, simply inserting the flowing blade at his waist. He looks like an ordinary samurai, completely inconspicuous. The two then separate, each gathering intelligence within the Hidden Mist. In a Hidden Mist office, a child with green hair and red eyes is sitting behind the desk, handling documents. There is a stitched scar under his left eye, and his face is serious. The Fourth Mizukage, Yakura, has a naturally youthful face and is about the height of a teenager. After the death of Noara Rin, to strengthen control over the tailed beasts, he sealed the 3 tails Isabu within himself and can perfectly transform into a tailed beast. His strength is very powerful. Suddenly, an Umbu wearing a white mask appears in the office. Fourth Lord, we have received news that someone is plotting a coup, possibly related to the Hozuki clan. Yakura's brow furrows deeply. He is already accustomed to coups, but the identity of the Hozuki clan is very sensitive. Among them, the standout is Hozuki Mangetsu, the second Mizukage, who has always had ambitions for the position of Mizukage. Call the Elder Council to suppress them, and, if necessary, deploy the Umbu. Yakura has always felt a vague sense of unease in his heart. Even the three tails inside him is restless. Is it related to the Hozuki clan? The ninja world has indeed been quite unstable recently. Konoha has suffered an unknown attack. The new Reikage, A, from Kumogakure has yet to mature. The Shikaku of Sunagakure often goes berserk and injures people. The new generation of Awagakure is too weak. The hidden mist is rife with internal strife. It is truly not a good era. Chapter 13. What I want is the entire hidden mist. Outside the Water Shadow's office, dozens of Umbu are hidden in the shadows, vigilant against all passers-by. The Umbu, the assassination force directly under the Water Shadow, harbors many masters. Powerful individuals from various clans, secretive ninjas. Any of them could be among them. Whether in ninjutsu duels or assassination stealth, they far exceed ordinary ninjas. At this moment, an Umbu member wearing a white mask is hiding in the nearby bushes, observing the pedestrians. In their eyes, anyone could be an assassin. Suddenly, two hands silently emerge from the air behind the Umbu, as if they had drilled out from another dimension. Crack! With a gentle twist, the Umbu's neck is instantly broken. Hanging limply against their chest, the body falls to the side with a thud. Who? Come out! Dozens of figures instantly appear, surrounding the just displaced Obito. Each person wears a white Umbu mask, holding either sharp shurikens or chakra blades. The weakest among them is at least an elite J-nin level. Clap! Clap! Obito lightly claps his hands, casually exclaiming, "Have I been discovered?" The Umbu surrounding him, seeing the corpse on the ground, immediately attack Obito. Swish! 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 Dozens of shurikens gleaming coldly shoot towards Obito, predictably passing through his body, embedding in the ground behind him, causing him no harm. The Umbu personnel, all battle-hardened, still freeze for a moment at this unbelievable scene. He just phased through the attack? What kind of ninjutsu is this? Physical attacks have no effect. Who is this person? No matter who he is, he cannot be allowed to approach Lord Yagura. From the day they entered the Umbu, ninjas have been indoctrinated with the belief that the Water Shadow is above all else. They are even willing to sacrifice their lives to protect the Water Shadow's safety. Thus, everyone frantically attacks Obito. At that moment, darkness descends. Thick black mist rapidly spreads across the entire street in the blink of an eye. Dozens of Umbu are instantly enveloped within it. Dark surge. In an instant, it seems a tremendous explosion erupts within the black mist. A circular shockwave, mixed with dense black fog, violently spreads outward. The figures of the Umbu fly out of the black mist, crashing heavily into the surrounding buildings. Bang! Bang! In an instant, all the Umbu fall to the ground, severely injured. Puffed. One Umbu coughs up blood, his white mask stained red, his exposed eyes filled with terror. What kind of ninjutsu is this? Yi Qing's figure leisurely steps out from the black mist, as if nothing had happened. Upon seeing Yi Qing, everyone understands. The masked man's technique, though strange, is not as terrifying as the young man before them. Although the elite Umbu are busy suppressing the Kirigakure clan, the remaining members are still elite J-nin level. With one move, they all lose their combat effectiveness. What terrifying strength is this? Swish! A short figure suddenly appears in front of Yi Qing. Green hair, red eyes, holding a weapon resembling a deformed hook topped with a blue flower. The fourth Mizukage, Three Tails Jinchuriki Yagura. Yi Qing's lips curl slightly. A shadow-level ninja? He has always felt a sense of restraint. Now, he has an excellent opponent before him. Swish! 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 Dozens of figures appear in front of Yagura, shielding his figure. Fourth Lord. Protect the Fourth Lord. None of these people are wearing masks. They should be the true masters of Kirigakure. Moreover, two of them are already covered in a layer of sparkling ice. Is this the ability of the Mizuki clan? The ice release of Haku, who followed Zabuza Momochi, belongs to the Mizuki clan. Its unique ice release is quite rare, even among bloodline limits. Yagura, however, is considering more. Since just now, the three tails within him has already warned him of two chakra signatures approaching. He initially thought they were assassins from the Kirigakure clan, but unexpectedly, they are two ninjas he has never seen before. Strong, yet unknown. Searching through all his memories, he cannot find any information on the two. Could they be sent by other ninja villages? Who are you? Yagura asks Yi Qing. Both his instincts and the three tails within him continuously warn him. The man before him is very strong. Moreover, the earlier attack has already shown him Yi Qing's strength. He does not dare to underestimate him. Akatsuki, the organization that brings true peace to the ninja world. Akatsuki? The Akatsuki that opposes Hanzo the Salamander? Yagura recalls this information. But there is no data on the two before him. Did they join later? It seems unlike a diplomatic mission. Yi Qing steps forward, revealing a smile. Today, I am here to borrow something from you. What is it? Yi Qing's gaze sweeps around the scenery. Then he speaks, the entire Kirigakure village. The surrounding ninjas are instantly enraged by Yi Qing's outrageous claim. The Mizuki clan's ninjas raise their hands, sharp ice shards forming at their fingertips, exuding a chilling aura. Ice crystal technique. The ice shards, like bullets, pierce the air with a whistling sound, instantly reaching Yi Qing. A wave of black mist emanates from Yi Qing's body, directly swallowing all the ice shards, not even causing a ripple. The awakened dark fruit easily neutralizes this attack. Moreover, after systematic enhancement, there is no pain feedback, no fear of the ocean's weakness. Even the previously non-existent elementalization can be realized. A perfect fruit ability. Yi Qing opens one hand, palm facing forward. A tremendous suction suddenly appears. The ninja who just attacked is effortlessly drawn in, and Yi Qing directly grabs his neck with one hand, lifting him off the ground. Chapter 14. Battling the Three Tails Jinchuriki alone. Outside the Mizuki's office, there was silence. Everyone was shocked by Yi Qing's immense strength, unable to believe their eyes. What kind of ninjutsu is this? He didn't even perform hand signs. Moreover, the power was incredibly strong, completely unlike any of the 5 nature chakra types. In the area shrouded in black mist, it seemed like anything could vanish without a trace. They had never heard of such ninjutsu. They couldn't even find anything similar. In Yagura's heart, alarms were ringing. The strength of these two was exceedingly strange and powerful. If they were to clash in the village, the destruction would be catastrophic. They must be drawn away from the village. At that moment, Yi Qing suddenly began to swiftly perform hand signs. A wave of extremely powerful chakra fluctuation surrounded him. Yagura's pupils contracted. Such a complex series of hand signs must be some kind of large-scale offensive ninjutsu. They absolutely could not let him unleash it in the village. He instructed the Umbu behind him to maintain vigilance and prevent the Kirigakure clan from taking advantage of the chaos, then rushed outside the village. The surrounding ninjas exchanged glances. This had already exceeded the scope of their involvement. At this point, they could only remain alert for potential enemies to reduce the concerns of the Fourth Hokage. A deep sense of helplessness surged within them. Yi Qing stopped midway through forming the hand signs, and the chakra fluctuations vanished in an instant, luring Yagura away. Success. After all, if he wanted to control Kirigakure using Yagura, it was crucial that not too many people witnessed the environment at that time. So he deliberately pretended to perform a large-scale offensive ninjutsu to draw Yagura away. With a smirk, his figure vanished. Cough, cough, cough. A violent coughing sound emerged. A ninja from the Mizuki clan lay trembling on the ground. He had just been in close proximity to death and was almost certain he would die. If Yi Qing exerted even a little force with his fingers, he would no longer need to breathe. However, Yi Qing didn't care about him at all and simply tossed him aside like a worthless piece of garbage. The memory of those pitch-black eyes filled him with intense fear. Yet, no one would mock him. In the face of Yi Qing, no one could claim they weren't afraid. When the enemy possesses such formidable power, fear becomes the most natural response. In Kirigakure, at the water altar, the Three Tails have been kept here without a Jinchuriki for a long time. After Yagura became the Jinchuriki, this place had been abandoned for quite a while. Today, it had once again become a battlefield. Yi Qing stood steadily on the water surface, rising and falling with the splashes, while Obito observed from a nearby clearing, gathering chakra to prepare for controlling Yagura. This time was different from controlling the Nine Tails. He needed to control Yagura along with the Three Tails within him using the Sharingan. This was far more challenging than controlling a shadow-level ninja or a tailed beast alone. Yagura was the perfect Jinchuriki, with 100 control over the Three Tails. If he fell into the enemy's illusion, the Three Tails within him would go berserk, causing a lot of trouble. Therefore, it was essential to trap both the Three Tails and Yagura in the Sharingan's illusion to gain complete control. It was difficult, and the chakra consumption would be staggering. Even Obito's Sharingan required a long time to prepare. Thus, in the upcoming battle, Yi Qing would be the absolute main force. Whoosh! Yagura dropped directly from the sky onto the water's surface, holding his weapon behind him. His doll-like face was filled with coldness. He quickly formed hand signs without a hint of hesitation and attacked directly. Water release. Water dragon bullet. A water dragon burst forth from the water's surface, crashing fiercely toward Yi Qing. Water splashed everywhere, and a tremendous roar echoed around them. Meanwhile, Yi Qing had already arrived in front of Yagura. 200 Taijutsu enhancement activated. The first gate of the 8 gates opened. An infinite power surged within his body. Clenching his fist, he threw a punch. It was a very ordinary attack, but its power was immense. Even before it landed, Yagura could already feel the ferocious strength of the punch. Yagura's staff drew a circle in the air toward the direction of Yi Qing's attack. A water mirror instantly appeared, yanking downward. From the water mirror, another body of Yi Qing burst forth, mirroring his movements and expressions perfectly. Water release. Water mirror technique. The two identical fists collided instantaneously with equal force. Bang! Surrounding waves of water erupted, sending splashes everywhere. The figure that had emerged from the water mirror was smashed by Yi Qing, while Yagura leaped back to avoid the incoming waves. Yi Qing also retreated several steps, feeling a tingling sensation in his fist. As expected of the fourth Mizukage, the unique water mirror technique could perfectly replicate the enemy's attack, with almost identical power. Yi Qing cracked a smile. This exhilarating battle was indeed very enjoyable. Grinning, he actively charged forward. Yagura was also quite surprised. His water mirror technique had been violently shattered. This person possessed such overwhelming strength. A massive tail covered in spikes suddenly erupted from behind him. This was the unique chakra mode of a perfect Jinchuriki. In this state, both strength and speed would increase significantly. Even the ninjutsu he performed would become much more powerful. Letting out a childish roar, his figure vanished in an instant. Water release. Multiple water dragon bullets. 5 surging water dragons rushed forth, surrounding Yi Qing's figure in the center. Before the attack even landed, the immense water pressure had already hit. Yi Qing's right hand gently rested on the hilt of his blade. Rijin Jaka. A glimmer flashed in his eyes. Blade cut. Swish! The 5 water dragons were instantly severed in half. They exploded in the sky, raining down on the water's surface like a downpour. The ability of Rijin Jaka, blade cut, did not require the release of the Zanpakuto. Moreover, when activated with chakra, its power was still immense. Dark clouds. Suddenly, black mist surged around Yi Qing. Shooting forward, it left behind dark linear traces in the air, and in an instant, 3 to 5 strands of black mist struck into Yagura's body. The tail behind Yagura retracted into his body, and he seemed to lose all his strength, collapsing directly onto the water surface. What kind of ability is this? It can actually seal chakra? However, if he thought this would prevent me from resisting, he was sorely mistaken. I am the Jinchuriki of the 3 tails. The 4th Mizukage of Kirigakure. A beast-like howl erupted from Yagura's mouth. Red chakra surged from his body, emanating a powerful presence. The 3 tails behind him waved freely, and he crouched on all 4s like a beast. His eyes were filled with brutality and slaughter. Chapter 15. The 3 tails run amok, the end of the mist. A beast-like roar erupted from the direction of the water altar. The powerful chakra fluctuations surged like invisible waves, sweeping through the surroundings and stirring up fierce winds. If any of the Mist Village ninjas had witnessed this scene, they would have immediately realized that the Mizukage was furious. And indeed, that was the case. Since becoming the Mizukage, Yagura had not encountered any enemy capable of forcing him to use the tailed beast cloak. Moreover, Yi Qing's strength was now a complete threat to the safety of the mist. If he were allowed to break free from the battle and wreak havoc in the village, the damage would be immense. This trouble had to be resolved here. Yagura was enveloped in a bright red chakra cloak, his original form obscured. In an instant, he disappeared, reappearing before Yi Qing in the blink of an eye. With a fierce turn, 3 tails struck down with the power to split mountains and rocks. Yi Qing licked his lips. Half-tailed beast transformation? It was said that a weakened version of the tailed beast ball could be used. He just didn't know how powerful it would be. As for attacking with his tail, forget it. That was too boring. The blade of his flowing blade of fire turned, emitting a soft hum. A wave of black mist erupted from his body, and a circular shockwave mixed with dense black mist instantly erupted outward with tremendous force. Dark tide. Boom! Yagura's charging figure was immediately repelled by this shockwave. The surrounding lake water was swept away, exposing the bottom of the pond to the air. Yi Qing ran his fingers along the blade of the flowing blade of fire, swinging it forward to deliver a slash. Whoosh! The blade's light instantly sliced through the entire lake surface, striking Yagura directly. The violent force sent Yagura flying, and he tumbled several times on the water's surface before regaining his footing. A trickle of blood had already soaked into his shoulder. Blood? I actually got hurt. It had been too long since he felt the sensation of pain. Since becoming a Jinchuriki, he had hardly felt any pain at all. In fact, due to his nearly infinite chakra, even fatigue was hard to perceive. A mere sword slash could make him feel pain he hadn't experienced in ages. Even bleeding. Extreme anger instantly filled his mind. His mouth opened wide as powerful chakra gathered and compressed in his mouth. Yi Qing's eyes lit up. A tail beast ball? Although it was a humanoid weakened version, it seemed necessary to make a slash. Moments later, a chakra sphere the size of a human head formed. Yagura roared like a beast in anger. Bastard, get blown to pieces by the tail beast ball. Bang! The tail beast ball shot out towards Yi Qing, with the pond water being forcefully pushed aside by the intense water pressure, revealing the bottom of the pond. In an instant, a thunderous explosion rang out. Obito stood watching the battle between the two, his Sharingan activated to the fullest. However, the outcome left him greatly disappointed. Unable to replicate. Unable to replicate. Unable to replicate. The owner of the Sharingan possessed keen observation and insight, allowing them to replicate almost any ninjutsu, except for bloodline limits. But Obito had pushed his Sharingan to its limits, nearly blinding himself in the process, and still could not see through any of the ninjutsu used by Yi Qing. The Sharingan couldn't replicate it either. From the first time he saw Yi Qing in action, Obito had been curious about his abilities. What was this exceptionally powerful, yet undocumented strength? Finally, the opportunity came. While Yi Qing and Yagura battled, Obito began using his Sharingan to observe Yi Qing, attempting to see through the techniques he used. But the results were clear. He was disappointed. There was not a single ability that he could see through, nor could he replicate any ninjutsu. Could it be that everything he used was a bloodline limit? If Yi Qing knew Obito's thoughts, he would surely laugh out loud. The power of the devil fruit could not be seen through by the Sharingan. As for the power of the Zanpakuto, there was no way to see even a hint of a flaw, even if it blinded his eyes. This was simply not a system. At the same time, chaos erupted within Mist Village. The Umbu ninjas and the members of the Akatsuki clan engaged in a brutal war for power. The sounds of screams and explosions filled the air. In the once bustling streets, fierce flames now blazed. Thick smoke billowed into the sky. Various ninjutsu were unleashed in succession from both sides. Water release, water barrier, water release, water dragon bullet, mist technique, ice release, crystal mirror, explosive attacks detonated, shuriken pierced bodies. The battle was nearing a frenzied climax. Akatsuki Mangetsu wielded dual blades, moving like waves among the Umbu ninjas. Each swing of his blades could take down an Umbu ninja. Ice release, 1,000 ice needles. Clang, clang, clang. At a critical moment, Akatsuki Mangetsu used his enlarged blades to block the attack of the 1,000 ice needles. Akatsuki Mangetsu, how dare you rebel against the Fourth Lord? Mizuno Kunikin was covered in a thick layer of frost, blood still dripping from the short blade in his hand. Fourth? Our clan has never acknowledged him as the fourth Mizukage. Akatsuki Mangetsu's arm holding the blade suddenly swelled, increasing in strength several times. Water release, great water arm technique. Wielding his dual blades, he launched a frenzied attack on Mizuno Kunikin. He understood that although the fourth Mizukage was conservative, his rule was still very solid. If time dragged on, reinforcements would surely arrive. And now, Yagura was being held back by two mysterious individuals, making it the best opportunity to seize power. As long as he could slay all of Yagura's supporters, even if he survived in the end, the position of Mizukage would have nothing to do with him anymore. Just then, a violent explosion suddenly erupted from the water altar. Following that, an enraged howl exploded in everyone's ears. Everyone stopped their actions, staring blankly at the enormous shadow in the distance, their eyes filled with intense fear. The Three Tails had gone berserk. Chapter 16 One Strike. Killing the tailed beast ball. Yagura was engulfed in extreme anger, frantically extracting tailed beast chakra from the Three Tails. The humanoid tailed beast ball, carrying a terrifying energy fluctuation, shot towards Yi Qing. Yi Qing licked his lips and swung his blade. Dark mist instantly spread out, colliding violently with the chakra sphere of the tailed beast ball. The humanoid form of the tailed beast ball was still too weak. Yi Qing watched the attack slowly dissipating before him and murmured to himself, the flowing blade like fire. twirled beautifully in his hand before being sheathed at his waist. A layer of pitch-black color suddenly enveloped his hands, shimmering with a metallic luster. Both the Dark Tide and Dark Surge were unleashed simultaneously. Two completely opposite forces generated shockwaves as they pulled and pushed against each other. The surrounding space rippled like water. A punch landed directly on Yagura's body. Yagura spat out a mouthful of blood, his entire body sinking to the bottom of the pool like a meteor streaking across the sky. He felt his whole body trembling uncontrollably, every bone buzzing. After fighting with Yi Qing, Yagura seemed to be in a constant state of shock. This young man, who appeared to be only in his 20s, possessed endless abilities. As a formidable Jinchuriki of the Three Tails, he had no power to fight back at all. He was completely overwhelmed. At this moment, his own chakra was running low. It seemed the Three Tails within him also sensed Yagura's weakness, violently impacting the seal. This is bad. The Three Tails was about to break free. Yagura had been using sealing techniques to suppress the Three Tails, extracting tail beast chakra during battle. However, once his own chakra was excessively depleted, the Three Tails could very well break free from the seal, transforming into its complete form and suppressing Yagura's consciousness. It would turn the tables and go completely berserk. Now, under the relentless assault of the Three Tails, the seal had developed cracks. It shattered in an instant. A vast amount of tailed beast chakra surged throughout his body, drowning Yagura's consciousness. His body expanded like an inflating balloon. Moments later, a gigantic figure lay atop the pool of water. The Three Tails resembled a giant turtle covered in sharp spikes, with only one eye open. Its beastly gaze was filled with anger and a hint of unexpected surprise. A howl of the beast instantly swept across the entire Mist Village. Even the warring factions of the Kirigakure and the Umbu paused their battles, staring blankly in the direction of the water altar. The Three Tails had completely gone berserk. Is this the Three Tails? It looks just like a big turtle. Aside from spikes and massive size, it resembled a turtle quite a bit. Of course, the most eye-catching feature was the three enormous tails behind it. Now, this beast seemed to be going insane for being pent up inside Yagura. It recklessly destroyed the surrounding environment. Hey, big guy, can you quiet down a bit? Yi Qing couldn't help but remind him. If this guy destroys the Mist Village, all of their efforts would be in vain. The Three Tails lowered its head to glance at Yi Qing, who stood on the water surface. Due to its size, Yi Qing looked like a tiny dot in its eyes. The rage in its gaze was almost uncontrollable. The Three Tails had been under the control of the mist for many years and harbored deep hatred for humanity. Upon seeing Yi Qing, it immediately attacked. The tailed beast chakra coalesced to its maximum size, erupting into a chaotic sphere of dark energy. Tailed beast ball. This is too exaggerated. Yi Qing murmured as he looked at the tailed beast ball that nearly filled his entire field of vision. It was on a completely different level from its humanoid state. It should be noted that the chakra of each tailed beast is inexhaustible. Whenever needed, they could even create tailed beast balls as large as themselves. Moreover, the tailed beast ball before him was entwined with bright white lightning, appearing much more powerful than usual. Just witnessing this scene could instill a sense of impending doom in the hearts of the surrounding ninjas. Its power was terrifying. The clothes on Yi Qing were whipped by the shockwave, rustling loudly, and his black hair danced wildly behind him. The immense pressure made every hair on his body stand on end. However, there was not a hint of tension on his face. Suddenly, a chilling blue light burst forth from his eyes. Everything within his sight transformed into another form. Gray lines filled the entire space, and even the tailed beast ball before him seemed to become a spherical construct of threads. The deadly eye, it could see through all things to the threads of death. As long as he accurately struck the death line, he could kill anything. At the same time, the tailed beast ball in the air above the Three Tails finally descended. The water in the pool was repelled skyward, and the ground trembled ominously. Obito had already absorbed his body into the time-space, leaving only a phantom behind. A Sharingan was fixed intently on Yi Qing. Now, let me see how you deal with this thing. In the next moment, Yi Qing made his move. He saw the death line of the tailed beast ball. The flowing blade, like fire, was instantly unsheathed and gently tapped on a point of the tailed beast ball. With a flick of his wrist, the blade swiftly traced along the death line. Buzz, the entire tailed beast ball trembled violently, emitting a piercing shriek, as if resisting death. But could it resist? In the next second, the entire tailed beast ball deflated like a balloon, instantaneously shrinking until it vanished completely. Pop. Chapter 17. Instant kill, punch in. Off work, all in one go. Tailed beast ball, the most powerful force of the tailed beasts, is said to have the power to destroy the world. Its might is enough to flatten a small mountain. It's such a miraculous, cool, and incredibly awesome thing. In front of Yi Qing, it was even easier than popping a water balloon. It caused no damage whatsoever, not even changing the surrounding environment. Obito, with only one Sharingan revealed, stared wide-eyed, blood vessels crawling over the whites of his eyes. He instinctively touched his eyes. Am I blind? What did I just see? The world-destroying tailed beast ball, cut in half? This can't possibly be something a ninja could achieve. In his more than a decade-long ninja career, he had only experienced two massive shocks. The first was when he first met Uchiha Madara, almost mistaking him for the Grim Reaper in charge of the Uchiha clan. The second was Lin's death. And now, the flowing blade like fire in Yi Qing's hand made him experience a third life shock. So strong. The fact that he could remain unscathed under the tailed beast ball was already impressive. Even blocking it with ninjutsu wasn't impossible. But to cut the impending explosion of the tailed beast ball to nothingness, he would never believe it if he hadn't seen it with his own eyes. Too strong. Really too strong. Obito's fists clenched tightly, creaking with tension. The gaze he directed at Yi Qing held a kind of envy and jealousy that he wasn't even aware of himself. If I had this kind of power back then, Lin would never have died. If it were this man, he definitely wouldn't let his companions get hurt. The tailed beast ball vanished in an instant, without even a hint of destruction. The fighting parties in the distance were stunned. Suigetsu's voice trembled as he spoke. That just now was the tailed beast ball? The companion next to him gulped, uncertainly saying, "It seems, probably, maybe, right? Why didn't the tailed beast ball explode?" No one could answer him. Not even his own heart could guess the answer. Mizuki Jin stood dumbfounded, staring into the distance, with a massive figure of the Three Tails still loomed near the water altar. Everyone had just seen it, the unprecedentedly massive tailed beast ball, and yet it had disappeared in an instant. Am I dreaming? Just then, Mizuki Jin's eyes widened, his mouth unconsciously agape. His lips trembled for a long time, unable to form a complete sentence. Even the Three Tails that produces the tail beast ball had never seen such a thing. The entire turtle seemed to be in a daze. Yi Qing stood in front of the Three Tails, rubbing his eyes vigorously. Sure enough, it was still quite strenuous to use the mystic eyes of depth perception now. Just a moment had caused a significant strain on his eyes. If he used it for too long, he might even end up like the Sharingan, bleeding and going blind. It seems that in non-critical moments, it's best not to use the ability of the mystic eyes of depth perception. He didn't want to end up like Uchiha, becoming a blind backup. Bang! Yi Qing nimbly dodged the claw swiping down from the Three Tails. Hey, you still want to continue, huh? Just then, the system alarm went off. Ding! There are 3 minutes left until off work. Please do not miss the punch-in time. Yi Qing was taken aback. He was having so much fun, he completely forgot about the time. He looked up at the sky. Sure enough, the sky was already filled with colorful clouds, and the sun was about to set. TSK, indeed, this moment before getting off work is the most beautiful. Yi Qing dodged another attack from the Three Tails, and a surge of anger rose in his heart. I'm about to get off work, and you're still pestering me? Looking for a fight, huh? Yi Qing gently placed his hand on the hilt of his sword, fingers brushing against the flowing blade like fire. He slightly bent down and lowered his head. Suddenly, he erupted with a powerful aura, and an invisible heat wave surged. The water surface beneath him evaporated into a puff of white smoke. Everything in existence turned to ashes. Flowing blade like fire. Whoosh! At the moment the words fell, the long knife was drawn a fraction. A wave of blazing fire instantly enveloped the entire blade, igniting flames on Yi Qing's body as well. With a flick of his wrist, the Zanpakuto was drawn out in an instant. Torches! At the moment of drawing the sword, the Zanpakuto was flicked forward. A fiery tornado instantly engulfed the Three Tails, pulling the surrounding waters into it. Upon meeting the flames, it evaporated into thick white steam. Ayo! The Three Tails let out a series of tragic cries amidst the swirling steam and fierce flames, unconsciously attacking everything around it. The trees and flowers nearby were uprooted by the fierce wind and drawn towards the fiery tornado. Yi Qing slowly sheathed the flaming flowing blade like fire, producing a light sound. Boom! With the sound, the fiery tornado exploded instantly. A pillar of flame shot into the sky, instantly evaporating all the water in the pond. A rolling wave of heat swept outward, causing all the flowers and trees along the way to wither in an instant. Then, the white steam began to spread outwards. For a moment, there was only a pale expanse in sight, and at this time, Yi Qing had long since left. Instant kill, punch in off work. All in one go. No dragging things out. After a long time, as the steam dissipated, a giant turtle lay on its back in a big pit. That big pit was the water altar of the mist-hidden village. The water inside had evaporated into a sea of steam, and that turtle was the nearly roasted Three Tails, its entire body presenting an enticing bright red color. It looked like steamed giant turtle. Obito stared at this scene, at a loss for words. Although Yi Qing had the habit of clocking in and out on time, and sometimes he would let his teammates down, all he wanted to say was, "Take me with you." Chapter 18. The Blood Mist policy is launched. A single strike kills the tailed beast's jewel. A single strike takes down the Three Tails' Isabu. Yi Qing's second slash brings a strong shock to Obito. He has already made up his mind. From now on, he must go on missions with Yi Qing, no matter what. This is a matter of principle. At this moment, the Three Tails has already been severely weakened by Yi Qing. It is the best time to control it. Obito gently closes his eyes, and after a moment, suddenly opens them. The Crimson Three-Tomo Sharingan spins rapidly, and the kaleidoscope opens. Bang bang. The sound of a heartbeat seems to resonate, and an invisible wave is released from the Sharingan. In an instant, it invades the mind of the Three Tails through its eyes. A massive amount of chakra converges into Obito's single eye, transforming into powerful ocular strength. The Three Tails' eyeball twitches a few times, its pupil instantly expands, and Three Tomo appears spinning. The entire eye becomes like a Sharingan. Control successful. Obito breathes a sigh of relief. If Yi Qing hadn't weakened the Three Tails first, it wouldn't have been so easy to control. The Three Tails is different from the Nine Tails. The Nine Tails have been controlled by Madara before. He even forcibly signed a summoning contract with the Nine Tails, making it easy to control with the Sharingan's Genjutsu. The Three Tails is different. It has never been controlled and would resist fiercely. Plus, the Jinchuriki is causing trouble nearby. It must be exhausted first before it can be controlled. After some twists and turns, the fruit of labor will be bountiful. The Blood Mist policy plan officially begins. As Mizuki Jin was about to rush over to investigate, he saw a huge pillar of fire rise into the sky. A rolling heat wave swept through, instantly withering the trees along the way. Several ninjas who couldn't dodge in time were instantly evaporated, losing all their bodily fluids and dying. It was even more terrifying than the scorch release of the Sunigakure. When the heat wave finally passed, the few people who got up saw the fourth Mizukage, Yagura, standing unharmed in front of them. "Mizukage-sama, how are you?" "Yagura-sama, where's the enemy?" "Mizukage-sama, what was that pillar of fire just now? Why didn't your tailed beast's jewel explode?" Yagura's face remained calm as he waited for everyone to finish speaking before asking. "The enemy has been killed by me. What has happened here?" Mizuki Jin was curious as to why the tailed beast jewel did not explode. However, since the Mizukage did not explain, there must be a reason. It was surely something he should not know. Fourth Sama, the Kirigakure clan, attempted a coup. They took the opportunity to escape while avoiding the heat wave. Yagura remained silent for a moment, and then said, "Issue a warrant for arrest. All members of the Kirigakure clan are to be labeled as rogue ninjas. If encountered, kill without mercy." After all, Yagura is a Kaga-level ninja. He had just been controlled by Obito, but still retained an instinctive resistance. Thus, every word he spoke took a bit of time. However, this situation would improve over time. Since Obito wanted to completely control the Kirigakure, he must eliminate all opponents. The Kirigakure clan is just a start. At this moment, a female ninja with brown hair and green eyes suddenly appeared. Pushing aside the surrounding ninjas, she fearlessly shouted at Yagura, "Fourth, you are shaking the foundations of the Kirigakure." Terumi Mei's chest heaved up and down. She had been kept by the elders in the training grounds for training and had just managed to escape the watchful ninjas, who knew that as soon as she arrived, she would hear such shocking news. Labeling the entire Kirigakure clan as rogue ninjas? Wouldn't that mean Kirigakure would lose almost half of its strength? Such a terrible idea could not possibly have come from Yagura. Terumi Mei was also quite dissatisfied with Yagura's conservativeness. However, she had no real power and could not say much. But this time, she couldn't hold back. Mizuki Jin also disagreed with labeling the entire Kirigakure clan as rogue ninjas. However, Yagura is the Mizukage. His duty is to unconditionally obey the Mizukage's orders. He could only watch as Terumi Mei confronted Yagura while he couldn't say anything. "Shut up, do as I say," Yagura shouted, his tone laced with coldness. His eyes were devoid of emotion. Mizuki Jin could only comply. Terumi Mei wanted to say something, but she was stopped by a ninja beside her. Fourth Sama is battling the enemy bloodily, yet the Kirigakure clan is causing infighting behind him. It seems to have truly angered Fourth Sama. Now is not the time to say anything. After a while, when things settle down, it will return to how it was before. Terumi Mei watched Yagura's back as he walked into the Mizukage's office, feeling that something was off. It seemed that there was a dark chakra lurking within him. Terumi Mei didn't think too much of it, assuming it was just the agitated Three Tails that hadn't fully calmed down. No one expected that on that very night, a bloody massacre swept through the entire Kirigakure. All members of the Kirigakure clan were slaughtered, leaving not a single survivor. Any opposition was forcibly suppressed by Yagura with bloody means. He even issued a baffling new regulation. The fourth Mizukage personally declared, all ninjas of the Kirigakure must begin practicing swordsmanship, striving to utilize their sword techniques to enhance their specialized ninjutsu. Those who can achieve this will have the opportunity to receive personal guidance from the Mizukage himself. Chapter 19 Foot Seeds are indeed good things. Akatsuki organization. Ye Qing was leaning against a large rock, lazily basking in the sun. It looked like he was slacking off, but in reality, he really was slacking off. By the way, he was getting familiar with the latest rewards he had received. After the blood mist policy, the system had already given rewards to those involved in the major events. The 5-Vision Emperor Tool, Illusion Vision. The famous Emperor Tool. The 5-Vision Emperor Tool is a weapon from slashing, Crimson Eyes. In that world, it took the entire nation's effort to barely create 48 pieces. And this Emperor Tool is one of the best. The 5 visions are, and collectively known as the 5-Vision Universal. Each vision brings different abilities, but all are immensely powerful. And now, Ye Qing could use one of the 5 visions. Illusion Vision. It greatly enhances the user's mental power. Any illusion technique cast by someone with weaker mental power than Ye Qing would be completely ineffective against him. In fact, it would even backfire. In the Naruto world, the only techniques that could rival the 5-Vision Universal would likely be Infinite Tsukuyami, Kodoeme Tsukumi, Izanagi, and other tableau-level illusions. But it would only be a competition. Ye Qing had been staying in the Akatsuki organization without going out for a while. Every day, he looked lazy and did nothing. This state had lasted for several days. Recently, there were no major events to participate in, and he was too lazy to take on the usual small tasks. Each day, he just basked in the sun and daydreamed. When he got really bored, he would tease Conan. The others looked at him with frustration. While they were out working hard to earn money and expand the organization, he only needed to sleep, drink tea, and flirt with girls. How could he get to enjoy such treatment? Why? Especially Zetsu and Orochimaru, the two who had been beaten by Ye Qing, had complained to Nagato more than once. However, often with just one sentence, they would stop saying anything. Ye Qing had severely injured the Three Tails with 2 strikes. Whoever could do that could enjoy such treatment. 2 strikes? Severely injure a tail beast? If I can injure a tail beast, I might as well injure you. Zetsu said nothing and stormed off angrily. Orochimaru also took on a mission and left the Akatsuki organization. Recently, Orochimaru seemed very proactive about missions. Ye Qing was curious. Logically, this snake didn't seem like the diligent type. Recently, all the ninja villages were thrown into chaos by the blood mist policy, and Orochimaru might have gone out to collect corpses for research. Conan's voice was filled with strong disgust. In her eyes, Orochimaru, who was always surrounded by corpses, was a pervert. Unfortunately, Nagato's Pain 6 paths lacked freshly dead corpses, and Orochimaru had research on corpses, so the task of finding corpses was assigned to him. He had been in war-torn areas recently, looking for suitable vessels for Nagato. Of course, Orochimaru always thought he was helping Pain find corpses, completely unaware of Nagato's existence. The blood mist policy was issued by the 4th Mizukage. In reality, it was controlled by Obito, who was posing as the Mizukage. All opposing opinions were brutally suppressed, and the ninja school system was reformed. The bloodline limit ninjas in the village, such as the Kagaya clan and the Mizunoto clan, were ruthlessly suppressed. Moreover, the Umbu of the Mist were plotting assassinations and other terrorist activities across the ninja world. In a flash, the entire ninja world was thrown into chaos. Ye Qing suddenly sat up, pinching his chin and frowning in deep thought. He suddenly thought of something. Orochimaru's seed plan. With the chaos in the mist, bloodline limit users were fleeing in all directions. Orochimaru was so proactive about taking on missions. Could it be that he was secretly gathering the scattered bloodline survivors? Both Aoidri and Kagaya Kimaru were the sole survivors of their clans. And Orochimaru, like an alternative collector, was gathering these people under his command. The current world had already deviated due to his emergence, and Orochimaru might be doing just that. This won't do. The benefits can't be entirely taken by that little brat, Orochimaru. I should also form my own team. With this thought, Yi Qing's heart began to feel restless again. Forming a team was secondary. What if there were hidden plots? Since I'm just idling anyway, it's better to go out and be active. Yi Qing clapped his hands. It's settled. Orochimaru had been in a good mood lately, under the pretense of helping Pain find a replacement. While moving through the war-torn ninja world, he had discovered many potential young ninjas. Good seeds. With a little nurturing, he could establish his own ninja village. At that point, why should he be subordinate to others? He could fully conduct the research he liked, and let his subordinates handle the other matters. Today, the child Orochimaru was going to meet was the only survivor of the Gazuki clan, the brother of Gazuki Mangetsu, Gazuki Sujetsu. Right now, this child was desperately trying to escape the pursuit of the Mist's Umbu. Orochimaru's goal this time was Gazuki Sujetsu. He had been interested in their clan's hydromancy technique for a long time. It might bring him new inspiration. In the dense forest, a small figure was desperately running ahead. White hair, purple eyes, and a small tiger tooth protruding from the corner of his mouth. His face was filled with panic. Hurry! That child is nearby. We must find him. The Mizukage has issued a death order. The Gazuki clan must be exterminated. As a child, he surely can't run far. Hurry and chase. Several ninjas wearing white masks received the Mizukage's order. Overnight, they slaughtered the entire Gazuki clan. However, one child managed to escape. He even killed a genin on the run. If this were in the past, such talent would have earned him a chance to join the Umbu. But since he was a rebel from the Gazuki clan, he must die. Orochimaru stood atop a large tree, watching as Suigetsu ran past below. His long tongue licked his lips, and his snake-like eyes shifted, instantly landing on the several Umbu pursuing him. To keep it confidential, these people must die. Whoosh! His entire body instantly elongated and stretched, resembling a human-shaped snake, winding down from the trunk. The dangerous light had already begun to flicker in his snake-like eyes. Chapter 20. Yi Qing's first kill of Orochimaru. Kisame Sujetsu, the Ghost Lantern clan of the Land of Water, and the Hidden Mist Village. The third master of the decapitating sword, possessing the ability to liquefy any part of his body, but is also very afraid of lightning techniques. On the eve of the Ninja World War, he once used Water Release, Shielding Hat, to temporarily block the rampaging Eight Tails. A rare talent indeed. Yi Qing looked at the little figure in front of him, who was desperately running, and smiled. He was still just a child. After a long time of fleeing, his small face was covered in sweat. He tightly clutched his only weapon, a blood-stained kunai. Since taking it out of the Hidden Mist Village, he didn't know how many times he had been hunted down. His stamina was nearly at its limit. Just then, a shout came from behind him, making Suigetsu stop in his tracks. It was Orochimaru. Be careful. This is one of the legendary Sannin of Konoha. So what if he's one of the Sannin? We have the numbers. Let's just take him down. Water Release. Great waterfall technique. Orochimaru? Who is that? The little Suigetsu clearly had never heard of Orochimaru's name. His heart was already filled with infinite fear and panic. On that bloody and terrifying night, his clan members died one after another. Even his brother died right in front of him. His parents risked their lives to send him out of the Hidden Mist Village, but they still couldn't escape the pursuit of the Umbu. During this time, he had relied on his natural combat instincts and intelligence far beyond that of ordinary people to survive. His originally fair little face was now dirty like a beggar. After all, he was still a child. Upon hearing the sounds of battle from behind, he couldn't help but feel curious. Could it be that his brother came to find him? His little face instantly showed a look of surprise as he cautiously crawled into the nearby bushes, slowly making his way back. Huh, clever. Yi Qing was a bit surprised. In the original story, Suigetsu was a bit of a goofball, although he had some strength. He clearly didn't think things through. Now it seemed that the reason he could survive for so long under the pursuit of the Hidden Mist Umbu was definitely not just luck. Finally, Suigetsu crawled close to the area of battle, parted the bushes, and his eyes widened. This place had already become Orochimaru's domain. The Hidden Mist Umbu were no match for him. In front of him, it was simply a massacre. On the ground and in the trees, there were snakes of various colors. There were even 2 pythons the size of buckets slithering around, with shadows of people struggling faintly visible within their bellies. The ground was soaked in blood, and there were bodies wrapped by poisonous snakes, making one shudder. Only Orochimaru stood in the middle, retracting the snakes from his sleeves. Suddenly, he turned around, and his cold slit pupils met Suigetsu's gaze. His slimy tongue flicked a few times, letting out a sinister laugh. Are you afraid? Are you struggling? Everything is because you are too weak. It must be said that Orochimaru is a schemer in the world of Hokage, and also a philosopher. Originally, Suigetsu was already pale with fear, trembling as he lay in the bushes. But upon hearing these words, he showed a thoughtful expression. Do not doubt the level of precocity in the world of Hokage. Uchiha Itachi, when he was young, could think with the mindset of a Hokage. Experience can greatly shorten the time it takes for a person to mature. Everything is because of weakness. The Ghost Lantern clan is weaker than the Hidden Mist. He is weaker than the Yambu. That's why he is being hunted down. If he were strong enough, wouldn't this situation not occur? Suigetsu's little mind raced, tightly gripping the kunai in his hand, tears streaming down his face. Is it all because I'm too weak? To achieve one's goals, no matter how dark the power, one will pursue it. This is the path of the Avenger. In an instant, all the poisonous snakes in the dense forest raised their heads, flicking their tongues in Suigetsu's direction. He was instantly frightened, his little face turning pale. Yet, he did not avert his gaze. Is this the power of darkness? Orochimaru wore a cold smile. For a child with a tragic childhood, it is the simplest to tempt them with power. This is how he had handled previous children. It was always effective. Yi Qing stood on a branch above, using the ability of the fruit to envelop himself completely. The fluctuations of chakra would not reveal even a hint. Even sensory ninjas would not sense his presence. Avenger? Get lost. No wonder Orochimaru was ultimately chopped up by Sasuke. Children raised like this have betrayal as their lowest standard. Love and tolerance should be used to slowly soothe the pain in his heart. Absolutely not through bloody violence. Yi Qing murmured to himself as he drew out the flowing blade of fire from his waist. In an instant, he leaped down from the tree before Orochimaru could react. With one slash, blood splattered, and Orochimaru's body was cut in half. Yi Qing twirled the blade and sheathed it. The series of movements was clean and swift. Without any hesitation, he took out a roasted drumstick and stuffed it into Suigetsu's hand. This child had been fleeing for so long. He must be hungry. What he needed most was a delicious meal and a safe environment to have a good sleep. Children need care. Suigetsu's eyes instantly widened. The seemingly powerful, long snake man in front of him was actually cut in half in one blow. He had always admired his brother since he was young, dreaming of becoming one of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist in the future. And this very handsome big brother in front of him seemed even stronger than his brother. That sword, so beautiful. He still likes using a sword. Compared to the disgusting Orochimaru, Suigetsu decisively chose the handsome Yi Qing. One hand grasping the drumstick, the other grabbing Yi Qing's clothing corner. His gaze towards Yi Qing was filled with admiration. Yi Qing gently patted his head. See, love and tolerance are the way to go. Bloody violence is unacceptable. Then, he held Suigetsu's hand and gradually walked away. On the ground, Orochimaru, cut in half, crawled out of his own body, covered in disgusting slime. Watching Yi Qing leave, his facial features twisted in anger, nearly spitting blood from frustration. After all the effort to lure him in, you just took the child away? If you wanted to show off your strength, why not cut down the Umbu instead? Why come after me? Chapter 21, Kimuro, Where to Kill. How much to kill? The blood mist policy sweeps across the entire land of water. Within the territory controlled by the mist, all bloodline limit ninjas are being hunted down, exterminated. The remaining survivors have hidden their identities, living in fear and not daring to show themselves easily. However, exceptions always occur. The Kaguya clan, known as the most bloodthirsty and perverse clan in the Naruto world. They revere killing and take pleasure in battle. The clan possesses the rare bloodline limit, Shikatsumi-Aku. By manipulating osteoblasts and osteoclasts and regulating the calcium content in bones, they can make their bones as hard as steel. Moreover, the number of bones is not the normal 206, but an indeterminate amount. During battle, bones can protrude from their bodies to attack and defend. Yet for thousands of years, only one person has awakened this bloodline limit. In the face of the blood mist policy, the Kaguya clan did not choose to flee like other families. Instead, they prepared to launch a proactive attack. The Kaguya clan is notorious even in the village hidden in the mist. Madmen, perverts, demons. All sorts of evil names have been attributed to them. The missions assigned to them are all extremely high risk and basically certain death. Yet they have no complaints. In fact, they take pleasure in it. Ha, come on. Kill me, kill me. One member of the Kaguya clan is covered in countless bloodstains, with a sharp kunai stabbed in his back. Yet he seems to feel no pain at all. He laughs maniacally, provoking the enemies around him. In his hands, he wields 2 sharp iron spikes, already stained red with blood. 4 or 5 mist ninjas have already died at his hands. This scene is not uncommon on the battlefield. Even when on the brink of death, members of the Kagaya clan will crazily detonate all their explosive tags, taking nearby enemies down with them. The entire mist is almost surrounded by smoke and flames. Everywhere are the dying screams and mad laughter. Just then, a woman suddenly appears on a nearby rooftop. Looking down at the chaos, a flicker of anger flashes in her eyes. She quickly forms hand seals, and a torrent of water instantly sprays from her red lips. In midair, it transforms into a roaring water dragon, crashing violently into the center of the battlefield. Water release, water dragon technique. The surging water instantly sweeps in all directions. The two sides of ninjas are pushed apart by the water flow, temporarily separated. Terumi Mei leaps down from the rooftop. Kagaya clan, I will plead with the Mizukage to lift the oppression on bloodline limit users. I hope you can endure for a while. The clan leader pulls the blade from the chest of a mist ninja, splattering a spray of warm blood. Some even splattered onto his face. This scene makes Terumi Mei frown slightly. She does not like the Kagaya clan's bloodlust, but the mist should not kill each other. The 5 great ninja villages have always had conflicts. If the mist's strength is significantly weakened, the sand will definitely take the opportunity to wage war. At that time, the death toll will not just be in the hundreds. Oh, the carnival has just begun, and you want to end it? The Kagaya clan leader's expression distorts and becomes manic, even his eyes glimmering red. He stretches out his hands to the sides, wearing a satisfied smile. What a beautiful scene. Death and battle this is. Before he finishes speaking, his figure suddenly disappears from the original spot. When he reappears, the blade in his hand has already pierced the chest of a mist ninja who had just gotten up from the ground. Puchi! The blade instantly penetrates the heart, blood flowing back into the body. This is the meaning of our clan's existence. The clan leader pulls out the blade, shaking off the bloodstains on it. He continues attacking until the last person, Terumi Mei, is stunned. Her previous understanding of the Kagaya clan came from others. This is her first time witnessing them in battle. Madmen, absolute madmen. This group of people seems to be born for killing. She has always opposed the Fourth Mizukage's blood mist policy. However, for this terrifying clan, she feels the Fourth was right. These bloodthirsty individuals are the most unstable factor in the mist. They must be eliminated. The battle escalates again. Terumi Mei, possessing 2 great bloodline limits, speeds up the demise of the Kagaya clan. Kimuro, the only bloodline limit user of Shikatsumiyaku in the Kagaya clan. At this moment, he is surrounded by sharp-boned spikes, moving rapidly across a patch of grass. He was raised in a dungeon by the Kagaya clan since childhood, only released during times of war. His entire life has been a blank with no independent thoughts. He does not know why he fights, nor does he need to know why he fights. When battle comes, he only has 2 questions: where to kill, how much to kill. However, due to having no experience in surviving alone, he soon becomes lost and leaves the battlefield. Now, he has no idea where he is, just running aimlessly, searching for possible enemies. Yet in the places he passes, a small white snake observes him in the shadows. Orochimaru has long investigated Kimuro's existence and has been eyeing his body for quite some time. Due to the need for body replacement in the reanimation technique, he must change bodies every so often, just like a snake shedding its skin each year. Kimuro's body is the most perfect vessel he has found. During the Kagaya clan's suicidal attack, he has been closely monitoring the situation. Now, not far ahead of Kimuro, something covered in sharp spikes is rapidly approaching. It looks like a hedgehog. Upon seeing Orochimaru, it doesn't say a word and directly attacks him. In his eyes, everyone except for the Kagaya clan members must die. In his view, the world is filled with enemies. Chapter 22, Orochimaru. Does your conscience not hurt? Junmaru is the only member of the Kagaya clan to awaken the Shikatsumiyaku in thousands of years. Even in Orochimaru's research materials, there isn't much recorded about this bloodline limit. And now, he has finally witnessed the terror of the Shikatsumiyaku. Junmaru stands bare-chested, his body covered in sharp-boned spikes, especially on his shoulders, arms, and chest. Every movement he makes turns his fists and feet into weapons. While Orochimaru defends himself with kunai against the attacks, he admires Junmaru's body, his smile gradually widening. Yes, very good. This is the perfect body he has been searching for. It is evident that Junmaru's control over the Shikatsumiyaku is still at a superficial stage. The taijutsu he displays can only be considered average, relying entirely on the bone spikes to enhance damage. When he learns to refine his own taijutsu based on the characteristics of the Shikatsumiyaku, even being able to extract his bones to use as weapons in battle. Then he will truly become a terrifying killing machine. The perfect body he has always dreamed of. Hidden shadow, snake hands. Dozens of venomous snakes instantly slither out from Orochimaru's sleeves, hissing as they move forward to constrict. Jumuru quickly steps back, creating distance. His gaze remains calm, as if he has no thoughts other than fighting. Does he have no thoughts of his own? Such a person is relatively easier to control. What are you fighting for? Jumuru's youthful voice suddenly rings out. Fighting. Fighting for the sake of fighting? The Kagaya clan has indeed cultivated a great tool. Then from today onwards, just as Orochimaru's voice begins to sound, a blade's hum can be heard from behind. A jolt of alarm strikes his heart. Could it be? In the next moment, a cold light flashes. Orochimaru's body is instantly severed in half, the angle exactly the same as before. Jumuru only sees Orochimaru's face momentarily display shock and despair before it is split in two. Then, a figure holding a long sword appears, sheathing the blade. Looking into his eyes, he says, "From now on, fight for me." After saying this, Yi Qing himself is unsure of what effect it will have. Manipulating people's hearts is not his strong suit. He is more suited to crush them outright. If they refuse, beat them until they comply. Simple and brutal, very effective. For this child, he truly does not know how to subdue him. However, this simple and straightforward phrase brings Jumuru an unprecedented impact. Since Orochimaru's earlier question, "Why do you fight?" he has been pondering this question. Why? Why do we fight? No one has ever mentioned these things to him. Every time he fights, the chains in the dungeon would open. He feels like a caged beast crawling out of its confinement, taking the lives of his enemies. As for why all of this is happening, no one has told him. Is he fighting for this man before him? It seems quite beautiful. The corners of Jumuru's mouth reveal the first smile he has had since birth. He has finally found the meaning of his existence. To fight for Yi Qing. Good. The unexpected answer leaves Yi Qing momentarily stunned. Is it really that simple? Just one sentence? He never imagined what this sentence meant to Jumuru. A weapon that has never had its own thoughts is given life by these words. He has his first thought in life, and this feeling of contemplation fascinates Jumuru. Yi Qing shrugs. Although he doesn't understand, the result is not bad. The rest doesn't matter. At this moment, Orochimaru has successfully crawled out of his own corpse again. However, Jumuru has already determined Yi Qing, believing that everything he has done has been for Yi Qing's benefit. A surge of anger instantly drowns all his reason. Yi Qing. The originally hoarse and unpleasant voice becomes even more piercing. It seems even the sound carries a strong hatred. At this moment, Yi Qing is inquiring about Jumuru's previous actions. Hearing someone call his name, he turns back in response. What? His voice is filled with questioning, and even his expression looks confused, as if nothing has happened. Orochimaru is so furious that he nearly spits blood. Twice he has been ambushed, cut in half twice. And you act as if nothing happened? Does your conscience not hurt? The pent-up rage can no longer be suppressed. If he endures any longer, he will go mad. His head instantly transforms into the form of a white, phosphorus giant snake. His neck elongates, opening its massive mouth to bite at Yi Qing. At that moment, Jumuru swiftly stands in front of Yi Qing, coldly staring at him. The bone spikes on his body have re-emerged, ready for battle at any moment. Fighting for you is not a joke. Seeing this scene enrages Orochimaru even more. If it weren't for Yi Qing's scheming, Jumuru should have been loyal to him instead. Spitting out the Kusanagi sword, he turns it toward Jumuru. Since I can't have it, then I'll destroy it. Yi Qing quickly pulls Jumuru behind him, his wrist already resting on the flowing blade rupture. Adults' matters are not for children to meddle in. Clang! With a single strike, he knocks the Kusanagi sword away, and Yi Qing instantly rushes forward. With a twist of his wrist, another cold light flashes. The cut, Orochimaru, is instantly sliced in half, but the body that falls to the ground turns into a pile of yellow dirt. A Doton clone, huh? Orochimaru's true body appears in the distance, his snake-like eyes flashing with bone-chilling hatred. The serpent's wrath. Countless writhing venomous snakes instantly crawl out of Orochimaru's mouth, covering the entire ground in the blink of an eye. Thick and endless, it feels as if one is submerged in a sea of snakes. In just a moment, the entire Jumuru is engulfed by Orochimaru's snakes. A cold smile spreads across Orochimaru's lips. Seeing Yi Qing swallowed by the sea of snakes, his mood improves significantly. Dark surge. Boom! A violent gust of air suddenly bursts forth from the sea of snakes. The venomous snakes are all thrown into the sky. Amidst the dense black mist, Ye vink emerges slowly, Kadin Honmaru. He rests the flowing blade rupture on his shoulder, looking at Orochimaru with a mocking expression. What other tricks do you have? Show me. Chapter 23. Orochimaru. I admit there's a gambling aspect, but I lost the bet. What other tricks do you have? Show them to me. Hearing Yi Qing's nonchalant words, Orochimaru was nearly infuriated. He couldn't help but ponder in his heart. Does he have no weaknesses at all? Usually, ninjas excel in certain areas. Yet Yi Qing seems like a perfect ninja. Taijutsu? Orochimaru had already witnessed it when recruiting him into Akatsuki. Ninjutsu? Yi Qing's ninjutsu had never appeared in the ninja world, and he could even absorb others' ninjutsu. Suddenly, Orochimaru trembled. There was a type of ability he had never utilized. Perhaps it was his weakness. Jinjutsu. This is a skill that almost every ninja possesses, with varying strengths. Coincidentally, Orochimaru's Jinjutsu was relatively weak. However, he could easily control some wavering-willed jonin. His other strengths overshadowed his weakness in Jinjutsu. And Yi Qing had never used Jinjutsu. Perhaps his Jinjutsu was even weaker. Correspondingly, his ability to resist Jinjutsu might not be strong either. Take my guy from Konoha, who is invincible in Taijutsu, but has weak ninjutsu. He couldn't use Jinjutsu at all, so he developed the ability to read an opponent's movements just by observing their footsteps. The strength Yi Qing had displayed so far was a blank slate in Jinjutsu. He could very well be restrained by Jinjutsu. Orochimaru's mouth curled into a chilling sneer. Genjutsu, Naraku no Jutsu. Buzz. An invisible wave swept toward Yi Qing in an instant. This was a Jinjutsu uniquely created by Orochimaru. Infusing killing intent into the Jinjutsu allows one to see their own death scene in an instant. Orochimaru had lived in a dungeon all his life, never encountering anyone outside his clan. His mind was still blank. In just a moment, he fell into the Jinjutsu. Although his face remained calm, his entire body trembled violently. Orochimaru sneered. Surely you can't resist Jinjutsu? Just as he was secretly pleased, Yi Qing suddenly turned to him and smiled. In an instant, the Jinjutsu ability activated, and his mental energy invaded Orochimaru's mind in an instant. Boom! Orochimaru's expression stiffened, and his face changed several times. Without warning, he thudded to the ground. His face was filled with extreme terror. Beads of sweat like running water streamed down his face. His eyes were bloodshot. It seemed he was enduring immense pain. In Orochimaru's eyes, the entire world had changed. The ground beneath him instantly turned into a sea of fire, with raging flames enveloping his body. Countless evil spirits wailed in the sea of fire, trying to drag him into the inferno. The most terrifying part was that he could not control his body at all and couldn't even make sound. He could only watch helplessly as the surrounding evil spirits crawled over him, being burned by the flames. After gaining the ability of Jinjutsu vision, Yi Qing's mental energy was already 10 times that of an ordinary person. The level of Jinjutsu Orochimaru possessed had no effect on him at all. Yet, the Jinjutsu Yi Qing cast using his vision ability left Orochimaru with no power to resist. He instantly lost interest in him. Reaching out, he tapped Orochimaru's body, disrupting the chakra within him. Release. Orochimaru woke up, his face slightly flushed. The Kagaya clan never feared death and was not too affected. Let's go, I'll take you home. The two walked past the trembling Orochimaru, casting a disdainful glance at him. Is a trump card just Jinjutsu? What a disappointment. After a long while, Orochimaru finally awoke from the Jinjutsu. He lay on the ground, gasping for breath. His clothes were already soaked with his own sweat. His Jinjutsu was surprisingly strong. Only the Uchiha clan's Sharingan could rival it. At that moment, Orochimaru's curiosity toward the Uchiha clan's Sharingan was piqued. Meanwhile, the Uchiha clan was not faring well. After the Nine Tails attack incident, everyone in Konoha had blamed the Uchiha clan because of Obito's Sharingan. This led to the Uchiha's increasingly awkward position in Konoha. They faced disdain and suspicion from the villagers daily. Even their daily lives were filled with exclusion. The dissatisfaction among the Uchiha clan members grew stronger, leading to many conflicts with ninjas from other clans. This further deepened the villagers' misunderstandings. A clan born of evil, secretly manipulating the Nine Tails. All kinds of infamy were pinned on the Uchiha. The higher-ups in Konoha were troubled by this situation, and Shimura Danzo even advocated for the extermination of the Uchiha clan, but was rebuffed by the Third Hokage. A dark atmosphere surrounded the entire Konoha village. Uchiha clan grounds. Two figures, one large and one small, walked into the courtyard from outside. Sasuke, are you satisfied with life at the ninja school? Uchiha Itachi affectionately ruffled Sasuke's hair, a faint smile on his face. It's boring. My classmates are idiots, especially the guy named Naruto. He's so annoying. Sasuke pouted, looking displeased. At this time, Sasuke had just entered the ninja school and was still a child who liked to cling to Itachi for training. However, life at the ninja school was too dull for him. His classmates were too weak and couldn't compare to him. And then there's the annoying Naruto. Uchiha Itachi chuckled softly and reminded, Sasuke, make sure to get along with your classmates. Companions are very important. Although Sasuke felt unhappy, he nodded in agreement since it was his brother talking. At that moment, a middle-aged man in a kimono walked out from a nearby room. Itachi, come to my room for a moment. In front of his father, Uchiha Itachi was always very respectful, even though he was already an outstanding member of the Yambu. This aspect never changed. Itachi reached out and poked Sasuke's forehead, apologizing, I'm sorry, Sasuke. We'll train together next time. After speaking, he directly walked into the adjacent room, leaving Sasuke standing there, rubbing his sore forehead and feeling secretly angry. Chapter 24. The Eve of the Uchiha Clan Massacre Incident. Akatsuki Organization. Hey, black and white. Will the flower on your head grow if I water it? Peepa Shirzong. Can I play with your sword? Sister Conan, teach me how to fold paper airplanes. The two kids brought back by Yi Qing have completely changed the atmosphere of the Akatsuki Organization. Jumaru is fine, maintaining his usual silence for a long time. He doesn't engage with anyone except for Yi Qing. However, this guy, Suigetsu, is completely different. With his already goofy personality, now that he is out of danger, he has completely let loose. He wanders around the Akatsuki all day, occasionally pulling off childish pranks. It's incredibly annoying. He has watered Zetsu with a sprinkler. He has stolen Peepa Shirzong's decapitation sword. He has folded paper airplanes out of Conan's origami, because he is still just a kid. And, standing behind him, is Yi Qing. No one bothers to hold him accountable. Hey, Orochimaru, did you get beaten up on this mission? Suigetsu said, hands on his hips, with a mischievous grin. Now, the Akatsuki knows about the grudge between Orochimaru and Yi Qing, and Suigetsu is no exception. He has picked up on Naruto's strongest skill, verbal jabs. Every day he mocks Orochimaru with terrible, yet funny, insults, with Yi Qing backing him up. He is not afraid at all. Orochimaru walks past Suigetsu with a dark expression. He really wants to put this arrogant little brat in formalin for research. But before he obtains a Sharingan, he absolutely dares not to clash with Yi Qing. That stunning sword technique and powerful Jinjutsu have completely terrified him. If he can endure, he will. If he can't, he will endure with all his might. What can he do when he is outclassed? Meanwhile, Yi Qing has returned to his previous lazy state during this time. During work hours, he basks in the sun, watching Suigetsu bully others, stirring up chaos in the Akatsuki. After work, he teases Conan and trains Junmaru and Suigetsu. He lives a carefree and fulfilling life, enjoying it thoroughly. Now, his strength has reached a point where it is difficult to improve further. The effectiveness of training has diminished greatly. He can only rely on rewards from participating in major events to significantly enhance his power. However, there's one thing that gives him a headache, Junmaru's bloodline disease. In the original story, Junmaru lived only until the age of 15. He died during the event of retrieving Sasuke, fighting against Gaara and Lee. Just a second away from killing Gaara. Such a genius. Yi Qing doesn't want to see him die and has tried everything to help him. Finally, he thought of something that might be useful for his condition, heavenly beans. He obtained 3 heavenly beans as a reward from the Nine-Tails attack incident. They can revive a person who is on the brink of death. However, when faced with bloodline diseases in Naruto, no one can say for sure if they will work. Yi Qing lay on a large rock, resting his arm and pondering over the heavenly beans in his hand. They look no different from ordinary beans. They don't even have a fragrance. Do they really have the ability to revive someone on the brink of death? Oh well, eating them won't do any harm anyway. Junmaru. As soon as he finished speaking, a small figure jumped down from the statue behind him. Lord Yi Qing, you called for me? At this time, Junmaru was also wearing a slightly smaller red cloud cloak. After all, his future strength would definitely be at the level of a Kage. He just joined a bit early. However, he has never changed the way he addresses Yi Qing. And over time, he has become too lazy to correct it. Here, have a treat. Junmaru took the heavenly bean and swallowed it without a second thought. He has always listened to Yi Qing's words. His daily training is also very diligent, hoping to help Yi Qing more. Phew. Conan flew down from the sky and handed him something. Your grilled squid. Conan's takeout is so fast. By the way, I haven't seen Obito around lately. Ever since the mission in the mist, he has rarely shown up. When he does come back, he only stays for a couple of days before leaving again. It seems like he is always busy. In the Akatsuki, there are 3 people who are the most mysterious. One is Nagato, besides Konan and Obito. Only Qing knows that he exists. Another is Obito, who appears under the alias of Tobi, aside from Qing and Zetsu knowing his true identity. Even Konan and Nagato have always thought he is Uchiha Madara. The last mysterious person is Qing, with no past and no recorded ninjutsu. No one knows his true strength. They only know he possesses power comparable to the tailed beasts. Everything else is a blank slate. Konan is also curious about Qing's background and has indirectly asked several times. However, Qing has always brushed her off. This has only made her more curious. She wonders why this man is always so mysterious and what he is up to. Konan has always been wary of this man who claims to be Uchiha Madara. She feels like he has ulterior motives. Seeing the vigilance in Konan's eyes, Qing can't help but sigh. Women's intuition is indeed terrifying. However, Obito does seem to be acting a bit unusual lately. Is he planning some kind of conspiracy again? Water release. Great water arm technique. Suigetsu shouted, and his arms instantly bulged significantly. He struggled to lift the decapitation sword above his head. Haha, I can finally lift the decapitation sword. Qing smiled faintly. Time passed quietly, and even Suigetsu had grown a lot taller than before. He could even lift the decapitation sword now. Qing suddenly sat up. He finally understood what Obito had been doing all this time. Having been in the Naruto world for so many years, if it weren't for seeing Suigetsu's growth, Qing might have almost forgotten about a major event. The Uchiha clan massacre incident. Calculating the time, it shouldn't be long now. At this point, Obito should be observing the Uchiha's movements near Konoha. Perhaps Uchiha Fugaku has already begun planning a rebellion. It seems the leisurely days are over. Qing stood up and stretched widely. The rewards after this major event should be quite substantial. Chapter 25: The conflict lasting nearly a century. Konoha, Uchiha clan grounds. Uchiha Fugaku knelt in his room, his eyes tightly shut and his expression as dark as water. Just last night, the marginalized Uchiha clansmen collectively pressured him, the clan leader. Leader, the village is going too far. Now, any activities of our clan are under the surveillance of the Yambu, and we have no freedom at all. Yes, leader. The security forces are practically non-existent, and no one listens to us. Everyone treats us as the culprits behind the Nine Tails incident. Our lives are monitored. And this life is worse than that of a prisoner. We can't take it anymore. Leader, let's start a coup. It's time for Konoha to have an Uchiha Hokage. Yes, overthrow the third Hokage and lead the Uchiha to glory again. Faced with the collective protests of his clansmen, Fugaku had no good solutions. The original Konoha was founded by the Senju and Uchiha clans together. However, up until now, out of the 4 Hokage, none have been from the Uchiha clan. The security forces, nominally responsible for safety, have actually been isolated from the power core. It was impossible to reach the higher-ups of Konoha. Now, they were further ostracized by everyone. The anger in the hearts of the clansmen could no longer be suppressed. A coup was destined to happen. Fugaku opened his eyes and looked at Uchiha Itachi, who was also kneeling in front of him. He was his most proud son, but ever since Shursui died, Itachi's attitude had been ambiguous, wavering between the village and the family. Today, he had to make a choice. The Uchiha cannot continue to be oppressed by the village. I have decided to launch a coup. Itachi remained silent upon hearing this news. Even Fugaku did not know his true thoughts. It seemed that his most proud son was unknowingly drifting further away from him. I need you to steal intelligence from the higher-ups in the Yambu to gain the initiative for the Uchiha. Itachi's body trembled slightly. This day had finally arrived. 2 years ago, irreconcilable friction had already occurred between the village and the Uchiha. His friend, Uchiha Shursui, decided to use the strongest genjutsu, Kodoa Mitsukami, to change Fugaku's mind in order to prevent the internal strife. But due to Danzo's distrust, before the plan could be executed, Danzo took Shursui's right eye, and he was pursued by Root. Afterward, Shursui entrusted his left eye and the belief of protecting Konoha to his best friend, Uchiha Itachi, before jumping off a cliff. However, Shursui's death was believed by all Uchiha clansmen to be caused by Itachi. Because of this incident, the Uchiha's coup plan was delayed for 2 years. Until today, it was mentioned again. Hokage office. The third Hokage, Hiruzen Tsurutobi, sat behind his desk with a pipe in his mouth. The floor-to-ceiling window behind him overlooked the entire Konoha village. After the death of the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, Hiruzen Tsurutobi had the loudest call. took up the Hokage position again. He exhaled a puff of smoke and scanned the peaceful village, feeling a sense of satisfaction in his heart. However, this peace must not be disrupted. Creak. The office door was pushed open. Hiruzen and Sarutobi understood that only one person would enter his office without knocking. Danzo walked to the center of the office, leaning on a cane, his eyes closed as if he was still asleep. However, this gaunt old man held one of the strongest powers in Konoha, Root. Root was originally established to train talents for the Umbu. However, under Danzo's hand, it gradually formed two completely different systems. Umbu ninjas protect the Hokage and execute missions. Root members only obey Danzo's orders, specifically carrying out bloody missions such as assassinations and cleanups. Furthermore, members often enter training bases for secret training from a young age, and after finishing their training, they must receive Danzo's cursed seal, ensuring extremely high loyalty. After standing still for a moment, Danzo finally spoke softly. Hiruzen, how do you plan to handle the Uchiha situation? Hiruzen Sarutobi exhaled a puff of smoke, gazing at his former comrade. Handle it peacefully if possible. The village has only just stabilized. Let's try to avoid war. Danzo clearly looked down on this response. Hiruzen, the Uchiha's usefulness to Konoha is merely the Sharingan. However, even if they are not Uchiha, as long as they transplant the Sharingan, they can still exert corresponding power. Isn't this already proven with Kakashi? What are you hesitating for? Hiruzen Sarutobi remained silent for a long time before slowly speaking. I don't want the village to reignite the flames of war, and I believe the Uchiha will make the right choice. Danzo's eyes suddenly opened wide, looking at Hiruzen Sarutobi in disbelief. You really are getting old, becoming timid and afraid of trouble. For the village to move forward, this is a necessary sacrifice. That's enough. Hiruzen Sarutobi shouted angrily. I'm still the Hokage, and this matter does not require your intervention. Danzo's expression changed several times, but he ultimately suppressed his anger and turned to walk out the door. I hope you won't regret today's decision. Hokage. Bang. The door was slammed shut, and the office returned to silence. Hiruzen Sarutobi took a few deep puffs from his pipe, and the office was filled with thick smoke. The conflict between the Uchiha and the village had become irreconcilable. This was an established fact, and even as the third Hokage, he could not change it. What he could do was minimize the village's losses, and this task could only be accomplished by one person. Uchiha Itachi. Uchiha clan grounds. When Uchiha Itachi heard his father's wish for him to become a spy, a bitter feeling arose in his heart. Earlier, in the Hokage office, the third Hokage had also said nearly the same thing to him. Chapter 26. A clan destined for extinction. Before Uchiha Fugaku, Sarutobi Hiruzen had discussed this matter with Itachi. What do you think about the conflict between the village and the Uchiha? Faced with the third Hokage's inquiry, Itachi didn't know what to say. On one side were the clansmen he had grown up with, and on the other was the village he had always protected. Even Shursui paid the ultimate price, only to delay the turmoil by 2 years. Could he find a way? Itachi, you've been very intelligent since you were a child. So do you know what the consequences will be if the Uchiha initiate a coup? Sarutobi Hiruzen continued without waiting for Itachi to speak. The Uchiha will be exterminated. The strength of the village will be greatly reduced, and other villages will take the opportunity to invade. At that point, all the villagers will lose their homes and even their lives. Itachi knew this. If the village wanted to eliminate the Uchiha, it could definitely do so. Danzo had always advocated for the early extermination of the Uchiha clan. It was only under Sarutobi Hiruzen's suppression that he had not acted. Itachi, like the third Hokage, did not want the village he protected to be destroyed. However, the internal conflict was an inevitable fact that could not be changed. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Itachi's face and felt a tinge of bitterness in his heart. If there were any other way, I would never entrust this matter to you. But there is no time left. Uchiha Itachi is the best choice. I need you to monitor every move of the Uchiha, report any changes to me, and once it reaches an irreconcilable point, the Uchiha will be exterminated. Upon hearing these words, Itachi suddenly raised his head and stared at Sarutobi Hiruzen. Was there really no other way? Although he had already guessed the village's decision, hearing it with his own ears still sent a chill down his spine. Extermination. Behind these two words lay a mountain of bloody corpses. The only way is for you to personally slaughter the entire Uchiha clan. The third Hokage's words struck Uchiha Itachi like a bolt from the blue, resonating in his mind. Personally, slaughter the entire Uchiha. There were his friends, family, brothers, and even his loved ones there. Did he have to kill them all with his own hands? Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Itachi's expression, his face also showing a look of reluctance. But just a moment later, he reaffirmed his thoughts. Because only by personally exterminating the Uchiha clan can the village's losses be minimized. Konoha will not be affected by the flames of war. Itachi was a genius. At just 7 years old, he could view problems from the perspective of the Hokage. Moreover, he had participated in the Third Shinobi World War and had seen too much bloodshed and death. He hated war deeply. Once the Uchiha went to war with the village, other countries' ninja villages would never miss the opportunity to attack Konoha. The flames of war could sweep across the entire ninja world, and it could even evolve into the trigger for the Fourth Shinobi World War, to protect the village from being taken advantage of by other countries. And also for Shinsuke's will and his brother's life, Itachi, in pain and torment, was forced to accept the mission. Exterminate the Uchiha clan. Meanwhile, Yi Qing had also found Obito. At this moment, Obito was sitting on a tree trunk in the death forest on the outskirts of Konoha. His crimson Sharingan stared at the entire Konoha village. Yi Qing's figure suddenly appeared behind him. It seems you're plotting something big again. Yi Qing pretended not to know. He wanted to participate in this major event and receive system rewards. Moreover, he was also quite curious about the night of extermination. Could just Obito and Uchiha Itachi really wipe out the entire Uchiha clan? It felt like there was some hidden story behind it. The Uchiha should be this week. This incident had been destined for decades. I am merely a participant, not the initiator. Speaking of which, Obito's desire to exterminate the Uchiha was also related to Yi Qing. When he was pulled out of the Shinigami's stomach by the Fourth Hokage, it was he who used a Sharingan obtained from Madara to activate the Uchiha clan's forbidden technique, Izanagi. This was how he narrowly saved his life. However, now he only had one Sharingan left. This Sharingan was extremely important to him. Losing it would drastically reduce his overall strength. Therefore, he urgently needed spare Sharingans for future needs. Coincidentally, the conflict between the Uchiha and the village was about to erupt. As long as he exterminated the entire Uchiha, he would no longer have to worry about not having enough Sharingans. Moreover, once Uchiha Itachi initiated the extermination plan, he would become a rogue ninja of Konoha. Integrating him into the Akatsuki organization would also enhance their overall strength. Everything was for the sake of gaining power. For the Moon's Eye plan. 4. Rin. Yi Qing did not know what Obito was thinking, but he could guess the general idea. Besides using spare Sharingans to activate Izanagi, there should also be Madara's shadow involved. When Uchiha Madara left Konoha, not a single clan member was willing to follow him. To him, this was undoubtedly an unforgivable betrayal. Obito sought power, and Rin no era. Itachi sought Sasuke and the village. The third Hokage sought to protect the village from the flames of war. Danzo purely coveted the power of the Sharingan. Only Yi Qing was simply looking to participate in a major event to earn system rewards. These individuals, each with their own motives, were now striving toward a common goal. Exterminate the Uchiha. Now, it was time to discuss the plan with Itachi. In the death forest, Itachi stood in an open area, gazing up at the azure sky. He had already decided to execute this bloody plan for the peace of the village and Sasuke's life. However, relying solely on his own strength was far from enough. Although he had awakened the Manjiki Sharingan at the time of Shinsuke's death, he had only awakened Tsukuyomi. With his current strength, it was impossible for him to exterminate the Uchiha clan. Just then, a black mist emerged from the dark corners of the forest. It condensed into a tall figure in front of him. You're Uchiha Itachi, right? I've heard a lot about you. Yi Qing was quite curious about the most controversial Uchiha in the Hokage. Chapter 27. The hidden Manjiki of the Uchiha. The moment Uchiha Itachi saw Yi Qing, he was already prepared for battle. His eyes transformed into the shape of 3 Tomo, and 3 kunai were already poised on his fingers. Who are you? At the time when Yi Qing and Obito unleashed the 9 tails, Uchiha Itachi was still a child. That day, he was simply at home protecting the newly born Sasuke and did not go out at all. Therefore, he did not recognize Yi Qing. At this moment, Obito also used Kemui to transfer himself next to Yi Qing. A single scarlet Sharingan was exposed beneath his mask, instantly making Itachi recognize him. You are the masked man. Although Yi Qing was strong, the impact Obito had on the Uchiha was even greater. If it weren't for Obito using the Sharingan to control the 9 tails to attack Konoha, the conflict between the Uchiha and the village might not have erupted so early. By then, perhaps a way to coexist peacefully could have been found. Itachi looked at the Sharingan beneath Obito's mask, unable to suppress his anger. Who exactly are you? Why did you attack Konoha back then? Itachi was genuinely curious about Obito's identity. As far as he knew, among the Uchiha clan, no one else possessed the Mangeki except for himself. A regular 3 Tomo could not control a tail beast. Who on earth was this person? Obito spread his hands, his tone indifferent. If I had to give a reason, it would be that I acted on a whim, yet was also meticulously planned. It was for war and also for peace. Not much different from what you intend to do now. As for my name, you can call me Uchiha Madara. Qing glanced at Obito beside him. His expression strange. After interacting with him for a long time, he found that Obito seemed to be able to switch between various roles. Sometimes he was the disdainful Uchiha Madara, sometimes he was the hate-filled Uchiha Obito, and even sometimes he had a goofy attribute as Toby. It seemed that he had been acting for too long. He was a bit possessed. For example, right now, he was using the persona of Uchiha Madara. He was performing quite well. At the very least, he successfully intimidated Itachi. Uchiha Madara, you are still alive. Haha, I am Uchiha Madara. You need not be surprised at anything that happens to me. Qing looked sideways at Obito, who had entered his show-off mode, and he no longer felt the urge to mock him. He remembered that Obito's original personality was a goofball. Who would have known he could act so well? If someone didn't know his background, very few would be able to avoid being deceived by him. When Uchiha Itachi heard the name Madara, the surprise on his face was already hard to conceal. He had previously thought it was just a rumor, but he never expected that Madara was indeed still alive. This man had fought against the first Hokage, the undisputed strongest of the Uchiha. To think he had returned to Konoha, what was he planning to do? We have come this time to lend you a hand, to help you annihilate the entire Uchiha clan. Uchiha Itachi's brows furrowed deeply, trying to see traces of a conspiracy in Obito's eyes. However, all he saw was the same scarlet Sharingan. Nevertheless, he had no choice now. Konoha would not provide him any support, and help from non-Uchiha personnel would provoke his crazed clansmen, causing the coup to erupt ahead of schedule. Now, the only person he could trust was this man who called himself Uchiha Madara. He had no other options. As for Qing, he remained silent beside them. He had only come to participate in a major event, and by the way, to spar with Uchiha Fugaku. He wanted to experience the power of the Mangeki Sharingan to see if he could earn a special attendance reward. He had no interest in anything else. Uchiha clan grounds. At this time, the Uchiha clan was under full lockdown, and even many children from the clan were not allowed to enter or exit. Clansmen scattered in various locations on missions were all summoned back to prepare for battle within the clan. Uchiha Fugaku stood in the courtyard with a gloomy expression, gazing at the Hokage office in the village. It felt as if a layer of oppressive shadow had descended upon his heart. It seemed that some invisible danger was about to descend. Is it you, the third Hokage, who is going to take action? Or, Danzo? Neither. It is your son, Uchiha Itachi. A voice suddenly rang out from behind him. Obito was stepping out from the space-time dimension, standing behind him with his arms crossed. Meanwhile, Qing emerged from the shadows, curiously observing Uchiha Fugaku. As for Uchiha Itachi, he could not face his father and chose another area. Uchiha Fugaku had a poker face, looking like a very serious person. From his appearance, it was hard to tell that he had activated the Mangeki Sharingan. Moreover, the abilities of his Mangeki remained a mystery, which was truly intriguing. Itachi, you really are standing on their side, Fugaku murmured to himself. The moment he saw the two, he understood everything. The Uchiha clan grounds were enveloped by a strong barrier, making it impossible for outsiders to infiltrate silently. It could only be Itachi. There was nothing more difficult to accept than being betrayed by one's own child. Disappointment filled Fugaku's face. Qing also did not want to waste words. His body was instantly cloaked in a layer of black mist, making him look as if he were engulfed in black flames. He had no emotional ties with Fugaku and struck without mercy. A fist wrapped in black smoke was unleashed with a regular straight punch. Clang! Uchiha Fugaku raised his hand to block Qing's attack with a kunai. However, what he did not expect was that at the moment of contact, the strands of black mist seemed like venomous insects, crawling directly into his body through the pores on his arm. His entire arm felt as if it were immersed in ice, with even his bones freezing and numb, rendering him unable to exert any strength. What kind of ninjutsu is this? Uchiha Fugaku was astonished, but Qing would not give him a chance to daze. The black mist on his body instantly transformed into writhing tentacles, resembling a giant sea urchin. They quickly filled the entire space. Before Uchiha Fugaku could recover from the previous attack, he looked up and saw countless twisting black tentacles filling his entire field of vision. They were densely packed everywhere. The 3 Tomo in his eyes spun rapidly, and the Sharingan emitted a scarlet light. In an instant, he disappeared. Chapter 28. Obito, is this thing meant to deal with me? The sky was filled with black tentacles wrapping around layers, compressing inward to form a sphere. Yi Qing extended his palm and gently clenched his fingers. The sphere suddenly shrank, almost becoming a small black dot. Then it exploded. Something's not right. Yi Qing frowned and waved his hand, causing the tentacles to instantly transform into black mist and dissipate. Uchiha Fugaku's figure had long since disappeared, leaving not a trace behind. Shunshin no jutsu? That doesn't seem quite right. Beside him, Obito seemed to sense something the moment Fugaku vanished. The Sharingan in his right eye had already transformed into the Manjiki form. In that brief moment, he felt a strong ocular power, seemingly at the same level as his own, which could only be achieved with the Manjiki. Obito's voice sounded calm, but inside, a storm was brewing. As a member of the Uchiha clan, he knew very well that to awaken the Manjiki, one must witness the death of a close family member, experiencing immense pain to open the eyes. Moreover, once the Sharingan reached the Manjiki level, it would bring a significant power boost. Each pair of Manjiki has different abilities, but one thing is certain. Whatever the ability, it must be incredibly powerful. This is the capital that allows the Uchiha to stand tall in the ninja world. Yi Qing's eyes lit up. The most hidden eye of the Uchiha was finally about to unveil its mysterious veil before him. Just thinking about it made him feel a surge of excitement. At that moment, several shuriken suddenly shot toward him from the corner of his vision. Each shuriken aimed at the vital points on his body. Riken was instantly drawn. Clang! Clang! With a few quick strikes, he knocked all the shuriken away. Thick darkness surged out from Yi Qing's body. In the blink of an eye, it enveloped him completely, even his eyes turned pitch black. He stared in the direction the shuriken came from. But just then, Uchiha Fugaku appeared behind Yi Qing in an instant. In the blink of an eye, he formed a complex hand seal, his Sharingan glowing with a faint crimson light. Fire release, great fireball technique. A massive fireball erupted from Fugaku's mouth, the extreme heat distorting even the air. An ordinary fire release ninjutsu demonstrated super A-rank power in Uchiha Fugaku's hands. The roaring flames instantly engulfed Yi Qing's figure. Space-time ninjutsu? No, it's the ability of the Manjiki. Obito murmured. Fugaku's ability, which seemed like instantaneous movement, should be the power of the Manjiki. He never expected that his Manjiki ability would be related to space-time. Seeing this scene, Obito was quite surprised, his crimson Sharingan unblinkingly fixed on the battle, afraid to miss any details. So far, among the eyes he knew, it seemed that only his own Manjiki ability was related to space-time. Fugaku was the second. At this moment, however, the flame surrounding Yi Qing gradually disappeared, revealing his figure once more. Thick black mist rolled over his body, and all the flames vanished the moment they came into contact with the black mist. The devouring ability of the dark fruit could consume most ninjutsu. Just relying on fire release couldn't harm him at all. A Sharingan with space abilities? That's a nice ability. Yi Qing's lips curled slightly, and the black mist instantly thickened, pulling in the remaining flames. Uchiha Fugaku frowned, and once again, his figure vanished without warning. It was impossible to catch his movements with the eyes. It was as if he had disappeared in an instant. The next second, he appeared again on Yi Qing's left side, with several shuriken already clenched in his hand. However, just as he was about to throw, he met Yi Qing's pitch-black eyes. A strong sense of heart palpitations instantly filled his mind. In a panic, he hurriedly activated his ocular power again, attempting to shift space. But this time, it was already too late. The pitch-black smoke emerged from the ground, resembling a closed black lotus. It instantly wrapped around Fugaku's entire body, leaving him no time to react. Yi Qing extended a hand forward and gently uttered two words. Dark Realm. In an instant, night fell. When Uchiha Fugaku opened his eyes again, the scenery before him had completely changed. The surrounding houses had long since vanished. Only thick darkness rolled around him, as if he were in the depths of an ultimate night. This made him feel uneasy. What is this place? Looking at the completely unfamiliar environment, Fugaku was utterly stunned. The Sharingan flickered with red light, yet he could not see a glimmer of brightness. Everywhere he looked was darkness. Uchiha Fugaku's expression hardened, and the Manjiki in his eyes activated its ability again. However, this time he was destined to be disappointed. In this place, any ability had no effect whatsoever. This was the only barrier-type ability developed by Yi Qing using the Dark Fruit's power, similar to the Vortex clan's adamant and sealing. Being in the Dark Realm, even space-time abilities could not work at all. To escape from it, there was only one way. That was to use a power strong enough to destroy the barrier and break free. For example, Tail Beast Ball. However, Uchiha Fugaku did not possess such powerful strength. Being trapped in the dark realm made him completely panic. A layer of cold sweat broke out on his forehead, and his back felt icy. The Mangeky's ability had always been his hidden trump card. He had planned to use the Mangeky's ability at the most critical moment of the coup to instantly turn the tide of battle. But now, he was trapped in a cage. His ability had no effect at all. The surrounding darkness also gave him a strong sense of danger. It felt as if an inexplicable fear would descend in the next second. This feeling made his complexion change. Damn it! Uchiha Fugaku cursed inwardly. All the chakra in his body surged wildly towards the Sharingan. The Mangeky's ocular power had been pushed to the limit, and even a trickle of blood flowed from his eye socket. Fugaku, however, was undeterred, gritting his teeth and urging the Sharingan almost to the point of self-harm. His vision was gradually blurring. Obito watched the black space that appeared out of nowhere, his eyes filled with surprise. The barrier, resembling a black lotus, was surrounded by swirling black mist, looking seemingly fragile. However, he had already tested it with Kimui and found that he could not enter at all. Looking at Yi Qing before him, a hint of fear flashed in his eyes. This was simply a perfect cage prepared for him. Chapter 29. I will keep this pair of eyes for you. Obito looked at Yi Qing, who appeared calm in front of him, and felt a hint of fear in his heart. This black lotus-like barrier was simply a perfect cage tailored for him. His divine power was completely restrained. Unfortunately, Uchiha Fugaku was quite unlucky, as he experienced Yi Qing's terror before Obito did. This man seemed to have an endless array of methods at his disposal. At any moment, he could unleash a new ability that would astonish everyone. And now, he could even restrain the power of time and space. It was simply perverse. He must not engage in battle with him. It would be fatal. Yi Qing was completely unaware of the storyline Obito had concocted in his mind. He was currently staring at Uchiha Fugaku in the dark realm with his pitch-black eyes, watching him struggle in vain. At this moment, Fugaku, realizing that the Sharingan was useless, began to frantically attack the edge of the barrier with ninjutsu. Ninjutsu. F-Senken no Tsum, Phoenix Flower Jutsu. Katan. Atri no Mai, Dance of the Fire Dragon. Katan. Karura Garuda. As expected of the Uchiha clan, a naturally fire-controlling race, even ordinary fire-release ninjutsu exhibited tremendous power in Fugaku's hands. Raging flames engulfed the entire dark realm, but the instant they came into contact with the surrounding darkness, it was as if water droplets met a sponge, instantly devoured clean. Moreover, as more and more chakra was consumed, the dark realm rapidly expanded from an initial few meters in size to now several dozen meters in circumference. The chakra being absorbed was entirely that of Uchiha Fugaku, while Yi Qing's own consumption was almost negligible. As the dark realm continued to expand, a gigantic black lotus began to sprout from the Uchiha clan's land. A terrifying sense of oppression instantly swept across the entire Uchiha clan. The nearby Uchiha clan members, who were preparing for battle, were deeply shocked by this bizarre scene. What on earth is that? Oh no, the Konoha ninjas have struck first. Hurry to support the clan leader. Damn it, these treacherous little people. In an instant, all the nearby Uchiha clan members rushed towards Fugaku's courtyard. During this tense period, all Uchiha members were extremely dissatisfied with the village's higher-ups. While anxiously preparing for battle, they also worried that the village would strike early. The most fragile nerves in everyone's minds were tightly strung, ready to explode at any moment if faced with anything extraordinary. That bizarre black lotus was regarded by everyone as a signal for the village to officially attack the Uchiha. All Uchiha hearts were filled with grief and anger. After the Nine-Tails incident, they had faced oppression everywhere, suffering long-term discrimination. The intense dissatisfaction suppressed in their hearts erupted instantly. Upon seeing Yi Qing and Obito, without hesitation, they launched a fierce attack. Katan. Ji Keiki no Jutsu, Great Fireball Technique. Raitun. Jid, Lightning Release, Earthwalk. Katan. Ji Keiki Metsuketsu, Great Fire Extinguishing. In an instant, a sea of flames surged toward Yi Qing, mixed with kunai and shuriken crackling with arcs of electricity. The rolling heat almost filled the entire courtyard. Such a powerful combined attack would force even a shadow-level ninja to retreat. However, Yi Qing did not even move his feet in the face of this attack. He merely spread his arms wide, and a surge of overwhelming power instantly erupted from him, spreading outward like rolling waves. Dark Tide. All ninjutsu were blown away. and all ninja tools were deflected. The raging flames were instantly swept back, and the ninjas who failed to evade were quickly engulfed by their own jutsu. In the subsequent shockwave, they screamed as they were sent flying backward. Yi Qing's outstretched hands immediately clenched inward, and he gently uttered 2 words. Dark Surge. In an instant, the shockwave vanished, and a fierce suction force centered around Yi Qing surged forth. The 2 opposing forces left everyone dazed. Their bodies were involuntarily drawn toward Yi Qing. Just as they adjusted their balance and prepared to attack, the final strike came. Dark cloud. The black mist on Yi Qing's body instantly transformed into writhing tentacles, each one resembling a venomous snake, rapidly shooting out in all directions. It appeared as though Yi Qing had turned into a gigantic sea urchin, with spikes densely covering his body. Uchiha ninjas found themselves suspended in midair, drawn toward Yi Qing by the dark surge. They had no time to react and were instantly pierced through the chest by the shooting tentacles. Puchi. The sound of sharp objects piercing bodies echoed continuously as dozens of Uchiha were impaled through vital spots by the pitch-black spikes. In the blink of an eye, they all perished. Dark Cloud had always been a rather useless ability, but Yi Qing had made improvements during his leisure time. It was no longer the initial form of black mist, but had transformed into tentacle-like entities. One end was attached to his body, while the other end attacked under Yi Qing's control. Upon contact with the enemy, they could transform into sharp spikes. This ability was ineffective against shadow-level ninjas, but proved extremely useful against ninjas of lesser caliber. When the Uchiha ninjas arrived, Obito had already phased his body, clearly showing no intention of intervening. Little did he know, in the blink of an eye, all the ninjas were instantly swept away, leaving not a single trouble behind. At this moment, Yi Qing had retracted the powers of the dark fruit, with only a layer of pitch-black mist covering his palm. He gently raised his hand, and his fingers spread open like a flower. The enormous black lotus gradually bloomed as his palm opened. Moments later, the dark realm dissipated, revealing Uchiha Fugaku's figure. At that moment, the clan leader of the Uchiha family appeared extremely disheveled. His entire body was soaked with sweat, and he was breathing heavily. The kaleidoscope in his eyes had returned to the normal 3-tomo form. He struggled weakly on the ground, but could not manage to stand up. His chakra had long been devoured by the dark realm, and now he could not muster even a shred of strength. He had completely lost the ability to resist. Yi Qing walked over to him, looking at his eyes with interest. Since you're going to die anyway, let me keep this pair of eyes for you. Uchiha Fugaku's eyes suddenly contracted. He looked at the 2 fingers gradually enlarging in his pupils and screamed. Ah, Chapter 30 Special Attendance Reward, Perfect Depth Perception Eye. Uchiha Clan's Outer Area. Many Umbu are hidden in inconspicuous corners, silently watching the development of the entire event. Some of these Umbu were sent by the Third Hokage, while others are members of Root. Their tasks are the same, to monitor the progress of the extermination night. If necessary, they are responsible for eliminating any surviving fish. Suddenly, a huge black lotus instantly grows from the Uchiha clan's territory. All the Umbu are startled. Hurry and report to the Hokage. Hurry and report to Danzo. Hokage office. Sarutobi Hiruzen is frowning, looking out the window. The crimson sunset blooms like raging fire, displaying its final beauty before the sun sets. Today, the Uchiha clan in Konoha is also about to meet its end. Sarutobi Hiruzen takes several hard puffs on his pipe, revealing a helpless expression. If it weren't for the irreconcilable conflict between the Uchiha and the village, he really wouldn't want to exterminate the Uchiha. At that moment, an Umbu suddenly appears in the Hokage office. Hokage-sama, a huge black lotus has suddenly grown in the Uchiha clan's territory. Black lotus? Is Itachi calling for help? Ignore it and continue monitoring. Sarutobi Hiruzen knows very well that Itachi alone cannot destroy the Uchiha. However, this operation must not involve Konoha's ninjas. It must rely solely on Itachi to complete this task. Afterward, regardless of the outcome, Itachi will become a rogue ninja of Konoha. The village will still be the legitimate Konoha. Meanwhile, Yi Qing has obtained the Manjiki Sharingan. Uchiha Fugaku's ocular ability is quite good, a rare space-time ability. However, for Yi Qing, who already possesses the depth perception eye, he really looks down on the Sharingan that hasn't evolved to the level of Rinnegan. However, the Sharingan is something that runs throughout the main storyline of Naruto. It's better to keep it for now. Who knows when it might come in handy later. Beside him, Obito watches Yi Qing take Uchiha Fugaku's eyes and can no longer maintain his composure. His left eye's already used Izanagi once and is now blind. He urgently needs to transplant a new Meijiki Sharingan for backup. Moreover, Uchiha Fugaku's eyes not only meet all his needs, but also greatly exceed expectations. Already evolved to the level of Meijiki. It perfectly matches his space-time ability. It's simply a tailor-made, perfect substitute for him. But Yi Qing actually took both of Uchiha Fugaku's eyes. It nearly made Obito spout blood from frustration. What do you need that for? Your strength doesn't even require it. Wouldn't it be better to give it to a companion who needs it the most? Obito's face is calm, but he has already shouted in his heart. Since the eyes have been taken by Yi Qing, Obito doesn't dare to say anything. There are plenty of Uchiha corpses around to find suitable eyes, but companions as powerful as Yi Qing are rare. There's no need to create conflict over a pair of eyes. Although Obito doesn't want to admit it, he has to say that the most important reason is still that he can't defeat Yi Qing. In fact, when he discovered that the abilities of the Dark Realm perfectly countered him, he couldn't help but feel a hint of fear. He has no confidence in being able to walk out of the Dark Realm's blockade alive. At this moment, Yi Qing has already stored the Sharingan away. Only the eyeless Fugaku lies on the ground, wailing in pain. However, Yi Qing's main purpose for participating in the extermination event is to obtain special rewards from the major event. There are less than 10 minutes left until the end of work. Only at the moment of clocking out can he know what rewards he can actually obtain. These 10 minutes are really hard to endure. Time passes second by second. Finally, ding, clock in successful. The host has successfully participated in the Uchiha extermination event, and special rewards have been issued. The ability of the Death Perception Eye has been enhanced and upgraded to the perfect version of the Death Perception Eye. As soon as the system's notification sound falls, Yi Qing feels a coolness in his eyes. Very comfortable. He closes his eyes and quietly feels for a moment. When he opens his eyes again, they have turned into beautiful ice blue, with tiny snowflake-like patterns in the pupils. The world in front of him has completely changed. As long as the ability of the Death Perception Eye is activated, he can see the death lines of all things clearly. Even the air is entwined with many fluctuating death lines. It seems that, as long as he cuts along the death lines, even wind can be killed. Yi Qing is astonished. It seems he has gained an amazing ability. However, Yi Qing understands that seeing the death lines only increases the chance of victory. Accurately attacking the death lines is necessary to kill the target. Furthermore, whether it be objects or anything else, death lines are always moving unpredictably. Accurately hitting the death lines is not a simple matter. The death lines only provide a target. Whether or not he can hit them depends on the enemy's strength and his own abilities. Yi Qing's mouth curls into a smile. This is enough. With flowing blade like fire combined with the Death Perception Eye, even if Kagaya Tsutsuki stands in front of him, he would dare to strike. As for whether he can kill, it's hard to say since he hasn't tried. Satisfied, Yi Qing suddenly feels a wave of fatigue. He stretches lazily and yawns a few times. Is it almost time to go? I'm leaving. After saying that, he turns and walks toward the outside of Konoha, looking like he's quite tired. However, after such a long time, Obito has completely understood Yi Qing's nature. He isn't tired, he's just simply lazy. Chapter 31, Desperate Fugaku. Uchiha is entrusted to you. Just as Yi Qing successfully resolved the issue with Uchiha Fugaku, Uchiha Itachi officially began his plan for the annihilation of his clan. Dressed in Umbu attire and wielding a standard long sword, he stepped forward into the Uchiha clan's territory. For him, who had already activated his Meijiki Sharingan, no one in the Uchiha clan was a match for him. Before the enemy's ninjutsu could even be launched, his Sharingan had already seen through everything. Wherever he went, it was a massacre. At this moment, Uchiha Itachi was drenched in blood, and he had long lost track of how many clan members' lives his sword had taken. All he knew was that he must kill all the Uchiha to prevent chaos in the village. Only then could Sasuke survive. Therefore, Itachi locked away his emotions. Men kill. Women kill. Children kill too. As he passed through, corpses lay everywhere, and blood flowed like rivers. One Uchiha clan member witnessed his family die at the hands of Itachi. His sanity completely shattered. You madman, why did you betray? Before he could finish, Uchiha Itachi's cold gaze pierced his eyes like a sharp knife. Tsukuyami. An invisible wave swept over. The man instantly knelt on the ground, gasping for breath, his entire body soaked in sweat, his eyes devoid of focus. In that brief moment, he had experienced several hours within the Tsukuyami. The images of his loved ones dying replayed continuously before him, utterly destroying his rationality. After a moment, the man suddenly burst into laughter. At first, it was a light chuckle, gradually growing until it turned into a maniacal roar, his expression filled with a chilling madness. Hee hee. Ha ha ha. Suddenly, the laughter stopped, and a sharp blade pierced through his open mouth. The body fell to the ground like a sack of potatoes, making a muffled thud, and then fell silent. Uchiha Itachi withdrew his long sword, searching for his next target, but the only person still standing around was him. The others had long since turned into cold corpses. The entire Uchiha clan exterminated. Of course, there was still the final target left. Uchiha Itachi, carrying the dripping long sword, walked toward the innermost courtyard. That was his home. He pushed open the door with ease, and the furnishings inside were just as they always were. Only, every day, a gentle mother would smile and welcome him home. But today, he held a knife that was about to erase that smile. It was Itachi, right? Uchiha Fugaku knelt with his back to the door of the room. Beside him was his wife, Mikoto. After his eyes had been gouged out, fortunately, Mikoto had arrived in time to help him with emergency bandaging. Otherwise, he might not have survived until Itachi's return. Now he understood. The Uchiha's rebellion could never succeed. A clan could never fully control a village unless the entire village became their family. In this regard, the Uchiha were far inferior to the Senju clan. Even if they successfully gained control of Konoha, they would soon face rebellion. As long as the Uchiha could not gain the villager support, the position of Hokage would be forever out of reach for this clan. Hearing the approaching footsteps, Uchiha Fugaku let out a bitter laugh. In the end, you chose the village. Uchiha Itachi looked at the backs of his parents, so close yet so distant, feeling as if his heart was being torn apart. He longed to leave the village with his parents and Sasuke, to live a peaceful life in seclusion. But he knew that was impossible. Uchiha Fugaku was the clan leader, and to prevent any accidents, he had to die. And Mikoto, who had always loved Fugaku, was willing to go with her husband. Yet he, Itachi, could not even die. He had to live on, burdened with hatred. Father, mother, I know Itachi. His mother's voice rang out, as gentle as always. There was not a hint of blame, as if the long knife behind her was merely a harmless joke between mother and son. Itachi, promise me one last thing. Take good care of Sasuke. Uchiha Fugaku felt a trace of regret. He had always compared his younger son to the excellent Itachi. Now he realized he owed too much. Tears fell from Uchiha Itachi's eyes, dripping onto the floor. The knife in his hand was already resting against Fugaku's back. With just a slight push, this clan leader would cease to exist. The Uchiha name would vanish as well. For the peace of the village, for his brother Sasuke, he could not show even a hint of mercy. Itachi's hand, gripping the knife, trembled violently, tears streaming down his face. His heart felt as if it had stopped beating, and even breathing became difficult. These were the parents who had raised him, for his brother and the village. He was about to kill his own parents with his own hands. This pain felt like a heavy punch, hitting him hard in the chest, causing his whole body to tremble violently, unable to stand. Uchiha Fugaku sensed Itachi's hesitation and spoke calmly. Don't be afraid, this is the path you chose. Compared to your pain, our pain is just a moment. Uchiha Itachi closed his eyes tightly, but tears continued to flow. Past scenes flashed before his mind like slides. Itachi, be careful on your mission. We'll be waiting for you to come home. Haha. As expected of my son, truly my pride. I heard this mission is very dangerous. Be careful. You must always remember, you are the son of the Uchiha clan leader. Never forget the pride of the Uchiha. Gripping the trembling long knife, he shakily thrust it forward. At this moment, Uchiha Fugaku could already feel the flow of life slipping away. Without his Sharingan, he no longer saw any meaning in continuing to live. The future of the Uchiha clan was entrusted entirely to your hands. After saying this, he turned to face his son. His hollow eyes seemed to still be gazing at the future of the Uchiha. Chapter 32. Officially launching the recruitment plan. Konoha. Today, the sun seemed to set unusually early. As Sasuke ran home, the last ray of sunlight sank into the earth. Only a pure, cold round moon hung in the sky, illuminating the path ahead. I need to hurry. If I'm late, my brother will change his mind again. Suddenly, Sasuke stopped and looked at the top of a nearby telephone pole. It seemed like something was there just now. Sasuke shook his head and continued running home. However, his pace slowed down as he felt that something was wrong. That smell is the smell of blood. Sasuke's body came to a sudden halt when he saw a bloody handprint on the gate of the Uchiha clan. A wave of ominous premonition washed over him, making his heart uneasy. He hurried into the Uchiha compound, but the sight before him left him stunned. The courtyard was filled with fallen Uchiha clan members. A thick pool of blood had already formed on the ground, and a strong smell of blood rushed towards him. Sasuke's expression turned to one of terror as he recognized many of the bodies around him. How could they all be dead here? His heart trembled as he bypassed familiar corpses and ran toward his home. At the moment he burst through the open door, he seemed to freeze, standing there dumbfounded, his pupils trembling. His most admired brother stood before him, back turned, a sharp knife in hand, dripping with still warm blood. His parents lay dead in front of his brother, the thick blood pooling at their feet. Sasuke's entire body trembled violently, tears streaming uncontrollably down his face. Itachi seemed to sense something, turning his head to glance at him. But the look in his eyes made Sasuke's heart shudder. In his crimson Sharingan, there was not a shred of emotion. The gaze felt as cold as that of a heartless beast, as if looking at a stone or a handful of sand. Suki no cake. Sasuke stared blankly into Itachi's Sharingan, his mind pulled into the illusion of Suki no cake. In this illusion, he would experience the scene of his parents dying before him 3,000 times. Awaken your Sharingan early, for you are light to me, my spare eyes. This is the bond between us brothers. After speaking, Itachi did not linger. At the moment he stepped out the door, a single bitter tear fell from the corner of his eye. The vast Uchiha clan was left with nothing but a ground full of corpses, and a child trapped in the illusion of the scene of his parents' death. Sasuke looked up at the sky with vacant eyes, tears continuously overflowing from his eyes. His pitch-black eyes gradually turned blood red, with a tomo pattern on each side of his pupils. Akatsuki organization. At 9 in the morning, Pain stood on the tip of a stone statue, extending his palm to catch the falling rain. Below the statue, all members of the Akatsuki gathered. Konan floated in the air with her pure white origami wings, expressionless, resembling a fallen angel. Qing yawned as he walked over from a distance, looking as if he hadn't fully woken up. Kimaru and Suigetsu followed closely behind him, like two little tailing bugs. The other members were also present, including Zetsu, Haiden, Orochimaru, and finally, Uchiha Itachi. As for Obito, he had already gone to another place under the alias Tobi. Pain looked down at everyone from the statue, especially glancing at Qing a few more times. He had heard Konan mention this person frequently and praised him, so he naturally paid more attention. Today, the Akatsuki gained a new member, the rogue ninja from Konoha, Uchiha Itachi. As soon as he finished speaking, Uchiha Itachi emerged from the darkness, wearing the Akatsuki's red cloud cloak. The deep lines on his face, combined with the recent massacre, made him appear very shadowy. The moment he saw Itachi, Orochimaru's snake-like eyes narrowed sharply. A dangerous curve appeared at the corner of his mouth, as if he were brewing some unknown conspiracy. Qing casually sat on a large rock, placing his blade, Ruri Ryuka, on his knee, silently feeling the soul of the sword. However, to his disappointment, the sword's soul did not respond. It must be because his understanding of the Zanpakuto was still insufficient. But there was no rush. He hadn't even fully learned the ability to Shurikai, let alone the Bankai, which was still too far off. He casually swatted away Suigetsu's hand as he reached for the sword and glanced at Pain on the tip of the statue, a smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. It seemed that Konan had already given the list to Nagato. When Qing first joined the Akatsuki, there were only 4 or 5 people in the entire organization. Many members who were famous in the original work were still just kids back then and couldn't be recruited at all. However, so much time has passed. Even Deidara must have reached a level where he can stand on his own. Thus, last night, Qing handed the pre-prepared list to Konan to pass on to Nagato. The true Akatsuki should now make its appearance in the ninja world. Sure enough, after introducing Itachi, Pain immediately mentioned this matter. The mission of the Akatsuki is to bring true peace to the ninja world, and to achieve this, it is first necessary to gather companions with sufficient strength. Pain extended one palm, fingers spread wide. There are 5 candidates in total. First, the genius ninja from Awagakure, Deidara. The rogue ninja from Sunagakure, Sasori. A member of the assassination unit from Kirigakure, Kisame Hashigaki. The rogue ninja from Takigakure, Kakuzu. And the last one, the immortal ninja, Haiden. Once all members are gathered, the ultimate plan of the Akatsuki can be officially implemented. Now, let us go gather the scattered companions. After speaking, Pain turned and walked toward the mouth of the statue behind him. The 6 paths of Pain had already completed half, and, at this moment, he could not make a move. As he was about to step into the darkness, Pain glanced back at Qing, as if wondering how he knew so much information. However, he didn't pay much attention and walked into the darkness. Chapter 33. Orochimaru's Ambition. The perfect Jinjutsu against Qing. Uchiha Itachi had just joined the Akatsuki organization and was still unfamiliar with his surroundings. So, he casually wandered around to familiarize himself with the environment. No one found anything wrong, except for Ye Qing, who understood. The reason Itachi defected from Konoha was to join the Akatsuki. First, he exterminated his clan, and then he came to the Akatsuki as a spy. All of this was part of the plan devised by the third Hokage, Hiruzen Tsurutobi, long before the Nine-Tails attack. After witnessing Ye Qing's power, the third Hokage began to closely monitor the movements of the Akatsuki. However, the intelligence obtained was nothing but useless chatter. To get the truly critical information, there was only one way: to send a spy to infiltrate the Akatsuki. Itachi joined the Akatsuki for this plan. However, apart from Ye Qing, who was familiar with the original plot, only Itachi and the third Hokage knew about it. Watching Uchiha Itachi casually wandering around, Ye Qing couldn't help but smile. Being a spy, if not handled well, could easily turn into a double agent. He then went to watch Kimimaro and Suigetsu train. As for Orochimaru, who was following Itachi, Ye Qing didn't care at all. A Jinjutsu novice trying to challenge a Jinjutsu master? What would the outcome be? It's not even worth mentioning. However, there was one thing Ye Qing did not anticipate. In the original plot, Orochimaru's interest in the Sharingan was merely for research purposes. But because of Ye Qing's presence, Orochimaru's main goal in wanting the Sharingan now was to counter Ye Qing's Jinjutsu abilities. Uchiha Itachi had already noticed Orochimaru trailing behind him. However, since the two had almost no previous interactions, Itachi couldn't tell what this snake was up to, so he let him follow for now. Orochimaru looked at Itachi's back with a cold smirk. When he defected, Uchiha Itachi was still a child. Even though Itachi had gained considerable fame due to the clan extermination incident, in his eyes, he was just a babbling little brat. How troublesome could it be to deal with a Uchiha kid? Uchiha, Itachi. Orochimaru's voice was even more unpleasant than before, his long hair almost covering half of his face. His cold, snake-like eyes looked at Uchiha Itachi with amusement. In his view, Itachi's arrival was like delivering the Sharingan to him. And once he possessed the Sharingan, he probably wouldn't be as passive against Ye Qing as before. He might even suppress Ye Qing. Itachi did not turn around, only glancing back with his eyes. Orochimaru, what do you want? Uchiha Itachi's current strength was comparable to a Quasi-Kage level, and his right eye's Manjiki Sharingan ability had already awakened. Tsukiyami was considered the strongest Jinjutsu apart from Kotoami Tsukimi. Even against Kage-level ninjas, Itachi had the power to fight. Even when facing one of the legendary Sannin, he remained largely unfazed. Orochimaru chuckled coldly, surrounded by a sinister aura. Just hearing his voice was enough to make one's hair stand on end. It was unexpected that a genius boy from the Uchiha clan would slaughter his own kin and then defect from Konoha. It was truly unimaginable. Uchiha Itachi slightly turned his head, his deep eyes fixed on Orochimaru's pale face. What exactly do you want to say? What I want to say is... Before he could finish, a large snake suddenly appeared at Itachi's feet. Before he could react, the snake instantly coiled around Uchiha Itachi, rendering his whole body immobile. At this moment, Orochimaru finally sneered. What I want to say is, thank you for bringing me your eyes. Suddenly, his waist elongated like a snake. His snake-like eyes gleamed with a sinister light, and his two fingers on his right hand were already reaching toward Uchiha Itachi's eyes. This body is mine now. In the future, even when clashing with Ye Qing, I must use the power of the Sharingan to teach him a painful lesson. Just thinking about Ye Qing made Orochimaru feel a pang of anger. When he was recruited into the Akatsuki, Ye Qing had already attacked him once. Then, when recruiting Suigetsu, he ambushed him from the trees and attacked again. And then with Kimimaro, he was attacked once more. Finally, he was tortured by Jinjutsu for quite a while. These encounters had made Orochimaru hate Ye Qing to the core. He had been searching for a capability to counter his Jinjutsu. At that moment, the Uchiha brat unexpectedly came to the Akatsuki. This was practically delivering his eyes to him. Since that's the case, I won't be polite in accepting them. A hint of excitement flashed in Orochimaru's slit pupils, and his fingers were about to insert into Itachi's eyes. Just then, his body seemed to be bound by chains, completely immobile. Upon closer inspection, everything in front of him had changed. The view was filled with blood red. Orochimaru's body was bound to a cross, and Uchiha Itachi stood right in front of him. Jinjutsu? When? Orochimaru shouted in shock. Itachi hadn't even revealed his Sharingan, yet he was caught in a Jinjutsu. Could it be that the Sharingan's abilities could impose Jinjutsu even without activation? Itachi ignored Orochimaru's astonishment and pulled out a kunai from his pocket. He gently stabbed it into Orochimaru's body. In this Jinjutsu space, I can manipulate everything, such as amplifying pain 100-fold. The kunai lightly pierced Orochimaru's skin, causing a very minor injury. However, the pain it brought was akin to the agony of slow slicing. The snake-like pupils in his eyes trembled violently, and sweat poured down his face like a stream. It instantly soaked his clothes. Impossible. How could there be such strong Jinjutsu? Orochimaru's voice trembled slightly in pain, his expression twisted beyond recognition. There's nothing impossible. Here, I'm a god who controls everything. For instance, I can slow down time. 10 days here is equivalent to 1 minute in the outside world. After saying this, Itachi gently pulled out the kunai and stabbed it into Orochimaru's body again. Orochimaru had never experienced such intense pain. Even with his strength, he nearly couldn't bear it and was on the verge of mental collapse. Itachi ignored his screams, mechanically stabbing, pulling out, and stabbing again. For a time, the entire Jinjutsu space echoed with Orochimaru's wretched screams. Qing watched this scene from a distance, unable to help but sigh inwardly. Whether human or ghost, everyone was showcasing their skills, except for Orochimaru, who was just getting beaten up. Chapter 34. Orochimaru's defection and infiltration of Sunagakure. Qing lost interest after just a glance. The Jinjutsu of the Manjiki Sharingan posed only 2 threats to him. One was Shirsui's Kodo Amatsukami. The other was the Uchiha clan's forbidden technique, Izanami. Kodo Amatsukami can invade the brain directly and alter one's will without being detected. If one wishes, they can turn any person they see into their puppet, all while the caster remains completely unaware. It is truly the strongest single-target Jinjutsu. On the other hand, Izanami can trap a person in a preset infinite loop through physical contact. Only by seeing and acknowledging oneself can one escape from it. As for Tsukuyami, it is simply a Jinjutsu that attacks the soul with mental power, with Qing's mental strength being dozens of times greater than that of an ordinary person. He could easily be immune to it. Due to the Edo Tensei, Orochimaru's mental power had been continuously depleting. Once trapped in Tsukuyami, he could only be at the mercy of Uchiha Itachi, unable to control his body or even move a finger. All the attacks he suffered were magnified 100-fold. Even a tiny wound felt like being disemboweled. Despite his strength, he couldn't help but scream in agony. The intense pain felt as if it were directly affecting his soul. Each attack made him experience the deepest suffering and horror. At that moment, he was surrounded by pain that far exceeded his limits. The snake pupils in his eyes trembled violently, his mouth gaped wide, and his long tongue hung down to his chest. His entire body trembled uncontrollably, as if electrocuted. Although the pain in the Jinjutsu world would not spread to the physical body in the real world, the suffering could still increase exponentially. Orochimaru felt as if the snake's skin on his body was being violently torn off, bloodied, and presented before his eyes. Both the psychological shock and the pain of the soul nearly shattered his sanity. This is just a lesson for you. If there essay next time, I don't recommend casually eliminating a rogue ninja from Konoha. Uchiha Itachi pulled the kunai from Orochimaru's body for the 3,000th time. After calmly saying a few words, he actively dispelled Tsukuyami. Orochimaru felt a moment of dizziness as the surroundings returned to how they were before. There wasn't a single scratch on his body, but he could still faintly feel pain. He could clearly recall that bone-deep sensation. Watching Uchiha Itachi's receding figure, Orochimaru finally lost control of his body. His legs gave way, and he fell directly to the ground. Sweat drenched the ground beneath him. Uchiha Itachi, one day, I will make you lie on my experimental table, and Qing will also become my test subject. His resentful eyes lingered for a moment before he turned to leave. He couldn't stay in Akatsuki any longer. With these two around, he could sense a thick danger surrounding his snake life. During this time, he had also used the intelligence network of Akatsuki and Kirigakure to establish the embryonic form of his power. Although he lacked high-end combat power, each member was a gifted seed player. After they grew, their strength would surely not be lacking. At this moment, Qing found Obito again. After returning from Konoha, Obito had collected a large number of Sharingan. Due to his body being half composed of Zetsu cells, his left eye had already been transplanted. Just as he put on the spiral-shaped mask, Qing's figure suddenly appeared before him. Washing your face? Obito instinctively nodded, then realized he almost revealed his face. That was close. He had always used Uchiha Madara's identity, and now was a critical moment in the organization's development. He must not expose himself. The identity of Obito was too unknown and too young. Even if he was powerful, he might not be able to suppress the unruly rogue ninjas. At the very least, he couldn't reveal his true identity now. Qing didn't care about that. His face had been smashed into a pancake. What was there to see? Are you interested in visiting Shinigami? Obito was obviously taken aback. Are you going to recruit Sasori of the Red Sand? Qing had always seemed too laid back. And now he was actually taking the initiative to take on a mission, which felt unreal to him. In fact, Qing also had his own considerations. The members of Akatsuki had to be recruited, but due to his reasons, he had moved the timeline forward by several years. Pain's 6 paths had not yet been completed, and Kisame had not yet joined. Upon careful consideration, it was safest for him and Obito to go. After all, Sasori was still hiding near Shinigami and could very well encounter a powerful ninja from there. Moreover, the subsequent tailed beast recovery plan required legitimate Akatsuki members. Those were significant events that could not be missed. Additionally, Qing was very curious. Was Sasori's magnet release really composed of gold sand? Qing's initiative to request a mission was something Obito had longed for. He had already proven Qing's strength multiple times. Going to Shinigami with him to recruit Sasori of the Red Sand would surely be easy. Shinigami, one of the 5 great shinobi villages belonging to the Land of Wind. The entire village was surrounded by yellow sand, with extremely scarce resources. The scorching sun beat down on the hot yellow sand, causing the air to shimmer slightly. In the office of the Kazekage, the fourth Kazekage, Raza, was staring out at the sandstorm, deep in thought. After the third Kazekage was assassinated by Sasori, Himogakure took advantage of Shinigami's leaderless state to start a war. Raza used the magnetic release he learned from the third Kazekage to repel Himogakure's invasion and was subsequently elected as the fourth Kazekage. Raza used his magnetic release to gather a large amount of gold sand as funding for Shinigami. Among the 5 great hidden villages in terms of financial power, it was second only to Konoha. However, recently, Raza had been troubled by one thing. At that moment, a ninja with a windshielding cloth covering his face walked in. Fourth Lord, today, Gaara injured a classmate at school again, and the villagers are very concerned. Rasa Fronet. He still can't control Shikaku? Did he fail again? Shikaku had been sealed in Shinigami, and after the previous Jinchuriki passed away, 3 candidates had been selected. However, all had ended in failure. Gaara was the 4th, and Raza had high hopes for him as the ultimate weapon. Did he also fail? At that moment, 2 figures quietly appeared on the rooftop of Shinigami. In the room below, the young Gaara was playing alone with a teddy bear. Chapter 35. Shikaku goes berserk. The blame shifter Obito is back online. 035. Shikaku goes berserk. The blame shifter Obito is back online. Above the sand-hidden room, Qing and Obito stand side by side. How do you plan to lure out Sasori? Obito glanced at Gaara, who was playing, and lost interest. It was still too early to collect the tailed beasts. Qing tilted his chin towards Gaara. Use Genjutsu to make him sleep, release Shikaku, and Sasori will definitely show his true colors. Obito's Sharingan narrowed slightly. It was an easy idea. Once Shikaku went berserk, the Sand-Hidden would definitely fall into chaos. As long as Sasori was still in the Sand-Hidden, he would definitely reveal his whereabouts. The Sharingan suddenly widened, a flash of red light flickering. Kamui, his entire body transformed into a phantom, directly drilling through the roof into the room. At this moment, Gaara was completely unaware of the impending danger, still playing with the teddy bear. Suddenly, he heard a sound behind him, and when he turned around, he was met with the Crimson Sharingan. Buzz, an invisible wave swept over, and Gaara was instantly controlled by the Genjutsu. He felt his eyelids growing heavier, an overwhelming drowsiness washing over him like a tide. Gradually, he closed his eyes. Raza was contemplating whether choosing Gaara as a Jinchuriki for Shikaku was a mistake. Perhaps he simply did not have the talent to control a tailed beast. Just then, a massive chakra suddenly surged from a corner of the Sand-Hidden. It felt like a gigantic nightmare beast, bringing an indescribable terror to everyone. It felt like disaster was imminent. One tail. Raza immediately rushed to Gaara's residence. This dark chakra was not something he was feeling for the first time. In the past, when previous Jinchuriki went berserk, he had relied on his sealing techniques to suppress them. When it came to Shikaku, he understood it even more than he did his own son, in a way. Obito's right eye pattern slowly stopped spinning, returning to the shape of 3 comma-like Tomo. By this time, Gaara had already fallen into a deep sleep. Under the mental suppression, Shikaku instantly gained control of the body. Gaara's eyes suddenly opened, his pupils transforming into a shape resembling coins. Howl! A non-human roar erupted from his mouth as his arms swung powerfully to the sides. A rain of sand and stones instantly shot out in all directions. The walls of the room became riddled with holes and collapsed in an instant. Thick dust spread out, obscuring everything. At this moment, several Umbu from the sand hidden quickly arrived, their faces displaying panic as they took in the scene. Quickly notify Lord Kazekage. The one-tail has gone berserk. You all, take the nearby villagers to safety first. Organize the evacuation of the villagers in this area. Everyone withdraw. The power of the one-tail is not something we can contend with. Wait for Lord Kazekage to arrive. Suddenly, a piercing shriek cut through the dust. Ha ha! The outside world, it's been so long. In the dust, a massive phantom was faintly revealed. It looked like a chubby gourd, with a gigantic tail raised high in the sky behind it. Ugh, every time I wake up, it's you damn sand-hidden go die. The giant tail swung powerfully in all directions. In an instant, the dust was cleared away. The howling wind roared, flying sand and stones whirled. The rain of sand shot out, and many ninjas who couldn't dodge in time were instantly pierced through by the rapidly flying sand and stones. In the blink of an eye, most of the ninjas around Shikaku had fallen. Bang! A massive figure stepped out from within. Its body was covered in blue inscriptions, with sharp black claws. It looked just like a gigantic sand sculpture. At this time, Obito was already standing in a distant place, silently watching. The power of the tailed beast was indeed formidable. Ordinary ninjas, no matter how many there were, would not inflict any damage on the tailed beast. The plan to collect the tailed beasts must begin quickly. Magnet release. Sand gold burial. Boom! A torrent of golden sand suddenly erupted from beneath Shikaku's feet, swirling around its body, causing Shikaku to wobble unsteadily. In midair, Raza half-kneeled on a floating mass of golden sand. One arm extended forward, and he squeezed with force toward Shikaku. The golden sand wrapping around Shikaku suddenly constricted, the tiny gaps in the sand being compressed to almost nothing. Damn Raza. One day, I will destroy the entire sand-hidden. Shikaku struggled madly, with patches of golden sand falling away from its body. But at the same time, even more golden sand spread upwards along its body. Raza barely managed to control Shikaku, gritting his teeth tightly. He then extended his other hand and forcefully waved it in front of him. A large amount of golden sand condensed in midair, forming a pure gold cubic block. With a wave of his hand, he smashed it down onto Shikaku. A cloud of yellow sand splattered everywhere, forcing Shikaku to bow its head. Taking advantage of this moment, the rolling golden sand quickly covered Shikaku entirely. In an instant, it condensed into a gigantic pyramid. Great Sand Gold Eternal Burial. Meanwhile, Uchiha-Obito was searching for Yi Qing's whereabouts. After releasing Shikaku, he hadn't seen Yi Qing. Obito stood on a rooftop, looking up at the sky. It was still early. Where could he have gone? Just then, a withered old lady suddenly appeared before him. She had a small pouch hanging from her waist that was a size larger than usual ninja tool pouches, and her face had several age spots. She looked as if she could die at any moment. Her eyes, watching Obito, were filled with caution. Sharingan, a ninja from Konoha? Chiyo was the strongest puppeteer of the Sand-Hidden, and her strength was equivalent to that of a Kage. Her withered hand reached in her ninja tool pouch and pulled out a scroll. It unfurled in her hand, opening instantly. Bang! Bang! 2 puffs of smoke flashed, and 2 puppets suddenly appeared from the summoning scroll. These 2 puppets were top-tier creations that had taken a long time to craft, modified hundreds of times, and were on par with Elite Nin in strength. However, puppets were typically composed of various mechanisms, hiding many dangerous poison ninja tools within their bodies. The danger of fighting against puppets far exceeded that of battling ordinary ninjas. Looking at Chiyo, who had a serious expression as if she was prepared to fight desperately, and glancing at the Kazekage below who was trying to stop Shikaku, Obito suddenly felt a bad premonition in his heart. Damn it, it feels like I've been tricked again. Chapter 36. Obito. So this is the thrill of deceiving. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of massive explosions echoed throughout Sunagakure. The battle between Shikaku and Rashi was grand and colossal, with nearby houses either crushed by the sand gold or smashed into pieces by Shikaku. The area was in ruins. Meanwhile, Obito was engaged with Chiyo. The Nine-Tails attack incident in Konoha had spread throughout the ninja world. The moment Chiyo laid eyes on Obito, She was convinced that Shikaku's rampage was definitely related to this Uchiha in front of her. Chakra threads burst from her fingertips, connecting to several key parts of the puppets. Instantly, the two puppets came to life, their joints creaking and cracking. They launched a frenzied attack on Obito. Chiyo, the most powerful puppet master in Shinigami, controlled the two puppets with the finesse of living beings. Their attacks were swift and agile, occasionally releasing poisonous smoke needles and other hidden weapons. If it weren't for Obito's Kamui having a 5-minute material penetration ability, anyone else facing Chiyo would find it extremely challenging. The intensity of their battle wasn't as grand as that of Rashi and Shikaku, but the dangers were even greater. If Obito suffered continuous attacks for more than 5 minutes, he would be injured. Conversely, if Chiyo were to be caught by Obito, she would be absorbed in an instant. Yiching stood in a narrow alley, watching the battle from a distance. The blazing fire rose into the sky, casting a long shadow behind him. Yiching smiled. Don't blame me. Someone has to draw attention. And with Kamui at your side, who better than you? After saying this, he turned around, whistling as he walked out of the alley. The melody was a rather cheerful tune. Yiching pondered for a moment. Scorpion was a puppet master and must often visit places like ninja tool shops. However, making puppets required a relatively quiet environment. This makes things much easier to find. Yiching lightly tapped the ground with his toes. A mass of darkness instantly spread out from beneath him, rapidly expanding in all directions. The buildings along the way were engulfed in darkness, like faded old photographs. All color vanished, leaving only darkness around. Yiching closed his eyes, using the power of the dark fruit to sense everything around him. After a moment, he suddenly opened his eyes wide. Found it. His figure instantly transformed in a black mist, and with a gust of wind, abruptly dissipated. In a dark corner of Shinigami, a handsome red-haired boy was looking up at the sky, filled with flames, his face devoid of expression. Scorpion was an orphan from a young age. His parents were killed during the war with Konoha by Kakashi Hitaki's father, Tsukumo Hitaki. However, after the death of Konoha's White Fang, Scorpion couldn't find a target for revenge and redirected his hatred towards the then-ruler. He believed it was the third Kazekage's negligence that led to his parents' sacrifice. Later, he assassinated the third Kazekage without anyone noticing. Now, watching Shinigami fall in a crisis, he had no intention of intervening. He merely observed coldly. At that moment, a thick darkness suddenly spread onto the wall beside him. Scorpion quickly stepped back, cautiously surveying his surroundings. A black mist surged from the ground, resembling a small tornado. Yiching emerged from within, still shrouded in lingering black mist. It seemed that Scorpion had yet to create the Scarlet Flow Jade, and the puppets of the third Kazekage were also unfinished. His strength had not yet reached its peak. However, puppet making could also be done in the Akatsuki. Yiching extended an invitation to him. Do you know what true art is? Meanwhile, the battle between Obito and Chiyo had reached a fever pitch. Chiyo extended her hands, breathing heavily. Each of her 10 fingers was connected to a chakra thread. 10 puppets dressed in pale clothing floated in midair. Each puppet bore scratches to varying degrees. In fact, 2 of the puppets had already lost their arms and appeared somewhat ragged. In contrast, Obito looked much more composed, not a scratch on him. All attacks had been penetrated by his Kamui. Not even a single thread of his clothing was harmed. Yet he was still not satisfied. Very dissatisfied. Anyone who had been deceived wouldn't feel good. Looking at Rashi entangled with Shikaku beside him, he suddenly came up with a plan. I'm done playing with you. After leaving a chilling remark, Obito used Kamui to absorb himself. Chiyo watched helplessly as Obito left, unable to do anything. Physical attacks were completely ineffective, and her hidden weapons and poisonous smoke were nearly used up. She had no way to deal with this Uchiha clan member. Wind release, vacuum sphere. Shikaku slapped its belly and unleashed a cannonball of mixed chakra from its gaping mouth. Instantly, it scattered Rashi's sand gold. Bang! The sky was filled with flying sand gold, as if a rain of gold was falling. Ahaha! Sealing me isn't that easy, Shikaku exclaimed excitedly, its small, copper-like eyes sparkling with an inexplicable light. Rashi, already gasping for breath, had almost exhausted his chakra. But the chakra of a tailed beast was limitless, and Shikaku was still energetically wreaking havoc. Just then, Obito's figure suddenly appeared above Shikaku, looking down at Rashi with disdain in his Sharingan. Is this what the fourth Kazekage is like? Can't even deal with the weakest of the tailed beasts? Upon hearing this, both Shikaku and Rashi were infuriated. You little brat, who are you calling weak? Shikaku's voice suddenly turned sharp and unpleasant as it slapped its own head, but it passed right through Obito's body. Magnet release. Sandwave. Rashi simultaneously struck, sending a torrent of sand gold rushing toward Obito's figure. The force slammed into Shikaku's head, causing it to stagger. At that moment, Obito had already positioned himself in front of Rashi, continuing to mock Shikaku. As a tailed beast, can't you even unleash a decent attack? Shikaku was instantly enraged, letting out an angry shriek. It hated it most when others judged the strength of tailed beasts by the number of tails they had. Its chakra surged instantly, causing its round belly to swell even more, and its mouth opened to the maximum. In an instant, a powerful chakra energy gathered and took shape in its mouth. It roared forward. Tailed Beast Bomb. Boom! The Tailed Beast Bomb descended with the power to nearly annihilate an entire village. Now that's more like it. Obito nodded in satisfaction, instantly disappearing from his spot using Kamui. Rashi was taken aback, still trying to process what had just happened when he saw a massive Tailed Beast Bomb crashing down on him. The gusts of wind it created nearly knocked him off his feet. He could dodge, but the village beneath him had nowhere to hide. Rashi cursed Obito in his heart. A fierce look flashed in his eyes as he stretched out his hands and slowly raised them. Magnet release. Sand Gold Barrier. Chapter 37. One of the two strange people of the Hokage dashed Jade Maiden. In a fit of rage, Shikaku completely disregards the consequences. The massive tailed beast ball comes crashing down, and before it even makes contact, the shockwave it generates shatters all the buildings below. The gold sand beneath Gaara's feet sways violently in the fierce wind, as if it might fall at any moment. The Sand Village ninjas are terrified at the sight. That is a tailed beast ball. If this strike hits, the entire Sand Village could be flattened. There is simply no way to escape. Faced with the unmatched power of the tailed beast ball, Gaara, as the fourth Kazekage, has no choice. Although he curses Obito in his heart for his treachery, he prepares to block the attack. As he slowly raises his hands, a large amount of gold sand surges from beneath him, gathering above the entire Sand Village like a tidal wave, forming a barrier of gold sand that covers the entire ninja village. Gaara glares with wide eyes and lets out a furious roar. A massive amount of gold sand pours from beneath him into the barrier, reinforcing the entire defense. From a distance, it looked like a giant supporting the heavens. Even Yi Qing, who had tried to persuade the Scorpion to join the Akatsuki, shows a look of shock at this scene. He remembers that Gaara had used this technique to block a meteor during the Fourth Great Ninja War. However, he never expected that Madara would summon two meteors at the same time, leading to failure in the end. Nevertheless, this scene is indeed stunning. The barrier made of gold sand is almost comparable to a small island. Each village's Kage is indeed no weakling. Boom! With a loud explosion, a fierce circular shockwave bursts outwards. The blasted gold sand spreads everywhere, and under the force of the shockwave, it leaves everything in its path riddled with holes. Yi Qing retracts his gaze and waves his hand in the air, waking up the Scorpion, who is staring blankly at the explosion. He hopes this kid isn't too scared. The Scorpion disdainfully averts his gaze, his eyes filled with contempt. It only creates destruction, lacking any artistry. As expected, he and Deidara are natural teammates. Yi Qing stops wasting words and states his purpose directly. We are the Akatsuki, and we are currently recruiting. I represent the Akatsuki to invite you to join us. The Scorpion is taken aback, revealing a hint of a meaningful smile. He feels that you guys also seem like a bunch of destructive individuals. As soon as he finishes speaking, a kunai flies from behind Yi Qing. The sharp kunai pierces through him. However, there is no blood, only dissipating black mist. The dark fruit elementalizes, becoming darkness that harms nothing. The Scorpion is somewhat surprised as he retracts the chakra thread used to throw the kunai, one hand already reaching for the scroll behind him. Yi Qing looks down at the hole in his chest, and wisps of smoke instantly fill the blank space. He lets out a deep sigh. It seems they will have to fight first. After all, the Akatsuki is the most dangerous terrorist organization in the ninja world. Aside from Kisame, who was brought over by Obito, everyone else has fought to some extent. However, there shouldn't be any battles with Orochimaru in the angle. Whoosh! The Scorpion quickly unfolds a scroll, and a puff of smoke erupts. When the smoke clears, there is already a puppet next to him. The puppet has black hair and a black robe, with a furry collar around its neck. This is the third Kazekage. The Scorpion has actually managed to create a human puppet at this point. Truly an incredible talent. However, the current human puppet is clearly not very complete, as there is no iron sand floating around. It seems he still cannot use the abilities of the original, making it incomplete. The scorpion sneers. This is my proudest puppet, made using the third Kazekage as a model, perfectly simulating all his ninjutsu from when he was alive. The scorpion's fingertips burst with chakra threads, connecting to the puppet. The entire puppet instantly comes to life and charges at Ye Qing. The joints make a clattering sound as they collide, creating an eerie feeling. Ye Qing watches the puppet rushing towards him, feeling a strange sensation in his heart. He always feels that the profession of puppet master doesn't quite fit the worldview of Naruto. Other ninjas either specialize in ninjutsu, practice jinjutsu, or diligently train in taijutsu. Only this group of puppet masters is tinkering with transforming robots. Who knows, maybe decades from now, the first Godzilla will be cloned by Orochimaru, and the first Gundam will be created by the Scorpion. Anyway, these two are both eccentric, and Ye Qing wouldn't be surprised by any monsters they create in the future. Thoughts aside, his actions do not slow down in the slightest. The power of the dark fruit surges, and thick black mist envelopes him instantly. Tentacle-like appendages extend from Ye Qing's body, reaching toward the human puppet. The scorpion is greatly shocked to see Ye Qing's transformation. This person looks even stranger than my puppet. If I were to make a puppet based on him, it would definitely be the most powerful one. The scorpion's gaze toward Ye Qing becomes somewhat fervent, as if he has already begun studying Ye Qing's body. The puppet and the dark tendrils clash instantly. The tendrils can be hard or soft, changing as he wishes. The puppet's mechanisms are varied, capable of both offense and defense. For a moment, it's hard to tell who has the upper hand. However, the poisonous smoke released by the puppet is somewhat bothersome. Although it doesn't cause harm, it is very unpleasant. The scorpion's expression gradually darkens, as Ye Qing's power far exceeds his expectations. It seems it's time to use that technique. The scorpion's 10 fingers dance. Chakra threads flying up and down. Human puppet's secret technique, iron sand rain. The third Kazekage's puppet suddenly rises into the air, its chest cavity opening. A large amount of iron sand instantly shoots out, resembling a rain of swords falling from the sky. Is this the human puppet's secret technique? Ye Qing is taken aback, then quickly realizes. At this point, the scorpion hasn't even transformed himself into a puppet yet, so his skills with human puppets are still at a very superficial level. It's still using mechanisms to launch, unlike a true human puppet that can use bloodline limits on its own. However, these are minor details. After all, because of his reasons, they joined the Akatsuki earlier than planned. It will still take some time for them to reach their peak strength. Ye vink instead.This, allowing the rain of iron to pass through his body, striking the wall behind him into 1,000 holes. Boom! The entire wall collapses instantly, burying Ye Qing's figure within. The scorpion raises his fingers, and the puppet instantly returns to his side to protect him. In terms of control, he isn't far behind now. Did he succeed? No, not at all. Ye Qing's figure gradually coalesces next to him, arms crossed, and a serious expression on his face. Come back to the Akatsuki with me, and I will show you what true art is. Meanwhile, the sand village has descended into chaos. Although Gaara successfully blocked the tailed beast ball with ninjutsu, he himself was injured by the explosion's aftermath. Now he is half kneeling on the ground, coughing up blood, with his body covered in wounds from the shattered stones. There isn't a single intact piece of skin. The surrounding medical ninjas are nervously helping him treat his injuries. It seems that even if he doesn't die, he will suffer serious wounds. All of this is because of Obito. In the distance, Obito sees Gaara's miserable state and lets out a sigh. In the end, I became the kind of person I hate the most. Chapter 38. Orochimaru's defection to the underground exchange. Sunigakure. After Shikaku's rampage, most of the surrounding houses have collapsed, and the number of injured is countless. Even the Kazekage's office was nearly destroyed. Raza is severely injured, with internal injuries that have caused his organs to be displaced. It will likely take several years of recovery before he can regain his full strength. At this moment, Obito has reunited with Qing and returned to Amigakure with the newly recruited Scorpion. However, upon their return, they receive some bad news. Orochimaru has defected. Itachi Uchiha nodded. He attempted to steal my Sharingan and fled the Akatsuki after failing. Itachi spoke casually, as if he were discussing someone else's matters. However, everyone knows Orochimaru's strength. His unique ninjutsu and physical transformations make him nearly immune to taijutsu. His attacking methods are strange and unpredictable, yet incredibly powerful. Even the other members of the Akatsuki would find it difficult to surpass him, and Itachi managed to do it. He appeared so calm, as if he hadn't exerted much effort at all. This newcomer from the Uchiha clan should not be underestimated. Scorpion, since you've just joined the Akatsuki, why not use Orochimaru to prove your strength? Qing pondered for a moment and spoke to Scorpion beside him. Orochimaru has the ability to perform the impure world reincarnation and possesses cursed seals spread across the world. He is arguably the hardest person to kill in the entire Hokage universe. No one can be certain they can completely eliminate Orochimaru. Instead, it would be better to have Scorpion pursue him. Scorpion is still relatively inexperienced and has not yet reached his peak strength. Orochimaru is a great training target. Scorpion also seemed very interested in Orochimaru, a smile appearing on his face. Perhaps he could inspire me with new artistic ideas. Two individuals, both interested in the bodies of their enemies, are about to have a fateful encounter. Itachi, I have a task for you. You will be responsible for recruiting Deidara from Iwagakure. Qing still entrusted the task of recruiting Deidara to Itachi, as mentioned in the original work. Deidara is also afraid of Jinjutsu, so having Itachi recruit him is perfect. As for the greedy Kakuzu, I will go with Obito. This man is said to have assassinated the first Hokage. Even within the Akatsuki, he is an extremely dangerous character. It's not that he is powerful, but rather because of his ruthlessness. In the original work, Kakuzu is the only one in the Akatsuki who would kill his own partner, simply because he found them too weak. Moreover, this has clearly happened several times, until Hayden joined and teamed up with him, which improved the situation a bit. Because Hayden is hard to kill and has successfully killed one of Kakuzu's hearts. In terms of danger, the two are on par. To find Kakuzu, one must first locate the underground exchange, the most mysterious force in the Hokage world. This mysterious organization regularly issues a bounty list. As long as you bring in the body of the bounty target, you can exchange it for a large sum of money. What is most incredible is that there was once a daimyo who topped the bounty list, but no one could complete that task. However, the fact that they could openly place a bounty on a daimyo speaks volumes about the strength of this organization. It should be noted that every daimyo has a large number of samurai and secret assassination squads at their disposal. While their visible strength may not match the 5 great hidden villages, it would be hard to believe that a daimyo only has such power. One of the most incomprehensible things in the Hokage world is that during the Ninja World War, everyone was tense. While the 5 daimyo leisurely discussed how to pass the time, they looked like a bunch of fools. But is that really the case? Night. Obito and Qing took a temporary rest in a dense forest along the way. Qing rested his head on his arm, gazing up at the stars in the sky. Suddenly, a figure of a large man appeared in his mind. Yamato, also known as Tenzo. His strength is decent, but what is most impressive is his wood release. In his dictionary, the word camping has never existed. When he uses wood release, a villa rises from the ground. After Pain attacked Konoha, almost all the houses were destroyed. Villagers and ninjas could only sleep in tents. With just one wood release technique, Yamato can raise an entire set of houses. In the blink of an eye, he can build a small community. He is arguably the strongest real estate developer in Konoha. I wonder if Orochimaru has any other wood release experiments. Strength doesn't matter, as long as he can build houses. Qing glanced at Obito beside him. This guy was stuffing a skewer of dumplings into his eyes. He probably didn't want anyone to see his face. So he absorbed them into the time-space and then ate them inside, right? Coming up with this idea is quite clever. Qing shot him a disdainful glance. Both can use wood release, but one can build houses while the other can only kill. How can there be such a disparity in their uses of wood release? Qing sighed deeply. After clocking in for work for so long as it's not involved in a major event, the system's rewards have always been particularly meager. Every time he obtains a ninjutsu, it's either opening a new of the 8 gates, or sometimes receiving a stack of explosive tags. In short, none of it is anything substantial, nor has he unlocked any bloodline limits. Instead, he has nearly mastered conventional ninjutsu. Techniques like the body replacement technique and various basic ninjutsu have all been learned. He can even open the 3rd gate, the open gate of the 8 gates now. Other than the 8 gates, there's not much help in terms of strength improvement. It's better to gather the members of the Akatsuki sooner and start collecting tailed beasts. The next day, in the underground exchange, at this time, in a room that looked somewhat like a small tavern, many ninjas had gathered. Most of them were rogue ninjas from various countries, with a few samurai and even mountain bandits present. At this moment, a person resembling a clerk posted a new bounty list on the most prominent wall of the establishment. The bounty list has been updated. Instantly, everyone moved forward to look at the list, checking if there were any targets they felt confident about. Akatsuki, the Black Firebrand. Akatsuki, the masked man, suspected Uchiha Madara? A man shouted in disbelief, clearly shocked by the names on the list. Two people from the same organization have appeared on the list at the same time. One is at the top, and the other is in a close second. This has never happened before. The name Uchiha is renowned throughout the ninja world. Not to mention Uchiha Madara, who is a legendary figure. But who is the Black Firebrand? How is he ranked even above Uchiha Madara? Now everyone was unsettled. Who is this Black Firebrand? Why has he never been heard of before? Moreover, his bounty is even higher than that of the masked man. Would anyone dare to take such a bounty? What's the big deal? Didn't he, a daimyo, once sit at the top of the list? Yes, but even now, no one can complete it. Just then, a man wearing a mask walked in. He was carrying a man's corpse on his shoulder. As soon as he entered, the entire room fell silent. Everyone looked at him with a hint of fear. Who is that man? The rogue ninja from Takigakure, the immortal Kakuzu, who has lived since the first Hokage's era, is now at least over 80 years old. Jiaodu glanced lightly with his head, his emerald green pupils instantly fixed on the face of the person who had just spoken. A sinister voice then echoed, "I am here to collect the bounty." Chapter 39, Zombie, Kakuzu, and the Earth Grudge Fear. During the time of war, Kakuzu was affiliated with Takigakure. He was dispatched by the village's higher-ups to Konoha to assassinate the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju. No one witnessed their battle. All that was known was that Kakuzu ultimately failed his mission and fled back to Takigakure. The village's leadership suspected Kakuzu of being cowardly and not truly engaging in combat with the first Hokage, and they prepared to execute him. Upon hearing the news, Kakuzu, in a fit of rage, slaughtered most of the higher-ups in Takigakure and seized the village's forbidden technique, Earth Grudge Fear. By taking the hearts of his enemies, he extended his own life and gained the chakra properties of the heart's former owner. After that, Kakuzu never trusted his companions again and did not join any organization, believing that only money would not betray him. For the following decades, he relied on killing targets from the bounty list to earn money, using his earnings to travel across various countries, gaining immense fame in the exchange markets around the world. "I've come to collect the bounty," he coldly stated, then fell silent, staring thoughtfully at the newly posted bounty list. Black Fire Seed? Masked Man? He had never heard of them. However, when Kakuzu saw the long string of zeros attached to these two names, he became instantly agitated. So expensive. If he took one out, he would never have to worry again. Kakuzu wasn't short on money, but he just loved making it. He silently repeated these two names in his mind, determined that if he ever encountered them, he would not let them go. After confirming the bodies were accurate, the bounty was quickly exchanged. Kakuzu took one last look at the bounty list, grabbed his reward, and turned to leave the exchange market. To his surprise, just a short distance away, he saw two figures in red cloud cloaks approaching him. They were also likely heading to the exchange market. However, these two looked a bit familiar. Vortex mask, red cloud cloak, long sword hanging at their waist. This feature matched the two individuals on the newly updated bounty list. Kakuzu's heart leapt with joy, unable to suppress a smile, causing the black stitches at the corners of his mouth to stretch slightly. He looked at the two with eyes that sparkled like they were gazing at two walking mountains of gold. Qing also noticed Kakuzu, his black mask, and the slash through the Takigakure forehead protector indicating he was a rogue ninja. However, the gaze directed at him was inexplicably filled with intense greed, even more uncomfortable than that of Orochimaru. "What are you looking at?" Qing's body began to seep black mist. Kakuzu's gaze irritated him, and even if he agreed to join Akatsuki, he would still want to beat him up first. The nearby Obito instinctively stepped aside, retreating nearly 100 meters before stopping, fearing Qing would abandon him again mid-fight. Kakuzu narrowed his eyes. "I'm looking at the bounty that's come to me." After saying this, he rolled up his sleeves, revealing his arms. The skin was stitched together with black lines, as if it had been torn apart. The black thread seemed alive, unraveling all the sutures. His entire arm snapped in two at the elbow, connected by numerous black threads, yet not a drop of blood fell, giving it an eerie appearance. Qing looked at him with a strange expression. Indeed, Kakuzu could no longer be considered human. Calling him a zombie would be more accurate. His body was filled with black threads controlled by the Earth Grudge Fear technique. Just looking at it sent chills down one's spine. Quickly, he wrapped himself in black mist, not wanting to be touched by such disgusting things. In the next moment, Kakuzu's attack was upon him. A fist flew toward Qing, with black threads still connected to his arm, using it like a meteor hammer. Such a fighting style was rare even in the world of Naruto. Qing reached out, his fist clenched, and the dark mist enveloped him instantly. Tendrils of black spread out from his body, each one like a whip, creating sonic booms as they cut through the air. They directly ensnared Kakuzu's arm, grappling in midair. Seeing Yi Qing's mode of attack, Kakuzu had a similar thought. Tentacles sprouting from his body? That was somewhat similar to Earth Grudge Fear. However, it certainly didn't look like a form a normal person could possess. Shaking his arm, another arm joined the fray, intertwining with dozens of tendrils. In an instant, the space between them was filled with dark shadows, resembling two large sea urchins colliding. Yi Qing casually used the power of the dark fruit to block Kakuzu's assault, standing leisurely while yawning several times, boredom practically written all over his face. Seeing this expression, Kakuzu felt insulted. A surge of anger erupted from deep within him. His upper garments exploded into fragments, and his skin bulged as if something was about to burst forth. Earth Grudge Fear. He bent slightly, seemingly enduring immense pain. Instantly, all the stitching on his body unraveled, and numerous black threads surged out from within him. The four masks on his back struggled to emerge, bringing forth a large mass of black threads. In the blink of an eye, he transformed into a monster. Except for his legs, his entire body was covered in black threads, and a large mass of web-like black threads floated on his back. The four masks also hovered in the air, making him look like an octopus with too many limbs. Yi Qing's interest was piqued. It was said that the four masks behind Kakuzu could flexibly utilize 4 different types of ninjutsu. Combined with his own, he was an all-attribute ninja. The various combination ninjutsu were his greatest trump card. Yi Qing grinned widely. Come on, let me see the power of Earth Grudge Fear. I'm very curious. At that moment, a large amount of black thread spewed from Kakuzu's mouth, looking terrifying. 2 masks instantly positioned themselves to either side, opening their large mouths. Fire release, head hot. Wind release, wind pressure. A violent gale and scorching flames erupted from the mouths of the masks, combining in midair to form an even more ferocious large spiral fire column. Combination ninjutsu. Flame wind, turbulent strange, face explosive flame. The surrounding temperature surged by dozens of degrees, and intense flames filled the entire field of vision. Under the bright flames, even the sun in the sky seemed dimmed. Boom! The fire column struck the ground, raising a fiery wall that soared 10 meters high, crashing toward Yi Qing like a massive wave. Even a small village could be turned to ashes in an instant. Yi Qing's expression revealed surprise. Now, this was more like it. Without such strength, he truly wouldn't deserve to join Akatsuki. Yi Qing extended his palm, a circle of darkness swirling ominously in his palm. Resembling a small black hole, a tremendous attractive force emerged instantly, drawing in all the flames before him into the darkness of his palm, disappearing in an instant. Dark hole. As the flames disappeared, Yi Qing turned his palm. A thick darkness suddenly appeared from beneath the feet of Kagu. The enormous black lotus instantly enveloped him completely. Yi Qing clenched his hand tightly. The lotus suddenly shrank and exploded with a loud bang. Boom! Chapter 40: The Formation of the Immortal Duo. The pitch-black lotus exploded violently, dyeing the surrounding air black. Streams of black mist floated in the air, gradually becoming thinner. Kakuzu's figure lay in the clearing, his eyes gazing at the sky, the astonishment on his face still not dissipating. After living for so many years, he had never seen such a bizarre ninjutsu. Not only could it absorb ninjutsu, but its attacking power was also incredibly strong. Kakuzu tilted his head, watching the approaching Yi Qing. His heart skipped a beat. This person was definitely not someone he could resist. No wonder he was the top figure on the bounty list. Yi Qing crouched down next to Kakuzu, looking at him. The recent explosion had nearly blown him apart, and now a large number of black threads were busy stitching his body back together. It was more unsettling than a surgical site. The Akatsuki organization also takes on various bounty missions, and after you join, all the finances will be your responsibility. Yi Qing's words completely moved Kakuzu. Without a second thought, he agreed. The funding of an organization seemed to be a vast fortune. Kakuzu's eyes lit up. Just thinking about it made him unable to contain his excitement. Yi Qing smiled with satisfaction. You will be even more excited later. 600 billion explosive tags are waiting for you. After Kakuzu reattached his body, the group began to return to the Akatsuki organization. Black fire seed? Me? Yi Qing's eyes widened in shock as he pointed at his own nose. Kakuzu nodded. According to the description on the bounty list, black fire seed should be you. Yi Qing felt a strange sensation in his heart. With such a naming style, it was clear it originated from Konoha. They seem to always like using various colors to mark certain individuals. For example, Golden Flash, Konoha White Fang, Azure Beast. Is it the third Hokage? Or that schemer Danzo? It must be one of these two. Damn, what a terrible name. Just then, a shirtless man walked out from behind a large tree. He carried a massive, three-bladed scythe on his shoulder, wearing an evil grin. Hey, you guys, want to join the cult of the evil god? Haiden? Isn't that Haiden? Qing instantly recognized him. The iconic three-bladed scythe, and mentioning the cult of the evil god, there was no one else in the entire Naruto universe besides Haiden. Qing tapped Kakuzu on the shoulder. This guy is yours. Don't hold back. You can kill him if you want. Kakuzu was already in a bad mood, so Qing's suggestion was just what he wanted. He rolled up his sleeves and walked towards Haiden. At this moment, Haiden seemed to discover a new continent. Curiously examining Qing and Obito, his expression was filled with confusion. Same clothes. Are you part of a band? Or do you want to join the cult of the evil god? Kakuzu's face was full of impatience. He hated talkative people, and his brows furrowed tightly. Too chatty. A half-arm suddenly flew out, directly hitting Haiden's chest before he could react. His fist pierced through, completely penetrating his body and even shattering his internal organs. Ugh! Haiden's pupils trembled violently, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. He fell to the ground with a thud. Is that it? Kakuzu retracted his fist back to his arm. Without even looking at him, he turned and walked away. This nameless corpse, which couldn't earn a bounty, was just a piece of rotten meat waiting to decay and stink to him. Useless. You bastard. That hurts. Kakuzu's footsteps froze, and he turned back to see the supposedly dead man slowly crawling up from the ground. The large hole in his chest seemed to have no effect on his movements. Seeing this scene, Obito was somewhat surprised. Does this guy have Hashirama's cells? After receiving such a heavy attack, he could still stand up as if nothing happened. Meanwhile, Qing seemed completely unfazed. At the same time, Haiden finally steadied himself. He angrily shouted at Kakuzu, "You bastard, that really hurts." He pointed at the bloodstains left on his body, drawing a symbol on the ground. A circle on the outside, with an equilateral triangle in the middle. You will accept the punishment of the god. Before he could finish, Kakuzu punched through his chest again, looking at Haiden, who still appeared full of life. Even he was puzzled. You bastard, can't you die? Haiden frantically grabbed the black threads linking Kakuzu's arm, forcefully pulling the fist out of his body. I told you, that really hurts. The black threads were mutated blood vessels of Kakuzu, naturally covered in his blood. Now it was time for the show. Haiden extended his tongue. Licking the blood extracted from Kakuzu, he pulled out a sharp iron pin from behind. His body suddenly turned pitch black, with only his face and ribs remaining white. He looked like a skeleton. Ah, next, I will offer you as a sacrifice to the great evil god. Haiden wore a maniacal grin, in Kakuzu's astonished gaze. The iron pin brutally pierced through his own heart. The entire person seemed to be intoxicated by tremendous pleasure. Even his pupils trembled with excitement. Cool. No chicken in an instant. Kakuzu's palm tightly gripped his own chest, cold sweat beading on his face. He felt a sharp pain in his heart, a wave of agony sweeping through his mind. It was as if an invisible shadow was looking at him with a cold gaze. One of the masks on his back suddenly burst out, shattering into pieces mid-air. One heart dead. Kakuzu stood up from the ground with a grim expression. Every heart was hard-earned. Losing any of them made him furious, wanting nothing more than to kill the strange person in front of him to calm his anger. Seeing Kakuzu still able to stand, Haiden's face was filled with confusion. Hey, why aren't you dead yet? While saying this, he moved the iron pin stuck in his body, pulling it in and out, splattering blood. Obito finally couldn't hold back. This person had been pierced through the body by Kakuzu, his internal organs shattered. Then he had a sharp iron pin inserted into his heart. Any one of these injuries should have killed him instantly. But this person in front of him showed no signs of dying. He was even vigorously stirring the iron pin in his own body. This was clearly unreasonable. Qing patted his shoulder, this time not penetrating Obito's body. This person is Haiden. His ability is immortality. Even if you cut him in half, he won't die. Obito was so surprised that he activated his Sharingan. There are still people like this in the world? Meanwhile, Haiden and Kakuzu, the future teammates, had already engaged in battle again. Kakuzu shouted angrily, I will kill you. Haiden's face was filled with a mad grin. You can't do it. Chapter 41. The Mist Village Coup, preparing to retrieve the Three Tails. Iwagakure, Rock Village. Earth Altar. A boy dressed in green is using the two mouths in his palms to consume white clay. Deidara, a disciple of the third Hokage, Inoki. His lifelong belief is to pursue true art. He believes that art is a moment of brilliance, and art is an explosion. At this moment, he has secretly caused multiple explosions in other countries just to test his belief in art. Suddenly, a voice interrupts Deidara, making him pause, but he quickly reacts. Several small, white spiders crawl out from the mouths in his palms. With a push of his foot, he leaps into the air, twisting his body. With one hand raised, several small spiders are instantly flung out. Art is an explosion. Huh. Boom. A violent explosion erupts, sending debris flying and smoke rising. Deidara lands on the ground, looking proudly at the smoke. Have you witnessed my art? Is this your art? A figure emerges from the smoke. A red cloud cloak. A forehead protector of a rogue ninja from Konoha. Deep lines mark his face. Itachi Uchiha. At this moment, although Itachi is famous in the ninja world, Deidara clearly does not recognize him and thinks he is just another pursuing ninja. Itachi's eyes are calm, his crimson Sharingan only displaying the pattern of 3 tomo. I am here to invite you to join Akatsuki. Deidara looks at him with confusion, as if looking at an idiot. Akatsuki? I've never heard of it. It seems to be a group of people who don't understand art. Just as he finishes speaking, a giant centipede suddenly emerges from under Itachi's feet, tightly wrapping around him. Itachi glances at the centipede on him. So that's it, adding chakra to the clay to make it explode? Indeed, a novel ability. Deidara scoffs, raising 2 fingers from his right hand to his chest. It's too late to be afraid now, witness my art. Before he can finish speaking, Itachi interrupts him. You should take a good look at yourself. The crimson Sharingan suddenly spins. For a moment, Deidara feels as if he has awakened from a dream. Itachi Uchiha is still standing in front of him, with nothing on his body. Instead, a giant white centipede is coiling around him. Jinjutsu. When? Just now, in the Jinjutsu, if he were to detonate the centipede, he would have been killed instead. Itachi steps forward, his crimson Sharingan gazing into Deidara's eyes. Join Akatsuki. No one will hinder your pursuit, and you can even showcase your art in front of others. Deidara clicks his tongue. The centipede crawls down to the ground. Right now, he just wants to promote his art. As long as he is not bound in his pursuit of art, it doesn't matter where he goes. He removes the forehead protector from his forehead and takes out a kunai. Deidara confirms once again. I will say it first, no matter where I go, I will never stop pursuing art. Itachi's expression shows no change as he calmly replies. As you wish. The kunai slices through, marking a line across the forehead protector of a Wagakure. Kirigakure, Mist Village. A light drizzle continues to fall, and the surrounding spire-like buildings are shrouded in a thin veil of mist. Ao stands in an open hall. Kakuzu's hide-in has already donned the Akatsuki uniform and officially joined the organization. However, Sasori and Itachi have yet to return. The Mist Village's Kisame has not been gathered either. Akatsuki is still not complete. At this moment, space twists, and Obito's figure steps out from within. The ninjas of the Mist Village have launched a coup under the leadership of a woman, and Yagura is on the verge of collapse. Obito's tone is urgent, and his Manjiki Sharingan spins wildly. He is remotely controlling Yagura in battle with Jinjutsu, clearly struggling to maintain it. Ao is somewhat surprised. He can no longer discern the direction of the original plot. Because of his sudden intervention, everything has changed. Akatsuki has gathered early. Orochimaru has defected early. All timelines deviate somewhat from the original work. Is there a coup in the Mist Village now? Akatsuki is about to get on track, and controlling the Mist Village is of little significance. However, the 3 tails must be retrieved. Ao stands up, grabs the shibuki nearby. He walks out of the hall with Obito, only to run into the arriving Kisame. Upon seeing Ao, Kisame immediately speaks. The Mist Village has launched a coup, and Yagura is about to be overwhelmed. Kisame is a rogue ninja from the Mist Village, and even now, he maintains some contact with personnel from the Mist Village. However, no one knows that he has joined Akatsuki. Ao nods. We are already aware of this matter and are about to handle it. Kisame rests his decapitation sword on his shoulder. Take me with you. After all, that is my village. If Yagura breaks free from control, the 3 tails will go berserk. The Mist Village will definitely face a catastrophic disaster. Obito grunts softly, covering his Sharingan with his hand, red light faintly visible between his fingers. The battle has intensified Yagura and the 3 tails' resistance, nearing the point where he can no longer control it. Hurry, I can't hold on much longer. Kisame finally smiles, and with the patterns on his mouth, it looks especially ferocious. Kirigakure. This village, surrounded by thick fog all year round, is particularly quiet today. There's not a single passerby on the streets, as if sensing something. Everyone is hiding in their homes, staying behind closed doors. Kagura Mei walks hurriedly down the street, followed by a group of elite ninjas. After the Blood Mist policy, she has already begun planning to overthrow the 4th Mizukage, Yagura. However, since Yagura is the Jinchuriki of the 3 tails, If the action fails, this village and even the entire country will plunge into chaos. She must be cautious. She can only secretly resist the Fourth Hokage under the guidance of the elder of the Mist Village, Genji. Her subordinates have also gathered a group of rebel ninjas. Ao, who experienced the Third Shinobi World War, and Chjr, who inherited the twin swords, are her capable subordinates. Ao's right eye is the Byakugan obtained from a deceased member of the Hige clan during the Third Shinobi World War. When chakra gathers in the eye, the blood vessels around the eyes bulge, allowing him to see the flow of chakra within the human body. This time, Kagura Mei intends to use Ao's ability to see whether Yagura is under anyone's control. Ever since the blood mist policy was implemented a few years ago, Yagura has become increasingly abnormal. The village's funding is often insufficient, and all bloodline ninjas have been persecuted, resulting in a significant decline in the overall strength of the Mist Village. Finally, today, Elder Genji has informed her that all preparations have been made, and the guardians around the Fourth Hokage have been removed for various reasons. Now, only Yagura is alone in the Mizukage's office. It is a great opportunity to check the truth. Kagura Mei stops, places her hand on the office door, and gently pushes it open. Chapter 42. Terumi Mei vs. Yagura. Terumi Mei slowly pushed open the door to the Mizukage's office. The Fourth Hokage, Yagura Karatachi, was sitting formally behind his desk. Upon seeing Terumi Mei, he slightly tilted his head, his eyes turning to focus on her. Terumi Mei, what brings you here? He appeared quite normal. But Terumi Mei felt a sense of unreality in her heart. She always felt that Yagura had become somewhat mechanical lately, like a puppet. There was no vitality. Whether speaking or in other moments, he resembled a robot, which felt very eerie. Terumi Mei did not respond, and slightly tilted her head, softly calling out, "Ao." Understood. Oh. Dressed in a blue robe, stepped forward, and chakra instantly gathered in his right eye. Byakugan. In an instant, the whole room turned grayish-white, and Yagura gradually became transparent in his eyes, leaving only the flowing chakra and the visible network of chakra points. After a moment, Ao retracted his Byakugan and nodded to Terumi Mei. Inside the Fourth Lord's body, there's an evil chakra that seems to be controlling him. Indeed, it was an illusion. Wasn't it? Can it be broken? Ao frowned and thought for a moment before nodding vigorously. Yes, but we must first suppress him. Terumi Mei let out a gentle breath, and the chakra in her body surged violently. If it's just a temporary suppression, I should be able to manage it. Just as the few were conversing, Yagura had been watching them without any reaction. His expression remained very calm, as if he was completely uninterested in their conversation. Seeing Yagura like this, Terumi Mei couldn't help but feel a surge of anger. Damn it, he's been controlled so thoroughly that even his emotions are suppressed. Her hands quickly formed seals. Water release, water dragon bullet. A stream of water shot out from Terumi Mei's red lips, instantly forming a twisting water dragon in midair. The dragon's horns jutted out, and its fangs were ferocious, indistinguishable from a real dragon. The water dragon, carrying immense power, bit down on Yagura, crashing through the wall behind him and bursting out. Boom! The water dragon engulfed Yagura and slammed down onto the street outside. The roaring waves of water instantly turned into streams, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Chjr, standing nearby, was amazed. How powerful to control the water dragon's might without damaging any buildings. The water dragon bullet is a fundamental technique for water release ninja, requiring a total of 44 hand seals. Its power is formidable. However, the water release that Terumi Mei used could actively disperse upon landing, causing no harm to the surrounding structures. This level of chakra control is rarely seen. Terumi Mei jumped down, with the surging water following closely behind, continuing to attack Yagura. Chjr, don't dawdle, follow me. Ao shouted, quickly leading Chjr to follow. At this moment, Terumi Mei formed seals once again in her hands. The speed was so fast that only the shadows of her fingers could be seen. Water release, great waterfall technique. Streams of water erupted from beneath her feet, lifting her body into the air. It formed a surging wave, crashing toward Yagura. The towering wave nearly blocked out the sun, casting shadows over everything. Yagura had now regained his senses. His eyes suddenly transformed into the blood-red Sharingan. He formed hand seals. A ferocious gale instantly arose around him. Wind release, typhoon. The fierce winds swirled in the air, nearly dispersing the massive wave before him. The splashing water was swept up into the sky by the fierce winds, turning into a torrential rain. Water release, hidden mist technique. Yagura immediately exhaled a thick mist, enveloping everything in front of him. Everything in sight turned white, with only vague silhouettes of the surrounding buildings visible. Yagura's figure was still nowhere to be seen. Terumi Mei felt anxious. She needed to break the illusion quickly. Otherwise, many secretive ninja might use the information they gained to wreak havoc on the Mist Village. Oh, Ao, being a sensory ninja, combined with the high GA, clans Byakugan, could track anyone. Near the water altar, Ao sensed something and quickly shouted to Terumi Mei. At this moment, Yagura's body began to emit red-tailed beast chakra, with 3 tails of chakra protruding from his back. Tail beast cloak mode. The Sharingan in his eyes trembled violently, on the verge of dissipating. It seemed that Obito's illusion was about to be uncontrollable. Once the illusion was completely broken, the 3 tails would go berserk. At that time, it would be a disaster for the mist. Terumi Mei was clearly unaware of this. She thought Yagura was merely under the control of the illusion, and that breaking it would allow her to suppress the 3 tails again. Thus, she attacked Yagura frantically. Little did she know, the more chakra Yagura consumed, the weaker his control over the 3 tails became. The water altar had once been evaporated by Yi Qing's flames, although it was now replenished with water. Scorch marks were still visible along the edges. Yagura landed on the water altar, his body enveloped in powerful tailed beast chakra, splashing the water surface. He let out a meaningless roar, and his eyes had lost their pupils, leaving only white. Dissolution release. Dissolve monster technique. Terumi Mei's attack followed closely behind, as a mass of yellow goo instantly enveloped Yagura. This was Terumi Mei's unique bloodline limit. Dissolution release. The strong acid emitted could even dissolve steel and could be used on a large scale. Once the tailed beast cloak came into contact with the strong acid, wisps of white smoke began to rise. The chakra was gradually dissolving. Yagura let out a monstrous roar, opening his mouth wide as intense chakra quickly coalesced within. Tailed beast ball. Terumi Mei was taken aback and hurriedly dodged out of the attack range. Don't get close. The power of the humanoid tailed beast ball is equally terrifying. Yagura's 3 tails supported the tailed beast ball beneath him. In the next second, he tilted his head back and forcefully spewed it forward. The tailed beast ball, the size of a human head, swept past, pushing the water aside and revealing the scorched bottom of the pool. It transformed into a bright beam of light, instantly striking the buildings in the Mist Village. Suddenly, a blinding white light erupted within the Mist Village, followed by a thunderous explosion. Boom! A mushroom cloud shot up into the sky, obliterating all surrounding buildings. Moments later, the circular shockwave reached the water altar, sending waves crashing out. Terumi Mei saw the village engulfed in flames, and her expression instantly turned cold. Damn it! I can't hold back any longer. She formed hand seals, powerful chakra lifting her red hair as it flew. Water release. Multiple water dragon bullets. A water dragon once again emerged from beneath Yagura's feet, biting onto him and soaring into the sky. Terumi Mei unleashed another ferocious water dragon from her lips, roaring as it lunged forward to bite. Boom! The 2 water dragons collided midair, producing a muffled sound. The shattered water dragons fell instantly, causing a torrential downpour to begin in the sky. Yagura's figure fell from the downpour, directly plummeting into the water pool. Boil release. Skillful mist technique. Dense acidic mist instantly covered the entire surface of the pool, rapidly corroding even the rocks at the edges. Boil release is a unique bloodline limit of Kagaya Otsutsuki. Its power can even melt Susanoo. As Yagura emerges from the water pool, he is immediately corroded by the acidic mist. Ao prepares to dispel the genjutsu. Kagaya shouts, and the next ninjutsu is unleashed. Water release. Water vortex. A massive vortex suddenly rises at the center of the pool, sweeping all the surrounding water into it, creating a gigantic water tornado. The figure of Yagura at the bottom of the pool is revealed. Kagaya crosses her hands, palms facing forward, maintaining the water vortex. The dense acidic mist swirls within, releasing plumes of white smoke. If Yagura resists, she can instantly dispel the ninjutsu. The overwhelming water waves combined with the corrosive mist can at least control him for a short time. Ao seizes the opportunity, diving deep into the vortex at the bottom of the pool. Activating his Byakugan, he directly locates the Sharingan chakra of Obito residing within Yagura. He places his palm on Yagura's chest, using his own chakra to expel this ocular power. Ao tightly shuts his eyes, beads of sweat gradually forming on his forehead. Obito's Mangekyou Sharingan is not so easily undone. Just then, the three tails sealed within Yagura suddenly open their eyes. Release. Chapter 43. Breaking the illusion. The three tails goes berserk. The hidden mist village is surrounded by the sea on all sides, and one must take a boat to reach it. Time is of the essence now. So Yi Qing and the others directly gathered their chakra at the soles of their feet and sped across the water surface. Three waves surged over the sea, heading straight toward the hidden mist. At that moment, one of the waves suddenly stopped. Obito felt a sharp pain in his Sharingan and involuntarily halted his steps. The light in his eyes gradually diminished, finally taking the shape of three Magatama. Upon seeing Obito stop, BYJZ hurriedly urged, "Why have you stopped? The hidden mist is right in front of us." Obito squinted at the hidden mist not far away. It seems that the ninjas of the hidden mist are bringing about their own destruction. BYJZ instantly understood, his face filled with astonishment. Could it be? Damn it. After saying that, he continued to sprint forward. Yi Qing rested his Zanpakuto on his shoulder and glanced at Obito. Same plan as before, I'll weaken the three tails. You control it and take it away. Okay. At the same time, Yagura, who was pinned down by Qing, suddenly opened his eyes. His crimson pupils were filled with rage and hatred. Yagura stood up from the vortex and let out a beastly roar to the sky. A violent chakra erupted instantly, shattering the surrounding waves and sending Qing's body flying to the ground. He crashed hard against a tree before finally stopping. CHJR rushed over to support Qing, his face filled with concern. Don't worry about me. The three tails has gone berserk. Hurry and help Lord Terumi Mei. After saying that, his head tilted and he fainted. After all, he was a sensory ninja, relatively weak in combat. His body simply couldn't withstand such a powerful attack. A thunderous roar suddenly echoed from the pond. A massive grayish-white shell gradually rose from the water, parting the waves. A huge crimson eyeball opened instantly, and three gigantic tails covered in spikes stirred the pond into a murky mess. The three tails. Terumi Mei gritted her teeth as she looked at the enormous beast before her. Feeling small in comparison, the three tails' attack power, aside from the tail beast ball, wasn't particularly high. However, due to its hard shell, its defense was astonishing. Ordinary ninjutsu would hardly affect it. Even Terumi Mei felt a headache upon seeing it. How do we suppress such a monster? She had not yet reached her peak. Although she could skillfully use her bloodline limits of dissolution and boil release, neither the power nor the range had reached their strongest point. Facing the three tails, she couldn't help but feel a sense of helplessness. The three tails, perhaps suppressed for too long, displayed immense destructive power as soon as it appeared. Its massive body curled into a ball, wrapping itself with its three tails, resembling a giant spiked sphere. When Terumi Mei saw the three tails assume this posture, her heart trembled violently. The three tails' shadow transformed into a gigantic wheel, crushing everything in its path. The destructive power was tremendous. The village behind her was still rising with thick white smoke, flames shooting into the sky. The entire hidden mist had fallen into chaos. If the three tails wreaked havoc now, it would mean the end for the hidden mist. It must not be allowed to enter the village. Just as Terumi Mei finished her thoughts, the three tails rolled forward like a rapidly spinning ball, charging toward the village. Wherever it passed, the ground was plowed into deep trenches, and all the surrounding flowers and plants were uprooted. Even several rocks in its path were crushed to pieces. Water release, great waterfall technique. Terumi Mei's graceful figure stood firmly on the ground before the three tails. Her crimson hair danced wildly in the wind, her face filled with determination. She crossed her hands and pushed forward. Torrential waves surged from either side of her body. The splashing waves quickly transformed into towering waves that crashed against the three tails. The wheel-like three tails, which had been plowing deep tracks in the ground, was temporarily unable to advance due to the rushing water. Water release, water dragon bite. Streams of swirling water erupted from beneath the three tails, violently shaking its body. The torrents shot into the sky, coalescing into a massive water dragon. Infused with a large amount of chakra, its power was more than 10 times that of the water dragon bullet. In an instant, the giant dragon viciously bit into the three tails, forcibly halting its rapid spinning. A cloud of smoke erupted around them. Seeing the three tails stop, Terumi Mei felt a wave of weakness wash over her. Her chakra was nearly depleted, and her physical strength was at its limit. Every part of her body felt sore, and she couldn't muster any strength. A powerful chakra suddenly surged from the smoke. The three tails opened its mouth wide, condensing a massive chakra sphere in front of it. A destructive energy seeped out from within. The tailed beast ball, a complete version of the tailed beast transformation, had the power to obliterate a village. Terumi Mei's pupils instantly contracted. Right now, she had no strength left, and her chakra was nearly exhausted. She could only watch helplessly as the tailed beast ball, filled with overwhelming power, charged straight toward her. Everything in front of her was torn apart and shattered by the raging winds. Fragments of rock and wood flew past her ears. Terumi Mei's lips curled into a bitter smile. In the end, was it still a failure? She took one last look at the village behind her and slowly closed her eyes. Cut and slash. A loud shout instantly pulled her consciousness back to her body. In the moment she opened her eyes, she saw a tall figure standing in front of her, with a long blade held aloft. It directly split the entire tailed beast ball in two. The figure flicked the long blade behind him, and a burst of flames instantly wrapped around the blade, warming her cold body. At this moment, Qing didn't pay any attention to Terumi Mei behind him. In his eyes, there was only the gigantic turtle before him. He swung his flowing blade, and roaring flames erupted out of thin air, engulfing the three tails in an instant. With a twist of his wrist, the long blade was sheathed. Extending his hand forward, a massive black lotus surged up from beneath the three tails, enveloping its enormous form entirely. Clenching his outstretched hand tightly, the black lotus exploded. Boom! Black mist was swept away by the violent shockwave, bursting forth in all directions. Qing stood firm in the fierce wind, his black hair dancing wildly. He glanced back at Terumi Mei before turning and charging forward. At that moment, Terumi Mei was deeply shocked by the scene before her. She sat in a daze for a long time before finally standing up again. As she recalled, all she could remember was a pair of ice-blue eyes. Chapter 44, Recapturing the Three Tails, Toying with Kakuzu Mei. At this moment, the hidden mist village was already in shambles. Near the water altar, the scene was barely recognizable. The surrounding trees had all been swept into the sky by the violent winds generated by the tailed beast's chakra. The ground was covered with unabsorbed water stains. Even within the hidden mist village, fierce flames surrounded the area. Thick smoke billowed into the sky, as if the turbulent Warring States period had returned. Kakuzu Mei had just gotten up from the ground, with a few blades of grass stuck in her hair, looking particularly disheveled. Jur, carrying the dual swords Hiramiki and Case Sokuk, came over, supporting the severely injured Ao. Lady Kakuzu Mei, are you alright? Seeing that Jur and Ao were still alive. A hint of joy appeared on Kakuzu Mei's face. I'm fine, how about you two? Senior Ao was knocked unconscious, but he's not seriously hurt. If it weren't for Jur blocking all the debris from the giant trees that were blown away by the tailed beast chakra, Ao would have been killed by now. Thinking back, Jur's arms were still trembling. Kakuzu Mei nodded slightly and looked up at the tall figure standing before the three tails. Although Ao had come to the land of water with Obito in the past, he had never seen Kakuzu Mei. Back then, she was still training with the elders. But now she had become a powerful ninja capable of single-handedly stopping a tailed beast. At the same time, she had transformed into a charming woman ninja. Watching Ao's back, she was filled with shock. If Ao hadn't intervened just now, she would have been killed by the three tailed beast bomb. While she was shocked by Ao's strength, she was also curious about his identity. Could he be a friend invited by the original master? That was the only conclusion she could come up with. At this moment, the three tails looked particularly miserable. Its hard shell was charred black from the flames, and it was wrapped in wisps of black mist. A hint of fear flickered in its large eye. It remembered the man in front of it. A few years ago, it had almost been roasted alive here. If conditions had allowed, it would have shrunk back into its shell and never wanted to see this terrifying man again. Ao stepped on the back of the three tails and pulled with one hand in the air. The entangling black mist instantly dissipated. Obito's figure suddenly appeared beside him. Jay-Z also emerged from behind, carrying his beheading sword. Seeing the dual swords Hiramiki and Case Sokuk that Jur was carrying, his gaze became dazed. The former 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist had almost all perished by now. Jur was also staring intently at the beheading sword in Jay-Z's hand. The last generation of the 7 ninja swordsmen, Obito stood on the back of the three tails and teased Ao, Teske, you're faster now than a few years ago. Remember when you attacked the hidden mist and controlled Yagura? You had a fight with the three tails for a while before bringing it down. But now, it takes just an instant. Your growth rate is simply unbelievable. Hearing Obito's teasing, Ao's expression darkened. Fast. You're the one who's fast. Stop messing around and get to work. We need to seal this big turtleback. Obito shrugged and spread his hands. Although he didn't know what messing around meant, he understood the latter part of the sentence. Just as they were about to seal it, the Three Tails suddenly spat out a tailed beast bomb the size of a human head. As a tailed beast, it would not willingly give up its dignity. This tailed beast bomb was the Three Tails' last counterattack, moving at incredible speed. It instantly passed through Obito's figure and charged towards Ao behind him. Jay-Z's expression changed. At this close distance, only he could react in time. He moved his feet and directly blocked in front of Ao. With a loud roar, he swung his beheading sword fiercely at the tailed beast bomb. Ao behind him was stunned. He was afraid that Jay-Z would foolishly strike the tailed beast bomb with his sword, which is why he had just appeared to cut it down. Was he inspired or what? In the end, was he still going to strike the tailed beast bomb with a sword? Boom! Half of the beheading sword was sent flying. The other half was embedded in Jay-Z's chest, almost cutting him in half. He died on the spot. This was the first casualty in the Akatsuki organization. Although Jay-Z was not strong and had little presence, he was still a member of the Akatsuki. Seeing this scene, Obito felt a surge of anger. Flames of chakra suddenly erupted from his palm as he slammed his hand onto the back of the Three Tails shell. A burst of light radiated from the handprint, and Obito's Sharingan spun wildly as he suppressed the Three Tails' consciousness with his ocular power. Soon, the entire Three Tails seemed to sink into quicksand, collapsing and compressing towards the center. Eventually, it all shrank back into Yagura's body. By this time, Yagura was already unconscious, eyes tightly shut, completely unaware. Obito easily lifted the childlike form of Yagura with one hand and activated Kamui, directly sucking Yagura and Jay-Z's corpse into the space-time dimension. Let's go. Itachi and the others should be back by now. Just then, several kunai shot towards Obito, piercing through his body and nailing into the ground in the distance. Obito's Sharingan turned slightly, landing on Kaku-Mei beside him. At this moment, Kaku-Mei was incredibly frustrated. Just now, when Ao struck the tailed beast bomb, she had directly regarded Ao as one of her own. Even with a rogue ninja from the hidden mist beside them, she hadn't thought much of it. The actions that Ao and the others took afterward were also not particularly strange. Fighting the Three Tails and resealing it within Yagura were things Kaku-Mei wanted to do but couldn't. At that time, she had already thought of over 3,000 words of gratitude. She also planned to revoke Jay-Z's rogue ninja status. But then, the dying Three Tails counterattacked, and Jay-Z died on the spot. In that split second, she was almost caught off guard. The guy with the circle head had actually absorbed the Fourth Hokage directly. Were they planning to take him away? It dawned on her that this person was not a friend invited by the original master to help. He was here to steal the tailed beast. Moreover, due to her misjudgment, she had allowed these two to absorb the Fourth Hokage and the tailed beast right in front of her. If this matter were to leak out, it would be a tremendous disgrace for the hidden mist. Looking at Ao's indifferent face, which had never once looked at her, a surge of inexplicable anger suddenly rose within her. She waved her hand and threw out two kunai. However, at the moment the kunai left her hand, her wrist involuntarily twisted slightly, aiming directly at Obito. Even Kaku-Mei found it a bit unbelievable. Could she lose her aim even with kunai? This was unreasonable. Obito's Crimson Sharingan looked at Kaku-Mei for a moment, noticing that she had zoned out on the battlefield. He couldn't help but glance at Ao beside him. What should we do? Should we kill her? Ao shook his head slightly. Killing her would mean completely igniting the Ninja World War. Now is not the time. The Akatsuki is not yet prepared for war, and the only important tailed beast is the Three Tails we just captured. We can't be too ostentatious now. Hearing the conversation between Ao and Obito, Kaku-Mei's anger intensified. Her big eyes glared fiercely at Ao. Are you still planning to kill me? None of you are leaving today. Leave everything to me. With both hands forming intricate hand seals, the chakra that had just coalesced within was poured into it without reservation. Water style, water dragon. Terumi Mei's eyes widened in shock, and the hand seal she had completed halfway came to a halt. This was because one of Qing's hands was already pressed against her luscious lips, directly interrupting her ninjutsu. Terumi Mei's water dragon bullet was different from those of other ninjas. Normally, the water dragon bullet is created by manipulating water flow with chakra at the feet, forming a water dragon to attack the enemy. However, hers was expelled from her mouth. The hand seals were simpler and the power greater. But the obvious drawback was that if someone blocked her mouth, she couldn't execute her ninjutsu. Just like now, Qing's fingers were pressing against her red lips in what appeared to be an intimate gesture, but his expression was extremely indifferent, leaving her completely bewildered. Water dragon bullet? What water bullet? The thought had long since slipped her mind. However, in the next moment, black mist began to coalesce in Yi Qing's palm, and to her astonishment, it was thrust directly into her body. Instantly, the little chakra remaining within her was sealed away, and she could not utilize even the slightest bit. After doing all this, Yi Qing transformed into a mass of darkness and dissipated into the wind, his figure vanishing without a trace. All that remained was Terumi Mei, her chakra imprisoned, standing in place with a mix of grief and anger, gritting her teeth as she stared at the spot where Yi Qing had disappeared, saying, "Bastard, I will kill you sooner or later." Behind her, Chojuro looked up at the clear night sky, whistling nonchalantly, as if it had nothing to do with him. Chapter 45. The Akatsuki Organization Gathers. Officially begins the tailed beast collection plan. The Akatsuki, Deidara, and Scorpion have returned, donning the red cloud cloaks of the Akatsuki. All members have gathered here. Even the usually reclusive Zetsu is present. Even Suigetsu and Karen are sitting on nearby rocks, waiting for Yi Qing's return. At this moment, a dense black fog suddenly appears. Yi Qing's figure emerges from the mist, surrounded by lingering smoke. Obito follows closely behind, emerging from Kamui. Yi Qing waves to Suigetsu beside him and hands him a half of the decapitation blade. Suigetsu's eyes instantly light up. He is from the Mist Village, and he understands the significance of this blade all too well. As long as he wields one of the 7 legendary swords of the mist, he becomes a member of the 7 ninja swordsmen. Influenced by his brother, Zabuza Momochi, since childhood, he has always wanted to be part of the 7 ninja swordsmen. Later, Yi Qing's technique changed his perspective, making him even fonder of using swords. He has long coveted the decapitation blade of Kizang Shizuku, but had been unable to obtain it. Now that Yi Qing has actually handed him the decapitation blade, he is on the verge of jumping for joy, completely forgetting about its original owner, Kizang Shizuku. Haha! From now on, I'm a member of the 7 ninja swordsmen. Suigetsu joyfully swings the blade a few times and nods in satisfaction. Although the decapitation blade is currently only half a blade, once on the battlefield, it can absorb iron from the blood of enemies and regrow the other half, restoring it to its original state. This is the magic of the decapitation blade. After a while, Suigetsu finally remembers Kizang Shizuku. Since I have the decapitation blade, does that mean Kizang Shizuku is dead? Yi Qing nods with an unnatural expression. As for how he died, he really doesn't want to say. It's too embarrassing. He just patted Suigetsu's shoulder and reminded him, from now on, practice your sword techniques well, and don't let down the name of the 7 ninja swordsmen. After hesitating for a moment, he added, when you see a tailed beast orb, don't use your sword to cut it. Suigetsu is taken aback. Confusion written all over his face, completely not understanding Yi Qing's meaning. Yi Qing doesn't elaborate, directly walking up to Scorpion. How's Orochimaru? Hearing Yi Qing's question, Scorpion's face reveals an angry expression. That snake is too good at escaping, but I've already planted a spy next to him. His every move cannot escape my surveillance. A spy? It wouldn't be Kabuto, would it? However, trying to get close to Scorpion's brain manipulation isn't that easy. Yi Qing scans the area. The current Akatsuki organization is basically at full strength. He glances at the solitary figure of Itachi Uchiha standing aside and adds in his heart, but we are still short one tailless tailed beast. Just as he thinks this, Itachi speaks up. Kizang Shizuku is dead. Who will I team up with? You don't need to worry about this. Your teammate has already been decided. Yi Qing smiles confidently. Earlier, when they were in the Mist Village, Obito had not appeared because he was persuading Kisame Hoshigaki. He should be arriving soon. Just then, a tall man with blue skin walks in from a distance, carrying a strangely shaped staff on his back. A faint smile hangs on his lips, and he has a row of gills on both sides of his face, looking almost like a shark that has come to life. Upon seeing this man's figure, a smile finally appears on Yi Qing's face. The former member of the Mist Assassination Unit, with an enormous amount of chakra, known as the tailless tailed beast, Kisame Hoshigaki. With everyone gathered, even though they have formed a few years earlier than in the original story, and some members have not yet reached their peak strength, these rogue ninjas from all corners of the world, gathered together, will surely become an organization that sends shockwaves throughout the entire ninja world. Akatsuki. In the Rain Village, under the central statue. Today is a rare sunny day in the mist, and the years of rainfall seem to have washed the entire sky exceptionally clean. The air carries a refreshing scent. All members of the Akatsuki have gathered here. All 11 are present, with not a single person absent. Pain stands on the tongue of the statue, gazing at the village before him. It has been a long time since Yahiko's death. Until today, the Akatsuki has truly gained the power to influence the ninja world. There is Conan, known as the Angel, the genius ninja from Konoha, Itachi Uchiha, the tailless beast, Kisame Hashigaki, the genius puppet master, Scorpion of the Red Sand, the explosive genius, Deidara, the bounty hunter, zombie Kakuzu, the immortal ninja, Haiden, plus Obito and the long-hidden Zetsu, and the still-growing Karen and Suigetsu. They are even more terrifying than the Akatsuki in the original story. Qing leans against a nearby building, watching this scene with a smile. He still remembers the pitiful state when he first joined the Akatsuki. With only a few members present, and one with almost no combat power, Zetsu. After years of effort, he has finally gathered the true Akatsuki. Next, it should be time to collect the tailed beasts, right? Sure enough, pain on the tongue speaks again. The current Akatsuki members are provisional, unless there are unexpected circumstances. No new recruits will be called. Everyone understands the meaning of unexpected circumstances. Only when the Akatsuki loses members will new recruits be called. The current personnel are already sufficient. Pain speaks again in his unique, deep voice. The next phase, the main goal of the Akatsuki, is to grow and officially start the tailed beast recovery plan. The current Akatsuki is full of potential, but needs time to grow. At the same time, they will begin collecting information on the tailed beasts. Once there is an opportunity, they will immediately recover them. Not counting the 3 tails that Qing just captured, there are still 8 tailed beasts scattered across the world. Until all 9 tailed beasts are gathered and sealed into the outer path golem, awakening the 10 tails, and becoming the Jinchuriki of the 10 tails. Only then can they launch a large-scale illusion that envelopes the entire world, infinite Tsukuyami, using deception against everyone, even deceiving themselves, to achieve true peace in the ninja world. Qing grins. However, this plan may need to be slightly adjusted. Chapter 46. The 5th Mizukage takes office and heads to Konoha, in the Mist Village. On the high platform in front of the Mizukage's office, an old man with a gaunt face, leaning on a cane, tremblingly walked in front of Terumi Mei. He handed her the Mizukage hat in his hand. From today onwards, you are the 5th Mizukage. The entire Mist Village is entrusted to you. This old man was the oldest elder in the Mist Village, known as Genji. It is said that he has lived since the time of the first Mizukage. He had been secretly supporting Terumi Mei in her struggle against Yagura. This time, Terumi Mei fully demonstrated her strength and determination. There was no one more suitable for the position of Mizukage than her. Terumi Mei was taken aback for a moment, then revealed a smile. She reached out to take the hat and placed it on her head, her eyes shining with bright light. The village from now on will be entrusted to me. Terumi Mei walked to the edge of the platform and looked down. At this moment, almost all the villagers and ninjas had gathered here, wanted to witness this historic moment with their own eyes. Terumi Mei took off the hat, her long brown-red hair flying in the wind. With a confident smile on her face, she announced to everyone in the Mist Village, from today onwards, the blood mist policy that has shrouded the entire mist will officially end. Terumi Mei's voice was not loud, but clearly reached everyone's ears. For a moment, all sound disappeared. No one spoke. Everyone stared blankly at Terumi Mei on the platform, their faces filled with disbelief. The blood mist policy has ended? Moments later, a 4 or 5-year-old child suddenly cheered. Clenching his little fists tightly, he raised his hands and shouted the name of the 5th Mizukage. At this, everyone reacted. The blood mist policy has really ended. Excitement spread across everyone's faces, and their eyes revealed a hint of fervor as they looked at Terumi Mei. 5th Mizukage! 5th Mizukage! The excited shouts merged into one, and one could even feel the waves of sound crashing towards them. Everyone had immense faith in this woman who had rescued them from hell. The 5th Mizukage has officially taken office. In the Mizukage's office, Terumi Mei was sitting behind her desk in a daze, with a stack of documents almost a meter high in front of her. These were the accumulated and sealed documents that needed to be dealt with during Yagura's control. Her first test upon taking office was to process all the documents in the shortest time possible and to designate a new development plan. Chojuro and AO stood in front of her, grinning. No one can help with this. It all depends on you, Terumi Mei. Both of them had also risen in status alongside Terumi Mei and were quite different from their previous identities. All intelligence organizations in the Mist were under AO's responsibility, while the combat department was controlled by Chojuro, firmly grasping the entire Mist power in their hands. However, the accumulated documents over the years were simply. Terumi Mei rubbed her aching forehead and asked AO, Have you found out the identities of those people in Red Cloud cloaks? Ever since Ao left, Terumi Mei had been unable to let go of this matter. She had asked Ao to utilize the entire Mist intelligence for a detailed investigation. And now there was finally some progress. They seemed to be a new organization called Akatsuki, which had appeared in Konoha before and triggered the Nine Tails incident. Terumi Mei furrowed her brows. Are they targeting the tailed beasts? It seems necessary to visit Konoha. She immediately threw the documents in her hand into the trash can and set off for Konoha with Ao and Chojuro. This was also the first diplomatic visit between the Mist and Konoha after the Third Shinobi World War. At that time, the two villages were hostile on the battlefield, with excellent ninjas from both sides dying at each other's hands. Rin was sealed with the Three Tails by the Mist and ultimately had to choose to die at Kakashi's hands for the sake of her village. Afterwards, with the Fourth Hokage implementing the Blood Mist policy, there had been no diplomacy between the two ninja villages for a long time. Even the Third Hokage referred to the Mist village as the Village of Blood, Mist behind its back. Ninjas who had participated in the war had no good feelings towards the Mist. However, Terumi Mei still decided to go to Konoha. The organization in the Red Cloud cloaks could not be stopped by the power of just one village. Moreover, based on the current intelligence, the ultimate goal of this organization was likely the tailed beasts of various villages. If that were the case, all 5 hidden villages would indeed be in danger. In Konoha, in the conference room, Terumi Mei was already sitting opposite the Third Hokage, with Chojuro and Ao standing behind her. Hokage, I came here to understand the Nine Tails attack incident from a few years ago. Without any small talk, Terumi Mei went straight to the point. Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned immediately. The Nine Tails attack incident resulted in the deaths of Minato and Kushina. To everyone, this was a huge scandal, and Konoha had long since sealed off related information. However, it was normal for the Mist, as one of the 5 hidden villages, to know this information. But why was the Mist inquiring about this matter? Mizukichi, I'm sorry, but this matter is a village confidential issue and cannot be disclosed to you. Sarutobi Hiruzen exhaled a puff of smoke, the thick smell making Terumi Mei wrinkle her nose. Then I'll be straightforward. A few days ago, the Mist was attacked by 3 enemies in Red Cloud cloaks, who kidnapped the Three Tails and its Jinchuriki. Upon hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression darkened immediately. Red Cloud cloaks. This pattern had deeply etched itself into the minds of everyone in Konoha. The Nine Tails attack incident, the Uchiha massacre incident. Both had the shadow of this mysterious organization. However, for a long time, there had been no accurate grasp of this organization's detailed information. Sarutobi Hiruzen could no longer maintain his calm. Was one of them wearing a spiral mask, and another was a man shrouded in black mist? Terumi Mei nodded vigorously. Indeed, the organization that attacked Konoha was the same one that attacked the Mist. It seemed very likely that this force's target was the tailed beasts. Chapter 47. The Gathering of the Three Shadows, Planning the Chunin Exam. In the meeting room of Konoha, both the Mizukage and the Hokage received the information they wanted and fell into deep thought. Sarutobi Hiruzen was surprised. This organization wearing Red Cloud cloaks seemed to bring significant upheaval to the entire ninja world every time it appeared. The first time they appeared, they controlled the Nine Tails to attack Konoha. The second time, they wiped out the Uchiha clan. This was the third time, and they had directly captured the Three Tails from the Hidden Mist. Each time their power grew, it was alarming. However, Terumi Mei was even more shocked. It seemed that the goal of this organization was likely the tailed beasts. Everything that had happened before was just preparation for their ultimate purpose. When they appeared again, it would unleash a bloody storm across the entire ninja world. Sarutobi Hiruzen's face was grim as he instructed the Umbu outside the door. Call Narashikaku over. There's an emergency. Yes, Lord Third. Before long, a stern-looking middle-aged man entered. He had black hair tied up and several curved scars on his face. Narashikaku, the captain of Konoha's Jonin team, was the former Shika from the Inoshikacho trio. In the original story, he could devise a tactic to suppress the Ten Tails within minutes of analysis. With a high IQ, he was undoubtedly a military genius. Lord Third, you called for me. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded and introduced him to Terumi Mei. This is my strategist in Konoha. I want him to analyze the intelligence we received. He should be able to discern deeper insights. Terumi Mei nodded in agreement with Sarutobi's suggestion. Due to the Blood Mist policy, there weren't many young ninja left in the entire Hidden Mist village. The older generation of ninja had died in large numbers, leading to a gap in the inheritance of skills. The only ninja she could use were CHJ, R, and AO. In terms of tactics, there was no one decent to rely on. Narashikaku's mind was like a highly efficient processor. After a brief contemplation, he already had a response strategy. Based on the current intelligence, the ultimate goal of this organization should be to collect the tailed beast from each village. Any village with a tailed beast will definitely be visited by them. A smile appeared on Narashikaku's face. I'm not afraid of a powerful enemy. I'm afraid of an enemy without a goal. As long as we know the target of this organization, we can use what they want to create corresponding traps. Even the weakest hunter can take down the strongest tiger with traps. Lord Third, I suggest we summon Jiraiya and Tsunade from the 3 legendary Sannin back to the village. And all ninjas should minimize external missions to prevent sudden enemy attacks. Narashikaku's expression was serious, with a hint of excitement in his eyes. In the surprised gazes of Terumi Mei and Sir Toby Hiruzen, he continued, as it stands, this organization's ultimate target is the tailed beasts. If the 5 great hidden villages unite to hold a Chunin exam and invite several Jinchuriki to participate, these guys will surely fall for it. Terumi Mei glanced at him curiously, unable to help but feel a bit of admiration for this strategist from Konoha. To come up with such a plan in such a short time was indeed genius. However, uniting the 5 great hidden villages was not so easy. Without a personal stake, other ninja villages would not pay attention to them. Among the major hidden villages, only the Mizukage, Hokage, and Kazekage maintained some form of communication. The Reikage and Tsuchikage, one hot-tempered and the other old and stubborn, would never unite with other ninja villages. Narashikaku smiled and continued. Remember that there was a tailed beast rampage in the Sand Village? I suspect that this incident is also related to this mysterious organization. Terumi Mei's eyes lit up. If the rampage of the tailed beast in the Sand Village was also instigated by this organization, then the situation would be simple. With the combined strength of 3 ninja villages, what kind of force could defeat them? At that moment, an Umbu from Konoha suddenly appeared. Lord Third, the Kazekage has arrived. Sarutobi Hiruzen's heart stirred. It seemed that the previous tailed beast rampage was indeed related to this organization. After meeting with Raza, both of them became even more certain of their thoughts. Raza's complexion was surprisingly pale, indicating he had suffered serious injuries. Terumi Mei, still young, lacked the cunning of Sarutobi Hiruzen. As soon as Raza took his seat, she impatiently asked, Kazekage, has your village also been attacked by mysterious people in red cloud cloaks? Raza glanced at her indifferently, showing no regard for her. He even curled his lips into a sneer. The new generation of Mizukage is actually a woman. It's truly going backward. Before Terumi Mei could respond, her companions AO and CHJ could not hold back. Are you mocking Lady Terumi Mei? Having ended the blood mist policy, Terumi Mei's popularity had reached a terrifying level, deeply loved by the villagers. Terumi Mei held back CHJR, who was about to charge at Raza, and shot him a perplexed smile. You, the Kazekage, have also been severely injured, haven't you? Hearing this, Raza felt a pang in his chest. He had never encountered such an enemy, who provoked a tailed beast and then ran away when it went berserk, leaving Raza with nowhere to escape. He had undergone treatment from many medical ninjas, but it was of no use. His internal organs were severely injured, and the only remedy was rest. No matter how strong a ninja was, they couldn't train their appendix to be as hard as iron. Even now, he felt pain in his chest when he exerted himself. Sarutobi Hiruzen quickly mediated the situation and reiterated Narashikaku's plan. Raza listened carefully, then turned to leave. I will participate in the Chunin exam a few years from now. Terumi Mei also bid farewell to Sarutobi Hiruzen. I will definitely notify you in advance. I will be there. The plan that stirred half the ninja world was confirmed in just a few exchanges among them. Chapter 48. The exam approaches. Jiraiya returns. Early spring. It was the afternoon, the hottest time of the day. The wildflowers along the roadside drooped wearily, like tired travelers. Swish, a flash of cold light passed by, and the wildflowers were smashed to pieces by a 3-bladed scythe. Haydn, bare-chested, laughed maniacally as he descended from the sky. As he landed, a cloud of dust was kicked up. He pushed off the ground forcefully, propelling himself forward like a cannonball. In front of him stood a masked ninja, holding a strangely shaped short knife that glimmered with a faint light, suggesting it was a sharp chakra weapon. Haydn grinned, tightening the steel wire wrapped around his wrist, and took hold of the scythe again. Clang! The two passed each other, with Haydn laughing mockingly at Kakuzu beside him. How about that? I told you I'd win. Before he could finish his sentence, a sudden gash appeared on his neck. Haydn's head rolled off his shoulder and fell to the ground, still talking. Hey, when did you chop off my head? TSK. Then I'll just stab your heart instead. After a while, Haydn stood on the ground, moving his freshly sewn neck. Next time you sew it up, could you be a little gentler? It hurts. Kakuzu still had a zombie-like expression, showing no emotion. If you deliberately seek death again, also your head onto a cow's backside. Haiden shivered. He casually pulled out the iron spear embedded in his heart, looking at Kakuzu with disdain. I think you're the biggest pervert. Just then, both Haiden's and Kakuzu's rings trembled, and a wave of energy flowed from them. This was Pain's projection technique. As long as they sat down, their minds could connect through the rings, forming a projection at the Akatsuki's headquarters. Even from 1,000 miles away, they could communicate. Moments later, their holographic projections appeared in a dark space, surrounded by a few pitch-black silhouettes that could only be discerned by their outlines. One could vaguely see the crimson Sharingan and the twirling pigtails. These were the scattered members of the Akatsuki organization from around the world. After gathering all the members, Yahiko did not immediately go to collect the tailed beasts, but took on missions worldwide to earn commissions. Meanwhile, he collected information on tailed beasts, and unknowingly, several years had passed. At this time, all Akatsuki members had reached their peak strength. Even Suigetsu and Karen were nearing the level of Kage. Their power was unprecedentedly strong. Once everyone was gathered, Pain's voice clearly reached everyone's ears. We have already discovered the whereabouts of the four tails. Itachi Kisame. This beast is closest to you, so you will handle it. Kisame grinned in agreement. Itachi remained silent, but given his cold demeanor, the lack of opposition implied consent. The two's figures instantly vanished. Konoha. There were less than 10 days left until the Chunin exams held simultaneously by the three great hidden villages. News had spread throughout the entire ninja world, causing quite a stir. Many small hidden villages had gathered a group of outstanding genin, preparing to come to Konoha for the exam. For small hidden villages, this was a good opportunity to showcase their strength and to establish friendly relations with the 5 great hidden villages. In no time, Konoha became exceptionally bustling, with ninjas and merchants coming and going. Naruto, who had just turned 12, separated from Sakura and Sasuke and walked towards his home, pondering to himself. Chunin exam? Should I aim for first place or second place? One must say, Naruto's imagination was quite rich. At this moment, a middle-aged man with white hair, carrying a travel bag, walked through the gates of Konoha. Shingetsu stared in shock at the sight of this man, a look of surprise on his face. Could it be? Kuda was equally astonished, his eyes wide open. Lord Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin, quickly notify the third Hokage. Jiraiya walked along the streets of Konoha, looking at the surrounding scenery with a nostalgic expression. It had been many years, ever since Orochimaru defected. He and Tsunade had left the village one after another. At first, he only wanted to persuade his defector comrade to return. Later, after wandering for so long and witnessing too much war and tragedy, he began to travel between mountains and rivers under the guidance of the Toad Sage from Maiboka Mountain, searching for the child of prophecy who could truly bring peace to the ninja world. However, aside from occasionally seeing fair-skinned girls at hot springs in the mountains, he had gained nothing. Or perhaps the so-called child of prophecy doesn't even exist? Until he received news from Hiruzen Sarutobi, which prompted him to return to Konoha. Looking at the bustling streets, Jiraiya seemed to see a small yellow-haired figure running around him. Minato, I never expected you would die before me. A bitter feeling filled Jiraiya's heart. After learning about the child of prophecy, the only person he thought of was Minato Namikaze. He never expected Minato to die while sealing the 9 tails. As he walked along the streets of Konoha, lost in thought, suddenly, a yellow figure crashed into his chest. Naruto fell on his backside, clutching his forehead where he had been hit. It hurts. It hurts. Is this Minato's child? He could feel the 9 tails chakra within him, filled with evil and hatred. The 8 trigram seal even left the key at Maiboka Mountain. It seems the task of teaching this child can only fall to me. After a long time, Naruto finally stood up, angrily shouting, Hey old man, watch where you're going. Jiraiya's mouth curved into a smile as he formed hand seals and slapped the ground. A puff of white smoke erupted, and a gigantic toad appeared in the street. Jiraiya stood atop the toad's head, arms outstretched, making a signature pose. Kid, you're really rude. I'm the sage of Maiboka Mountain, known as the Toad Sage, Jiraiya. With a flick of his white hair, he looked incredibly suave, almost giving off an imposing presence. Naruto was indeed startled by the enormous toad and took several steps back. Jiraiya, come over here to discuss serious matters. Just then, the third Hokage's voice echoed from above. Jiraiya's body stiffened, revealing a helpless expression. And Then he disappeared in an instant. Naruto looked at the toad, which was as large as a house, filled with shock, and shouted around, "Old man, can you teach me how to train?" Chapter 49, Capturing the Four Tails, Sealing the Phantom Dragon. Jiraiya and Sarutobi Hiruzen stood on a rooftop, the excited shouts of Naruto faintly echoing from the street below. "Are you the only one who came back?" Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at his long-lost student, a nostalgic expression appearing on his face. Back then, Jiraiya was just a little pervert who loved to mess around. But now he bore the marks of experience on his face. He had gone through a lot and matured significantly. He had become quite reliable. Jiraiya smiled slightly and hummed softly. "You mean Tsunade? I couldn't find her. She probably left the Land of Fire." Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded. Tsunade's main role was medical ninjutsu. And with such a large-scale operation, there shouldn't be many injuries. "Have you heard of Akatsuki?" Upon mentioning this name, Jiraiya's demeanor turned serious. "I've heard of them. They're a rogue ninja organization that's been very active in recent years. They can kill anyone as long as the price is right. An organization without a purpose, ideology, or past is incredibly troublesome. Even a Wagakure has used Akatsuki for some covert operations. In the 5 great shinobi countries, Akatsuki's existence is no longer a secret." Sarutobi Hiruzen had previously warned that Sachikage of a Wagakure, in his capacity as the third Hokage, to never trust Akatsuki, but received no response. Jiraiya knew that his teacher and several Kage had united to capture Akatsuki in one sweep this time. He was merely a high-level combat force, without any real say. "Before the war starts, I want to teach Minato's child." Sarutobi Hiruzen exhaled a puff of smoke, glancing at Naruto on the street. At that moment, Naruto was greeting the summoned toad. However, the summoned toad seemed uninterested in Ichiraku ramen. "Teach him how to be an excellent ninja. Don't tell him about the 9 tails just yet." Jiraiya hesitated for a moment, his gaze towards his teacher growing complex. "All right." Uchiha Itachi sat quietly on a large rock in a meadow, eyes closed in meditation. Not far behind him, the ground was crisscrossed with deep fissures. Rolling magma surged within, occasionally bursting bubbles of molten rock. Thick smoke rose into the sky, clouding the entire atmosphere. Suddenly, a booming voice rang out. "Water style, great waterfall technique." Torrential waters erupted from thin air, creating towering waves that crashed upon the earth. All the magma was doused, sending up a cloud of white smoke. Soon, Kisame Hoshigaki used his sword, Samahata, to hoist an old Wagakure man onto his shoulder and called for Uchiha Itachi to leave. "Mr. Itachi, we can go now." Uchiha Itachi opened his eyes, his expression calm and unperturbed, as if nothing could surprise him anymore. "Kisame, your methods with the elderly are rather crude." Kisame Hoshigaki grinned, revealing a somewhat unsettling smile, his fish-like gills slightly open on his face. Mr. Itachi wouldn't understand how difficult this old man is. After all, he's the Jinchuriki of the 4 tails. "My arm is still a bit sore." Kisame, known as the tailless beast, feeling fatigued from the battle was enough to demonstrate the opponent's strength. The old IWA ninja was hot-tempered and had left the village due to conflicts with its Sachikage. If it weren't for Samahata's ability to absorb chakra, it was uncertain who would have won this fight. Uchiha Itachi stood up from the rock, his red cloak flapping in the wind. After years of experience, he seemed even more composed. No one could fathom his true thoughts, not even Kisame, who was much older, respected him enough to call him Mr. Itachi. "Let's go. It's time to head back." Akatsuki, members of Akatsuki, reunited after several years, had all changed significantly. Deidara had reached the peak of his abilities, and Sasori had created the scorpion's puppet to hide in. In terms of differences from the original work, the only ones who shouldn't have existed in Akatsuki, Kinshiki, and Suigetsu, had made quite a name for themselves in the ninja world. Suigetsu leaned on his decapitating sword, boasting next to Ao, "I've become very skilled with this decapitating sword. I fully deserve the title of one of the 7 ninja swordsmen." Suigetsu held his chin high, sharp teeth bared, wearing a look that seemed to say, "Praise me." However, his eyes were always sneakily glancing at Ao's flowing blade, the desire in his gaze palpable. Kinshiki remained calm, simply standing straight beside Ao, his expression as flat as still water. Ao smiled, stood up, and shook off his clothes. "Let's seal the tailed beast first. Then we can catch up." As soon as he finished speaking, Kisame and Itachi walked in, casually tossing the Jinchuriki onto the floor. Kisame's shark-like eyes widened. "After all these years, I can't believe none of you are dead." Haiden dug at his ear with his pinky, laughing arrogantly. "I can't die, or rather, I die every day." Deidara shook his head in dissatisfaction. You guys really have no sense of art. At that moment, Payne's Devapath stepped out from inside. His face calm, showing no intention of reminiscing. Prepare the Phantom Dragon 9 seals to seal the tailed beast in the outer path golem. The Phantom Dragon 9 seals is a sealing technique that works in conjunction with the outer path golem, requiring all members of Akatsuki to cooperate. It controls the chakra chain from the golem's mouth to extract the tailed beast from the Jinchuriki's body and seal it into the outer path golem. The entire process of the technique would take several days and nights, during which they could not be disturbed in the slightest. The moment the tailed beast is extracted is also when the Jinchuriki dies. The chakra energy of the tailed beast continuously seeped out from the old man's eyes, ears, mouth, and nose, injecting into the outer path golem. The Four Tails, Sun Wukong, was the second tailed beast acquired by Akatsuki. There are still 7 scattered across the world. Afterwards, the plan to capture the tailed beasts will officially commence. Capturing all 9 tailed beasts to resurrect the 10 tails, preparing for the Moon Eye plan. Chapter 50, Iwagakure's Fury. Konoha's collapse plan. Iwagakure, the man known as Two Scales, Inoki, was handling official business in his office, remarkably floating in mid-air without a chair beneath him. Inoki possessed the rare bloodline limit of the ninja world, inheriting the unique secret technique of the second Hokage, dust release, primitive world separation technique. This technique, formed by the fusion of fire, earth, and wind chakra attributes, could reduce its target to the size of atoms in the blink of an eye, completely erasing them from a physical standpoint. So far, no one had been able to resist this technique. It was not an exaggeration to say it was the most lethal jutsu in the ninja world. Suddenly, the office door was pushed open forcefully, and a female ninja in a ninja outfit rushed in. Old man, I just received news that the Akatsuki organization has captured the Four Tails. What? Inoki slammed his hand on the table. He couldn't believe the audacity of the Akatsuki to dare capture someone from Iwagakure. He had previously used the Akatsuki to help him with some inconvenient matters, and even when Deidara joined, he had felt no anger and allowed it to happen. However, this time, the Akatsuki had targeted a Jinchuriki from Iwagakure, and this was something he absolutely could not tolerate. Have you found out where the Jinchuriki was taken? He asked. Losing a Jinchuriki was no small matter. Each Jinchuriki was a top combat force for the village and could not be lost. Kuratsuchi was equally perplexed, rolling her eyes. How would I know? They wouldn't inform me. The Akatsuki was too mysterious. In recent years, its members have been active all over the world, with no gatherings, no communications, and no headquarters. It was hard to imagine that this group of rogue ninjas could actually be members of a single organization. Kuratsuchi maintained a vague smile on her face and continued speaking to Inoki. By the way, didn't Konoha invite you to participate in the Chunin exams? It said that they can lure out the Akatsuki using the tailed beasts, and then we can catch them, right? The sarcasm on Kuratsuchi's face was evident. She likely thought Inoki was losing his mind. Hearing Kuratsuchi's words, Inoki's eyes widened. Co-hosting the Chunin exams and using the Jinchuriki as bait? Since when did the Hokage have such guts? In his impression, the third Hokage was a somewhat weak and overly kind old man. Such a grand scheme was definitely not the work of the third Hokage. However, this plan was indeed good. Konoha, Sunagakure, Kirigakure, and Iwagakure. Among the 4 great hidden villages, only Kirigakure and Iwagakure had lost their tailed beasts. The other villages had not been attacked. Contact the Hokage. Iwagakure will join the Chunin exams, Inoki said, his murky gaze staring into the void in front of him, as if penetrating through the walls. The major hidden villages should be taking action again. Kumogakure, prepare to be swept away. Inoki had no interest in anything else, only in the various small villages. If strong individuals continuously joined Iwagakure, wouldn't conquering Kumogakure be just a matter of time? Thus, Tsuchikage Inoki, accompanied by the village's Jinchuriki Han, as well as Kuratsuchi and Akatsuchi, set off for Konoha. The lower ninjas in the village also selected a few powerful pairs and then departed to attend the Chunin exams. The other major hidden villages did the same. Kazekagirasa, along with 2 assistants, headed to Konoha. The Jinchuriki Gaara and his siblings set out with the lower ninjas from their village. Mizukage Terumi Mei also set off with Chuji and Ao. Since the village had just not yet recovered from the blood mist policy, no lower ninjas were participating in the exams this time. However, Terumi Mei was specifically going after the Akatsuki organization. The thought of the man who had touched her lips ignited a fire of anger within her that was hard to suppress, making her unusually irritable. At the same time, Orochimaru from Oto Geikure had also heard the news. His snake-like eyes flashed with a sinister light, and a cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Such a grand event would be too boring without a little surprise, wouldn't it? Tobarama, you go back to participate in the exams, gather intelligence, and select suitable containers. A man with a blue ponytail adjusted his glasses, nodded, and turned to walk out. Orochimaru's forbidden reincarnation technique would need a new body in a few years. The body he was currently using was nearing its limit, and he had to find a new one. Ideally, it would be a young body with potential. The Chunin exams were simply a perfect opportunity for him to find a new body. He certainly wouldn't miss it. Meanwhile, Konoha was already crowded with people. Each major hidden village sent their talented ninjas to compete for the title of first place. This was a matter of face. The pressure on Konoha's lower ninjas was even greater. They had to face a more brutal competition than usual to earn the Chunin title. The 12 strong were anxiously preparing for battle, and everyone was engaged in final training. Summoning technique. Bang! A puff of white smoke appeared, and a small tadpole on a rock was wriggling violently. Nearby, Naruto squatted with an embarrassed expression. Jiraiya was so angry he could hardly contain himself. He had never seen anyone so foolish. What did you summon? A frog? What's the rush? It'll turn into a frog in a few months, right? This is the great-grandson of Gamabunta. Are you sure? I think I'll practice the Rasengan first. Meanwhile, on a towering stone pillar, Chidori. A piercing shriek suddenly rang out. Sasuke's palm was wrapped in intense lightning chakra, striking a stone wall hard. Instantly, a large hole was blasted into the wall, and debris flew everywhere. Sasuke bent over, panting heavily, clearly exhausted. A masked ninja with white hair approached the stone to observe. The power is okay, but the speed is insufficient. You need to combine your Sharingan with your attacks. Do it again. The sharp cries continued. Other lower ninjas from Konoha were also working hard. All wanted to make a name for themselves in this Chunin exam. Only one boy with a bun sat on the wall, gazing up at the blue sky. He sighed deeply. What a hassle. Shikamaru, come down and practice the combination jutsu, shouted a chubby boy and a blonde girl from below. Shikamaru grinned and replied nonchalantly, okay, I'll be right down. Seriously, what a hassle. Chapter 51. The Gathering of Shadow-Level Powers. The Akatsuki receives news. Konoha. As the Chunin exam approaches, ninjas who are out on missions are rushing back to the village. A large number of Umbu ninjas are surrounding the roads leading to the village, making it impossible for anyone to pass. Apart from the participating genin and the leaders of the various hidden villages, no one else is allowed through. Today is the day when the shadow-level powerhouses from each village arrive. Might Guy, Asuma, and Kurenai Yuhi are all at the village entrance to greet them. What about Kakashi? Why isn't he here? Is he late again? As Kakashi's eternal rival, Guy knows his habits well. He can be so late that it makes one question life. And the excuses he comes up with are always nonsensical. Things like helping an old lady cross the street or rescuing a kitten stuck in a tree. Kakashi won't be coming today. Kurenai, dressed in a bandage-style dress that looks stunning, has changed specifically to welcome the shadows. Kakashi's father had deep grudges with the sand, so he won't be coming today. After hearing Kurenai's explanation, Guy finally feels relieved. As long as that guy doesn't show up late at a critical moment, it's fine. Just as he finishes speaking, several figures in blue clothing appear within their line of sight. The 5th Mizukage Terumi Mei arrives in Konoha accompanied by her bodyguards CHJ, R, and AO. Kurenai quickly approaches them. Mizukage, Hokage has been waiting for you in the conference room for a long time. Please follow me. Terumi Mei gives her a charming smile, which almost leaves Kurenai momentarily stunned, despite being a woman herself. Thank you for your trouble. The arrival of Terumi Mei seems to have triggered something. Following her, the Wind Shadow, Raza, and the Earth Shadow, Anoki, each bring along 2 assistants to Konoha. The powerful ninjas from the hidden villages come along with the participating genin. The villagers of Konoha watch curiously from the side, discussing among themselves. That woman is the 5th Mizukage? She looks so young. I heard she ended the 4th Mizukage's blood mist policy and is very strong. That bald guy must be the 4th Kazekage, right? Why does he look so pale? She'll quiet. I heard he took a full hit from a tailed beast bomb and his injury hasn't healed yet. Who's that old man who can fly? He doesn't look that strong. That's the 3rd Tsuchikage. He's very powerful. All the shadows from various villages gather in Konoha's conference room, and these are the key figures who must appear publicly. So it's fine for the scene to be a bit grand. As for others, they usually blend in with the participating genin. No one can really tell how many powerful ninjas have gathered in Konoha. The The Jinchuriki Han from Iwagakure stands silently behind Inoki. Chiyo and Chiyo's elder brother stand behind Raza, looking meek like two elderly people nearing the end of their lives. Two Umbu ninjas stand behind Sarutobi Hiruzen, while Terumi Mei's entourage is the weakest, with none reaching shadow-level strength. Inoki scoffs. Has the strength of the Mist Village fallen to this level? He appears like an old man, but is a pro-war faction. He always wants to unify the entire ninja world, and is even willing to use the Akatsuki to achieve this goal. Terumi Mei does not get angry. She knows that the current strength of the Mist Village is the weakest. If they don't show a strong front, they will face invasion from other countries. The old man, Inoki, seems to be as vigorous as ever. How long does he plan to cling to this position? Just as they take their seats, a thick atmosphere of hostility erupts between the two hidden villages. Sarutobi Hiruzen quickly interrupts, steering the topic back to the Akatsuki. Everyone calm down. The Chunin exam is about to begin, and the Akatsuki might arrive at any moment. At the mention of the Akatsuki, everyone quiets down. These people have gathered here because of the Akatsuki. Otherwise, Konoha wouldn't have such a significant presence. The Akatsuki has unknowingly become a common threat in everyone's hearts. The Hokage of Konoha has been killed. The Mizukage of the Mist has also been killed. The Kazekage of the Sand was nearly killed. The Tsuchikage of Iwa has been fine, but his Jinchuriki is gone. These are all great grievances. The Akatsuki must be buried at the Chunin exam venue. Sarutobi Hiruzen continues. The elite Umbu of Konoha have surrounded the entire village with a powerful barrier, guarded by elite Jonin Ibiki Marino. If the Akatsuki dares to come, they will definitely not get out. Not only that, but Shimura Danzo, Hinata Hizashi, the Yamanaka clan, and all other high-end combat forces are fully prepared for battle, ready to annihilate the Akatsuki at any moment. The Jinchuriki Han from Iwagakure and Inoki's Sunkei Ri are hidden within Konoha's defense forces, ready to strike at any time. Chiyo and her elder brother from the Sand are also using puppets to monitor the surroundings day and night. If anything unusual happens, they will report immediately. Apart from the Mist strength possibly being slightly weaker, the other hidden villages have at least 3 shadow-level powerhouses participating, coupled with Kakashi, Might Guy, Asuma Sarutobi, and others. The combined strength gathered in Konoha is unprecedented. There is no force in the ninja world that can compete with it, not even the mysterious Akatsuki. Akatsuki, the Jinchuriki Otsutsuki, is floating in mid-air. The last remnant of tailed beast chakra is extracted and stuffed into the outer path golem. The Four Tails Son Goku is successfully sealed. Days of maintaining the sealing technique have left everyone feeling a bit fatigued. At this moment, Deidara seems to have heard some news and stand there momentarily dazed. Brother Scorpion, do we have a mission? I can't wait to showcase my art. Deidara exclaims excitedly, his fists clenched. His explosive clay has long since gone stale, and he wants to blow something up before it becomes ineffective. Haiden also wears a joyful expression, already holding the evil god cult emblem on his chest and beginning his prayers. Oh, evil god, your sacrifice will be presented to you soon. Scorpion looks at his perverse teammate, feeling speechless. If this doesn't go well, the one being sacrificed might end up being the Akatsuki itself. Chapter 52, Akatsuki Move Out. Akatsuki had just sealed the Four Tails, and neither their physical strength nor chakra was at peak condition. In this state, attacking Konoha, where many skilled ninjas gathered, was a daunting prospect for Scorpion. Qing was also curious about what intelligence could make the usually stoic Scorpion show signs of hesitation. Scorpion, what information has you so concerned? Let us analyze it together. Faced with Qing's inquiry, Scorpion had no choice but to reveal the intelligence he had gathered. Konoha, Sunagakure, Iwagakure, and Kirigakure had jointly reported the Chunin exam, which would take place in Konoha village. This exam would see the arrival of 3-tailed beasts, the Jinchuriki of the 6 tails from Iwagakure Han, the Jinchuriki of the 1 tail from Sunagakure Gaara, and the Jinchuriki of the 9 tails from Konoha Uzumaki Naruto. Haiden was momentarily stunned before bursting into mad laughter. 3-tailed beasts as offerings for Lord Jashin. How wonderful. Kakuzu shot a disdainful glance at his partner. Idiot. How could only be tailed beasts? No one in Akatsuki is a fool except for Haiden. If the major hidden villages are willing to send their most valuable Jinchuriki to the Chunin exam, there must be protective forces lurking around. Moreover, they know that Akatsuki's target is the tailed beasts. This is practically bait, with sharp hooks hidden beneath delicious morsels. It's a trap set specifically for Akatsuki. Qing pondered for a moment, feeling that the plot of this world was becoming increasingly muddled. The villages participating in the Chunin exam were not limited to Sunagakure. Even Kirigakure and Awagakure had joined in. With the 4 hidden villages gathering, Kumogakure would certainly not sit idly by and might also be making moves in the shadows. This was akin to a weakened version of the 5 Kage summit, which ninjas from the major hidden villages had arrived in Konoha. This was crucial information. Only by knowing who was in Konoha could they assess whether they could take advantage of the situation. Scorpion sensed for a moment before saying, "The 5th Mizukage and his guards, the Kazekage and his guards, the Tsuchikage and the Jinchuriki, Han, but I haven't seen anyone else." After finishing, even Kisame let out a sigh of relief. Are only the Kage present? That's a task we can handle. Akatsuki members were all Kage-level powerhouses, and the odds of winning 2 against 1 were quite favorable. At that moment, Deidara fell silent. While others might not understand the terror of the 3rd Tsuchikage, he was all too aware. His teacher, the legendary ninja known as Inoki the 2 Scale, was still one of the strongest in the entire ninja world. Once Dust Release was unleashed, who could withstand it? Those caught in the Dust Release would be obliterated, leaving not even a trace behind. Hey, do you guys understand the terror of the Tsuchikage? P.S. A legendary ninja who survived the Warring States period, the only bloodline elimination ninja in the entire ninja world. After joining Akatsuki, Deidara had always maintained a fearless demeanor, never bowing his head even under Itachi Uchiha Sharingan. Yet, this Deidara showed a hint of fear towards Inoki. Yi Qing stood up, leaning on his sword, and revealed a slight smile. Interesting, this is getting more and more interesting. The Chunin exam, which was initially just a minor event, had now evolved into something akin to a 5 Kage summit. The potential rewards were undoubtedly extravagant. Moreover, Akatsuki's current strength was definitely greater than in the original storyline. With Jinmaru and Suigetsu, they had a fighting chance. Yi Qing glanced at Obito, who happened to look back at him. One of his eyes had already transformed into a Sharingan. The strongest member of Akatsuki nodded in agreement with the behind-the-scenes leader. Akatsuki, move out. Meanwhile, in Konoha, the Chunin exam had already begun. All participating ninjas were sitting in a classroom, surveying their surroundings. The first round, a written exam, had commenced. Everyone was using their abilities to cheat, except for Uzumaki Naruto, who buried his head on the desk, nearly crying out of desperation. He didn't understand a single question. The proctor, Marino Abiki, scanned the room with a gaze sharp as a sword. However, he wasn't looking for cheaters. He was investigating Akatsuki. Moments later, he quietly spoke to a button on his collar. Everything is normal, no abnormalities detected. Not only in the exam room, but the entire Konoha village was filled with personnel. All vantage points in the village had hidden Umbu members. Even Danzo stood at the entrance of the route in the Forest of Death, gazing at the sky above Konoha. Despite his discord with Sarutobi, he could not stand idly by in such circumstances. The Umbu of Root had infiltrated the Forest of Death, with nearly every 10 steps having an Umbu hidden. As soon as anything stirred, they could relay information to Danzo using their unique methods. Moreover, on the outskirts of Konoha, several members of the Hyuga branch were already surrounding the area, alternately observing the village's perimeter. Naruto had Jiraiya providing close protection, while Gaara was accompanied by Chiyo's hidden puppets. The entire Konoha was like an iron barrel, without a single flaw. Sarutobi Hiruzen, Terumi Mei, Rasa, and Inoki were all commanding the situation from above the Hokage's office. All intelligence was gathered here for analysis and scrutiny. Time passed slowly, and nothing happened. It seemed Akatsuki was too afraid to make a move. The exam had been ongoing for quite some time, without any sign of activity. Inoki floated in the air, crossing his arms, and said, "It seems Akatsuki doesn't dare to show up." His tone showed no regard for Akatsuki as a worthy opponent. Just then, a report came from the outermost Hyuga clan. 2 boys wearing red cloud cloaks are heading towards Konoha. One of them is holding the beheading sword of Kirigakure. Chapter 53. The strongest scapegoat Orochimaru. 2 figures dressed in red moon capes, Shueiwa and Jumlu, approached Konoha leisurely, without hiding their tracks or running at high speed, as if they were taking a stroll. "Don't worry about them. Send a few Umbu to monitor them. And don't take the initiative," Sarutobi Hiruzen immediately ordered. These are just small fries sent by the Akatsuki organization, and there was no need to expend too much energy on them. However, Tsunade Mei was thinking about that child holding the beheading sword. Was the purpose of bringing back the corpse of Pipa Shirzong to give this child the beheading sword? Could there be a father-son relationship? This thought appeared in her mind, lingering like a nightmare. As Sarutobi Hiruzen had expected, Junmalu and Shuei circled around Konoha without stepping closer, as if they were using the most foolish method to scout the environment. Several Nin from the Hyuga clan were hidden nearby, closely monitoring their every move. It was impossible for them to pull any tricks. Sarutobi Hiruzen only kept a slight watch and then ignored them. His aged eyes were fixed on the venue of the Chunin exams below. The main event was here. I suggest we cancel the second round of the Earth and Sky Scroll exam and proceed directly to the third round of individual battles. Upon hearing Sarutobi Hiruzen's proposal, Inoki and Tsunade Mei nodded in agreement. Only Raza's expression fluctuated. The second round of the scroll seizure in the Forest of Death allowed for free attacks. And to ensure everything went smoothly while protecting the Jinchuriki, they would need to cover the entire Forest of Death with personnel. Dispersing their strength would not benefit their defense. It was safer to proceed directly to the third round of individual battles, as the area covered would be smaller, hence the defense would be naturally higher. In reality, no one knew that Raza had been ambushed by Orochimaru on the way here, and with his internal organs shattered by the tailed beast bomb. He had long been killed by Orochimaru. The current Raza was merely a disguise created by Orochimaru using the body replacement technique. This technique directly tears the skin off a dead person's face and attaches it to one's own. Once completed, there were no chakra fluctuations, making it much more stable than a transformation technique. Even under the eyes of so many Kaga-level powerhouses, he did not reveal a trace of his true identity. However, the appearance of the Akatsuki organization completely disrupted Orochimaru's plans. Seeing Shuei and Junmalu appear, he remained vigilant of his surroundings, afraid that Qing might suddenly emerge from somewhere and stab him. He never wanted to experience that feeling of being split in two, with his organs growing cold again. However, his goals had not yet been achieved. He had not found a suitable body yet, although he had a choice. He had not had the chance to plant the cursed seal, but waiting would bring more variables. As he saw the third round of exams beginning below, Orochimaru's heart grew increasingly anxious. Hokage, can we step aside for a moment to talk? Raza crossed his arms as if talking to himself. Yet, his voice was just loud enough for Sarutobi Hiruzen to hear. Sarutobi Hiruzen cast a surprised glance at him, wondering what could be so important that it needed to be concealed from the Mizukage and Tsuchikage. The relationship between Tsunagakure and Konoha could not be described as good, but it was not bad either. Since the experienced ninja who had participated in the war had died, the new ninjas had not yet developed any hatred. Relatively speaking, it was still quite peaceful. The Wind Shadow had demands that the Hokage could not ignore. Walking to the edge of the Hokage's office with Raza, his eyes remained fixed on the Chunin exam below. Wind Shadow, if you have something to say, please speak frankly. Sarutobi Hiruzen asked absently. It was probably about an alliance or trade between the two nations. In the end, it was all minor matters. At that moment, in the venue below, Yakushi Kabuto saw that Orochimaru was about to make a move against the Hokage. He activated the Nirvana Sanctuary technique. A large number of white feathers started to fall from the sky, resembling a heavy snow of goose feathers. The sky, adorned with white feathers, became extraordinarily beautiful. For a moment, everyone was stunned. Even the two genin who were fighting became dazed. They felt their eyelids growing heavier, and gradually their eyes closed, falling into a deep illusion. The spectators in the audience also fell into a deep sleep, with only a few individuals managing to stay awake. Meanwhile, a large number of Tsunagakure and Otogakure ninjas began to attack Konoha's ninjas, but were intercepted by Guy and Kakashi. Kakashi, I didn't expect we would get a fight side by side, Guy said with a smile, seemingly excited. Let's finish this quickly. I'm worried about the third Hokage's safety. On the platform above the Hokage's office, Raza licked his lips and spoke ominously. The situation is... Suddenly, Raza's left hand wrapped around the third Hokage's neck, while his right hand thrust a kunai deep in his palm. The skin on his face peeled off, revealing a pair of snake-like eyes. Orochimaru, the third Hokage, was shocked. Orochimaru was here. Was he still working for the Akatsuki organization? Tsunade Mei and Inoki were also taken aback, not expecting the Wind Shadow to be a disguise by Orochimaru. Moreover, he had deceived their eyes. Just as they prepared to rescue, Orochimaru spat out a sharp sword from his mouth, positioning it against Sarutobi Hiruzen's neck. The coldness of the sword sent chills down Sarutobi Hiruzen's spine. If you dare come closer, the Hokage will die, and you will become accomplices in his indirect murder. Konoha will seek revenge on you. His words frightened the Mizukage and Tsuchikage. If they stood by and did nothing, it would only result in a broken alliance. However, if the Hokage were killed due to improper rescue efforts, Konoha would remember it thoroughly. They could only stand by and watch as events unfolded, their faces filled with frost. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed deeply. Orochimaru, you were once my student. If it weren't for you reaching this point, I really wouldn't want to lay a hand on you. A sudden smile appeared on Sarutobi Hiruzen's face, resembling the expression of comforting a dying person. His tone was unexpectedly calm, even carrying a hint of concern. Orochimaru's heart sank, and when he looked at the faces of the Tsukikage and Mizukage, they all wore expressions of disbelief, as if watching a fool. What's going on? Is there a problem? In an instant, the situation changed. Several strands of chakra appeared around Orochimaru's neck and suddenly tightened. Orochimaru stumbled and fell backward. Several cold flashes passed, and his body was instantly torn apart, falling to the ground. Chiyo-Baba half knelt on the ground, her left hand raised, with chakra swirling in the air. In this fleeting moment, Orochimaru didn't even have time to react and was reduced to a pile of pieces. Looking again, the figures of the Hokage, Mizukage, and Tsukikage had all transformed into puppets. They had been replaced long before the exam began. The trap originally prepared for the Akatsuki organization had all been used on Orochimaru. As Orochimaru's head fell to the ground, seeing his shredded body, a chill ran through his heart, leaving only one thought that lingered. Damn it, I've stepped on another landmine again. Chapter 54. The Akatsuki Organization, Arrival. Several mechanical puppets surged forward in an instant, with blades protruding from various parts of their bodies. They directly shredded Orochimaru into pieces. Chiyo raised her hand, and the puppets swiftly returned to her side, resembling loyal guards. Sarutobi Hiruzen appeared in front of Orochimaru in an instant, looking at his body sprawled across the ground. He let out a deep sigh, his eyes filled with regret and nostalgia. This once most outstanding disciple, who almost inherited the title of the Fourth Hokage, ended up dying here today. For a moment, he couldn't help but recall the young Orochimaru. Perhaps he really was getting old, becoming more sentimental. Just then, an unexpected change occurred. For figures suddenly emerged from the venue below, kneeling in the four corners. They formed the same hand signs, and a strong wave of chakra emanated from them. Ninja art. 4 purple flames formation. In an instant, 4 purple pillars of light shot up into the sky from the figures, quickly connecting to form a light wall. A massive cubic barrier appeared, enveloping Orochimaru's body within. Even Chiyo, who was nearby, couldn't rush to help. The 4 purple flames formation is a barrier ninjutsu that requires 4 people to perform together. Even ninja of Kage level strength would be trapped within it, unable to enter or exit. Orochimaru painstakingly trained 4 reasonably strong ninjas just to successfully execute the 4 purple flames formation. With this, no matter how many reinforcements Konoha sent, he would only have to face one person. Several pieces of shattered corpses began to wriggle, and Orochimaru's figure stood up again from the remains. His body was covered in a viscous slime, but his face wore a chilling smile. Sensei, Sarutobi, if I were to die just like this, wouldn't that be too disappointing for you? Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression immediately darkened as he looked at Orochimaru's body, his eyes filled with vigilance. He now understood that Orochimaru's body had long since transcended that of a normal human. Ordinary ninjutsu might not work on him at all. The Akatsuki organization had not yet made their appearance, but Orochimaru had already intervened. The situation was chaotic. At that moment, a thick black mist suddenly emerged above Konoha, and several red cloud patterns appeared within the mist. In that instant, the Akatsuki had arrived. Pain, Konin, Deidara, Sasori, Haiden, Itachi, Kisame, Obito, and Yahiko. Except for Zetsu, all members of the Akatsuki organization were present. They stood atop the rock formation, looking down at the entire Konoha. Upon seeing the figures clad in red cloud cloaks, everyone's hearts trembled. Although the Akatsuki organization had a low appearance rate in the ninja world, every appearance resulted in a major event that impacted the entire ninja world. From the Nine Tails attack incident to the Uchiha clan massacre, from the blood mist policies of the Hidden Mist to the capture of tailed beasts. Each event was something no one could have imagined. Yet they all succeeded, almost like a tangible virus. Wherever they went, nothing thrived. Even Orochimaru, upon seeing Yahiko's figure atop the rock formation, couldn't help but take a deep breath. Here I am, hiding in the 4 purple flames formation, and you come to cut me down. That said, when it came to fighting Yahiko, he was truly cowardly. The surrounding 4 purple flames formation was more about preventing the 3rd Hokage from escaping than it was about ensuring Orochimaru's safety. As long as the barrier remained intact, he would be safe. The Akatsuki members were all rogue ninjas, but they would be even more ruthless towards those who betrayed them. At this moment, Sasori looked at Orochimaru with icy eyes. Thanks to Kabuto's reminder, Sasori was fully aware of all of Orochimaru's plans. Their appearance at this time was precisely to catch the third Hokage and Orochimaru in a mutual deadlock. It was equivalent to reducing the battle power by 2 Kage-level ninjas, making it the best time to attack. Pain floated in mid-air, his pale purple Rinnegan taking in the entire Konoha. His deep voice then echoed, "Proceed according to plan, action." In the next moment, everyone leaped down from the rock formation, their red cloud cloaks billowing loudly in the wind. Upon landing, they instantly scattered in all directions, each finding their designated enemy, as per the previous plan. At this point, Konoha was thrown into disarray. The Sand Village, upon learning the truth, began to flee outside Konoha. The Sound Ninja, however, were wreaking havoc throughout Konoha. Rather than an attack, it was more like a home invasion. Seeing this scene, Yahiko shook his head. Orochimaru's plan to collapse Konoha was like a child's prank out of spite. It had no real effect. Yahiko landed just outside the 4 purple flames formation, a thick darkness emanating from his palm. He gently covered the 4 purple flames formation with it. Hiss! As soon as the purple light curtain came into contact with the black mist, it dissipated like snow meeting sunlight, vanishing without a trace as if it had never existed. Orochimaru's snake-like pupils constricted, already preparing to use the snake technique. He knew that once Yahiko entered, he would definitely come for him first. On that point, he was quite confident. Yahiko slowly drew the flowing blade of fire from his waist and suddenly swung it back with a slash. Clang! A sound of metal clashing rang out as the person rolled back a few steps, still holding a blue chakra sphere in his palm. Rasengan? Jiraiya? Yahiko was taken aback, noticing that the ninja before him did indeed resemble Jiraiya from his memories. He had waist-length white hair, with 2 red tear marks at the corners of his eyes. He wore a forehead protector engraved with the character for oil. It was none other than Jiraiya, one of the legendary 3 ninjas. Ninja art, tangle of lion's mane. Jiraiya instantly placed both hands on the ground, and the hair behind him seemed to finally find its target, sweeping toward Yahiko's figure. The hair was infused with a large amount of chakra, capable of exerting tremendous force upon contact, potentially tearing a person apart. Swish! 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 Several cold lights flashed as Yahiko stood on the ground with a flowing blade of fire, his eyes filled with curiosity as he looked at Jiraiya. Among the legendary 3, he wondered how Jiraiya compared to his disciple. Chapter 55, Solo Battle Against Jiraiya. At this moment, the Hidden Leaf Village was filled with war and slaughter. After seeing the truth about Orochimaru, the Sand Ninja fled the village in a panic. However, the Sound Ninja was still inside the leaf, causing destruction everywhere, turning the entire village into a mess. Blood and flames filled the air, and the elite Jonin and Umbu of the leaf were already in chaos. Hurried to support the 3rd Hokage, they blocked the fleeing Sand Ninja, who had teamed up with Orochimaru. There was no need to hold back against the Sound Ninja. Kill them all. In an instant, the village that had been filled with prosperity and noise just a second ago transformed into a scene of wailing and screams. The 3rd Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, was trapped in the 4 purple flames formation, anxiously watching the battle around him, but he couldn't intervene at all. By relying solely on his own strength, he couldn't break through the 4 purple flames formation. Orochimaru, can you just watch your former village be destroyed? Hiruzen looked at Orochimaru with a heart full of pain. Seeing his former student turn into this was truly heartbreaking. Orochimaru merely glanced at him with his snake-like eyes and then ignored the 3rd Hokage. He was also in a difficult situation. The plan to destroy the leaf had already begun, and the Akatsuki organization had arrived. His plan had produced no effect at all and was completely disrupted by people like Qing. The 4 purple flames formation wasn't meant to trap Hiruzen. It was to protect himself. Now, even with 1,000 boldness, he wouldn't dare to remove the barrier. Qing still had a sword at his waist, and he was afraid of being cut. Outside the 4 purple flames formation, a thick black mist slowly flowed out from Qing, and the flowing blade like fire was already in his hand. Facing the sage Jiraiya, Qing had to be cautious. Jiraiya was not weak in the Naruto series. He could fight the 6 paths of pain without falling behind. In fact, if he had known the relevant information, he could have wiped out the 6 paths of pain by himself. Even among the ninja, he was considered one of the best. This was just like the unfinished battle between the 4th Hokage and Qing continuing. Qing's figure was clearly reflected in Jiraiya's eyes. Rasengan. The next moment, The Rasengan in his hand was instantly launched, and the surrounding air was filled with sharp chakra fluctuations. Yi Qing was not the least bit flustered. He even rested the flowing blade like fire on his shoulder. A thick black mist rolled in, and the Rasengan in Jiraiya's hand had disappeared without a trace. At this time, the third Hokage in the barrier anxiously shouted to Jiraiya, "Jiraiya, this guy can absorb any ninjutsu. Only taijutsu works against him." Jiraiya was surprised upon hearing this. He can absorb ninjutsu? This was simply unheard of. No wonder Minato was not his opponent. The enemy's techniques were too strange. Jiraiya took a few steps back, a smile forming at the corners of his mouth. He quickly formed hand seals and slapped the ground hard. Summoning technique, binding technique of the toad's mouth. Instantly, everything around changed. A pink flesh wall appeared around him, slowly pressing toward Yi Qing. This technique summons the stomach wall of the toad of Mount Myaboku. Once you're in, you can't get out. Yi Qing curiously touched the nearby rock wall, which had turned into a writhing flesh wall. He could even feel the pulse beating. His face instantly turned strange. Did the toad swallow this? Oh man, that's a bit disgusting. In the moment Yi Qing was contemplating, the surrounding flesh walls began to press in madly. In the blink of an eye, the range of movement had become very small. Jiraiya pressed both hands on the ground, fully urging the movement of the flesh walls. Come on, let the toad of rock be digested. Jiraiya was extremely confident. No one had ever managed to escape this technique unscathed. Even his genius disciple, Minato Namikaze, was helpless once he was inside. Yi Qing looked at the surrounding environment and helplessly reached out a hand. A tiny black lotus instantly appeared in his palm. Dark Realm. Thick black mist surged out from Yi Qing, all pouring into the black lotus. In the blink of an eye, the black lotus had grown tremendously, pushing the surrounding flesh walls apart. It could not shrink inward any further. Yi Qing closed his hand, curling his fingers inward tightly. Instantly, the black lotus shrank back down to the size of a palm. A heart-pounding wave emanated from it, and the entire lotus trembled violently. Yi Qing loosened his hand as if he had unlocked a seal on the black lotus. The entire lotus exploded. Boom! Orochimaru and Hiruzen Sarutobi saw Jiraiya summon something resembling a pink house, trapping Yi Qing inside, and he himself dove in to fight Yi Qing. Orochimaru was contemplating whether to take this opportunity to escape. Just as this thought arose, the house-like giant toad stomach suddenly expanded, as if inflated. When it reached a certain limit, it instantly exploded. A massive shockwave swept outwards. Black clouds mixed within, spreading out in a circular pattern. Everything around was blown away. Even the Umbu ninja, who had just come to provide support, were swept away like pieces of paper, not knowing where they went. A white hard ball wrapped in strands of black mist fell to the ground, bouncing a few times before coming to a stop. The white ball cracked open, and Jiraiya crawled out. If he hadn't wrapped himself up in his hair at a critical moment, he would have likely been killed by the black lotus explosion. However, the current outcome was still not bad. Although he had sustained some injuries, Yi Qing should have been blown to bits by his own explosion. Just then, several strands of black mist intertwined in mid-air, coalescing into a human figure. Yi Qing stretched lazily, glancing at the toad's stomach that had been blown apart. This was simply a mouth explosion. I definitely don't want to experience that again. Yi Qing's body was enveloped in swirling black mist, with tentacles extending from his body. The tentacles twisted and writhed in the air, shooting toward Jiraiya like poisonous snakes. Jiraiya's expression turned serious as he bit his thumb and made a cut in his palm. Summoning technique, ruin of the stage. Instantly, a shadow fell from the sky. Boom! A giant toad, arms crossed, and carrying two swords on its back, instantly pressed Yi Qing beneath it. Even Hokage's office below was directly crushed. Debris flew, and dust filled the air. Chapter 56, The Puppet Master's Ultimate Showdown. At the same time as the two were fighting, the closest Chiyo rushed forward. With a flick of her withered left hand, several strands of chakra flew out. A puppet was instantly pulled to her side, its joints clattering. Just then, Sasori, piloting the Hiriko, stepped in front of Chiyo. Sasori's tail lashed out violently, splitting the puppet in half in an instant. Mechanisms and hidden weapons scattered across the ground. Sasori's voice, coming from within the Hiriko, was hoarse and unpleasant, sounding even louder than Chiyo. Show me some real skills. At your age, still using these children's toys. With a wave of his left hand, Sasori instantly pulled out a black-clothed puppet. Around the puppet, sparse iron sand floated in the air. Upon seeing this puppet, Chiyo's expression changed dramatically. Damn it, he's even using the third Kazekage to fight. At the same time, she realized who this puppet master was. Her grandson, the rogue ninja from Shinigami, Sasori of the Red Sand. Moreover, he had turned the third Kazekage into a puppet after assassinating him. A surge of anger rose within Chiyo. Even facing her grandson, she would not hold back. She waved her hand to take out a scroll, which instantly unfurled. Bang! Bang! Two white smoke clouds rose up. A male and a female puppet instantly stood in front of Chiyo. Sasori's eyes widened. These two puppets were ones he had made himself as a child, father and mother. They were companion-type puppets modeled after his parents, with no offensive capabilities at all. However, Chiyo had later modified these puppets, adding many hidden weapons and mechanisms. Their combat power far exceeded that of ordinary attack puppets. Sasori frowned, his fingers twitching slightly. The third Kazekage's puppet moved randomly, suddenly emitting a strong chakra wave. A large amount of iron sand floated around. Magnet release, iron sand rain. Numerous tiny iron needles appeared in midair, instantly shooting towards Chiyo. Swish! Chiyo hooked her hands back, and the two puppets instantly blocked in front of her. The arms of the puppets split open, forming a cross pattern. Streams of chakra erupted from above, blocking all the iron sand rain. White secret technique, laser shield. This chakra-concentrated shield could withstand even the iron sand rain. It trembled under the continuous impact, but showed no signs of breaking. In an instant, a demonic puppet descended, appearing directly behind Sasori. Sasori's tail lashed out towards the demon puppet, but was unexpectedly caught in its grasp. With a powerful throw, the Hiriko was smashed into the ground. Several kunai, wrapped with explosive tags, shot towards Sasori. The next second, they exploded. Boom! The Hiriko was blown into wooden fragments, and a red-haired figure emerged from the wreckage. Sasori's true form had not been seen by outsiders since joining Akatsuki. Now, he had finally re-emerged. Sasori moved his stiff neck and smiled at Chiyo and Ebizo in front of him. The one who had just destroyed the Hiriko was Ebizo manipulating the demon puppet. He hadn't expected the speed to be so fast. Sasori tugged with both hands, and the iron sand surrounding the third Kazekage transformed into a pair of black iron wings. Flying down towards Chiyo, countless iron rain projectiles shot from the black iron wings, completely covering Chiyo and Ebizo. Bang! 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 The bullet-like black iron feathers pierced deep holes into the ground. Chiyo and Ebizo barely had time to be surprised by Sasori's appearance and could only defend with their puppets. The iron rain quickly left deep dents on several puppets, about to shatter. The biggest difference in battles between puppet masters is that as long as the puppets are not destroyed, the puppet master will not easily get injured. The sky was almost filled with iron rain. Chiyo and Ebizo could only hear the sharp sounds of the projectiles whizzing past their ears, already sustaining several wounds. Injured, Chiyo and Ebizo exchanged glances. At the same time, the three ninjas' puppets rushed towards Sasori. The father and mother puppets crossed their fingers, connecting several steel wires between their palms. They flew towards Sasori in midair with a clattering sound. Sasori raised his hands, and the third Kazekage immediately blocked in front of him, the iron sand covering him with a thick layer. Magnet release, iron sand wall. Just then, a ghost-faced puppet suddenly emerged from behind Sasori, opening its arms and fiercely embracing him. The wooden arms of the puppet creaked as they tightly held Sasori. At this moment, the father and mother puppets surged forward. The steel wires at their fingertips wrapped around Sasori's body along with the ghost-faced puppet. A fierce look appeared on Chiyo's face, and a cold glint flashed in her aging eyes. With a powerful pull, the steel wires between the puppets tightened instantly. The two puppets crossed over, directly cutting Sasori along with Ebizo's ghost-faced puppet. Various mechanical parts scattered across the ground. No blood flowed from Sasori's body. Instead, precise components spilled out. Chiyo's eyes were fixed on the shattered puppets. She felt that her grandson, the genius puppet master of Shinigami, would not die so easily. Just then, a large puppet with two horns suddenly emerged from beneath Ebizo's feet. It had a large, dark hole in its chest. A capturing-type puppet, the Black Ant. Chiyo did not expect him to use this puppet to attack. The Black Ant instantly embraced Ebizo, its forearms forcefully stuffing him into its abdomen. Ninjutsu, lion's close roar. Chiyo formed a hand seal with both hands, and a huge lion mask, with its mouth wide open, lunged at Sasori. Sasori chuckled. A massive figure emerged in front of him. Like a giant lizard, another giant puppet completely blocked Chiyo's attack. The puppet was called Salamander. It was another puppet that Sasori had made in his childhood, but had since been modified. With a flick of his hand, in Ebizo's astonished gaze. Sasori instantly dismembered a puppet. However, the severed limbs of this puppet were equipped with sharp blades. Sasori gently pressed his hand, and several sharp blades shot downwards. Chapter 57. Chikamatsu's 10 Puppets versus 100 Machine Performance. Several sharp blades flashed through the air, instantly shooting downwards. At this crucial moment, the demon-faced puppet controlled by HZ suddenly landed a heavy punch on the black ant. The black ant exploded in an instant, and HZ quickly detached himself from it, a trace of blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. Chiyo saw her brother injured, nearly dead, and a surge of anger rolled through her as an open scroll appeared in her hand, filled with 10 different seals. Bang! 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 A puff of smoke filled the air, and 10 puppets dressed in white appeared in front of Chiyo. White's secret technique. Chikamatsu's 10 puppets. Each puppet was unique, with different mechanisms and hidden weapons. The only commonality among all the weapons was one thing: poison, a deadly toxin that seals the throat upon contact. Scorpion, seeing this, became intrigued, a hint of joy appearing on his face. Chikamatsu's 10 puppets was Chiyo's ultimate technique, allowing her to control 10 puppets simultaneously with each finger manipulating a chakra thread. However, how many puppets could she truly control with just her fingers, including her toes? Perhaps a maximum of 20? Scorpion unbuttoned the clasp on his cloak, revealing a circular cover on his left chest. With a wave of his hand, chakra threads surged out from it. At the same time, he unfurled a scroll he had on his back. In an instant, hundreds of white smoke clouds erupted, and hundreds of puppets appeared. The chakra threads shot out from Scorpion's chest, connecting to the puppets. Suddenly, all the puppets seemed to come to life, making clacking noises in the air as if mocking their enemies. It looked like a puppet army. Red secret technique, 100 machine performance. Chiyo stared in shock at the sea of crimson puppets that nearly filled the entire sky, casting mottled shadows that obscured the sunlight. You actually transformed yourself into a puppet? Chiyo was stunned. She had only transformed a part of herself into a puppet to prolong her life, but she was still fundamentally human. However, Scorpion's transformation was extreme, with only a core housing all his memories and chakra, while the rest of his body was just a shared puppet shell. It was utterly meaningless. Scorpion smiled slightly, pleased to see Chiyo's astonished expression. The ultimate art of the puppeteer is to become an eternally beautiful puppet themselves. Scorpion raised 2 fingers in the air and gently waved them at Chiyo below. Instantly, hundreds of puppets soared upward, rushing toward Chiyo and HZ. Chiyo raised her chakra threads, and Chikamatsu's 10 puppets surged into the sky. The 2 puppet armies clashed in an instant. For a moment, the sky was filled with a tangle of blood-red puppets, making it almost impossible to see any individual puppets. From time to time, a white wave would flip over, only to vanish without a trace. The sounds of clashing swords and explosions echoed constantly. Yet neither Scorpion nor Chiyo showed any signs of tension. They were both fully aware of the battlefield situation. Scorpion frowned as he watched the shadows in the sky. Chiyo's Chikamatsu's 10 puppets appeared to be superior. The ground was littered with a large pile of puppet fragments, almost all crimson. Not a single white puppet was in sight. Scorpion muttered softly, "Tisich, he really got it right. Does he understand puppet techniques too?" The person Scorpion referred to was Qing, who was almost familiar with the course of history. One day while sunbathing, he casually mentioned that the strongest 100 machine performance shouldn't be to use hundreds of puppets at once, but rather to use dozens simultaneously while keeping the others as backups. Qing's words instantly flashed in Scorpion's mind, and a large portion of the puppets in the sky began to fall to the ground voluntarily. Only about 20 puppets remained suspended in the air. However, due to the sharp decrease in numbers, their power and control had greatly increased. A large knife puppet suddenly stepped into the air and swiftly cut down a Chikamatsu puppet. First kill, but this was just the beginning. The puppets below began to exhibit similar increases in control, their movements becoming more organized, no longer confined to puppet manipulation techniques. Even human techniques could be utilized at any moment. Chiyo watched as her Chikamatsu's 10 puppets were continuously forced back, almost powerless to retaliate. She quickly pulled 3 puppets in front of her. White's secret technique, 3 treasures absorption. The 3 puppets instantly formed a triangle and raised their hands in a forward pose. A powerful gust of wind formed, pulling in the dozen or so puppets controlled by Scorpion. The fierce wind pressure instantly shattered dozens of puppets. Scorpion remained unfazed as he watched his puppets being destroyed, quickly pulling several puppets from the ground with his chakra threads. Under his control, they still exhibited terrifying power. Whoosh! A puppet suddenly appeared beside Scorpion, its mechanism extending, about to stab him. Just then, a dark shadow instantly sliced the puppet in half, its parts scattering everywhere. Scorpion's abdomen extended a steel wire, swinging like a tail in the air, creating a sound as it sliced through the air. At this point, the battle between the puppets was approaching its conclusion. A puppet wielding a large knife swung it up and down, cutting down all the surrounding enemies. There were hardly any Chikamatsu's 10 puppets left, and Chio seemed to be running out of options. Scorpion's steel wire shot out backward, piercing through a puppet's abdomen. Blood gushed from the wound, and the puppet's skin fell away, revealing HZ's face beneath, resembling old tree bark. Scorpion lifted his body high into the air, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Playing with puppet substitutes became less interesting the more one did it. Chapter 58, Toby, what can I do? Konoha. At this moment, Konoha is once again engulfed in war, with battles breaking out everywhere. Fortunately, the Third Hokage had prepared in advance and evacuated the villagers to safety, preventing significant casualties. Meanwhile, just as the Akatsuki organization made its appearance, the Tsuchikage, Inoki, had already made preparations for battle. He had been brewing an unprecedented dust release technique in his palm, just waiting for the right opportunity to unleash it and annihilate the entire Akatsuki. At that moment, however, a teasing voice suddenly came from behind him. Inoki, you really can survive. Inoki's eyes widened in shock as he quickly flew into the air. Midway, he twisted his waist and kicked his legs, launching the dust release technique. Dust release, original world stripping technique. In an instant, a massive pure white cube enveloped everything in front of him. Everything within it was decomposed into atomic size in the blink of an eye, never to return. Trees vanished, houses disappeared, and even the ground in the streets was gone. Moments later, the white light faded, leaving Inoki staring at a massive pit before him. The edges were as smooth as a perfectly cut cake. However, Toby's voice rang out from behind him again. TSK, TSK. After all these years, still just those 2 moves? No progress at all. Toby emerged from the space-time dimension, his entire form existing between reality and illusion. Only he could render dust release ineffective against him. The task of intercepting Inoki fell solely on Toby's shoulders. Toby entered the Uchiha Madara mode again, his voice changing completely. He disdainfully pointed 2 fingers at Inoki and said, I remember the first time I met you. You were just a little brat. Inoki instantly recalled that scene. At that time, he was still learning ninjutsu beside the second Tsuchikage Mu. However, upon seeing Uchiha Madara, he felt as if he had fallen into a daze, completely powerless to resist. Even the second Tsuchikage had shown a fearful expression. This was the lifelong shame that Inoki referred to. Now, seeing Uchiha Madara again, a surge of immense fighting spirit erupted within him. He wanted to prove to himself that even against an unbeatable enemy, he would fight with all his might. That was his ninja way. A fierce expression suddenly appeared on Inoki's face, determined to reclaim the dignity he had lost back then. Earth release, rock arm. A massive rock arm shot up from beneath Toby, gripping his entire body. Even the surface of the rock crumbled. Yet Toby's figure passed through the rock hand like a ghost, emerging unscathed. Inoki's brow twitched. Uchiha Madara never had such troublesome abilities. Could it be something invented in recent decades? No matter what, he could not allow Madara to breach his defenses. Several Kage-level ninjas gathered in Konoha, only to be annihilated by the Akatsuki. That would be too embarrassing to admit. Moreover, almost all Kage-level ninjas had found their respective opponents. This self-proclaimed Uchiha Madara had found him because, among everyone present, he was the oldest. Madara, knowing his status, did not want to bully the weak by targeting him. He was mostly just playing around with Inoki. At this moment, Toby felt a bit startled. That old guy's dust release was no joke. If he hadn't transformed into an illusion just in time, he probably would have been done for. Suddenly, radiant white light blossomed from Inoki's palm. Dust release poured forth like an unstoppable torrent, splashing towards Toby. Within a 5-minute time limit, Toby moved through the beams of light as if strolling leisurely. He watched as the dust release turned the houses before him into nothingness, leaving not a single visible particle behind. Inoki, seeing Uchiha Madara wandering around without engaging him, was infuriated, his teeth itching with frustration. Occasionally, he could catch a glimpse of disdain in those crimson Sharingan eyes. It nearly drove him to the brink of rage. The old man leapt several meters into the air, charging at Toby. Dust release, boundary stripping technique. An even larger dust release instantly filled the entire field of vision, as if even the floating particles in the air were being decomposed into atoms, becoming incredibly transparent. Behind Inoki, Tobi's figure emerged from a house. His crimson Sharingan spun rapidly. Kamui. The Sharingan spun wildly, distorting space as several massive shuriken suddenly shot out from Tobi's eye. Whoosh, whoosh, the shuriken sliced through the air, creating sharp sounds as they flew directly towards Inoki. Inoki dodged several shuriken in midair, finally finding the mood to mock him. You're not so impressive after all. Tobi raised his left hand, and several threads instantly pulled taut. Fire release. Dance of the Fire Dragon. Boom! A ball of blazing fire erupted in midair, the roaring flames nearly roasting everyone nearby into jerky. Inoki was seared in the air, the few strands of hair on his head scorched. Heat emanated from above him as he flew out of the flames. His entire body was charred black, almost unrecognizable. Just then, Tobi's figure suddenly darted out from Inoki's left side, gripping a wooden spike aimed at Inoki's shoulder. A flash of unease crossed Inoki's mind as a small dust release technique was instantly unleashed. Even as Tobi forcefully leaned to the side, the dust release still obliterated the fabric of his chest. His right arm completely vanished. Meanwhile, Tobi's wooden spike pierced into Inoki's shoulder, blood gushing forth. Tobi's crimson Sharingan narrowed as he formed a hand sign with one hand. Wood release, insertion technique. Poof! Instantly, the wooden spike in Inoki's shoulder sprouted branches. Sharp spikes protruded from his shoulder, nearly impaling half of his body. Tobi was not faring well either. His right arm had been decomposed by the dust release, and his combat ability had diminished significantly. However, incapacitating Inoki was still worth it. Bang! The heavily wounded Inoki suddenly turned into a puddle of mud, crashing down to the ground and vanishing in an instant. Chapter 59. 3-on-3. The Shadow-Level War begins. Since Uchiha-Obito was injured in the battle at Kanabi Bridge and mistakenly encountered Madara, he awakened the Mangeki Sharingan and could also use Wood Release. After that, his strength seemed to remain the same, with no significant changes. It was only after Nagato's death and his acquisition of a Rinnegan that his power increased somewhat. Before that, his strength had hardly grown, relying solely on the technique Kamui to dominate. He was indeed not in the same league as Madara, and his experience was lacking by a large margin. Just like earlier, Inoki had been toying with him. Whether in anger or excitement, it was all for show for Obito, continuously testing with dust release until he found Obito's weakness. Inoki stood with his hands behind his back, floating in the sky, a cold smile on his lips. Too naive. Did he really think the title of Tsuchikage was so light? Inoki had long realized that Obito's true identity was not Uchiha Madara, at the very least. Their strengths were not comparable. Only those who had not experienced Madara's terror would confuse the two. However, his material penetration was indeed tricky. Without finding the corresponding weaknesses and flaws, it was impossible to harm him. Thus, he could only use this method to test and find Obito's weaknesses and vulnerabilities. Up to now, Inoki had unleashed Dust Release several times, yet only twice did Obito need to evade. But it was these two instances that allowed Inoki to discover the weakness. The masked man's body remained in a state of both solidity and intangibility. But only at the moment of attack did his body revert to solid form. The instant he was attacked was also the only chance for a counterattack. Of course, no ability is perfect. This ability must have other limitations, which had yet to be discovered. Obito gazed at Inoki floating above, sensing a trace of danger. Had his weakness been discovered? Indeed, Inoki truly deserved the title of Tsuchikage. The ground beneath him suddenly bulged upward, and two halves of a Venus flytrap-like creature emerged from the earth. Zetsu just revealed himself and handed a spare white Zetsu arm to Obito before diving back underground. There was no fluctuation of chakra, making it impossible to track. Inoki in the sky also saw Zetsu's figure and abilities and secretly decided that important locations in a Wagakure must be equipped with special chakra flooring to prevent such things from burrowing in to steal information. Obito attached the white Zetsu arm, clenching his fist tightly. Although this half-body was somewhat fragile, it brought him many benefits, such as ignoring the side effects of Sharingan. It was quite convenient to use. Next, it was time for the real battle. At that moment, two figures suddenly appeared opposite Obito. One was dressed in a green jumpsuit, while the other had white hair with a Sharingan visible in his left eye. Might Guy and Kakashi Hitaki. Every time he saw Kakashi's face, Obito recalled Rin's desperate gaze before her death. He felt his blood boiling, and his eyes instantly transformed into the Mangeki form. Meanwhile, the other two figures also stood beside Obito, Uchiha Itachi and Kisame Hoshigaki. 3-on-3. Kisame raised the blade Samahata in his hand, pointing it at Guy, saying, "That rare beast is mine. It's rare to see someone with such strong taijutsu." Itachi glanced at Obito and then at Noki in the sky, saying, "I don't want to attack the Leaf Village ninjas. I'll try to hold off the Tsukikage." Itachi, who possessed insight into people's hearts, might have already sensed Obito's interest in Kakashi. He also didn't want to attack the village's ninja, so it was a perfect match. Guy can no longer wait. His fists clenched at his waist as he shouted, "This is youth." After saying that, he instantly charged in front of Kisame, spinning one leg in the air. With immense power, he struck down. Leaf Village, strong whirlwind. Kisame raised Samahata to block the kick. However, his hand holding the blade felt a numbing sensation, and even Samahata seemed reluctant to engage. This situation made Kisame's excited little eyes tremble. He grinned widely, his cheek gills slightly twitching. The previous members of the 7 ninja swordsmen were taken down by your father. Might die, right? He remembered the panicked expression on the face of Suigetsu during that story. The 7 ninja swordsmen were reduced to 3 by a Leaf Village genin in a green jumpsuit, and the remaining 3 barely escaped. The moment he saw Guy, Kisame was certain. He had to fight this person and experience the terror of the 8 gates firsthand. Hearing Kisame's words, Guy grinned, revealing a bright set of teeth. "Let us experience the power of the Leaf taijutsu." Kisame's smile immediately vanished. The Samahata in his hand swung down, creating ripples in Guy's tight suit as it slammed into the ground. Boom! Guy's figure soared into the air, kicking towards Kisame again. Leaf Village Great Whirlwind. His foot struck Samahata, sending Kisame's body flying back a considerable distance, leaving deep marks on the ground. Guy's taijutsu was indeed the best in the ninja world, while Kisame was known as the tailless beast. In their normal states, Guy even fell short of Kisame's strength. This was without opening the 8 gates. At this moment, Kakashi had already pushed up his forehead protector to reveal his crimson 3-tomo Sharingan. "To protect my most cherished comrades, I will never lose." As soon as he finished speaking, a kunai appeared in Kakashi's palm. His hands quickly formed seals, and the kunai was instantly enveloped in lightning. Raikiri, in a flash of lightning, Kakashi, holding the kunai, instantly appeared beside Obito. The 2 Sharingan, inherited through bloodline, locked eyes, and an inexplicable thrill flashed in their hearts. Chapter 60. Is the Uchiha clan full of geniuses? Kakashi instantly penetrated through Obito's body. Raikiri did not injure Obito in the slightest. The kid with the Sharingan. That masked man can evade any attack, only becoming solid at the moment he strikes. Noki reminded Kakashi beside him that without knowing Obito's weakness, it would be difficult to hurt him. He then began to assess his opponent in front of him, Uchiha Itachi. Although he was only in his teens, he had personally annihilated the entire Uchiha clan years ago. His reputation in the ninja world was immense, and his strength could not be underestimated. Even as the 3rd Tsukikage, Noki dared not be too careless. He had already heightened his vigilance in his heart. As for Uchiha Itachi, although his expression remained calm, his serious gaze revealed otherwise. Faced with the 3rd Tsukikage, who was said to have a bloodline limit, even with his Mangeki Sharingan activated, he had no great confidence. In an instant, the 3-tomo had transformed into the Mangeki. No probing against the 3rd Tsukikage. He had to go all out from the start. A few shuriken instantly slipped from his palm, and with a gentle flick of his fingertips, several shuriken shot out in all directions. Simultaneously, his hands moved rapidly to form seals. Shuriken Shadow, cloned jutsu. In an instant, the number of shuriken doubled, colliding and changing angles mid-air. 2 shurikens silently shot from Naka's blind spot, making no sound at all. Noki had already sensed the fluctuation of the shuriken and tilted his body in the air to dodge. Looking at Itachi's eyes, he couldn't help but feel even more serious. This was someone who was very calculative. Such an exquisite shuriken technique required terrifying calculation abilities. It required calculating the force and direction of each shuriken, ultimately hitting the target at incredible angles. Achieving this level was almost like being a person living in the future. He could likely adapt to your fighting style and predict your next move in a very short time after the battle began. If the Sharingan gave the Uchiha the eyes to observe the world, then Uchiha Itachi's eyes had already overlooked the entire world, taking in all the scenery. Naka's expression became grave, and his gaze towards Itachi was filled with caution. Those who use the Sharingan, even when pushing its abilities to the limit, still had their limitations. However, Uchiha Itachi was a person with unparalleled Sharingan. Under those eyes, no secret could be hidden. Itachi's expression remained flat as he extended his right hand from his sleeve, where several shiny threads were particularly conspicuous under the sunlight. Steel wires. Naka's heart jolted, and he quickly looked behind him. He saw dozens of steel wires had already filled the space around him. Each shuriken was linked by a fine steel wire, unknowingly weaving into a large net that enveloped Noki. And Itachi was the spider weaving the net. A hint of surprise appeared on Naka's face before he could react. He saw the remnants of shadows burst forth from between Itachi's hands. In an instant, the hand seals were completed. Fire release, dragon flame dance. A torrent of flames erupted from Itachi's mouth, wrapping around one of the threads, instantly igniting the next. It looked like a fierce fire dragon, wildly twisting and roaring in the sky. The raging flames quickly engulfed Naka's entire body. Only through the bright firelight could a vague silhouette be seen within. Dust release. Original world separation technique. A bright white beam of light pierced through the flames. Even a midday sun could not match its blinding brightness. The pure white cube instantly expanded, enveloping the entire inferno within it. A flash of white light passed over the cube, and everything inside disappeared without a trace. The flames dissipated, and the steel wires snapped. Noki floated in the sky, arms crossed. Gray whiskers danced in the wind. Uchiha Kid, I admit I underestimated you. Your strength is enough for me to take you seriously. Just based on a few shuriken and steel wires, you were able to force me to use dust release. Noki couldn't help but sigh. Could it be that the Uchiha clan only produces geniuses? Others might not know, but he had truly witnessed the peak combat power of Uchiha Madara. Those who bore the Uchiha surname were not weak. Noki formed hand seals between his hands, and a powerful wave of energy rose from the ground. Earth release, stone hand technique. Boom! The ground shook violently as a large, earth-colored hand suddenly emerged from the ground. It slammed down hard on the ground beside it. Next, another equally massive hand rose from the earth, pressing down on the other side of the ground. The two giant hands exerted force, causing the entire ground to tremble violently. A colossal rock giant strived to break free from the earth, letting out a silent roar like an ancient giant. Noki instantly landed on the shoulder of the stone giant, controlling it to attack Uchiha Itachi furiously. The massive size brought with it an incomparably powerful attacking force. Each step the stone giant took was equivalent to a small earthquake, shaking the surrounding buildings. Kakashi and Guy, who were in the midst of battle nearby, felt uneasy seeing this scene. However, they couldn't say anything. In battle, causing destruction to the surroundings was normal. It was just that the Tsuchikige's giant was a bit exaggerated. Uchiha Itachi was in a perilous situation under the giant's grasp. Several times, he narrowly escaped between the giant's fingers, almost getting swept away. Being struck by such immense power would leave anyone severely injured, if not dead. Noki stood with arms crossed on the shoulder of the stone giant, controlling it to attack even more swiftly, leaving no room for mercy. Buildings? Crush. Streams? Flatten. Wherever it went, it was terrifying, comparable to a typhoon making landfall. Finally, Uchiha Itachi's figure was forced into a corner. There was nowhere else to hide. Noki sneered. In the face of absolute strength, any calculation was futile. After saying this, the stone giant swung its enormous fist down towards Itachi's position. Before it even landed, the intense wind pressure had already sent the dust on the ground swirling outward in a circular motion. The Manjiki Sharingan in Uchiha Itachi's eyes spun rapidly, and a red light instantly emanated from his body, pushing outward. Chapter 61, Tsunade returns. The three Sannin reunite. On the platform outside the Hokage office, Orochimaru and Sarutobi Hiruzen are still trapped in the four purple flame formation. The four sound ninja maintaining the formation are almost out of chakra. Normally, maintaining a barrier doesn't require much power. However, the dark mist from Qing carries a strong, devouring force that has absorbed a lot of chakra energy from the four purple flame formation. Now, there is hardly any chakra left in the bodies of the four ninjas. They're about to run out of energy. Summoning technique, ruined stage. After a prolonged stalemate, Jiraiya directly summoned one of the three great toads of Mount Mayaboku, Gamabunta, to suppress Qing. In an instant, the gigantic toad, carrying two huge samurai swords on its back, fell from the sky and crashed down onto the Hokage office. Boom! A deep hole appeared instantly at the center of the Hokage office. Gamabunta's head popped out. Looking around in confusion, he asked Jiraiya, "What did you summon me to suppress?" "I jumped down from the oil waterfall for this." Jiraiya replied, "Be careful. This is not the time for chit-chat." Just as he finished speaking, a thick black mist suddenly gathered above Gamabunta's head. Yi Qing walked out of the black mist with a faint smile. This technique, and these toad from Mount Mayaboku, are quite interesting, using their massive weight to sit down from midair. Weren't the toads supposed to be the underworld figures in Hokage? Why are they acting so differently now? At this moment, Gamabunta also noticed Yi Qing's presence. He had seen Yi Qing in action during the Nine-Tails attack on Konoha. How could such a formidable foe return to Konoha? Instantly, Gamabunta became serious, gripping the samurai swords on his back. A flash of cold light crossed as the long sword was drawn. Jiraiya leaped up and landed on Gamabunta's head. "This enemy can absorb any ninjutsu. Be careful." Gamabunta snorted in response. "That's why you summoned me, isn't it? In terms of swordsmanship, even the boss might not match me." The long sword in Gamabunta's hand swept through the sky, cutting through the air with a gust of wind. The two enormous swords crossed in the direction where Yi Qing stood. Even before the blades reached Yi Qing, a violent wind had already begun to lift him off the ground. Is this the swordsmanship? Besides slicing the giant snakes, it couldn't even hit a normally sized person, right? Before it could strike, the wind generated was enough to blow someone away. Yi Qing formed hand seals with both hands and slammed one hand against the ground. Earth style, earth flow wall. A thick earth wall rose instantly from the ground, blocking Yi Qing's entire figure behind it. This was almost Yi Qing's first time using a ninjutsu, but the effect was surprisingly good. The earth flow wall, enhanced by the system, was not only more solid, but also had a very large area. In an instant, the heavy earth wall stood directly in front of Gamabunta. Seeing this, Jiraiya smiled. Gamabunta's two swords could not be stopped by a mere earth flow wall. It would definitely be a scene of instant collapse. Gamabunta narrowed his eyes, putting more force into the long sword in his hand. However, Yi Qing never intended to use the earth flow wall to block the attack. He placed one hand gently on the blade, and a fierce wave of energy instantly radiated from him. Flames erupted out of thin air, filling the entire space in front of Yi Qing in the blink of an eye. Yi Qing's eyes widened, and a chilling blue gaze took in the entire situation. He gently drew the blade in his hand. Boom! A wave of fierce flames instantly enveloped Yi Qing's entire body. Even the surrounding air was distorted from the heat. Flames shot up into the sky, illuminating the entire earth flow wall in a bright red hue. With a casual flick of his long sword, the roaring flames instantly engulfed the entire earth flow wall. Just as Gamabunta's long sword was about to strike the earth flow wall, he suddenly saw the entire wall turn bright red in an instant. A wave of scorching air instantly enveloped Gamabunta, making even his skin feel dry and tight from the heat. Jiraiya's heart skipped a beat, and his eyes widened in shock. "Gamabunta, jump!" Gamabunta, puzzled, exclaimed, "What?" Before he could react, the earth flow wall exploded. Waves of flames turned the wall into a liquid-like substance resembling lava, like a meteor from the sky. The flames instantly engulfed Gamabunta. The skin all over Gamabunta's body was burned, releasing a pungent white smoke. With a painful roar, he vanished without a trace. Only Jiraiya managed to evade most of the lava in midair, but he was still hit by a stream of lava that scorched his arm. Half of his left arm was already blackened. The blood vessels inside had burst from the high temperature. A slight movement would cause blood to seep out. However, Jiraiya was filled with astonishment. This method of combining the earth flow wall with explosive tags was something that would only be used on the battlefield of the Ninja World War. But Yi Qing's age was not one that would allow him to participate in such a war. Jiraiya was puzzled, looking at the pain on his arm. His perception of Yi Qing's danger level rose another notch. He quickly jumped to the outskirts of the four purple flame formation, forming a Rasengan with one hand to strike the barrier. Only by breaking the barrier and teaming up with Sarutobi-sensei could they hope to combat Yi Qing. However, just as the Rasengan was about to make contact with the barrier, a wave of black mist swept across, causing the Rasengan to vanish into thin air. How could Yi Qing let them out to create trouble for him? But at that moment, a small dust suddenly appeared in the sky above, descending at high speed and crashing down onto the four purple flame formation. Boom! The already thin four purple flame formation could not withstand such destructive power. Instantly, the entire Hokage office was reduced to ruins, with debris and broken wood flying everywhere. The four purple flame formation finally shattered under the immense pressure. The four sound ninjas, struck by this blow, all spat out blood and instantly fainted. Meanwhile, amidst the dust and smoke, a figure slowly stood up, clenching its fists to create a series of cracking sounds. A green cloak fluttered in the wind, with a large bet character swaying on it. Chapter 62. Orochimaru joins. The third Hokage's relief. Thick smoke nearly obscured the entire sky. Even the sunlight scattered on the ground appeared hazy. A woman's figure emerged from the smoke, cracking her fingers. Her golden twin tails danced in the wind, and a green cloak with the character emblazoned in the center billowed around her. Tsunade glanced back, her brown eyes fixed intently on Ye Qing. As long as I'm here, you won't harm the village. Upon seeing Tsunade, Ye Qing was momentarily stunned. His mind was racing with thoughts of disbelief. Who could have guessed that this sexy, mature beauty was already 55 years old? Moreover, she could still go to bars to pick up men without worrying about her age. Her face seemed frozen at 18, radiating sunshine and beauty. Even in her current angry state, she exuded a striking presence. It was quite a sight. Ye Qing shook his head. He couldn't afford to be distracted in a fight. He mused that Naruto's seduction technique might actually prove useful at a critical moment. Jiraiya had already moved aside when Tsunade jumped down. He naturally approached her side and offered his injured arm to her. Tsunade took Jiraiya's arm without hesitation, her palm glowing with a faint green light. Using medical ninjutsu, she quickly healed his wounds. Within just a few minutes, the burns on Jiraiya's arm were entirely healed, the scorched skin peeling away to reveal normal skin beneath. Even the charred blood vessels quickly returned to their original state, as if he had never been injured at all. Tsunade glanced at Jiraiya, who looked somewhat disheveled. It seems if I had come a few minutes later, I would have only been able to see you at the Konoha cemetery. Her words were filled with sarcasm, but the concern in her tone was evident to everyone. A smile of self-deprecation appeared at the corner of Jiraiya's mouth. I thought you really wouldn't come, but it seems you can't let go of the village. With you here, I can relax. Jiraiya stood up, his face regaining its vitality. Even the chakra he had consumed was restored to its original state. Hearing this, Tsunade scoffed, "Don't think too much of it. I just don't want to see my grandfather's hard work destroyed by you idiots." In my eyes, the one who becomes Hokage is still the biggest fool in the world. Jiraiya could only laugh bitterly at this. But now was not the time for such discussions. He immediately said, "Tsunade, be careful. He is the one who instigated the Nine Tails attack. His strength cannot be underestimated." I know, Minato died at his hands, right? Tsunade, despite her arrogance, felt that facing an enemy like Ye Qing was very tricky, unless the legendary Sannin fought together again. At this thought, Tsunade shouted directly into the ruins, "Orochimaru, how much longer are you going to pretend to be dead?" At that moment, a long neck emerged from the rubble, adorned with a sinister pale face and disheveled hair cascading down its back. The venomous, snake-like eyes stared at Ye Qing for a moment before shifting to Tsunade. "Tsunade, you almost killed me just now." When Tsunade had kicked through the four purple flames formation, she had aimed directly at Orochimaru. The kick had barely missed his nose, turning the Hokage's office into ruins. If she had been even slightly off, Orochimaru might have ended up as a mere pancake. In response to Orochimaru's words, Tsunade quickly retorted, "Orochimaru, you should know by now that you are a traitor to the Akatsuki organization, and this person will never let you go. Instead of fighting among ourselves now, we should join forces to deal with the Akatsuki members first." Hearing Tsunade's words, even Sarutobi Hiruzen and Jiraiya were momentarily stunned. But after a moment's thought, Jiraiya exclaimed, "You're right. Orochimaru, what do you say? We can deal with your issues later. We need to team up first." At this moment, even the third Hokage felt a surge of excitement in his heart. Could it be that his three most outstanding disciples were about to join forces once again? It had been years since they had seen the legendary Sannin together. Meanwhile, Orochimaru's snake-like eyes flickered with uncertainty. He had a notion of using the combined strength of the Sannin to defeat Ye Qing, or even eliminate him. Perhaps it could actually succeed. Otherwise, the Akatsuki would always be a nuisance. As long as the Akatsuki members existed in the world, he would never be completely free from danger. With that thought, Orochimaru suddenly sprang out from the rubble below. He moved to Tsunade's right side, with Jiraiya on the left. In that moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen looked over and seemed to see the Sannin of the past once more. How many years had it been since Orochimaru's defection and Tsunade's departure from Konoha? He had often dreamed that one day, his three most outstanding disciples would fight together again. At that moment, their childhood shadows instantly merged with the three figures before him, and Sarutobi felt his fists clench tightly. Each of them wore a subtle smile. "Let's go," Jiraiya called out sharply. "All right." Jiraiya's gaze suddenly turned sharp. He quickly formed hand seals, and his entire abdomen puffed out as if filled with air. He forcefully blew forward a torrent of flames. Fire release. Great fireball technique. At the moment the flames erupted, they transformed into a massive fireball that instantly filled Yi Qing's field of vision. However, Yi Qing was enveloped in thick darkness, his figure transforming into a silhouette in the night. The searing flames were devoured the moment they touched the darkness, without any surprise. At that moment, Orochimaru also completed his hand seals, coldly laughing as he forcefully waved his hands downward. Wind release. Great breakthrough. In an instant, a violent wind sprang forth, sweeping over Yi Qing's body and pulling all surrounding flames into the whirlwind, forming a fiery tornado. Yi Qing's figure was caught within it. But that was not the end. Tsunade's figure suddenly appeared above Yi Qing. A small foot clad in sandals was raised high in the air, striking down towards Yi Qing. Heavenly foot. Ye vink instead.Hence, transforming himself into a mass of black mist. Tsunade's foot, carrying immense power, slammed down onto the ground, instantly dispersing the black smoke. Boom! The floor shook violently beneath them, sending a shower of debris flying upward, and a spiderweb-like crack appeared under Tsunade's feet. The entire ground shattered in an instant, as if it had been struck by a hammer on a sheet of ice. Chapter 63. Confronting the three Sannin with ease. Under the shattered Hokage office, a fierce flame was swept up by a raging wind, shooting straight into the sky. Even the clouds above were dispersed by the surging flames. Immediately afterward, Tsunade's figure jumped down from the sky, darting swiftly through the center of the fiery tornado, her golden twin tails dancing wildly behind her. A delicate little foot, painted with bright red nail polish, slammed down hard on Yi Qing's already elementalized body. Even the elemental black mist was violently blown away by the fierce airflow. In an instant, the entire ground deeply sank, covered with dense cracks. Boom! The stone slabs on the ground shattered into pieces. The broken stones, affected by the rebound force, even bounced up from the ground, briefly hovering in the air before falling back down. This incredible strength was Tsunade's greatest attack method. She precisely controlled every bit of chakra, concentrating it in any part of her body. Even an ordinary attack could unleash tremendous power. Thick granite could only be turned into clouds of dust under Tsunade's assault. A thick black mist instantly coalesced behind Tsunade. Yi Qing's face showed a hint of surprise. He didn't expect Tsunade's strength to reach this level. No wonder she could shatter Madara's incomplete Susanoo on the battlefield. This power had already surpassed the realm of physical techniques. Tsunade straightened her back, her left fist smashing in her right palm, producing a crisp sound. Her large brown eyes stared unblinkingly at Yi Qing. She was already filled with vigilance. Although she hadn't returned to Konoha for a long time, she was still aware of some major events in the village. The Ninetales attack and the Uchiha massacre, both filled with bloodshed, had a black figure involved. That was the man before her, known as the Black Fire Seed, a member of the Akatsuki organization. The Fourth Hokage, the golden flash of the ninja world, had died young because of him. Uchiha Fugaku was said to have fallen at his hands as well. Although this man had only made a few appearances, each opponent he faced was a long-established strongman in the ninja world, and he had won every time, even against the rampaging Three Tails. It was said that he had only swung his sword once to end the battle. His impressive track record highlighted Yi Qing's strength vividly. Even Tsunade, known as one of the legendary three Sannin, did not dare to act lightly. "I will never let you take the Nine Tails from Konoha." Tsunade frowned, her voice exceptionally firm. Minato Namikaze was Jiraiya's student, and thus Tsunade's junior. She was aware that Naruto had become the Nine Tails Jinchuriki, and once the tailed beast inside, the Jinchuriki, was extracted, the only outcome was death. The Akatsuki's purpose would undoubtedly lead to Naruto losing his life. This was something she would never allow. At the same time, the attacks from the three Sannin followed. Jiraiya instantly formed hand seals and slapped his hands on the ground. Earth-style, Yellow Spring Swamp. In the blink of an eye, the shattered ground beneath Yi Qing's feet turned into thick, black mud. A pulling force emanated from the muck, gradually engulfing Yi Qing's figure. Orochimaru's gaze was dark, his snake eyes almost overflowing with ferocity. His pale hand curled into a claw, reaching toward Yi Qing. Summoning, Snake Glare Curse Binding. In an instant, four snake-like creatures, as thick as arms, sprang from the mud beneath Yi Qing's feet. They slithered up his limbs, binding him with four ropes and immobilizing all his movements, dragging him down into the muddy swamp. In the blink of an eye, Yi Qing's calves were already submerged in the muck. The immense pulling force held him tightly to the ground, and he was unable to move due to the snakes wrapping around him. At this moment, Tsunade in front of him clenched her fist, the joints between her fingers making a sound that made one's teeth ache. Her brown pupils glanced sharply at Yi Qing's sinking body, especially at his ice-blue eyes. This color brought her a sense of familiarity. However, that person had long since died. The one before her was an enemy of Konoha. Tsunade's gaze instantly turned resolute, her slender brows nearly knitting together. A massive amount of chakra suddenly gathered in her right hand, reaching nearly the limit her body could withstand. With one punch, she aimed for Yi Qing's face. The wind from her punch caused Yi Qing's clothes to flutter. The red cloud patterns on his body trembled rapidly, as if they were about to break free. Yi Qing watched Tsunade's fist growing larger before his eyes, each finger painted with bright red nail polish. It looked harmless, but the actual power was something no one could withstand. Just as Tsunade's fist was about to strike his cheek, a surge of black mist erupted from Yi Qing's body. He smiled slightly, secretly activating the power of the dark tide. A violent wave of air instantly swept outwards. The mud beneath his feet was blown away in all directions, forming a deep indentation in the swamp. The small snakes that had been wrapped around him were blown away to who knows where. Yi Qing's body was no longer restrained. Jiraiya and Orochimaru's attacks were instantly neutralized by Yi Qing. Tsunade let out a muffled groan, raising her arms to block the gust, her feet leaving 2 scratch marks on the ground. She had managed to withstand the dark tide. Tsunade gritted her teeth, squinting against the wind as she watched Yi Qing's figure. She let out a silent roar, her right foot smashing the ground beneath her into pieces, and with the recoil, she rushed to Yi Qing's side. She swung her right fist, striking fiercely at Yi Qing. Bang! Yi Qing's palm directly caught Tsunade's fist, not even causing his arm to tremble. A look of terror instantly appeared on Tsunade's face as she realized that Yi Qing seemed to be stronger than her, crushing her fist painfully. At this time, Yi Qing's body also had a slight redness on its surface, a wave of green chakra uncontrollably bursting forth. He was surrounded by a powerful force that made one's heart race. Yi Qing grinned, his right hand forming a fist, and instantly struck Tsunade's abdomen. What comes around goes around. Tsunade's pupils instantly contracted, and she involuntarily spat out a mouthful of blood. Chapter 64. The 3 summoned beasts finally appear. Tsunade felt as if her abdomen had been struck by a giant hammer, a violent cramping pain. This power was even beyond her monstrous strength. Yi Qing sneered coldly. With a 200 boost to his physical skills, he opened the 3rd gate of the 8 gates, the life gate. Combined, there were hardly any who could match him in physical combat. Bang! Tsunade's body was struck as if by a cannonball. She flew backward and crashed into a wall, only stopping after a harsh impact. Tsunade, the 3rd Hokage, quickly leaped to her side, helping her up. Jiraiya and Orochimaru also looked quite grim. Under the combined assault of the 3, Yi Qing was still able to suppress Tsunade. Such strength was almost beyond that of a Kage. Tsunade stood up from the wall, glaring fiercely at Yi Qing. She formed a seal with her hands in front of her chest, and the diamond mark on her forehead instantly spread throughout her body. The Yin seal opened, and she performed the ninjutsu, creation rebirth. Hiss! The injuries on her body instantly emitted a puff of white smoke, healing her wounds without leaving a single scar. This was an easy version of the 100 healings technique, a simple technique of the wet bone force sage mode. It could heal injuries at the cost of her lifespan, leaving no trace and having no effect on her strength. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at the slightly panting Tsunade with concern. How are you? Can you still fight? Tsunade forced a strained smile. Just a little injury, nothing serious. Her expression turned serious as her fists clenched tightly. At this moment, Jiraiya and Orochimaru had engaged Yi Qing in battle once more. With Orochimaru holding him back, Jiraiya took on the main offense. His head of white hair enveloped him entirely, with 2 Rasengan in his hands, launching a fierce attack on Yi Qing. Various ninjutsu came one after another, his white hair dancing wildly. Orochimaru also suppressed his fear of Yi Qing for the time being, pushing his strength to the limit. His neck elongated, and he spat out a large poisonous snake with its mouth wide open. In the snake's mouth was the sharp Kusanagi sword, clashing with Yi Qing's flowing blade. Orochimaru's body twisted and contorted like a rubber figure. His attacks were completely erratic, often striking from impossible angles. Yet, facing the frenzied attacks of the two, Yi Qing felt not a shred of pressure. Each strike of his long knife could shatter a Rasengan outright. With a backward slash, he directly severed the poisonous snake that held the Kusanagi sword. It was as fluid as flowing water, without any effort. Seeing this scene, Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression darkened instantly. He hadn't expected Yi Qing to be this strong, effortlessly handling the combined efforts of Jiraiya and Orochimaru as if it were a leisurely stroll. He drew a line of blood across his teeth with his fingertip and formed a seal in his palm. Summoning technique, Old Monkey Sage. Bang! A monkey over 2 meters tall appeared in an instant. Wearing the headband of Konoha, it looked astonished at Yi Qing's figure. Sarutobi, how did you provoke this calamity again? The monkey had witnessed Yi Qing's strength during the Nine-Tails attack incident, having seen him defeat both of Konoha's Hokages and even the strongest sealing technique. The dead demon consuming seal had no effect on him. It had long been terrified of the monkey. After some small talk, the diamond staff. The monkey instantly erupted in a cloud of smoke, transforming into a metallic rod. Sarutobi Hiruzen leaped into the air and grabbed the rod. Extend. Buzz. One end of the metal rod extended infinitely, reaching Yi Qing's face in the blink of an eye. He swung a fist and slammed it against one end of the rod, but was still pushed back by the continuously extending staff, landing directly in the middle of a ravaged street below. Fire style, ash pile burning. A wave of gray smoke instantly filled the entire street, the burning smell wafting everywhere. This ninjutsu was peculiar. The gray smoke expelled had little destructive power. However, when a user detonated the entire smoke with chakra, it would instantly transform into scorching flames, incinerating any unsuspecting enemies within. Yi Qing sneered coldly. Such a weak ninjutsu was utterly ineffective. With a powerful wave of one hand, a thick black fog immediately swept past, devouring the surrounding gray smoke in an instant. As the smoke dissipated, Yi Qing saw the 3 ninjas forming a triangle surrounding him. Orochimaru, positioned to the left and behind, slammed his hand onto the ground, and incantations instantly unfolded, summoning Triple Gate of Hell. Boom! The ground trembled beneath him. 3 massive iron gates shot up from beneath the 3 ninjas, lifting them into the air. Each gate was engraved with a grotesque demon face, mouths wide open, seemingly mocking their opponent's futile attacks. A cold light flashed in Yi Qing's eyes as he also slapped his hand against the ground. A thick black mist instantly spread across the ground, expanding to a vast area. Devour. The black mist quickly reached the base of the gates of hell, where it seemed like an invisible deep pit was swallowing the entire structure into the black fog. In just a moment, the 3 gates of hell had already sunk into the black mist. Yi Qing looked up, giving a slight smile to the 3 stunned ninjas. 2 rows of white, chilling teeth made anyone who saw them shudder in fear. Combined ninjutsu, lightning water dragon bullet. A water dragon surrounded by electric light suddenly charged towards Yi Qing. Standing on the rooftop beside him, Sarutobi Hiruzen used both water release and lightning release simultaneously. The power was more than 10 times that of a simple water dragon bullet. Don't just stand there, keep attacking. You must have a flaw. Sarutobi Hiruzen quickly reminded his students, who seemed a bit dazed, to use ninjutsu to buy time. Yi Qing shook his head, effortlessly slicing the lightning water dragon bullet in half with a single slash. With a few sweeps around him, the remaining small part of the gate of hell shattered into pieces. Yi Qing yawned, nearly shedding tears from boredom. So tiresome. Let's wrap this up and help the others. Just then, 3 crisp sounds rang out. The 3 ninjas bit their fingers, drawing blood, and quickly formed complex hand seals. Half kneeling on the ground, they slammed their hands down. Summoning technique. Bang! 3 explosive sounds echoed, rising into a thick white smoke. Vaguely, 3 massive shadows stood proudly within the smoke. Chapter 65. The Blade Like Fire. Fire burns the city. The smoke gradually dissipated, revealing 3 massive beasts. The toad went to leaned on a katana with a giant smoking pipe in his mouth, looking quite displeased. He glanced up at Jiraiya, who was standing on his head. Are you all holding a class reunion? All the old classmates are here. The slug Tsunade floated up into the air, her body hovering, and spoke in a gentle voice towards the sunken middle. Is this Konoha? Have you all returned to the village? That's great. Finally, a gigantic purple snake appeared, covered in black patterns. Manda was the fiercest of the 3 summoning beasts. Each time Orochimaru summoned him, he demanded a considerable amount of living sacrifices. Otherwise, he would backfire on Orochimaru. However, this time, as Manda opened his eyes, he spotted Yi Qing's figure. His snake pupils instantly contracted, flashing with a sinister and ruthless glare. He remembered how Yi Qing had recruited Orochimaru into Akatsuki. The final move, a blazing light, had almost roasted him. He was mocked for several days after returning to the Dragon Cave. Seeing Yi Qing again excited Manda instantly. This time, he would take revenge for all the humiliation he suffered. The enormous bodies of the three summoning beasts were so massive that they could rival tailed beasts. The people of Konoha could clearly see the silhouettes of the three summoning beasts. At that moment, the villagers hiding from the war across the village looked up to see the three figures standing on the giant beasts. Even ordinary villagers who were not ninjas had heard of the names of the three ninjas. In a certain period, these three names were almost equivalent to the guardians of the entire Konoha. As long as the three were in the village, the villagers felt at ease. Not only ordinary villagers, but the ninjas fighting in various places were also thrilled to see this scene, their whole bodies trembling with excitement. One ninja, with a face full of disbelief, said, "Is that the summoning beast of the three ninjas?" Another ninja replied with a face full of joy, "It can't be wrong. I've seen that toad outside the women's bath in Konoha. It must be Lord Jiraiya. That slug standing on top is Princess Tsunade, still so beautiful. That big snake must be Orochimaru, the disciple of the third Hokage, right? Has he canceled his rogue ninja status?" With the three ninjas appearing, they will surely defeat all the villains of Akatsuki. Everyone firmly believed that as long as the three ninjas returned, all problems would no longer be problems. The enemies in the village would definitely be defeated under the hands of these great masters. Yamashiro Haichi, who was using the mind disturbance technique to make a group of sound ninjas kill each other, also revealed a smile at the corner of his mouth. The three masters have already started. We can't fall behind too much. A shadow suddenly appeared beneath several sound ninjas' feet, splitting into dozens of tiny shadows. Each shadow had a pitch-black little hand at the end, directly snapping the necks of several sound ninjas. Shadow's strangulation technique. Nara Shikaku's figure instantly appeared beside Yamashiro Haichi, a smile also appearing at the corner of his mouth. Our Inoshikacho is also a terrifying presence to the enemy. Bang! A thick smoke suddenly erupted on the street. A large hand stretched out from the smoke, grabbing several sound ninjas in its grasp. With a slight exertion of force, all their bones were crushed. At this moment, a giant fat man emerged from the smoke. Judging by his size, he was not at all smaller than the three summoning beasts. Akimichi Choza held a giant iron rod, sweeping it through the air, creating a whirlwind that blew away all nearby enemies. Haichi Shikaku, use the Inoshikacho formation. I've spotted a target. All right, understood. Kai, who was engaged in a fierce battle with Kisame, suddenly shouted. Flames seemed to burst from his eyes. This is youth. 8 gates, opening of the 6th gate. The gate of joy opened. A powerful wave of chakra surged from Kai's body. He kicked out, making Kisame's foot drag a long mark on the ground before stopping. Kisame forced a grim smile, his yellow eyes trembling in their sockets. Is this the 8 gates? Interesting. The appearance of the three ninjas instantly boosted the morale of all Konoha ninjas several times. All resistance became even more intense. Many who had already been knocked down struggled to stand up again, reigniting their fighting spirit. Even Sarutobi Hiruzen, standing aside, felt a wave of pride wash over him as he looked at the backs of the three. These are my students. However, he had already formed a complex hand seal in his hands. It was indeed the Shiki F gene. Last time, Minato sacrificed his life to seal Yi Qing, but failed. This time, even the three ninjas would also be defeated. It would soon be my turn. A fierce look flashed in Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes as he suddenly recalled Danzo's words. Am I getting old? Perhaps, but this time I will find my courage again. The figures of the three summoning beasts were too massive, and Yi Qing stood among them, almost only able to see a small piece of sky the size of a fist. Manda couldn't hold back any longer. His snake pupils narrowed, and he darted towards Yi Qing. His massive body, though heavy, was incredibly agile, like a purple lightning bolt. He landed on the ground beneath Yi Qing in the blink of an eye. The ground let out a muffled sound, and dust rose everywhere. Yi Qing's figure broke through the dust, running up Manda's body. After a few leaps, he directly leaped into the air. Manda, missing his bite, turned around to continue snapping at Yi Qing in the sky. The snake's mouth opened wide, for sharp poisonous fangs glinting in the sunlight. A strong stench wafted as the snake's tongue flicked in and out. From a distance, it looked like a giant python soaring into the sky, opening its mouth to swallow a small bug in midair. Manda's body lifted entirely, almost crossing the entire sky. Yi Qing's figure was right above his gaping mouth. In Manda's vertical pupils, one could see a sense of vengeful pleasure, and even Orochimaru, above him, had a venomous glint in his eyes. Yi Qing flipped in midair, his black hair dancing wildly in the wind. His palm gently gripped the Zanpakuto at his waist. At the moment he was about to be swallowed by the snake's belly, a flash of fire appeared. Yi Qing seemed to casually swing the long knife in his hand. Fire burns the city. A fierce flame instantly wrapped around Manda's entire body. Boom, boom, boom. A series of fireballs exploded on him from head to tail like a string of 108 firecrackers. Chapter 66. What is the relationship between you? The eyes of the 10,000 snakes gleamed with the pleasure of revenge. Its mouth opened wide as it aimed to swallow Yi Qing. Even Orochimaru's eyes were filled with satisfaction. A cruel smile curled at the corners of his mouth. However, in the next second, Orochimaru's entire face was scorched red by the dazzling flames. The blazing fire reflected clearly in his pupils, and in an instant, it exploded and spread. In the blink of an eye, the entire body of the 10,000 snakes was engulfed in flames. Boom! A fiery explosion erupted above the head of the 10,000 snakes, sending countless sparks flying. Then came another explosion, and another. Countless flames erupted from the head to the tail of the 10,000 snakes, leaving no part untouched. Yi Qing swung his long knife back, and a thick darkness enveloped him instantly. Like a black lightning bolt streaking across the sky, it pierced through the fiery mouth of the 10,000 snakes. The flames wrapping around the 10,000 snakes turned dark the moment Yi Qing passed through. Black mist seeped out from its scales. Moments later, the entire snake body exploded into a cloud of black smoke, swirling away. Yi Qing emerged slowly from the black mist. The long knife in his hand remained bright, with just a few wisps of dissipating black smoke swirling around his body. A playful smile lingered at the corner of his mouth, and as he turned the blade, the air emitted a tearing shriek. Jiraiya and Tsunade, witnessing this scene, were left dumbfounded. A deep astonishment instantly spread across their faces. Even Sarutobi Hiruzen was stunned, the wrinkles on his face trembling unconsciously. Various expressions crowded on their faces, making them look particularly comical. Fukasaku's mouth dropped open, his huge pipe falling to the ground with a spark. The body of the slug trembled, nearly collapsing into a puddle of mucus. Everyone's faces were filled with disbelief. They almost thought they were under a genjutsu. The 10,000 snakes, such a ferocious summoned beast. Even Orochimaru, one of the legendary 3 ninjas, couldn't fully subdue it. It was blown to black smoke. Not even a trace remained. Typically, when a summoned beast faces a fatal threat, it will forcibly dispel the summoning and return to its habitat. However, the state of the 10,000 snakes clearly did not indicate a correct dispelling. Even the scorched yellow scales were blown away into the sky. It was evidently dead beyond recovery. This kind of attack, how powerful could it be? That shadow enveloped in black smoke instantly became a nightmare in everyone's hearts. In a small alley, a torrent of water seemed to come from nowhere, instantly flooding the entire alley. The water rose above the rooftops, forming an artificial lake around. Kuratsuchi's figure suddenly descended from the sky, landing on the surface of the water. 1 foot half squatted, one leg extended outward, revealing a thigh as smooth as cream. In her hands, she quickly formed several hand seals. Water release, water barrier. A flowing water wall instantly rose before her. The next second, several origami shurikens shot towards the water wall. They burst forth with brilliant light, exploding instantly. Boom! The entire water wall shattered into pieces, and the water surged into the sky. Moments later, it fell like a torrential rain. Splash! Conan spread her origami wings, emotionless, floating in midair. Explosive tags circled around her, folding into the shape of shurikens out of thin air. Using explosive tags as shurikens? Wouldn't Kakuzu go mad upon seeing this? Ninja battles rarely use explosive tags because they are quite expensive. Conan's approach, while extravagant, indeed wielded great power, leaving Kuratsuchi flustered. Up to this point in the battle, she had been passively defending against attacks. Kuratsuchi felt exasperated, glaring at Conan with resentment. She had never seen such a bizarre technique. Her entire body turned to paper, making physical attacks nearly useless. Moreover, the paper was coated with waterproof oil, rendering weaker water techniques almost ineffective. However, what angered her the most was that this woman kept glancing in a particular direction, which just happened to be where Kuratsuchi was focused. Because Yi Qing was in that direction. Just then, the summoned beasts of the legendary three ninjas suddenly appeared from Yi Qing's direction. Their massive forms reminded one of the ultimate weapons of the ninja world, the tailed beasts. Kuratsuchi's heart skipped a beat, and she couldn't help but feel a surge of worry. The legendary three ninjas were long-established ninjas in the ninja world during their rise to fame. Kuratsuchi hadn't even been born yet. Now that the three of them were gathered, what about Yi Qing? Kuratsuchi's mind was in turmoil, and for some reason, she felt a bit worried that Yi Qing might get hurt, even die. The image of Yi Qing covered in blood flooded her mind, refusing to dissipate. Just as she thought of escaping this woman to see what was happening in that direction, she discovered that Conan was also hanging in the air, dazed like a silly bird. Her eyes were fixed on the direction of the three summoned beasts, not deviating in the slightest. Seeing the concern in Conan's eyes, a surge of anger unexpectedly rose in Kuratsuchi's heart. She formed hand seals with both hands and instantly attacked Conan. Water release, water dragon bullet technique. A torrent of water rapidly took shape beneath Kuratsuchi's feet, transforming into a continuously flowing water dragon. It dragged her body and shot toward the sky. As the hand seals changed, dozens of fist-sized water spheres appeared around her. Water release, water bullets. Dozens of water spheres shot towards Conan in an instant, almost filling the entire space. Conan's expression remained unchanged. She occasionally showed a hint of worry in her eyes. With her wings spread behind her, she flew backward for several meters. All the water bullets missed, crashing into the surface of the water below and sending up towering waves. A question slipped out. What is your relationship with him? Kuratsuchi's voice seemed laced with suppressed anger. Even her gaze towards Conan became aggressive. This shift in behavior, even she was unaware of. I'm just trying to understand my enemy. Knowing yourself and your enemy will ensure victory in every battle. Yes, exactly like that. Chapter 67. The battle between two women. In a regular alley of Konoha village, it has now transformed into an artificial lake with water depth exceeding 10 feet. The wooden wreckage of houses floats on the surface, swept away by the current towards the distance. Terumi Mei stands atop the head of a water dragon, with fierce dragon horns on either side. Her brown curly hair billows in the wind as she controls the water dragon to continuously attack Conan. The dragon's tail connects to the lake below, with an endless flow of water pouring into the water dragon, maximizing its range of movement. Meanwhile, Conan, with her origami wings spread behind her, flaps them to evade the water dragon's attacks. She flits through the air, twisting and turning, avoiding the dragon's jaws just in time, not forgetting to throw a few explosive tags like shurikens at Terumi Mei. It's like a chase between a dragon and a phoenix. Boom, 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 boom. The sound of explosions continuously erupts as the surface of the water is shattered in the wake of their battle. Waves of spray rise into the sky, leaving behind a brief brilliance. Terumi Mei's anger grows, and she forms hand seals with her hands. Opening her red lips, she spews out a viscous yellow liquid. Dissolution technique. Dissolve monster. A large amount of thick acidic liquid rushes toward Conan in an instant, wrapping her entire being within it. This acid has a strong stickiness and severe corrosive power. Once it touches the human body, it can cause immense harm. Terumi Mei once used this technique to directly dissolve a rogue ninja who attempted to assassinate her, leaving not even a trace of the ninja tools on him. Faced with such a bloodline limit, Conan does not dare to be careless. She flaps her wings, and a multitude of paper pieces instantly forms a shield in front of her, blocking all the acidic liquid. Hiss! The paper pieces touched by the acid are corroded, emitting white smoke, and vanish in the blink of an eye. Conan furrows her brow slightly. This woman, who has been attacking with water techniques, actually hides such a powerful move. Just touching it could cause injury. If that strong acid sticks to her arm, it's very likely that her entire arm could be completely corroded. Quite troublesome. With a wave of one hand, dozens of chakra-infused paper sheets are sent flying toward Terumi Mei. Dance of the paper. The paper is filled with chakra, and the edges are as sharp as blades. In an instant, they slice through the water dragon beneath Terumi Mei's feet, making it fall back onto the surface. Damn it, birdwoman, come down. Terumi Mei extends her long fingers, pointing at Conan in the sky. Water release. Water shuriken. Fine water droplets instantly emerge from the surface beside her, forming dozens of extremely thin water lines in the air. They strike Conan's left wing in an instant. The water droplets splash against her origami wings, causing torn paper to fly everywhere, directly shredding half of her wing. A hint of a smile finally appears on Terumi Mei's lips. This technique is not very powerful, but its speed and small size make it difficult to defend against. With half of her wing shredded, Conan has no time to create new wings. Her body instantly loses balance and falls from the air. Terumi Mei moves her feet, and a wave of water instantly drags her body forward. Gliding as if skating on the surface of the water, her legs alternating like a dance, yet her speed is incredibly fast. As Conan's red cloud attire touches the water surface, a large amount of white paper has already repaired her left wing. With a spin of her wings, she flips over directly on the water's surface. With a powerful flap of her wings, she shatters the entire water surface, sending waves flying. Just as she's about to soar back into the sky, a delicate, long white hand reaches out right in front of her. Water release, water prison technique. Conan is suddenly startled, and just as she intends to flap her wings, she finds a surge of water suddenly rising from the surface, completely wrapping her body. A large amount of chakra is instantly injected into the water prison, making it impossible for even Conan to break free. Terumi Mei's face beams with a victorious smile as she lightly taps on the water prison. What a difficult birdwoman to catch. The water prison technique is just a mid-level ninjutsu, but it depends on who is using it. In Terumi Mei's hands, even a shadow-level ninja could be trapped for a moment, provided there is an opportunity to catch a powerful shadow. The oxygen in the water prison can only sustain breathing for about 10 minutes. After exceeding 10 minutes, one would gradually suffocate to death. During this time, as long as the user's hand does not leave the water prison, it generally cannot be undone. Moreover, this water prison is too small to accommodate Conan's wings. She can only curl her wings within the water prison, pondering her countermeasures. From a distance, it looks like an angel wrapped in a water bubble. Even Terumi Mei has to admit that Conan is a rare beauty. Thinking of this, a hint of anger surges on her face. What is the name of that man in your Akatsuki organization, the one surrounded by black smoke? Conan was initially anxious to escape the water prison. However, upon hearing Terumi Mei's question, she froze for a moment. Then, a smile blossomed on her face. This is rare for her cold personality, as if an iceberg were melting, giving a warm feeling. So, you don't even know his name. Conan smiles happily, as if it were not her trapped in the water prison. This smile almost drove Terumi Mei to the brink of rage. Her chest rose and fell rapidly as she barely suppressed her anger. Now let me ask you, what is your relationship with him? Seeing the anxiety and anticipation in Terumi Mei's eyes, along with a hint of fear, Conan instantly understood. Closing her eyes and smiling slightly. When she opens her eyes again, her entire being begins to split like paper. This question, you should ask him yourself. After saying this, she completely turns into a pile of paper, swirling within the water prison. Paper clone? Terumi Mei withdraws her hand, and the water prison is instantly released. The entire surface of the water remains unchanged except for the additional pieces of paper, with no trace of Conan to be found. Damn it! Terumi Mei mutters, turning to run toward another battlefield. Chapter 68. Kimimaro vs. Sasuke and Naruto. Sunigakure might be the most innocent party in this battle. While executing the Kazekage plan and attacking Konoha, they suddenly realized that everything from the beginning was part of Orochimaru's scheme. Even the Kazekage might already be dead. The battle lost its meaning. As a result, all the Sunigakure ninja lost the will to fight and fled outside of Konoha. Temari and Kankuro were helping Gaara escape through the Forest of Death. Behind them, Sasuke and Naruto were desperately chasing after them. Because Naruto had been injured by Sasuke's Chidori during the previous exam, the crazed Gaara had activated Shikaku's abilities, with one of his eyes turning into a golden slit pupil, and his extreme anger was suppressed deep inside, potentially causing Shikaku to go berserk at any moment. Finding a safe place to calm the restless Shikaku was the most important thing. Watch out! Kankuro shouted. Chakra threads shot from his fingertips, and he pulled a puppet in front of them. Several shurikens struck the puppet, sparking but causing no damage. Kankuro's expression was very grim, his brows tightly furrowed. Someone has to hold them off. You take Gaara and go first. No way, we leave together. Temari immediately rejected Kankuro's suggestion without a second thought. Staying behind to block the enemy at this moment almost meant certain death. Unless absolutely necessary, such a plan would not be considered. Behind them, Naruto pulled out several shuriken again. He glanced at Sasuke beside him and felt irritated. Damn it, this guy is stealing all the spotlight. I need to impress Sakura too. Just as he was about to throw the shuriken, a sharp whoosh sounded from the sky. A giant cleaver fell from above, directly embedding itself in front of Naruto and Sasuke. The gust of wind, it created blue dust all around. The cold blade was almost touching Naruto's nose, making him feel a chill run through his body, causing every pore to erupt. Terrified, Naruto shouted and quickly stepped back, almost falling to the ground. Cold sweat covering his forehead. There's an enemy. Sasuke was startled as well, his Sharingan wide open, vigilantly observing the surroundings. At that moment, a figure descended from the sky, landing directly on the hilt of the giant cleaver. Suigetsu crouched slightly, smiling at Sasuke, his sharp teeth glinting with a cold light. This route is blocked. The red cloud cloak on Suigetsu made Sasuke's pupils contract instantly. Akatsuki. This person is from the Akatsuki organization. He became alert in an instant. This organization had recently caused a stir throughout the ninja world, and even lower ninjas like Naruto and Sasuke knew the name Akatsuki. No one from this organization was easy to deal with. Sasuke's Sharingan spun, and he suddenly kicked Naruto in the waist, sending him flying far away. Opale. Sharp bone spikes shot up from where Naruto had just been standing. If Sasuke had acted just a moment later, Naruto would have been pierced by the bone spike. Kimimura's figure appeared instantly, the bone spike extending from his palm, his face devoid of any expression, yet a chilling, killing intent surrounded him. Only then did Naruto, holding his aching back, stand up from the ground, gritting his teeth as he glared at Sasuke. Damn it, this guy must have done it on purpose. At this moment, Naruto had already learned the summoning technique and a semi-complete Rasengan, making him much stronger than in the original story at the same time. Furthermore, due to the Akatsuki's attack, the second round of the Chunin exam for the scrolls in the Forest of Death had been cancelled. Orochimaru had no chance to plant a cursed seal on Sasuke, and his current strength was not as formidable as Naruto's. Suigetsu excitedly jumped down, pulling the giant cleaver from the ground, raising a cloud of dust. A smile appeared on his face. Teacher Ao was right. Someone really is trying to sneak away. Before they set off, Ao had instructed both of them to stay in the Forest of Death, claiming that both the one-tailed Jinchuriki and nine-tailed Jinchuriki would appear there. However, Suigetsu had waited for a long time while the village was in chaos. He and Kimimaro had been in a calm situation. This made Suigetsu, who was eager to show off his strength, anxious. Just then, Gaara's figure appeared. Suigetsu's eyes narrowed. The one tail was enough to be his opponent. Just as he was about to act, he noticed Naruto following behind. Suigetsu's pupils contracted instantly, excitement making him tremble. The nine-tails Jinchuriki. That's it. Suigetsu stood upright on the tree, directly throwing the giant cleaver. It landed in Naruto's path, blocking their movement. If I can defeat the nine-tails, Master Ao will surely let me go on missions alone, right? He raised the cleaver in front of him, casting a cold light through the dense forest. Hey, little brat over there, you must be the nine-tails, right? Naruto instantly became furious, pointing his thumb at his chest and shouting at Suigetsu. I'm Naruto Uzumaki from Konoha Village, the future Hokage. Remember that, you bastard. Suigetsu was taken aback, then burst into laughter. Future Hokage. Ha ha, you're too funny. Naruto's anger surged, and he crossed his hands to form a seal. Shadow clone jutsu. Boom. A puff of smoke erupted, and dozens of Naruto clones suddenly appeared in the surrounding area, all spirited and charging towards Suigetsu with shuriken in hand. With his massive chakra reserve, along with the occasional leak from the nine tails, Naruto never had to worry about running out of chakra. The shadow clones, which divided chakra, were a forbidden technique for others, but were like cheating for Naruto. Even if he created 100 clones, each clone had much more chakra than an average genin. Seeing so many blonde-haired clones rushing at him, Suigetsu's lips curled into a smile. He swung the giant cleaver, instantly slicing through several of the clones, turning them into smoke. His legs transformed into flowing water, gliding unpredictably on the ground. Every swing of the cleaver took down at least one Naruto clone, resulting in a one-sided slaughter. Chapter 69. The Tailed Beast Chakra Leaks. And war escalates again. The bloodline limit of the Hozuki clan allows them to transform any part of their body into water, providing immunity to almost all physical damage. To harm them, one must temporarily attack with lightning release to prevent their body from fully liquefying. Only then will the attack be effective. However, Naruto does not know lightning release at all. Currently, he only knows the Rasengan and has not yet learned nature transformation. It is completely ineffective against Suigetsu. The dozens of shadow clones made seem like they're just warming up for Suigetsu. Their figures dart around, wielding the decapitating sword either horizontally or diagonally. Each attack sends a shadow clone dissipating into white smoke, with no surprises at all. As Suigetsu swings the decapitating sword, he loudly taunts Naruto. Is this all you've got? And you want to be Hokage? Where's that fox inside you? Summon it. Suigetsu's arm suddenly swells to twice its size, and his strength increases correspondingly. Water release, great water arm technique. The decapitating sword in his hand sweeps out with all his might. The Naruto clone in front of him is instantly cut into white smoke. The gust of wind created blows the remaining Naruto clones backward. A series of smoke explosions occur, leaving only Naruto's real body struggling on the ground, while all the other clones are wiped out. Damn it, you bastard! Naruto struggles to rise from the ground, his teeth clenched tightly. He crosses his hands again to form hand seals, and a cloud of smoke erupts instantly. Bang bang! Suigetsu's eyes widen in shock, nearly popping out of their sockets. Hey, did you grow up eating soldier pills? You have such massive chakra. Suigetsu's entire field of vision is nearly filled with Naruto. On the surrounding tree trunks, grass, and stones are Naruto's clones. Roughly speaking, there are at least 1,000. Hee, you see my power now, huh? One of the Naruto clones rubs his nose and proudly declares, "The Vortex Naruto ninjutsu is about to unfold. Here it comes." Roar. Nearly 1,000 clones raise their arms in response, their voices echoing throughout the forest. All the clones jump down from the trees, shouting and charging at Suigetsu. Suigetsu quickly forms hand seals, and a wave of water instantly spreads out from beneath his feet. Water release, great waterfall technique. The torrential wave of water instantly sweeps away all of Naruto's clones. Only Naruto's real body remains, still dazed on the ground. Suigetsu twists his wrist and directly cuts Naruto's forehead protector in half. No matter how many useless things there are, they're still useless. Suddenly, a loud roar erupts. A red-tailed beast chakra envelopes Naruto's entire body, with a chakra tail already extending from behind him. Sharp fangs emerge from his mouth, and his pupils shrink to slits. The Nine-Tails chakra has leaked out. Roar. Naruto's arms shake, and he lets out a great roar towards the sky. A massive surge of chakra erupts, creating a violent gust of wind. The grass on the ground ripples like waves. Suigetsu stabs the decapitating sword fiercely into the ground, gripping the handle tightly. He squints at the rampaging Naruto. He didn't expect that simply cutting off the forehead protector would trigger such immense power from this kid. The grass beneath his feet has been blown away, revealing the brown earth. Suigetsu shows a wry smile. Things have gotten a bit out of hand. Naruto looks at the severed forehead protector, feeling an overwhelming rage engulf his reason. The hatred mixed in with the Nine-Tails chakra instantly occupies his entire being. His canines bared. He drops to all fours, drooling from the corner of his mouth. "I will kill you." Whoosh. In an instant, he appears beside Suigetsu. In Suigetsu's astonished gaze, Naruto's clawed hand strikes down fiercely on him. Water release. Water transformation technique. Bang. Suigetsu's entire upper body transforms into a burst of water. Countless droplets scatter across the grass. Only his 2 legs remain standing straight in place. Kankuro, listening to the chakra presence behind him, breaks into a cold sweat. With chakra of this intensity, if he had truly stayed behind, he would probably be dead by now. Feeling a sense of luck, he thinks. Although he doesn't know why Akatsuki is helping them. As long as the outcome is good, he doesn't care much. Temari feels the same way. Fleeing outside of Konoha, while softly comforting Gaara to prevent him from losing his sanity and letting the terrifying Shikaku take over his body. At that moment, a gigantic shadow suddenly casts over the ground, enveloping the 3 of them, blocking out the sunlight. Temari looks up, her pupils contracting instantly. That is, Kankuro forces a strained smile at the corner of his mouth. This must be a joke, right? Above in the sky, Deidara crouches on his explosive clay bird, his golden hair dancing in the wind. With his palm open, he casually scatters a handful of small white spiders. Art is an explosion. Huh. The clay spiders hit the ground, triggering a chain reaction of explosions. Flames instantly engulf Gaara and his companions. However, immediately following, a sharp scream comes from the center of the explosion. A vast chakra suddenly disperses the surrounding dust, and the massive form of Shikaku stands in the forest. Roaring at the sky, Deidara's mouth curls into a smile. One tail has finally come out. Meanwhile, everyone in the village feels the two different tailed beast chakras sweeping through. The entire village is enveloped in it. The goal of the Akatsuki organization is to collect tailed beasts, and now it is time. All the Konoha ninjas feel a jolt in their hearts. With the tailed beast chakra leaking, Naruto is in danger. Pain snaps the neck of the Umbu in front of him and glances at Danzo, who has already unsealed himself. His arm is covered in Sharingan, looking quite grotesque. Shinra Tensei. Boom! The root base collapses instantly, burying all the ninjas within. Pain hovers in midair and glances toward the nearby Forest of Death. Oomph! Down there, you beasts. Chapter 70. Art is an explosion. The leak of the tailed beast chakra seemed like a signal. Everyone unleashed their true strength, striving to quickly defeat their opponents and gather the tailed beasts before retreating. After all, this battle involved 4 ninja villages, and as time passed, a steady stream of ninjas would come to provide support. Each hidden village had its own experts, and after the village leaders left, they temporarily guarded their villages. If these people came to support, then the strength of the Akatsuki would not be enough. The battle must be resolved quickly. In the Death Forest, Shikaku, the One-Tail, stood in the dense forest and let out a piercing, unpleasant shriek. Its massive tail swung casually, creating a violent wind that swept through the surroundings. The trees and vegetation around were all torn apart by the gale, scattering everywhere. The explosive birds beneath Deidara were somewhat unstable in the wind. Oomph! As expected of the One-Tail, a monster suitable for showcasing art. Not far from Shikaku, a large lizard-like puppet lay tightly on the ground. Kankuro and Temari were hiding inside, their faces filled with fear. Every time Gaara went berserk, Sunagakure suffered countless casualties, and the ongoing battle was beyond their level to intervene. Hit him! Finally, I see the outside world again. Where's that idiot, Raza? Come out. Last time, although it blasted Raza with a tailed beast ball, it was resealed by Chiyo and Eyes who arrived afterward. Now it hated the ninjas of Sunagakure, especially Raza, the Kazekage. Deidara stood atop the explosive bird, his red cloud cloak billowing in the wind. If you're looking for the Kazekage, you're probably going to be disappointed. That fool has already been killed. Deidara smiled slightly, and several white centipedes emerged from the mouth in his palm. Now, you should worry about your own safety. With a flick of his hand, he threw the centipedes toward Shikaku. Several small centipedes instantly enlarged in midair, wrapping around Shikaku. Art is an explosion. Deidara watched as the explosive centipedes descended, holding up 2 fingers and shouting, "Huh!" Boom! In an instant, a violent explosion erupted from Shikaku. Its body seemed to be made entirely of yellow sand. When the explosive centipedes detonated, the yellow sand on its body was blown apart, scattering everywhere. Shikaku staggered back a few steps, its small yellow eyes trembling violently. Damn humans! Damn ninjas! I will kill you all! Shikaku's large mouth opened, its belly swelling instantly. Its massive claws slammed down on its belly, and a fierce wind, mixed with chakra, shot out towards Deidara. Wind release, air bullet. As the air bullet was released, it left a circular air ring in the sky. Its power could flatten an entire forest. Deidara's explosive bird dodged to the side, avoiding the air bullet. Still quite tough, huh? Then let me show you some real art. Deidara reached into his ninja tool pouch behind him, and the mouth in his palms eagerly devoured the explosive clay inside. Moments later, a puppet identical to Deidara was created, infused with the highest level of chakra, capable of destroying an entire hidden village. C3, number 18. The puppet gently slid from his palm, expanding into a gigantic puppet as it fell, resembling a towering giant as it headed toward Shikaku. Shikaku had spent most of its life sealed away. The bizarre ninja techniques of Deidara, a once-in-a-century explosive genius, were beyond its imagination. Shikaku laughed wildly, its screeching sound painfully resonating in people's eardrums. Little brat, still playing with dolls? Wind release, air bullet. A much larger air bullet shot out toward C3, the two colliding in midair. Deidara cursed under his breath. At this distance, the explosion would affect him too. He quickly controlled the explosive bird to rise higher. However, Shikaku, oblivious to this, saw Deidara trying to escape and spat out several more air bullets. In the next moment, Deidara's C3 and Shikaku's air bullet collided violently. A blinding white light erupted in midair, causing even Shikaku to squint its eyes. Moments later, the white light exploded and the shockwave swept outwards. Even the clouds in the sky were directly scattered by the intense wave, forming a gradually expanding circular cloud. Boom! The explosion sound followed, deafening. The entire ground trembled slightly, and small stones on the surface leaped into the air from the backlash. It felt as if the entire Konoha had experienced an earthquake, with everyone watching the mushroom cloud above the death forest. Kisame smirked coldly. Did the little brat get ahead of me? His hands quickly clasped together, and a large amount of chakra rapidly gathered in his abdomen. His belly swelled high, and he looked down to unleash a massive torrent of water. Water release. Great exploding water wave. A gigantic water sphere appeared, engulfing dozens of houses around. Also, Guy, who had already opened the sixth gate, was radiating green chakra all over. At the same time, Deidara crouched on the C2 explosive dragon, looking down at Shikaku. The bird had been damaged in the earlier explosion, but Shikaku seemed to be in worse condition. Shikaku's body was severely mangled from the explosion, with half of its left face melting away, turning into flowing sand. It looked like a lump of melted clay. Shikaku let out a roar, a massive amount of sand bullets shooting towards Deidara. Damn ninja, I will kill you. Shikaku's large mouth opened, and a massive amount of chakra instantly condensed into a giant black sphere in the air. A wave of ominous energy radiated from it. Tailed beast bomb. Shikaku tilted its head back and swallowed the tailed beast bomb, compressing it further in its mouth before instantly whipping its head to spit it out. A massive red beam of light shot into the sky, almost splitting the entire sky in half. The tailed beast bomb was upon them in an instant, and in Deidara's shocked gaze, it tore the entire dragon apart. Boom! Explosion. Chapter 71. Let the world feel pain. A violent explosion painted the entire sky a deep red. Under this intense light, even the sun hanging in the sky appeared dim. After a moment, a series of explosive sounds suddenly erupted, shaking the heavens and the earth. Everyone who heard the explosion felt a deafening shock, as if the surrounding air was violently vibrating. A tingling sensation spread across their skin. Deidara stood on the ground behind Shikaku, looking up at the explosion caused by the tailed beast ball. A drop of cold sweat trickled down his forehead. This is true art. That one-tailed guy is not bad. A smile crept across Deidara's lips as he began chewing on new explosive clay in his palm. At the edge of the death forest, a dark cave led deep underground. The most mysterious, darkest, and cold-blooded organization in Konoha, Root, had its headquarters here. Just a few minutes ago, Pain had found this place. The combat strength of Root might not be strong, but they had too many strange and troublesome abilities. Moreover, the fastest way to gather intelligence was through the communication among Root's members. Those Anbu were no match for Pain at all. The black rod in his hand was already stained with blood. Even beneath him, blood was flowing in streams. Danzo's aged face had long twisted in anger. A large number of Anbu sacrificed their lives to buy him precious time, all just to allow him to unlock the seal on his right arm. But just as he revealed an arm with a Sharingan, Pain, who controlled Nagato, suddenly felt a wave of nausea. Pain raised one palm, finger spread, aimed at Danzo. A surge of repulsion instantly erupted from his body, spraying outwards. Shinra Tensei. Boom! A dull sound suddenly echoed from the cave at the edge of the death forest. The ground behind the cave entrance collapsed entirely, burying the underground space in an instant. Pain hovered above the ruins, looking up at the depths of the death forest. With Deidara stalling one tail, there was currently no issue on the nine-tails side, where Suigetsu and Kimimaro were. Only one Jinchuriki remained, who was still unattended. The Jinchuriki of the five tails, Han. Pain tilted his head, looking in the direction of the Konoha hot springs. Han was here fighting several sound ninjas. Steam burst from the armor behind him, instantly boosting his speed and strength. He sent several sound ninjas flying. The five tails, Mu King, allowed the Jinchuriki to skillfully use boil release, and Han had strengthened this ability with his own taijutsu. Even in the entire ninja world, his taijutsu was renowned. At that moment, Pain directly floated above Han's head, holding a small black sphere between his fingers. Han looked up and saw Pain's figure, and an ominous premonition surged in his heart. He decisively released the suppression on the tailed beast. Instantly, a massive amount of red chakra erupted, and five chakra tails suddenly emerged from behind him. With a loud roar, he charged towards Pain's figure. Beasts should be caged. Pain gently raised his palm, the black sphere slowly rising into the sky. In an instant, a powerful gravitational force emanated from the black sphere. Deidara's technique. Pain hovered in the sky, the sunlight behind him obscuring his face. However, Those pale, purple Rinnegan eyes were vividly etched in everyone's minds. Boom! Bang! All buildings on the ground were completely destroyed by this invisible force. It was as if a pair of invisible giant hands were pulling everything from the ground. A building's roof was first blown off, then its walls tore apart, debris soaring into the sky. Various pieces of furniture and chunks of foundation were all drawn in by the black hole, twisting, tearing, compressing, finally crashing violently into the black hole. Han had already transformed into the tailed beast chakra state, but he could not resist this gravitational pull at all. He let out a non-human scream, and a massive white tail suddenly burst forth from behind him. Then came the second, third, fifth tail. The five tails Qing emerged. A gigantic white beast stood on the ground. Taking a step forward, its iron hooves completely blocked the hot spring below. Five sharp horns jutted skyward from its head. The five pure white tails swayed freely, sweeping away all surrounding buildings. Its large mouth opened, filled with sharp teeth. A massive amount of chakra gathered in its mouth, and it whipped its head towards Pain, spitting it out. The crimson beam of light quickly reached Pain, flattening his orange hair against the wind. Pain raised his arm, fingers spread, palm facing the tailed beast ball. Shinra Tensei. Virum, a massive repulsion instantly dispersed the tailed beast ball, scattering chakra shards in all directions. Qing wanted to do something more, but Pain merely snorted coldly. Dying struggle. Both hands clasped together, a massive amount of chakra surged forth. Instantly, the black hole's gravitational pull skyrocketed. The entire ground shattered, breaking apart into giant rock fragments, drawn skyward by the black hole. The black hole had transformed into a gigantic sphere, creating a miniature asteroid directly in the sky. However, the gravitational force on the surface of this asteroid was several times greater than that of Earth. Under such terrifying gravitational force, even the five tails could not stop its movement. Its massive body lifted off the ground, crashing against the surface of the spherical asteroid. Even with the power of a tailed beast, it could not stand up in this situation. It could only tilt its head back and roar desperately, wildly spraying tailed beast balls from its mouth. Pain let out a loud roar, arms wide open. Instantly, the gravitational pull of the Daidar's technique expanded several times. The entire ground was torn apart. The surface emitted a chilling, crackling sound, like the heavens collapsing and the earth splitting. The surface shattered in an instant. Pieces of ground rose up, shooting towards the miniature asteroid created by the Daidar's technique. They smashed into Qing, burying the entire tailed beast body deep into the surface of the asteroid. Chapter 72. The Bounty Hunter's Target. The greatest feature of Konoha Village is the carved faces of the Hokage on the highest rock face of the village. Whether it's passing merchants or ninjas from other villages, the first thing they see upon arriving in Konoha is definitely the rock faces. Right above the Hokage's office is the largest and most prominent. However, now it is completely different. A massive celestial body is directly suspended above the village, casting a huge shadow on the ground. Even though the Deva Path is no longer using chakra, many small rock fragments are still being attracted by the Chibaku Tensei. They rise from the ground and crash into the suspended planet. Anything trapped within, even the tailed beasts known for their strength, cannot escape. The Deva Path gently lowers its arm. The Five Tails Mu has been captured. At this moment, Conan is spreading her wings, flying above Konoha. Countless pieces of paper inscribed with explosive tags fall like a snowstorm, exploding upon landing. It looks like a fighter jet spraying missiles. Just as the Deva Path unleashes the Chibaku Tensei, Conan suddenly halts in the sky, looking at the newly formed small planet in the distance, whispering softly, "Nagato, can your body hold up?" On the day Yahiko died, Nagato's legs were crippled by Hanzo of the Salamander's ninjutsu. To save Conan, he forcibly summoned the Outer Path Golem using the Rinnegan's abilities. His life force and physical strength were drained significantly, leaving him in a state of prolonged malnutrition. He cannot sustain such a powerful attack now, but just creating a small planet suspended in the sky is enough to astonish people. This scene surpasses what ninjas can achieve. It is simply the power of God. Narashikako looks up at the celestial body floating in the sky, his pupils trembling violently. He opens his mouth to say something, but finds his throat dry, only able to emit an unintelligible sound. Bang! A solid iron rod, as thick as a beam, crashes to the ground. The entire ground is shattered, and debris flies everywhere. Akimichi Chose's jaw drops open. This massive size is more than he has ever consumed in roasted meat throughout his life. It completely exceeds his calculations. Yamanaka Inoichi is crouched on the ground, gasping heavily, not daring to even glance at the enormous sphere above. The sound ninjas he controlled with his secret technique are overwhelmed by the shock, nearly causing him to break down. This shock is enough to overshadow the ability of mind transfer. Additionally, the ninjas fighting throughout the village have almost all stopped. The previous pillar of fire that reached the heavens had already shocked them once. But now they realize that the shock was premature. What is that? That's a star. Can you believe Akatsuki actually conjured a star to capture the tailed beasts? Hinata Hayashi doesn't believe it. None of the Hyuga clan believes it. It must be a special genjutsu cast by the enemy. Do not let it affect you. Immediately clear the surrounding enemies and wipe out any remnants of the sound ninjas. Observe the surroundings carefully to prevent any enemies from sneaking in. Leader, 2 members of Akatsuki are approaching. Hinata Hayashi is startled. If there's anyone with the strongest reconnaissance ability on the battlefield, it must be the Hyuga clan. With their Byakugan, they can see situations several kilometers away. As long as they have enough chakra and a strong Byakugan, they can clearly see environments even tens of miles away. Hinata Hayashi's Byakugan is the strongest in the clan. He sees all the battlefields in Konoha, including the stunning strike from Yaching and the Deva Path's Chibaku Tensei. He has a general understanding of Akatsuki's strength. Every member of Akatsuki possesses strength at the level of a Kage, with a few even exceeding that level. Though the organization has only a little over 10 members, they're already enough to pose a threat to the entire ninja world. Konoha, the strongest village among the 5 great shinobi countries, can only barely hold on under Akatsuki's attack. Other villages would have likely fallen long ago. At this moment, a Hyuga clansman responsible for reconnaissance shouts again. Leader, those 2 easily defeated Inuzuka Sum and Inuzuka Hana, and are now heading toward the clan's territory. Hinata Hayashi furrows his brows. Damn, they easily defeated the Inuzuka clan. It seems these 2 are special ability Kage-level ninjas, just like the other members of Akatsuki. Just then, a ninja wearing dark sunglasses and carrying a small backpack suddenly appears in front of Hinata Hayashi. Without any courtesy towards the leader of the Hyuga clan, he directly asks, Hayashi, what is the situation now? Yamanaka Shikaku, weren't you on a mission in the Land of Water? How did you come back? It turns out this person is the current leader of the Yamanaka clan, Yamanaka Shikaku's father. The bug sack on his back contains the many insects he controls. As he can no longer keep all of them in his body, he can only carry many less important bugs in the sack to feed them. Among Konoha's enemies, there is a saying, never engage with the Yamanaka clan, or you will die without knowing why. This shows the terror of the Yamanaka clan. Although the village has temporarily prepared for battle and recalled all outside ninjas, some crucial tasks or protecting key individuals still cannot be recalled. Yamanaka Shikaku has just completed his mission and rushed back to Konoha as quickly as possible. Finally, after his bugs arrive, he stands at the gates of the Hyuga clan. Hayashi, be careful. My bugs tell me that these 2 are very tricky. The Yamanaka clan is naturally taciturn and have a low profile. After speaking, he stands with his hands in his pockets, without any extra expression. However, the enemy is already close enough that their voices can be clearly heard. Hey, our mission is to capture the tailed beasts, right? Why are we still killing these low-level ninjas? The Lord of the Evil God is very unhappy with the quality of the offerings. Shut up, this is a very valuable clan. Chapter 73, the strongest clan in Konoha. Although Akatsuki is just a small organization with only a few dozen members, it has its own personnel arrangements. For example, Zetsu is generally responsible for reconnaissance and recording. He is present at every battle, secretly monitoring everyone from undisclosed locations. Kakuzu is responsible for the organization's logistics and funding. When he was invited by Yahiko to join, he thought he would manage a large amount of funds and assets. It wasn't until he officially joined that he realized Akatsuki was quite poor. Helplessly, over the years, Kakuzu has not only carried out missions issued by Pain, but has also frequently killed some noble people on the assassination list to exchange for money. As for how much property Akatsuki currently has, Kakuzu really doesn't know. He is only responsible for making money and has no interest in spending it. Anyway, after this, Conan's techniques will include an explosive tag, shuriken. Whether this is related or not is unknown. During this attack on Konoha, Kakuzu's heart, obsessed with making money, became restless again. In Konoha village, there are 2 things that are the most valuable, the Sharingan and the Byakugan. Almost all the ninja villages are particularly envious of the bloodline limits of these 2 clans. In the black market of the exchange, even the worst Byakugan can reach 1,000,000 ryo. The Sharingan is even more valuable, nearly 10 million ryo. Even a former 12 guardian ninja of the Land of Fire, Jiraiya, is only worth 3 million ryo, equivalent to just 3 Byakugan. This time, Kakuzu's target is to kill some members of the Hyuga clan and extract their eyes for money. Therefore, the moment the war began, he dragged Haiden towards the Hyuga clan without any interest in the battles along the way. To Kakuzu, fighting should be paid for. What's the point of fighting without payment? Finally, the two arrived at the entrance of the Hyuga clan, where nearly 100 members of the clan were present, including a guy wearing sunglasses who clearly looked like a bad person. Kakuzu stood up straight and took a deep breath. Can you feel it? Haiden, who had been dragged by Kakuzu all the way and hadn't even offered a proper sacrifice to Lord Jashin, was now boredly picking his ear with his pinky finger. Hearing Kakuzu's question, he carelessly replied, "Huh?" Kakuzu took another deep breath, a slight look of enjoyment appearing on his face. The smell of money. To Kakuzu, all the members of the Hyuga clan scattered around were walking treasures. Upon seeing them, his eyes nearly sparkled. This predatory gaze made Hyuga Hizashi frown deeply. Chakra instantly gathered in his palm, and he forcefully struck forward. 8 trigrams, empty palm. A fierce gust of air erupted from his palm, lifting all the dust from the ground. Kakuzu was quick to react and jump back a step. However, Haiden was not so lucky. He was directly hit by Hizashi's 8 trigrams empty palm, and the powerful air current instantly blew him away. Haiden flipped in the air and landed on one knee on the ground, sliding back several meters before stopping. Grinning, he swung his 3-blade scythe backward, creating a cloud of dust. Haiden's face showed a mad smile, and his gaze at Hizashi became severely distorted. Heh, this sacrifice isn't bad. Lord Jashin should be very pleased. After saying this, he laughed maniacally and leaped into the air, raising his scythe to strike at Hizashi. Aha! Accept the call of Lord Jashin. Haiden's attacks are the weakest in Akatsuki. He knows no ninjutsu, and all his attacks are physical damage caused by his 3-blade scythe. After obtaining the enemy's blood, he performs a sacrificial ritual to please his worshipped Lord Jashin. The gentle fist of the Hyuga clan has made them strong practitioners of physical ninjutsu, and after simply dodging 2 attacks, Hizashi seized an opening and made a hand sign. 8 trigrams, 64 palms. In an instant, Hizashi's hands became a series of afterimages, each palm infused with fierce chakra, directly sealing all of Haiden's chakra points and shattering all his joints. Haiden spat out a mouthful of blood, his eyes widening in shock. His entire body went limp as if it had no bones, collapsing to the ground. Hizashi breathed a sigh of relief. It turned out there were weaklings in Akatsuki. That scythe-wielding guy was at most the strength of an elite J-nin, and perhaps even weaker. Just as Hizashi thought victory was assured, Haiden suddenly got up from the ground. The scythe in his hand swept horizontally toward Hizashi. Bastard, you're blaspheming against the god. Be a good sacrifice. Hizashi was startled, swiftly positioning his hands, one in front and one behind. A massive amount of chakra erupted from all his chakra points, causing his body to spin. Return heaven. Boom. Hizashi's entire body was enveloped in a blue chakra sphere, spinning in one direction and creating a whirlwind that swept everything around into it. Haiden's figure was also sent flying, crashing hard against a tree before coming to a stop. At this moment, Hizashi ceased spinning. A massive 10-meter-wide pit had formed beneath him. Hizashi extended his hand toward Haiden, his Byakugan once again locking onto the enemy, his face showing an angry expression. Don't underestimate the Hyuga. We are the strongest clan in Konoha. Haiden coldly laughed as he got up from the ground, licking the blood from his scythe. He moved his feet, drawing a circular symbol with an inner triangle on the ground. He lifted his foot and stood inside it. A frenzied smile appeared on Haiden's face as he spread his arms and shouted loudly, Lord Jashin, your sacrifice is coming. After saying this, he fixed his gaze on Hizashi, and the skin on his body instantly turned jet black, with only a few pale patterns showing in key places, making him look even more sinister. With a mad smile, he took out an iron spike and brutally pierced it through his heart. Haiden tilted his head back, showing an extremely excited expression, even his pupils trembling violently. Kokuku Hizashi suddenly felt a sharp pain in his heart, beads of sweat instantly dripping down his face. He clutched his chest and half knelt on the ground, gasping for breath. It felt as if all the strength in his body had been drained in an instant. Chapter 74. The Immortal Duo. Even within the Akatsuki organization, Haiden and Kakuzu are considered anomalies. Haiden possesses an absolute immortality. Even if his body is sliced in half or chopped into pieces, he will not die. Moreover, As long as he licks his enemy's blood, he can use curse technique, Death God's blood, to transfer damage he sustains onto his opponent. However, because Haiden is immortal and worships a dark god that reveres death, no matter what kind of injury he suffers or how intense the pain feels, he does not experience suffering. Just like now, Haiden has pierced his own heart but wears a look of delight, his eyes wide open with excitement. On the other hand, Hinata Hisashi is in unbearable pain. Although his body shows no external wounds, his heart has a large gaping hole. Blood floods in, and with each breath, he sprays blood from his mouth and nose. In just a moment, Hisashi's pupils dilate, and he can no longer see a glimmer of light. Death is imminent. The surrounding Hyuga ninjas are shocked. They never expected their clan leader would die like this. In an instant, the anger in everyone's hearts erupts like a volcano. Their fury uncontainable. Two ninjas from the Hyuga clan each grab a sharp long knife and stab it directly into Haiden's body. Haiden's brows furrow as he helplessly says, Hey, don't twist that knife anymore, it hurts. However, in reality, he enjoys the sensation and even wishes for the knives to dig deeper. At that moment, a wave of black clouds suddenly envelopes Kakuzu's body. Countless tiny insects buzz around him, their wings creating an irritating sound. Kakuzu frowns and makes hand seals. Fire style, head hardening. A fierce flame appears out of nowhere, instantly incinerating the surrounding black bugs. However, Yamanaka Shino remains unfazed, extending one hand forward. The chakra within him pulses uniquely, issuing commands to the insects. Secret technique, insect ball. Instantly, the ground beneath Kakuzu transforms into a writhing sea of insects, slowly swallowing his body downwards. Kakuzu's pupils constrict. These insects can rapidly consume chakra. He feels his chakra draining away at an alarming rate. And in the blink of an eye, nearly half of it is gone. But doesn't end there. Yamanaka Shino opens his palm towards Kakuzu and tightly clenches his fist. Secret technique, insect swamp. Instantly, all the insects lift off the ground, surrounding Kakuzu. They form a black sphere made up of a swarm of insects. Then, the swarm compresses in an instant, and when it reaches a certain point, it explodes. Boom! The black airflow sweeps through the area. A scent of burnt insects fills the air. However, Kakuzu's figure has vanished. Yamanaka Shino becomes alert, both hands spreading wide as a swarm of parasitic bugs floats out from his sleeves. These chakra-fed insects can accurately remember the chakra they have consumed. They have already eaten Kakuzu's chakra and can now find him at incredible speed. In an instant, a multitude of poisonous insects surrounds Yamanaka Shino, flying around him. Surrounding me? Could it be? At that moment, the ground beneath him suddenly cracks open. Bang! A pale mask emerges from the earth. Behind the mask, numerous black, vein-like tendrils grow, resembling a black tentacle monster. Yamanaka Shino jumps back in shock, quickly dodging to the side. With a wave of his hand, the surrounding poisonous insects surge forward, encircling this monster. However, Yamanaka Shino is momentarily stunned. What is this thing? Does it have the chakra of that Akatsuki member from earlier? Is that person's true form this grotesque monster? Just as Yamanaka Shino is momentarily distracted, 3 cracks suddenly open up in the ground, and 3 pale masks emerge from them. All of them resemble those monsters with black veins. In total, there are 4 masked creatures, none of which pay attention to Yamanaka Shino. They all drift in the air, flying towards the Hyuga clan's territory. Each mask's gaping mouth opens wide, unleashing different ninjutsu upon the Hyuga ninjas. Wind style, wind pressure. Water style, water wall. Fire style, head hardening. Lightning style, false darkness. Instantly, flames engulf the area. Fierce winds sweep through, and bolts of lightning course across the ground, creating waves that engulf everything. However, this is not the end. The wind fuels the flames, plunging the entire Hyuga clan into a sea of fire. The lightning, coupled with the waves, sends all the ninjas in the area into chaos. Kakuzu's secret technique, Earth Grudge Fear, allows him to take an enemy's heart and implant it in his own body, granting him corresponding lifespan and chakra attributes. This transforms Kakuzu into a ninja with all chakra attributes. He can perform ninjutsu of all 5 chakra types alone. The most challenging aspect of composite ninjutsu is the cooperation between teammates, requiring techniques of the same ratio and power to combine into a more potent composite ninjutsu. With 5 hearts, Kakuzu can use 5 different chakra transformations without needing teammate cooperation. His attacks are composite ninjutsu, and their power multiplies exponentially. Now, The entire Hyuga clan is engulfed in a doomsday scenario. The four masked creatures hover in midair, occasionally unleashing ninjutsu below. The buildings on the ground are reduced to ruins. Countless Hyuga clan members lie dead, their bodies charred. Yamanaka Shino is momentarily petrified. He stands frozen, his body trembling slightly. Is this a demon? The speed of the parasitic bugs cannot catch these masked creatures. No matter how much chakra Yamanaka Shino infuses, it is futile and ineffective. At that moment, he feels an itch around his neck. Turning his head, he comes face to face with Kakuzu's green, oily eyes. At this moment, Kakuzu's body is almost split into several parts, connected by numerous black tendrils. Even from his mouth, many black tendrils extend, wrapping around Yamanaka Shino's neck, gradually tightening. You guys, show some respect for the elderly. Kakuzu's eyes glint coldly, and the black tendrils tighten instantly. Crack. Chapter 75. Where did you get those eyes? Ji the sharp, piercing sound rang out, and a bright white flash of lightning flickered by. Kakashi crouched down, his Sharingan eye blood red like a pool of blood. Arc after arc of lightning crackled in his palm, casting a shadowy hue on his face. Obito stood not far away with his back turned. A sharp wooden spike protruding from his sleeve, stained with a trace of blood and a few tattered cloths hanging from it. The battle between the two had been going on for quite a while, and Kakashi had yet to land a single blow on Obito. However, Obito frequently managed to inflict minor injuries on Kakashi. There were bloodstains from the wooden spikes on his thighs and arms. Although they weren't serious injuries, they significantly affected his performance in battle. In a duel between skilled fighters, even the slightest injury could become the key to victory or defeat. Yet, a question kept swirling in Kakashi's mind. Ever since the masked man began penetrating his attacks, his left eye Sharingan had emitted a peculiar wave, almost like a fetal movement, causing his eye to feel swollen and his vision to blur. It seemed he could only resort to that technique. Kakashi stood up and quickly formed hand seals. A puff of white smoke appeared, and a shadow clone materialized instantly. Obito looked at him, puzzled. Kakashi wasn't a member of the Uchiha clan. After transplanting his Sharingan, it had remained activated, continuously consuming chakra, which had led to severe depletion. He usually covered his Sharingan with a forehead protector to avoid affecting his daily life. This time, however, he had used the shadow clone technique, dividing his already limited chakra between the clones. Obito couldn't fathom what Kakashi was thinking. Kakashi and his shadow clone were less than 5 meters apart, both raising their adjacent palms simultaneously. An electric arc leaped between their palms. Raikiri. The original and the clone both used Raikiri at the same time, and due to the extreme similarity in nature, they generated an attraction between them, creating a lightning beam that linked the two Raikiri together. Lightning connection. The blinding lightning caused Kakashi to squint. He was a genius in battle, able to quickly analyze the enemy's weaknesses and devise various methods to defeat them. This extraordinary combat instinct was the primary reason he was known as Hatake Kakashi, the one who could stand against anyone. At that moment, prompted by the Tsuchikage Inoki's reminder and his previous encounter with the masked man, a hypothesis had begun to form in his mind. This was the moment to prove that hypothesis. Kakashi's Sharingan suddenly darkened, and a brilliant white pillar of light crackled with electricity shot towards Obito. Obito stood still, not moving an inch, merely watching his former comrade launch an attack, not even shifting his feet. Meaningless. The flickering pillar of light sliced through Obito's waist, predictably piercing his body without inflicting any damage. Obito snorted coldly, turning his foot as the wooden spike in his palm shot toward Kakashi's back, piercing through his vest and causing blood to surge out instantly. Even Obito's eyes widened. It didn't turn into a puff of smoke. This was a solid body. Just as this thought crossed his mind, the pierced Kakashi suddenly transformed into a twisted mass of lightning, engulfing the masked man's figure in an instant. Lightning clone? Obito quickly performed a body flicker technique to evade, but his entire body felt numb, causing his movements to slow involuntarily. Before he could regain his composure, he heard a dog bark. Additionally, there were many wet stains on the ground beneath his feet, and he had no idea when Kakashi had used his jutsu, without giving him much time to react. 2 bright blue lightning dogs charged at Obito, barking loudly. Before the attack reached him, arcs of lightning had already covered the ground beneath Obito's feet, forming an artificial lightning lake. Anyone standing on it, especially a non-ninja, would be ensnared by the lightning, paralyzing their muscles. A smirk appeared at the corner of Obito's mouth. This relentless assault was Kakashi's trump card. As long as he took a single step back, he could unleash a torrential barrage of attacks that would force you to retreat continuously. It had been a long time since he had seen this, let alone experienced it from the perspective of the opponent. This was his first time. In an instant, two bright, white, lightning dogs intersected and passed through Obito's body, still causing no damage. However, a smile crept onto Kakashi's face. Lightning carries a certain magnetic quality. This magnetic quality was Kakashi's ultimate technique. In an instant, Kakashi appeared behind Obito, pulling out a multitude of kunai from his weapon pouch and throwing them into the air, filling his line of sight. Kakashi's left eye widened, and the blood-red Sharingan transformed into a kaleidoscope pattern. In the blink of an eye, numerous kunai floated in the air around Obito. A minuscule electric arc leapt from one kunai to the next, connecting them. In an instant, the entire sky, filled with kunai, was charged with dense electricity. The arcs of lightning, due to the magnetic quality in Obito's body, formed a large net in the air. The nodes of a net were the countless kunai. The path of the electric current was Obito's body. All the kunai erupted with intense beams of light, intertwining into a massive ball of lightning, tightly wrapping around Obito's body. The lightning ball plummeted to the ground, and upon touching the earth, arcs of lightning erupted outward indiscriminately, splattering in all directions, scorching the nearby ground. Kakashi concentrated all remaining chakra into his left eye, pushing the kaleidoscope to its limits. Even blood dripped from the corner of his eye. One kunai, filled with electric energy, was instantly distorted into the realm of space-time by Kamui. The next second, a blood blossom suddenly erupted from Obito's back, his entire body shifting from intangible to tangible. The electric light engulfed his body entirely. Kakashi's face revealed an incredibly complex expression. Chapter 76, Itachi Uchiha's Susanoo. On today's battlefield, Inoki is the only ninja with the bloodline limit of dust release. Not only is his dust release unstoppable, but even ordinary earth release techniques unleash far greater power in his hands. Now, Inoki has used earth release, rock golem technique to create a massive stone giant that chases after Itachi Uchiha. The rock giant is enormous, even larger than the Akimichi clan's super expansion technique. With each movement, it generates tremendous force. The ground beneath it is twisted and deformed from its stomping, and every building it passes is shattered to pieces. Watching Itachi's dodging figure, Inoki sitting atop the rock giant sneers. Is he just going to keep running? Even if he is a genius Uchiha, it is of no use in the face of absolute power. At this moment, Itachi has been cornered into a dead end, with nowhere to escape. Inoki controls the rock giant to smash down with a fist. The enormous rock fist, like a small mountain, is directly aimed at Itachi. Before the fist lands, the gust of wind it creates already sends Itachi's black hair flying and his clothes rustling. Just as the stone fist is about to strike down, a red light suddenly erupts from Itachi's body. It drags the entire rock giant's fist, preventing it from pressing down an inch. Itachi's eyes have transformed into a kaleidoscope pattern, and a massive red chakra surrounds him. It forms a huge ribcage shape, protecting his entire body within. Inoki instantly shows a look of disbelief. This is Susanoo, the strongest technique of the Manjiki Sharingan. Currently, only 2 Uchiha clan members have activated Susanoo with their Manjiki Sharingan. One is Madara Uchiha, and the other is Itachi's friend, Shursui Uchiha. Throughout history, the Uchiha clan members who could awaken the Manjiki Sharingan are already rare. Not to mention Susanoo, the ultimate technique of the Manjiki. Fugaku Uchiha also awakened the Manjiki but never activated Susanoo until his death. This is an ultimate eye technique that is dozens of times more powerful than the Manjiki. It symbolizes the power of the gods. Like the Manjiki, each Uchiha's Susanoo ability is different. However, Itachi's Susanoo is a power that has never appeared in the ninja world before. This power even moves Inoki, the Tsuchikage. Itachi is enveloped in bright red chakra, and a strong wave instantly sweeps across the entire Konoha. A circle of red chakra ribs surrounds him, protecting his body within. Suddenly, a gigantic skeletal arm extends above the ribs. With a light punch, it directly sends Inoki's rock giant flying. The enormous rock giant stumbles back a dozen steps before stabilizing itself. When Inoki was young, he once saw the splendor of Madara Uchiha on the battlefield. He had some understanding of the divine-like eye techniques. However, it is precisely because he knows that he is surprised. Such power should almost not exist in this world, aside from dust release. There is probably nothing that can break Susanoo. Just as Inoki is deep in thought, another skeletal arm of Susanoo extends out. It strikes directly at the chest of the rock giant. The massive force sends the rock giant staggering back several steps. Debris flies from its chest, creating a huge pit. Inoki's body is unsteady on the rock giant, and he directly abandons it, floating in the sky. One Susanoo arm grabs the rock giant's head, smashing it down hard onto the ground. The other fist strikes upwards forcefully several times. Under the immense force, the entire rock giant is smashed to pieces, causing the earth to tremble. A cloud of dust suddenly rises. The rock giant is reduced to rubble by Susanoo. Itachi stands within the ribs, his crimson Sharingan locking onto Inoki in the sky. The power of his eyes upgrades again, and Susanoo grows a complete skeletal frame, muscles and tendons sprouting from bones. A fiery red robe envelopes Susanoo, revealing only two golden eyes. Just looking from afar, one can feel the might of this giant. Itachi's Sharingan is fixed coldly on Inoki. This gaze directly angers Inoki. He clasps his hands together, and a pure white cube forms between his palms. Strong waves emanate from his palms, giving off a dense sense of danger. Dust release, original world separation technique. A white beam of light instantly shoots towards Itachi's Susanoo, vaporizing everything in its path. Even the air seems to be decomposed. At that moment, a crimson flame ignites in Susanoo's hand. The flame condenses into a fiery red shield. Inoki sneers coldly. There is nothing in this world that can withstand dust release. A mere shield will be reduced to atoms. The next second, the dust release beam strikes the shield. The beam and the shield meet, locking in a stalemate for a while. The dust release beam gradually dims until it finally dissipates. However, the shield that blocked the dust release has also become much dimmer. The originally bright red shield has turned pale pink, as if the energy within has been drained. Itachi's eyes widen in disbelief. Impossible. The Yada mirror can reflect any attack. How could this happen? The divine Toyota mirror possesses all properties of transformation and can change its own properties based on the attack's attributes. However, Inoki's dust release does not fall into this category. Dust release is the only bloodline limit in the ninja world that can annihilate gods, formed from the fusion of wind, fire, and earth chakra properties. Anything it touches can be atomized in an instant, directly vanishing. If Susanoo is the power of the gods, then dust release is the only force capable of slaying gods in the ninja world to date. Chapter 77, Azure Beast versus Tailless Beast. The power of dust release far exceeds Uchiha Itachi's imagination. Even the Susanoo's divine tool, the Yada mirror, cannot completely withstand it. It is estimated that it will be completely damaged in 1 or 2 hits. Uchiha Itachi's heart tightened. Indeed, there are no weak ninjas bearing the name Shadow. However, Uchiha Itachi's mission is to do everything in his power to stop the Tsukage, Inoki. If Inoki escapes the battlefield, it would cause unimaginable harm to the Akatsuki organization. He must hold him off at all costs. The kaleidoscope in Uchiha Itachi's left eye flashed red, and an invisible wave surged towards Inoki in the sky. Tsukuyami. Buzz Uchiha's strongest illusion technique, where everything experienced by the victim in the illusion space is entirely controlled by the caster, including time itself. The third Tsukage, Inoki, excels in both ninjutsu and taijutsu, with no apparent weaknesses. Only in illusion does he have a significant shortcoming. Inoki instantly fell into Tsukuyami. All around him was a scene of birds singing and flowers blooming, full of vitality, bringing immense joy to his heart. He experienced 3 days and nights of happiness and peace within Tsukuyami before suddenly waking up. In the outside world, only an instant had passed, not even a second. At this moment, Uchiha Itachi's left eye suddenly widened, fixed intently on Inoki. Blood vessels instantly filled his kaleidoscope, and a trickle of crimson blood flowed from the corner of his eye. Amaterasu. Inoki felt a deep sense of heart palpitations surge up. Then, a pitch-black flame appeared out of nowhere around him. The scorching flames instantly surrounded Inoki. No matter how much he tried to bat them away, the black flames showed no sign of extinguishing. They burned away most of his beard. Dust release. Original world separation technique. A white light instantly swept around Inoki's entire body, turning the black flames into nothingness. Breathing heavily in midair, Inoki looked at Uchiha Itachi with a hint of fear. In fact, Uchiha Itachi was already nearing his limit. His vision had become blurry. Unable to hold back a few coughs, he left a trace of blood in his palm. Guy floated in the great explosive water colliding wave created by Kisame, finding it difficult to breathe. This ninjutsu is strange. It does not remain fixed in one place. Instead, it moves with Kisame's body. Therefore, as long as Guy has not escaped Kisame's attack range, he can never leave this massive water ball. Guy crossed his arms in front of his forehead and shouted in a low voice. Eighth gate of the 8 gates. Sixth gate, the gate of you, open. His arms suddenly shook to the sides, and a surge of chakra burst forth, dispersing all the surrounding waves of water. A torrent of chakra erupted from Guy's body, pushing all the surrounding water away. In an extremely domineering manner, he absorbed oxygen to maintain his body's vitality. Moreover, each gate opened in the 8 gates increases one's power. Once all 8 gates are opened, one can gain a strength far surpassing that of a shadow for a short time, defeating all enemies in sight. However, it would also lead to death due to exhaustion afterward. Kisame had heard of the power of the 8 gates from the previous 7 ninja swordsmen. It was said that a mere leaf village chunin could, while fully opening the 8 gates, kill 4 of the 7 ninja swordsmen, leaving only 3 to escape. Now, seeing Guy open the 8 gates, Kisame was instantly excited. His yellow pupils trembled violently in their sockets. The strongest taijutsu? Come on, let me see it. After saying that, Kisame gathered chakra in his palm, formed a few hand seals, and directly slapped the water. Water release. 1,000 feeding sharks. Instantly, a large area of the water erupted in white smoke, and thousands of sharks were summoned. They swam towards Guy, eager to bite. Guy's entire body was surrounded by green chakra, and a fierce airflow exploded from him, causing even the surrounding water to avoid him. Normally, a person's body in water faces resistance, making strength and speed much weaker than on land. However, as long as Guy moved, Kisame would follow suit. For now, there was no way to escape the coverage of this technique. It seemed he could only defeat this monster in the water and forcefully break this technique. Guy shouted in the water, bubbles escaping his mouth. His expression was serious and earnest, probably saying something about youth or the like. Guy crossed his hands into a cross shape and rapidly struck forward. Morning Peacock. This technique can only be used after opening the gate of you. By striking the air at high speed, the friction between the fist wind and the air creates flames. In an instant, he unleashed hundreds or thousands of punches at his enemy. Like meteors burning with fierce flames, the immense power, mixed with fire, directly robbed the enemy of the ability to resist. Because this technique is somewhat similar to the peacock's display, it was named Morning Peacock. But this time, it was completely different. Guy had no way to emerge from the water, and the punches he struck could not generate flames underwater. All he could do was unleash hundreds or thousands of punches in a blur, directly shattering the waves before him. The immense force penetrated the water ball for kilometers around. The surface of the water ball rippled with splashes. The punches he threw no longer carried flames, but instead created a series of swirling bubbles in the water. Under the high-speed friction, an extremely high temperature was still generated, boiling all the water waves along the way. Countless rolling bubbles and white water bullets shot out around him in a fan shape, completely enveloping the surrounding sharks. The temperature of the entire water ball also began to rise. The surface of the massive water ball was shrouded in a hazy steam. Kisame's small eyes revealed an intense disbelief. Feeling the surrounding water temperature gradually rising, he felt a burning sensation all over. Indeed, is this a rare beast? To think it could almost boil the entire water ball just through the high-speed friction of taijutsu. Kisame's gills twitched, and even he felt a sense of suffocation. It was as if he had become a shark lying in a pot, being boiled in scalding water. Chapter 78. The Reappearance of the Corpse Sealing Technique. At this moment in Konoha, the sky is filled with dark clouds. The thick black clouds block out all light, resembling a sponge soaked with water, ready to pour rain at any moment. Drip! A drop of cold liquid runs down Jiraiya's cheek and falls to the ground. It's unclear whether it's cold sweat from tension or the heavy moisture in the air. The power of Qing exceeds everyone's imagination. Killing Orochimaru and the 10,000 snakes is as easy as squashing a worm. Even the blue sky is split in two by the brilliant flames of his sword. The might of it terrifies everyone. Beneath Tsunade's feet lies a small white snake, curled tightly into a ball, hiding its head within its body, too scared to show itself. Orochimaru is thoroughly frightened this time. If he hadn't been cautious and sent out a small snake clone in advance, he would have probably been reduced to ashes by Qing, with his ashes scattered beyond recognition. There is no way he would dare to provoke him now. His only thought is to return to the base laboratory of the Sound Village. He doesn't want to face Qing unless he can summon all the famous ninjas in the ninja world back with Edo Tensei. It's too much of a bully against snakes. Not only is Orochimaru scared, But even Tsunade and Sarutobi Hiruzen have pale faces. Such a powerful opponent seems impossible to contend with. A sense of helplessness arises in their hearts. There seems to be no way to counter such an enemy. A feeling of despair spreads around everyone. Just then, Jiraiya suddenly said, "I have a method that might work." Jiraiya fixed his gaze on Yi Qing, his brow furrowed deeply, his expression very serious. Facing a terrifying opponent like Yi Qing, Jiraiya still manages to think of a way to counter. The little white snake instantly raises its head, flicking its tongue at him. Orochimaru can't speak now. Otherwise, he would have already started cursing at Jiraiya. The best course of action now is to let Yi Qing do whatever he wants and then let him leave afterward. A method? What if it doesn't work? Everyone could die. Tsunade looked at Jiraiya in shock, her face filled with disbelief. The level of power Yi Qing possesses reminds her of her grandfather, Hashirama Senju. Jiraiya actually has a method and dares to have one? What method? I feel like aside from surrendering, any other method would just make our deaths a bit more dignified. Tsunade said with a bitter smile. For some reason, she always feels a heavy sense of oppression from Yi Qing. Every encounter feels like dancing with death, where she could die at any moment. Jiraiya thought for a moment and said uncertainly, "I don't know if it will work, but that dark energy of his should be some kind of sage technique. I vaguely sensed natural energy within it." When Yi Qing just used the ability of the dark fruit, Jiraiya felt a sense of familiarity. However, that sense of familiarity was very vague. Although he could feel it, didn't he know how to express it? Until just now, the energy that exploded the 10,000 snakes was unprecedentedly powerful. It allowed him to clearly sense the natural energy. Jiraiya is very sure. Yi Qing's ability is definitely a sage mode that has never been seen before. Only sage techniques can counter sage techniques. Hearing Jiraiya's words, Sarutobi Hiruzen was taken aback. Sage techniques? Isn't that's something that can only be learned in the 3 great holy lands? After saying this, he unconsciously looked at the little white snake at Tsunade's feet. Now, the sage modes of the 3 great holy lands have almost all appeared in the world. Only the sage mode of the Ryuchi cave remains a mystery, as no one has ever used it. When it comes to sage mode, it naturally brings to mind the mysterious Ryuchi cave. Could it be the sage mode of the Ryuchi cave? If that is the case, then Orochimaru shouldn't be unaware. Orochimaru is also confused. Although he knows that the Ryuchi cave has sage mode, he hasn't had the chance to learn it due to his almost dying body from not using Edo Tensei. He has never heard of anyone else practicing it either. Now he looks at Yi Qing with a blank expression. Unknowingly, this person has become unfathomable. The wrinkles on Sarutobi Hiruzen's face twitched. He slapped Jiraiya's shoulder heavily, a carefree smile on his face. "No matter what, let us try first. I will buy you the time needed to enter sage mode." Jiraiya looked at Yi Qing ahead, his fists clenched tightly. Entering sage mode takes about 5 minutes. And in that time, Yi Qing could kill them 10 or 20 times. At this moment, Yi Qing lightly caressed the blade of his Zanpakuto, looking expectantly at the serious-faced Jiraiya. He is filled with curiosity. He loves watching the desperate struggles of his prey. At such times, it often brings surprises. Teacher Sarutobi. Entering sage mode requires 5 minutes. Although he didn't finish speaking, everyone understood what Jiraiya's words meant. A mere Sarutobi Hiruzen could really hold Yi Qing for 5 minutes? Sarutobi Hiruzen recalled the Nine-Tails attack incident from over a decade ago, where he should have been the one to use the corpse sealing technique. After all, in terms of age and strength, Minato Namikaze was much more valuable than himself. However, at that time, he was so afraid of death that he didn't have the courage to risk his life. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at his proudest student and smiled. Where there are leaves fluttering, the will of fire will burn brightly. Even if the dry leaves wither, they will nourish the new green leaves. With a resolute smile, Sarutobi Hiruzen began to weave hand seals between his hands. Moments later, he clapped his palms together forcefully. Corpse sealing technique. A pale ghostly figure instantly appeared behind Sarutobi Hiruzen, binding his soul to its chest, and its large, toothy mouth began to drool. The corpse sealing technique has been unleashed, leaving no room for retreat. Jiraiya bit his finger, formed hand seals, and slapped the ground. A puff of white smoke appeared, and 2 small toads stood on the ground. Lord Fukasaku, Lord Shima. I'm going to enter sage mode. Jiraiya's white hair danced wildly in the air, and his eyes were filled with hatred as he looked at Yi Qing. Chapter 79, The Eye of Death and the Soul-Cutting Blade. The corpse demon sealing technique is the strongest sealing technique unique to the Uzumaki clan. As long as the soul of the victim is extracted from their body, it will be swallowed by the Grim Reaper, preventing any chance of reincarnation. Originally, such a powerful sealing technique could never be passed down by the Uzumaki clan. However, because of this sealing technique, the entire Uzumaki clan faced rejection from the ninja world. Many families feared their abilities and united against them in war. In that era of turmoil, the reasons for war were often absurd. Nevertheless, due to the long-standing friendship between the Uzumaki clan and Konoha, as well as their history of intermarriage, even after their eventual extinction, they left behind the last member of the Uzumaki clan in Konoha, Kushina Uzumaki, the wife of Minato Namikaze. After Mito's death, she became the last known member of the Uzumaki clan. There was no longer any need to hide various forbidden techniques. Thus, both the corpse demon sealing technique and other forbidden techniques were recorded in the sealing book during its compilation. Almost every Hokage would review the sealing book and learn one or two powerful forbidden techniques for emergencies. Therefore, the corpse demon sealing technique was no longer a secret. Minato Namikaze knew it, and so did Hiruzen Sarutobi. Even Jiraiya, who was once a candidate for Hokage, had seen the corpse demon sealing technique. The moment Hiruzen Sarutobi performed it, he recognized the renowned sealing technique. A mist instantly covered Tsunade's eyes. Even Orochimaru had feelings for his mentor. The little white snake instantly expanded and grew larger, opening its mouth as Orochimaru crawled out of it. Together with Tsunade, they shielded Jiraiya, buying him time to enter Sage Mode. At this moment, Fukasaku and Shima had already positioned themselves on Jiraiya's shoulders, one on each side. The surrounding natural energy began to gradually converge into his body. Hiruzen Sarutobi formed hand seals, and a shadow clone instantly appeared beside him. One of the Grim Reaper's arms extended through his soul, growing a spell-covered arm in the clone's abdomen. Next, he would control this Grim Reaper's hand to extract and seal the soul of Yi Qing from within. With this, the war would be won by a large margin. While the abilities of others in the Akatsuki organization were also troublesome, they were all conquerable. As long as Yi Qing was dealt with, it would equate to resolving Konoha's crisis. Even during the Nine Tails attack incident, Yi Qing did not withstand the corpse demon sealing technique head-on. He merely broke free from Kushina's adamantine sealing. Perhaps Sage Mode would not even be necessary. The corpse demon sealing technique alone could suffice. Hiruzen Sarutobi was prepared for death, showing no fear on his face. He controlled the clone to charge directly at Yi Qing. At that moment, Yi Qing was staring in a daze at the Grim Reaper behind Hiruzen Sarutobi. He felt that the Grim Reaper in the Naruto world was quite weak, akin to an ordinary evil spirit, lacking any of the Grim Reaper's imposing aura. He raised the soul-cutting blade in his left hand and curiously thought, wondering if the Grim Reaper in Naruto could withstand the soul-cutting blade from Bleach. Moreover, with the flowing blade of fire, Yi Qing was in some sense also a Grim Reaper. However, these two were completely different systems, especially the Grim Reaper summoned by the corpse demon sealing technique, whose green face and sharp teeth looked more like a malevolent spirit. It was a complete insult to the profession of the Grim Reaper. Yi Qing raised his left hand, holding the flowing blade of fire across his chest. With a flick of his wrist, the blade slid out a short distance, glinting with a cold light. Today, he would first see if the Grim Reaper in Naruto would die. Yi Qing grinned, his expression full of curiosity. A beam of ice-blue light suddenly appeared deep within his pupils. Like a cold snowflake, it imprinted itself in his pitch-black pupils. In an instant, it spread throughout his entire eyeball. The entire world transformed completely in Yi Qing's vision. Countless pale dots and lines formed the myriad of things in the world. From vast mountains and rivers to tiny flying feathers and fireflies, Yi Qing could see a clear line in everything. Even the wind in the air, a raindrop, or a cloud could be seen as a death line in Yi Qing's eyes. As long as he accurately cut the death line and applied enough force, even a god could be killed directly. The Eye of Death combined with the soul-cutting blade. Even if Otsutsuki Kagaya stood right in front of him, Yi Qing would dare to strike. Just then, Hiruzen Sarutobi's clone reached Yi Qing's side. As soon as it reached out, Yi Qing casually kicked it, turning it into a puff of smoke. With the flowing blade of fire drawn, flames entwined around the blade, and the heat emanating from it distorted the surrounding air. Yi Qing swung the long blade behind him, sending a wave of heat in a half-circle behind him. His eyes sparkled with ice-blue, ghostly light, and strands of threads reflected in his pupils. The Grim Reaper's death line was actually very clear. Yi Qing grinned, reversing the blade's edge. With a powerful push off the ground, He instantly appeared in midair right in front of Hiruzen Sarutobi. The Grim Reaper's phantom widened its eyes upon seeing the soul-cutting blade in Yi Qing's hand. Its mouth opened wide, and an indescribable scream suddenly swept through everyone's minds. This was not a real sound, but the feeling it conveyed was akin to a scream emitted by a woman in extreme terror. Yi Qing remained unfazed, and the long blade in his hand swung out in an instant. It directly severed the death line. The blade swept through the Grim Reaper's chest as if it had pierced through directly. However, the expression on the Grim Reaper's face froze at the moment the death line was cut. Its entire shadow began to gradually fade. Even the soul of Hiruzen Sarutobi, which it had been grasping, weakened gradually. It resembled a deflated balloon, seemingly exhausting its energy in an instant. It became dim and dull, like a faded old photograph. Moments later, it suddenly exploded, scattering into countless light points, dancing freely. Among them, a soul detached from the Grim Reaper's abdomen twirled a few times, and then vanished into the air. Hiruzen Sarutobi's soul, along with the Grim Reaper, exploded into countless light points. His pupils violently constricted and then instantly widened. The last trace of expression vanished. Hiruzen Sarutobi was dead. Chapter 80. The appearance of the Toad Sage of Mount Myaboku. Konoha village has undergone 4 Hokages since the establishment by the first Hokage. Each Hokage is the strongest in the village and the leader guiding it forward. The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, may not have been the strongest Hokage, but his influence certainly surpassed that of his predecessors. Both the major clans of Konoha and the ordinary villagers held him in high regard. At this moment, Hiruzen Sarutobi's soul, already dissipated, fell to the cold floor like an object, his eyes fixed on the ground so close, as if still holding a trace of affection for this world. Jiraiya, who witnessed the death of his master, felt an anger boiling within him like a volcanic eruption. His eyes suddenly widened, his pupils transforming into 2 horizontal lines resembling those of a frog. He stood up from the ground, emanating a mysterious and unfathomable power. At this point, Jiraiya had successfully entered Sage mode. His cheeks were marked with red imprints, and tiny bumps had formed on the tip of his nose. Even his chin sported a tuft of white beard. His face resembled that of a toad, looking more than twice as ugly. Fukasaku and Shima, the toads, stood on his shoulders without moving an inch. The Sage mode of Mount Myaboku comes with many restrictions. Firstly, to absorb natural energy, one must remain still. Any slight movement would cause the hard-earned Sage chakra to dissipate instantly. Furthermore, the Sage technique of Mount Myaboku causes one to resemble a toad more and more while in use. If the control is mishandled, one could turn into a toad statue, never able to return to human form. Jiraiya's talent is not very high, and it takes him a long time to enter Sage mode, during which he experiences a noticeable toad-like transformation. This is why Fukasaku and Shima are on his shoulders, helping him absorb natural energy. If he were to absorb the natural energy from the air by himself, it would take even longer. Nevertheless, in Sage mode, Jiraiya's perception and attack power are greatly enhanced. He could now sense the power within Yi Qing's body, dark as ink and deep as the sea. It seemed to be something that contained Sage chakra energy, but was not any kind of Sage chakra itself. However, Jiraiya was on the verge of losing his rationality. The death of Hiruzen Sarutobi, right before him, was something he could hardly accept. Remembering how they were cared for as orphans by him in their childhood made tears well up in his eyes. Master Sarutobi. Tsunade's tears instantly filled her eyes and rolled down her cheeks. Orochimaru's vertical pupils glinted with a chilling coldness. Even though he had already defected from Konoha, he still held a trace of feelings for Hiruzen Sarutobi. Jiraiya narrowed his eyes slightly and quickly formed hand seals. Sage art. Left and right gate. His belly swelled, and he immediately spewed out thick toad oil from his mouth. At the same time, Fukasaku on his shoulder unleashed a fierce gale. Meanwhile, Shima on the other side breathed out flames. With the oil igniting and the wind fueling the flames, a vast sea of fire descended, nearly incinerating everything in front of Jiraiya. A towering wave of fire surged toward Yi Qing, sending scorching heat skyward. However, Yi Qing showed no signs of tension. The flames at this temperature posed no threat at all. He raised his left arm in front of him, twisted his right hand, and positioned the blade of his flowing blade like fire on his left arm, pointing the tip at Jiraiya. An inexplicable airflow swirled around him, lifting his black hair. Slash! With a flick of his wrist, the long knife swept forward, instantly cleaving the sea of fire in two. It was as if two walls of fire roared past Yi Qing, merely intensifying the heat in the surrounding air without affecting him in the slightest. Yi Qing casually swung his knife, and the surrounding flames were instantly blown away by the fierce wind. When he looked up, he found that Jiraiya had already vanished from sight, leaving only Tsunade and Orochimaru with eyes full of fury. Ye vink simirkit. Sage mode had indeed enhanced Jiraiya's abilities. At the very least, his speed had noticeably increased. He hadn't even noticed when he disappeared. At that moment, Yi Qing's elongated shadow suddenly shrank backward and became fainter. A blinding light rose from directly above him, nearly overshadowing the sun. Jiraiya leaped into the air, holding a massive chakra sphere in his right hand, radiating a powerful wave that could rival a small-tailed beast bomb. Giant Rasengan! Jiraiya raised the Rasengan high and then hurled it down toward Yi Qing with all his might. A gust of wind erupted, blowing everything around away. Yi Qing's black hair danced wildly in the wind, with debris flying in all directions. Even before the attack arrived, he could already feel an immense pressure. However, that alone was far from enough. The blade turned, tearing through the air and producing a sharp sound of slicing. Following the momentum, he thrust upward, and under the observation of the Eye of Death, he accurately struck the Rasengan's critical point. Swish! It was as if he had sliced through flowing water, encountering no obstruction. However, the Rasengan in Jiraiya's hand was already killed. Like a massive firecracker, it exploded into countless specks of light. Before the shock on Jiraiya's face could fade, he felt a chill in his body. His entire right arm, along with half of his shoulder, slid off his body. Blood gushed out, instantly staining his whole body red. Jiraiya didn't even let out a sound before his eyes rolled back, and he fainted. The toads on his shoulders were nearly scared to death, quickly jumping off him. Shouting in panic, "Little Jiraiya!" With one strike, he severed the Rasengan, and the remaining blade light nearly split Jiraiya in half. Tsunade and Orochimaru, witnessing this scene, felt their blood run cold. Their backs were soaked with cold sweat. In Orochimaru's mind, only one thought lingered, which he couldn't shake off. It's over. This time it's really over.